In the pursuit of the papal throne, Qian Yunxiao faced defeat, yet was bestowed with a family system, where marrying and procreating would enhance his strength. Upon venturing forth, he encountered the recently transformed five-star exquisite beauty, A Yin, who was presented before him. With various illustrious titles, such as the most beautiful soul beast of Douluo, the third beauty of Douluo, loyal and faithful, virtuous wife and good mother, diligent and frugal, gentle as jade and pure as ice, Qian Yunxiao resolved to build a prosperous family with A Yin. Chapter 1. The Family System and the Five-Star Beauty A Yin. Master, the betrothal gifts are prepared. Shall we send them to the Shui family now? In the Water City, at the water branch of the Spirit Hall, Yang Lang, the Vice Master, stood respectfully beside the Master, Qian Yunxiao, reporting on the matters at hand. Yang Lang, a level 73 soul sage with the ice snow magic wolf spirit, stood before the towering figure of Qian Yunxiao, the second son of the renowned Qian Douluo, often referred to as the executioner of the title Douluo. Seated upon the throne of the water branch, Qian Yunxiao was engulfed in somber thoughts. Having traversed to this world, he had become the son of Qian Douluo, initially believing himself to be merely the offspring of the vile Qian Yunxiao. To his astonishment, he discovered he was an entirely new character, the second son of Qian Douluo, 3 years junior to that infamous being. As a transmigrator and heir of the illustrious Spirit Hall, Qian Yunxiao had anticipated an effortless ascent to dominance over the Douluo continent, considering it merely a lower realm. However, his aspirations were dashed as he faced obstacles from the outset. In the competition for the papal position within the Spirit Hall, Qian Yunxiao suffered defeat due to Qian Yunxiao's recent acquisition of an extraordinary talent as a disciple Bibi Dong, a prodigy endowed with innate full soul power and possessing 2 top-tier beast martial spirits. Qian Yunxiao had sought to claim her as his own disciple, but the scarcity of information regarding Bibi Dong thwarted his efforts, leading to his rival's successful claim. With such a remarkable disciple, Qian Yunxiao's standing within the Spirit Hall eclipsed Qian Yunxiao's. Consequently, he was relegated to the borders, assuming the role of master of the water branch in Water City. Individuals possessing angelic martial spirits were exceedingly rare, rendering each such individual a cherished member of the Qian family. Thus, despite his failure in the papal contest, Qian Yunxiao faced no imminent danger to his life. At least until Qian Douluo's demise, he remained secure, as Qian Yunxiao would not dare to harm him. In his defeat, Qian Yunxiao resolved to marry and have children. Without sufficient offspring, whom would he bequeath Douluo's legacy? Students? The examples of Bibi Dong and Tang San illustrated the unreliability of relying on students alone. Ascending to godhood in the Douluo continent was a formidable challenge. Even title Douluo had a lifespan of merely a century. Now at 30, with a soul rank of 78, Qian Yunxiao recognized it was indeed time to marry and procreate. He could not remain solitary for life. His intended bride was Shui Yulan, the mother of Shui Bing'e, renowned as the most beautiful woman in Water City. Unfortunately, Qian Yunxiao had arrived in the Douluo continent. 2 early many renowned beauties were still in their mother's wombs. At this time, aside from Poseidon and Bibi Dong, there were scarcely any notable female characters, and Poseidon was beyond Qian Yunxiao's reach. At this moment, Qian Yunxiao still hesitated. If he married Shui Yulan, what would become of Shui Bing'e? He genuinely held affection for her. He did not wish to hastily sever ties with her due to a moment's impulse. I shall take a stroll and contemplate further. With a heavy heart, Qian Yunxiao stepped outside the Spirit Hall. What is this? He suddenly questioned his own vision, for he noticed something extraordinary. Each person he encountered bore a label above their heads. For instance, the head of the guards at the Spirit Hall, a level 37 soul master, displayed the following labels above him. Stubborn, diligent, honest. This was a phenomenon Qian Yunxiao had never encountered before. Soon, he gasped in astonishment. Was this his golden finger? He moved aside, whispering system. Yet, this golden finger offered no response. Could it be that it only provided such superficial hints? What use was that? In the world of Douluo, Qian Yunxiao was well aware of everything he needed to know. The initial joy of realizing he possessed a golden finger dissipated swiftly. He decided to visit the Water Academy to see if any hidden talents could be found. As he wandered through the crowds of Water City, observing person after person with a star above their heads accompanied by mundane labels, disappointment washed over him. The Douluo continent was ultimately a low-tier realm, steeped in bloodline theories. The hidden geniuses among the common populace were far too few. What is this? Just as Qian Yunxiao lamented the dearth of talent in this generation, a brilliant light flashed before him, nearly blinding him. 5 stars. A 5-star gem. Such a being existed in Water City? Not only was there a 5-star rating, but the labels beneath this woman were astonishing as well. The most beautiful soul beast of Douluo, the third beauty of Douluo, a highly fertile, loyal, and faithful virtuous wife, and good mother, diligent and frugal. Gentle as jade, pure as ice. A cascade of labels left Qian Yunxiao in a dizzying wonder. Could such a person truly exist? Is this A Yin? What brings A Yin to Water City? Based on the labels and the woman's flowing sky blue hair cascading to her waist, her attire may not have been ostentatious, yet it radiated an aura of purity and grace, akin to a celestial being who stepped forth from a dream. In comparison, Shui Yulan, hailed as the most beautiful woman in Water City, seemed to pale in comparison to her. The third beauty of Douluo? Undoubtedly. It seems A Yin has yet to encounter the Tang. How, brothers, fortune smiles upon me. Qian Yunxiao had contemplated a chance meeting with A Yin, though opportunities had eluded him thus far. He had previously ventured into the blue-silver forest, but missed her. Now, fate had delivered such a figure directly before him. A divine gift, one that could not be overlooked. Detected 5-star beauty card. Family system activated host. Qian Yunxiao family members. 1 family evaluation. A minuscule family on the brink of extinction. Family task. Acquire a wife 5 stars or above. Unlock beauty cultivation system family task. Bear a child. Unlock child cultivation system family task. Bear a pair of children. Unlock family marketplace. As Qian Yunxiao contemplated how to solidify his bond with A Yin, an unexpected voice resonated within his mind, igniting a spark of joy within him. Family system, the more members I have, the stronger I can become. Upon further reflection, Qian Yunxiao quickly grasped the purpose of this newfound system. This system was designed to establish a new faction centered around him. The greater the strength of Qian Yunxiao's family, the more rewards he would receive in return. Due to the nature of the system, his father, Qian Douluo, and his beastly brother, Qian Shuanji, did not belong to his family. This was quite straightforward to comprehend. At that moment, A Yin, who was purchasing ornaments in Tianshui City, sensed an unseen presence watching her. Turning around, she discovered Qian Yunxiao standing behind her. As a descendant of angelic blood, Qian Yunxiao was undeniably handsome. Tall and with a strikingly refined visage, he was the most exquisite man A Yin had ever encountered since arriving in the human realm. This rendered A Yin momentarily bashful. She lowered her gaze, her cheeks flushed, and took small, hurried steps away. What flawless, jade-like skin. Watching A Yin depart, Qian Yunxiao couldn't help but marvel. Her true form being the blue-silver grass, she excelled at absorbing moisture. It was entirely natural for her skin to be so dewy. Originally, Qian Yunxiao had intended to propose to the Shui family. However, his intentions had now shifted. Chapter 2. A Yin, I have delivered you to your doorstep. Please sign for it. Miss, please wait. A Yin was quite cunning. If she were allowed to slip away, it would be exceedingly difficult for Qian Yunxiao to encounter her again. Thus, as A Yin feigned a desire to depart, Qian Yunxiao hastily implored her to stay. This only heightened A Yin's anxiety, making her too flustered to meet the imposing gaze of Qian Yunxiao. Resembling a startled rabbit, she stammered, "What do you want?" Qian Yunxiao stepped before A Yin, gazing at the beauty who stood a head shorter than himself, and gently smiled. "My dear girl, I observe that at such a tender age, you have already attained a formidable level of 50 in cultivation. Truly, you are an unparalleled genius. Would you consider joining our spirit hall? We shall ensure your utmost development." At present, A Yin had yet to reach level 70, fully transforming into a human. However, possessing a level of 50 at merely 20-something years of age was already an extraordinary talent. 10,000-year soul beasts, fearsome as they are, have few comparably gifted humans. Qian Yunxiao's invitation nearly rendered A Yin speechless. Despite being a soul beast, she was acutely aware of the significance of the Spirit Hall. It was the most powerful organization among humans, rumored to be home to numerous titled Douluo. The thought of joining the Spirit Hall conjured an image in her mind, a tender little lamb presenting itself to a pack of ravenous wolves. A gathering of titled Douluo eyeing her 10,000-year soul ring with sinister smiles. How could she be so foolish? I'm sorry. I do not wish to join the Spirit Hall. I apologize. A Yin understood that the handsome man before her had good intentions, considering her future and wishing for her to grow stronger. Yet, joining the spirit hall was simply out of the question. A Yin's refusal was anticipated by Qian Yunxiao, but he did not concede, asking, "May I inquire as to your reasons?" A Yin knew she could not articulate a valid reason. She felt utterly torn. At that moment, the ordinary spectators around them chimed in. "Miss, the spirit hall is the holy land for countless soul masters. Being invited by the hall master is a dream come true. You should join." Indeed, Hall Master Qian is a benevolent man. Since his arrival in Tianshui City, he has ensured every child can graduate in peace. Following him is undoubtedly the right choice. When my child graduates, I will also have him follow in the Hall Master's footsteps to contribute to the continent. The surrounding chatter left A Yin at a loss for words. The blue-silver grass, inherently sensitive, began to intertwine in response to the slightest provocation. A Yin found herself in a similar state, her hands clasped tightly together, revealing her acute tension. From the words of the crowd, A Yin speculated that perhaps Qian Yunxiao was indeed a good person. However, she simply could not join the spear hall. "Everyone, please do not pressure this young lady. I believe she has her reasons. Let this matter rest." Qian Yunxiao, taken aback by the crowd's enthusiasm, noticed the Yin's distress and quickly took charge. As he spoke, the nearby soul masters fell silent. Qian Yunxiao produced a token and said, "My dear girl, this is the Elder's token of our spirit hall. With it, you can contact me at any spirit hall across the continent. Whenever you have made your decision, you may seek me out. I shall always await your arrival." As the son of Qin Douluo, possessing an Elder's token was an ordinary occurrence. One cannot catch a wolf without letting go of the cub. Patience is key. After delivering his message, Qian Yunxiao turned to leave, leaving A Yin in a state of confusion. The Elder's token felt weighty in her hand. A Yin returned to her modest hotel room, her mind clouded with contemplation. She even entertained the reckless notion of visiting the spirit hall to test her fate. A Yin was an adventurous spirit. Otherwise, she would not have chosen to transform and venture into the human realm. She thought, the spirit hall branch in Tianshui City does not house any soul masters of the Douluo level. As long as she did not venture into the main hall of the spirit hall, perhaps she would be safe. While A Yin wrestled with her thoughts, Qian Yunxiao had already mobilized the soul masters of Tianshui City. He had secured the city's exit, presenting A Yin with two choices: to willingly partake or to be compelled. The first option involved A Yin voluntarily approaching the spirit hall. In this scenario, Qian Yunxiao adopted a conciliatory approach, gradually pursuing her. The second option entailed forcibly bringing A Yin back. As a significant figure of the spirit hall, capturing a soul beast was entirely reasonable, wasn't it? Confined within a beast cage, receiving discipline with a whip, such actions were justifiable, were they not? Of course, Qian Yunxiao would not sully his own hands. He would employ other forces to capture A Yin while maneuvering from the shadows. He eagerly anticipated the choice A Yin might make. The following day, the outcome delighted Qian Yunxiao immensely. A Yin had come to him voluntarily. In a word, she had thrown herself into the net. "Miss, the spirit hall welcomes your joining." Qian Yunxiao's heart raced with excitement. A Yin had become the woman of his dreams. In his eyes, she surpassed the likes of Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Hu Laina. Perhaps it was because Qian Yunxiao had reached adulthood, and his thoughts now aligned with those of a mature man. Though excitement coursed through him, Qian Yunxiao remained composed. He approached A Yin and warmly welcomed her into the spirit hall. To prepare for her arrival, Qian Yunxiao had made numerous arrangements, ensuring the spirit hall bore a fresh appearance to provide A Yin with a unique experience. A Yin sensed that this steady man was different from others she had encountered. "May I inquire your name?" After seating A Yin within the spirit hall, Qian Yunxiao began his charade. A Yin replied softly, "Hall Master, you may call me A Yin." As a member of the blue silvergrass, she had neither parents nor anyone to name her. Upon entering the human world, she had named herself A Yin. Qian Yunxiao expressed admiration for her name before continuing. "Well then, Yin, your prowess is sufficient to assume the role of the third elder of our Tianshui City Spirit Hall. Should you prefer, I can recommend you as a teacher at Tianshui Academy, where you will find many women like yourself. I believe you are aware of this." A Yin nodded and replied, I would prefer to join the Spirit Hall. If she had wished to join Tianshui Academy, she would have done so long ago. After consideration, she realized that joining the Spirit Hall would greatly benefit her, particularly in accessing comprehensive information regarding soul beasts, which the spirit hall possessed in abundance. Very well. From this day forth, you shall be the third elder of our spirit hall, with a monthly salary of 1,000 gold soul coins, along with additional benefits. Qian Yunxiao was pleasantly surprised by how smoothly A Yin's induction into the spirit hall had progressed, briefly outlining the advantages she would receive. However, the specifics of what A Yin would be required to contribute remain vague. Chapter 3. A Yin, not too excessive, can be excessive. After A Yin joined the spirit hall, Qian Yunxiao, in his capacity as the hall master, frequently took A Yin on various excursions under the pretense of familiarizing her with the spirit hall. Perhaps due to her personality, or perhaps because of Qian Yunxiao's considerate nature that made him quite likable, their relationship blossomed. A Yin, having no friends in the human world, found her first companion in Qian Yunxiao. A Yin, it's time for our annual visit to the nearby villages to assist the children in awakening their spirits. Would you care to join me? Qian Yunxiao aimed to cultivate a deeper bond with A Yin, unlike the brutish behavior of Qian Xuanji. Qian Yunxiao sought to treat her with kindness. A Yin, who had grown restless after countless years in the blue-silver forest, now yearned to savor the wonders of the world. Awakening spirits? I would love to accompany you. A Yin's curiosity about this novel activity led her to accept Qian Yunxiao's invitation without hesitation. Then let us proceed together. In truth, the task of spirit awakening did not necessitate the involvement of a hall master. It could easily be managed by a senior spirit master. These responsibilities typically fell to the spirit hall of the small town, while the spirit hall of Tianshui City would not concern itself with such minor matters. However, due to a special mission assigned to Qian Yunxiao, several villages were designated for him to oversee. A Yin, shall we have a friendly competition? On the way to a village called Snowfall, Qian Yunxiao initiated a conversation. A Yin, who had been quietly observing the scenery from the carriage window, turned her attention to him. Master, what kind of competition do you have in mind? Qian Yunxiao proposed. Once we arrive at Snowfall Village, we shall each take half of the children and see who can identify more who possess the potential to cultivate. What do you think? This idea intrigued A Yin, and she readily agreed. All right, but what are the stakes if I lose? And what if I win? Her playful spirit shone through, reminiscent of a mischievous girl. In the original narrative, A Yin had already grown into a woman, yet traces of youthful innocence remained. Qian Yunxiao was taken aback by Yin's eagerness to establish stakes. This spirited girl might be in for a surprise. Qian Yunxiao, equipped with a labeling system, could deduce the children's potential based on the labels assigned to them. A Yin, it seems you are destined to lose. With confidence swelling within him, Qian Yunxiao said, to avoid any accusations of exploiting my advantage, what shall the wager be? You may decide. Curious about A Yin's desires, he awaited her response. A Yin, momentarily a loss for words, took her time to contemplate. I wish for you to take me to the far north. I am curious about the spirit beast there, but I am afraid to go alone. Her longing to witness the wonders of the far north was palpable. In her previous form as blue silvergrass, she had been unable to venture there, and even now, her strength was insufficient. With Qian Yunxiao as a trustworthy friend, the possibility seemed tangible. Very well, Qian Yunxiao agreed readily. The far north was home to formidable spirit beasts, such as the Ice Emperor and Snow Emperor, but a mere visit to the outskirts would pose no significant risk. And if you win, what would you desire from me? A Yin inquired, shifting her gaze back to Qian Yunxiao. The conditions were mutual. She could not be so domineering as to have demands solely for herself. Qian Yunxiao fixed his gaze upon A Yin, his eyes sparkling with intensity. Are you prepared to accept any request I may propose? This surprised A Yin, prompting her to glance out the window, her tone teasingly defiant. Excessive demands may not be met, master. A Yin was not oblivious. She sensed Qian Yunxiao's growing affection towards her, leaving her feeling somewhat flustered. Naturally beautiful, she had encountered many suitors among the human spirit masters, yet they were often unimpressive and resorted to base tactics. In contrast, Qian Yunxiao was exceptional, one of the rarest individuals in the Douluo continent. His impeccable reputation as a spirit master in Tianshui City only added to her comfort. With a cheerful smile, Qian Yunxiao replied, so, demands deemed excessive are off the table? Then perhaps more reasonable requests could be entertained? Their relationship had undeniably progressed, validating the effort he had invested over the past 2 months in pursuing A Yin. In truth, Courting a girl need not span years. If months yield no response, one ought to reconsider. A Yin, newly arrived in the human realm, was not an unattainable goddess. The challenge was not insurmountable. Very well, I shall reserve this request for later consideration, Qian Yunxiao mused, unwilling to let this opportunity slip away. Upon arriving at Snowfall Village, they found 16 children prepared for spirit awakening. The village, relatively large with hundreds of households, had never before hosted such powerful figures as A Yin and Qian Yunxiao for this purpose. The village chief appeared particularly anxious, fearing he might offend his esteemed guests. A Yin, the procedure for awakening the children's spirits is as follows, Qian Yunxiao explained, presenting the spirit detection orb and the necessary tools for the awakening process. A Yin nodded in understanding. Now, please choose the children you'd like to assist. Abiding by the principle of ladies first, Qian Yunxiao allowed A Yin to select the children. After some contemplation, she chose all the girls, of which there were only 6 among the 16 children, the remainder being boys. The world, it seemed, favored a greater male population. After selecting the girls, A Yin also picked 2 of the more delicate boys. Clearly, she had a preference for girls. Perhaps in the future, I shall wish for A Yin to bear daughters. It was evident that A Yin had unwittingly lost the wager, as her selection of girls, while not indicative of weakness, reflected the higher overall strength among males due to their greater numbers. In this world, the majority of the elite spirit masters are male. Qian Yunxiao has observed this as well. Among the remaining 8 boys, only 2 bear the label of possessing a spirit, while only 1 girl has reached this level. Chapter 4. A Yin, the master is the best. This rating can, to some extent, represent a person's future achievements and influence. A rating of 2 stars indicates minor accomplishments, sufficient to reach the level of a soul master. The gatekeepers of the Spirit Hall in Tianshui City are all rated 2 stars, while a Great Soul Master is merely 1 star. A rating of 3 stars requires at least the level of a Soul Emperor. Qian Yunxiao has yet to encounter anyone with a 4-star rating. Yang Lang, who oversees a branch of the Spirit Hall in Tianshui City, holds a mere 3 stars. This village boasts 5 children rated 2 stars, which is quite commendable for a village. It is indeed a carefully selected village. After A Yin selected these children, she utilized her spirit, Blue Silvergrass, to awaken their souls. Given A Yin strength, she could perform an 8 consecutive draw, awakening the spirits of all 8 children simultaneously. Unfortunately, she could not gather the necessary 10 consecutive draws. Otherwise, she might have secured an impressive outcome. A Yin's soul power is exceptionally gentle, imbued with a healing effect that brings great joy to the children. Observing A Yin radiating a pure and sacred light, Qian Yunxiao's gaze brimmed with admiration. A Yin also noticed Qian Yunxiao's attention. His gaze was not purely one of admiration. It undoubtedly contained a hint of desire, albeit in a minor proportion. A Yin sensed that this master seemed to possess a certain possessiveness towards her. While apprehensive, she also felt a flicker of anticipation. The 8 children possessed spirits that included Snow Swallow, Snow Cat, Shovel, Scythe, and Blue Silvergrass, with Snow Swallow and Snow Cat being somewhat exceptional. Though regarded as inferior beast spirits, with the presence of soul power, they can all cultivate. The outcome brought A Yin both joy and concern. Out of the 8 children she selected, only 3 were capable of cultivation. The remaining 5 could not cultivate due to A Yin not being purely human, leaving her feelings quite complicated. The smiles of the human children upon discovering their potential for soul cultivation brought her happiness. Yet as they grew, they would be compelled to hunt soul beasts for soul rings. Did her assistance in opening the door to their cultivation not imply that she was aiding humans in harming their own kind? Furthermore, witnessing the disappointment on the faces of the children who could not cultivate made A Yin feel cruel, as if she were stifling their dreams. Her expression grew increasingly somber, which did not escape Qian Yunxiao's notice. The angelic spirit manifested, releasing a radiant light that illuminated the world. He effortlessly awakened the spirits of the 8 children under his care, not falling short of A Yin's results. Shovel, Scythe, and Blue Silvergrass were indispensable. Among the children Qian Yunxiao was responsible for, one possessed remarkable talent, bearing the spirit of the giant ice snow ape. This spirit is considered a medium-level beast spirit, complemented by innate soul power at level 4, sufficient for reaching an admirable realm. It was evident that Qian Yunxiao won the wager against A Yin. These capable children could eventually join the branch of the spirit hall in a nearby small city or enroll in some junior spirit academies for further studies. The subsequent matters were no longer a concern for Qian Yunxiao. A Yin, what troubles you? Is it because you lost to me that you appear so downcast? Upon leaving Shuiluo village, Qian Yunxiao expressed concern for A Yin's current state. Yin shook her head. I feel saddened by the expressions of those children who cannot cultivate their soul power, as if I have stifled their futures. A Yin truly exuded a hint of a saintly aura. This was only natural, for she was destined to be the mother of all spirits in the future. Qian Yunxiao offered comfort. This is their fate, much like certain soul beasts that remain unhatched in their eggs, only to be devoured by other soul beasts. At least they can live peacefully in the human world. A Yin understood this reasoning. The human world is far more stable than the realm of soul beasts. I am still worried that by helping these children awaken their spirits, they might recklessly kill many spirit beasts. What is your perspective on soul beasts, my lord? A Yin found herself inexplicably concerned about Qian Yunxiao's views on soul beasts. If he harbored disdain for them, she would distance herself from him. Qian Yunxiao recognized the moment called for a statement. Certain words had been rehearsed in his mind countless times. He certainly did not believe his performance would be inferior to Tang Hao's. As for soul beasts, particularly those that do not relish conflict and do not harm humans, I genuinely feel remorseful. During the hunting of soul rings, they often fall victim to other soul masters. However, apart from my pity, I have no other recourse. This is the law of nature. Nevertheless, if I were to become the Pope of the Spirit Hall in the future, I would strive to alter this situation. Qian Yunxiao's heartfelt sentiments quickened A Yin's heartbeat. After all, the type of soul beast he was concerned about was precisely her. It dawned on her that her master was such a gentleman. Qian Yunxiao spoke with measured restraint. In truth, many individuals harbor a certain compassion for innocent beings that suffer harm. They simply do not express it. Qian Yunxiao's words struck the right balance. He was not foolish enough to express pity for all soul beasts, as that would be exceedingly hypocritical and foolish. Yet, Yin remained unconvinced and continued. If you were to encounter one of those gentle, harmless soul beasts, and she were all alone, what would you do? As she posed this question, A Yin's heart brimmed with anticipation. Qian Yunxiao recognized that Yin had placed herself within the scenario, providing the correct answer would yield significant points. If encountered, it would be fate. I would care for her diligently, treating her as a pet or akin to family. His response sent A Yin's heart racing. Would she be regarded as a pet in the eyes of her master? What if that soul beast were being hunted by someone powerful, someone beyond your capabilities to confront? My lord, how would you handle such a situation? While A Yin was already quite satisfied with Qian Yunxiao's answer, she still sought more. In response, Qian Yunxiao playfully flicked A Yin's forehead, his expression radiating undeniable dominance. Someone I cannot confront? A Yin, remember this. Your master is the most powerful person in this world. No one can take away those I protect from my hands. If anyone dares to harm you, even a titled Douluo, I will ensure their demise. Qian Yunxiao's sudden shift in demeanor instilled in A Yin a desire to submit. A Yin, you are a sovereign. Even if you merely command the blue silvergrass, you are still a ruler. How can you be so flustered? A Yin encouraged herself while shyly responding, I understand, my lord. You are the best. A Yin could hardly fathom the depth of Qian Yunxiao's regard for her. For her sake, he would even face a titled Douluo without fear. The feeling was beyond her ability to articulate. Observing A Yin demurely ascend the carriage, Qian Yunxiao's lips curled into a slight smile. It was time to execute the next plan. Title: The title Douluo begins. Chapter 5. My Dowry of 5 million. As the second young master of the Spirit Hall, Qian Yunxiao found himself exiled to the remote frontier of Tianshui City. Yet, he was not without protection, for title Douluo was assigned to safeguard him. This was a measure to ensure his safety. Accompanying him was the renowned title Douluo, Qian Junduo, who wielded the spirit of the coiling dragon staff. Currently, at the formidable rank of level 92, Qian Yunxiao intended to leverage Qian Junduo's presence to intimidate A Yin while simultaneously uncovering her true identity. He had no qualms about A Yin's background. Rather, he aimed to dismiss Qian Junduo in order to protect her. In this manner, the enchanting A Yin would be completely ensnared within Qian Yunxiao's grasp. My lord, let us return. I no longer wish to awaken those children's spirits. A Yin expressed, unable to bear the weight of her internal turmoil. This stirred a pang of sympathy within Qian Yunxiao. If she struggled under such pressure, how would she withstand the even greater challenges he might impose in the future? Very well, I shall heed your wishes, he replied gently, being considerate of A Yin's current state. Upon reaching the city gates of Tianshui, Qian Yunxiao sensed that his carriage had been halted. His brows furrowed. After all, his carriage bore the emblem of an angel. Who in Tianshui city would dare impede his path? Lifting the curtain of the carriage, he quickly discerned the reason. Standing before his vehicle was a figure as cold and unyielding as a snow-capped mountain. Yet, this mountain seemed to be melting, with flames flickering her gaze. It was Shui Yulan, emotionally detached, Yandra, misandrist, not against Qian Yunxiao, loyal, highly fertile, 11th beauty of Douluo contemporary. Indeed, the barrier to Qian Yunxiao's advance was the formidable Shui Yulan, mother of Shui Bing. At merely 25 years of age, she held the rank of Soul King at level 51 and served as the vice principal of Tianshui Academy, where her mother was the current principal. Their paths had crossed when Shui Yulan was preparing for her 5th spirit ring, seeking a 10,000-year-old spirit beast, the Ice Crystal Emperor Scorpion. When mother and daughter found themselves in peril, targeted by a 6,000-year-old Ice Crystal Emperor Scorpion, it was Qian Yunxiao who intervened, driving the creature away and saving them from a life-threatening crisis. To Qian Yunxiao's surprise, Shui Yulan was among the esteemed beauties of this generation, ranking 11th on the list. Unfortunately, it was generally acknowledged that the top 3 beauties held a different echelon compared to those ranked lower. Dear Yulan, might I inquire what brings you here? Qian Yunxiao's demeanor was notably humble, his smile unwavering. Shui Yulan, icy and unyielding, retorted Qian Yunxiao, I have awaited your arrival for 2 months at home. When do you intend to marry me? Indeed, upon learning of Qian Yunxiao's intention to court her, Shui Yulan had been overwhelmed with excitement. Despite her aversion to men, she found it impossible to harbor any disdain towards him. After all, upon realizing that Qian Yunxiao wished to marry her, the now adult Shui Yulan had even found herself giddily jumping on her bed, concealing her face with a pillow like a child. However, after waiting for 3 months, Qian Yunxiao had yet to appear. Upon inquiring, she discovered that he had been growing close to another woman. In that moment, Shui Yulan realized she had been eclipsed. As a most beautiful woman in Tianshui city, how could she tolerate such indignity? She was determined to discover the identity of the enchanting creature who dared to compete for her man. Upon hearing Shui Yulan's words, A Yin felt an inexplicable pang of pain in her heart. It was true. How could such an exceptional lord like Qian Yunxiao remain unmarried? Qian Yunxiao felt a sense of urgency, fearing that Shui Yulan might disrupt his plans. He hastily exclaimed, Sister Yulan, you must be mistaken. I have never declared my intention to marry you. You must not feel obligated to reciprocate my earlier assistance. While explaining to Shui Yulan, he simultaneously sought to reassure A Yin. Upon hearing his words, A Yin's heart soared with hope. So, the Lord was still single. How delightful. Shui Yulan longed to mention that Yang Lang, the deputy lord, had already prepared the betrothal gifts. Yet, she refrained, lifting the carriage curtain to reveal A Yin within. In an instant, Shui Yulan's imposing demeanor diminished, for she recognized her own limitations. A Yin was indeed more exceptional than she. No wonder Qian Yunxiao found himself enchanted by her. Were she a man, even she would be captivated by this little temptress. This was A Yin's first encounter with another of her lord's suitors. Feeling anxious, she cast a fleeting glance at Shui Yulan, only to feel a surge of pride within her. This woman appeared to hail from a wealthy family. Yet what did wealth matter if she lacked A Yin's beauty? My lord, my family has prepared a dowry of 5 million gold soul coins. I truly care for you, A Yin declared. Perhaps she is only with you for your wealth, but I can offer you much more. Driven by a woman's jealousy, Shui Yulan blurted out, based on her appearance, it is evident that she cannot belong to a prominent family. The Shui family is among the great clans, second only to the 7 sects and the 2 imperial families. I am well aware that there is no figure like A Yin among those powers. A Yin yearned to rise and counter the accusation. How could anyone assume she was with her lord for his wealth? She was not that kind of woman. No, she was not even with him yet. Qian Yunxiao was pleased with A Yin's misunderstanding and addressed Shui Yulan, Sister Yulan, A Yin is not that kind of girl. She is the purest and most innocent maiden I have ever encountered. Please refrain from speaking ill of her, lest I become displeased. Qian Yunxiao's tone remained gentle towards Shui Yulan, aware of her status as a 4-star beauty card and the 11th beauty of Douluo. He understood that, with his family background, he must take care to collect such esteemed individuals. However, A Yin, with her 5-star card and status as the second beauty, held precedence over Shui Yulan's 4-star ranking. In a brief moment, A Yin felt a rush of sweetness envelop her heart. So, in her lord's eyes, she was truly so remarkable. You will come to regret this. Shui Yulan thought to herself. What could she do? Act petulantly before Qian Yunxiao? His status would not permit such behavior. Moreover, as a refined lady, she could not resort to such antics. Consoling herself, she resolved that Qian Yunxiao's indifference today would not last forever. She would ensure he regretted his actions. A Yin, I hope I haven't frightened you, Qian Yunxiao said apologetically as he returned to the carriage after Shui Yuan departed. A Yin shook her head, then posed an introspective question. I am fine, my lord. That lady seems quite exceptional. Why do you not accept her? Chapter 6. The Performance of Qian Douluo. A Yin enters the trap in a Yin's tone. Qian Yunxiao detected a hint of jealousy. Excellent. This is indeed a very promising sign. She is merely regarded as my sister. My heart is already captivated by another, a person whom I deem the most beautiful and pure in this world. However, she remains unaware of my affections, and certainly I shall strive to make my feelings known. As Qian Yunxiao uttered these words, he did not cast a glance at A Yin, giving her the impression that he was too shy to look her in the eye. For that person he spoke of was none other than herself. Little did A Yin know, Qian Yunxiao averted his gaze out of concern that he might inadvertently reveal his amusement. Only the praises he bestowed upon A Yin were genuine. The rest was mere fabrication. A Yin's mind was in turmoil. This was the most nerve-wracking moment she had ever encountered. What should she do? Should she accept the Lord of the Hall and encourage him to be brave? No, she was a spirit beast. How could she possibly engage with a human? To refuse? A Yin found herself unable to voice such words. In this state of confusion, Qian Yunxiao escorted A Yin back home, not to the hotel, but to a courtyard he had intentionally arranged for her. At this moment, A Yin's face remained flushed, a tender rosy hue that nearly made Qian Yunxiao salivate. A Yin, I shall take my leave now. We shall meet again tomorrow. Qian Yunxiao's plan was already set in motion. Once he departed, Qian Douluo would strike, capturing A Yin under the guise of an elder of the Housework sect. Just when A Yin found herself in despair, Qian Yunxiao would make his appearance. Using his spirit sage powers to repel the Qian Douluo, a titled Douluo. At that moment, Qian Yunxiao must perform splendidly. A Yin longed to invite Qian Yunxiao in for a cup of tea, but he had already stepped 10 meters away, leaving her unable to utter another word. Watching him depart with a heavy heart, she resolved that come dawn, she would rise early to prepare a bowl of noodles for her Lord of the Hall. In her room, A Yin began to wrestle with her thoughts. How dare these monsters come to the human world to wreak havoc? Do they think our kind is defenseless? Today, the Housework sect shall eradicate this menace. After an hour of dazed contemplation, the door to the courtyard was suddenly burst open by Qian Douluo. A Yin snapped back to reality, startled by the intrusion of this titled Douluo, her body going weak with fear. Why was there a titled Douluo here? This shouldn't be happening. It was over for her. Even in her 10,000-year form, she could not contend with this titled Douluo. Her combat prowess was minimal, ranking among the weakest of spirit beasts, vying for the last place alongside the soft-boned rabbit. Come with me back to the Housework sect. Qian Douluo was no stranger to A Yin. In fact, after Qian Yunxiao had interacted with A Yin for 3 days, Qian Douluo had already discovered the existence of this 10,000-year spirit beast in human form. However, Qian Yunxiao had interrupted his thoughts. Once Qian Yunxiao outlined his plan, Qian Douluo was eager to cooperate. He was right. The spirit hall currently lacked individuals capable of refining a 10,000-year spirit ring. Better to nurture this foolish spirit beast and dispose of her when the time came. Today would be the day to reel her in. Dealing with a mere 54th level spirit king was a trivial task for Qian Douluo. He need not even employ his martial soul. The mere suppression of his spirit power rendered Yin incapable of any resistance. Cease your actions. Just as despair engulfed A Yin, Qian Yunxiao's voice, like the radiant light emanating from an angelic martial soul, resounded in her ears, rekindling her hope. Her Lord of the Hall had arrived. Did this mean she was safe now? Your Highness of the Yin sect, what is the meaning of this? Why do you trespass into the estate of my third elder without cause? If you cannot furnish me with a satisfactory explanation today, I shall not relent simply because you hold the title of a titled Douluo. Qian Yunxiao maintained his composure, his expression devoid of any softness, stern and serious. Qian Douluo, a seasoned veteran, began to engage with Qian Yunxiao, his voice resonating powerfully. Your Highness, this individual is transformed from a 10,000-year spirit beast. Do not let her deceive you. Upon hearing this, Qian Yunxiao turned with alarm to glance at A Yin, who was now curled up, her hands wrapped around her body, at a loss for words. It was over. Qian Yunxiao recognized her identity. What should she do now? Even if she were a spirit beast, so what? She was inherently kind and had never harmed anyone. Furthermore, she had already transformed into human form. She was one of them. Your Highness of the Yin sect, you must not be so narrow-minded. Leave at once. In her moment of confusion, A Yin looked at Qian Yunxiao with yearning as his comforting words filled her with hope. Her Lord of the Hall was indeed a man of his word. I regret to inform you, Your Highness, that this is my prey. Our esteemed elder of the Yin sect is in dire need of a 10,000-year spirit ring to ascend to the realm of a titled Douluo. I shall claim this spirit beast. With that declaration, Qian Yunxiao made his move to seize A Yin. A Yin etched the name of the Yin sect into her memory, harboring an intense disdain for this sect that would stop at nothing for the sake of a 10,000-year spirit ring. As Qian Douluo advanced a step, Qian Yunxiao's weapon, the angelic sacred sword, was thrust directly before him. This act warmed A Yin's heart. If you dare take another step, I shall bring ruin upon the Yin sect. This was the most audacious proclamation Qian Yunxiao had made in 30 years. You may be a titled Douluo, and I may not be able to stop you today, but in the future, I can ensure that the entire Yin sect pays the price for A Yin. You may test my resolve. In A Yin's eyes, Qian Yunxiao had become the person who treated her with unparalleled kindness. Your Highness, do you truly wish to confront the Yin sect for the sake of this spirit beast? Qian Yunxiao wondered if Qian Yunxiao was perhaps too immersed in his role. His performance was so convincing it felt almost real. However, his lines were nearly exhausted, and it was time for him to depart. A Yin is now human, and she will remain so. She is not a spirit beast. This statement struck a chord deep within A Yin's heart. Reluctantly, Qian Douluo nodded, his frustration boiling over. Very well. Soon the news of the second prince of the Spirit Hall consorting with a spirit beast will spread across the entire Douluo continent. At that time, I shall see if you still enjoy such glory. With that, Qian Douluo made a swift exit. As the titled Douluo departed, A Yin felt an immense wave of relief wash over her. Qian Yunxiao rushed to her side, grasping her arms with concern. A Yin, that brute did not harm you, did he? Tears welled in the corners of A Yin's eyes as she smiled through them. My lord, I am fine. Thank you, my lord. Without you, I might have. A Yin could not finish her thought. Without Qian Yunxiao, she might have become a spirit ring. Every day at 3, onward. Chapter 7. A Yin agrees to marry. I told you. I will protect you. At this moment, Qian Yunxiao's tone was particularly resolute. A Yin whispered, I am a soul beast. Being near me will bring you harm. She recalled the threat made by the Titan Douluo when he had just departed. A Yin dared not imagine the kind of harm that would befall Qian Yunxiao if news of their relationship as a soul beast spread. Qian Yunxiao treated her with such kindness that A Yin felt she could no longer stay by her side. The journey ahead would be one of wandering and solitude. She would never forget the days spent with Qian Yunxiao. Do not worry, for the mere Yin sect does not frighten me. For you, I would not hesitate to oppose the entire Douluo continent. Qian Yunxiao felt a blush rise at her own words, which seemed to make her face redden with embarrassment. Yet, A Yin, in her current state, found herself rather enamored with such declarations. Observing Qian Yunxiao's infatuated expression, she remained blissfully unaware that Qian Yunxiao was merely captivated by her physical form. However, prolonged desire often ignites sparks that blossom into deeper affection. Will you be my wife? A Yin, Qian Yunxiao asked, producing a ring that she had prepared. Though not particularly extravagant, it served to demonstrate that her intentions were not dependent on her family's wealth. Of course, Qian Yunxiao could not present something of inferior quality. This ring was among the finest in Tianshui City, valued at 190,000 gold soul coins. And it also functioned as a decent soul guide. To avoid any prolonged delays or granting Tang Hao an opportunity, Qian Yunxiao resolved to act swiftly. Master, A Yin felt a surge of conflict, unsure whether to accept. Refusal? She found that impossible. Acceptance? It felt too hasty. Yet, considering that she had spent 3 months with Qian Yunxiao, that duration was not insignificant. For a woman like A Yin, who was indecisive, a bold approach was warranted. Qian Yunxiao swiftly adorned A Yin's finger with the ring, leaving no room for her to reconsider. A Yin's delicate hand was irresistible to Qian Yunxiao, who leaned in to plant a gentle kiss upon it. A Yin was not a princess. She was an empress. In this moment, Qian Yunxiao was not merely a master, but a knight. With the ring now on her finger, A Yin understood that she had become Qian Yunxiao's cherished possession. At that moment, as she wore the ring, her heart brimmed with sweetness and joy, affirming her feelings within. "Ah, master, what are you doing?" A Yin exclaimed in surprise as Qian Yunxiao lifted her in a princess carry. Though astonished, her arms instinctively wrapped around Qian Yunxiao's shoulders, gripping tightly. Noticing that they were heading towards her small, blue single bed, A Yin began to comprehend Qian Yunxiao's intentions. Her heartbeat quickened to an extreme. What would that experience entail? She had heard it could be excruciatingly painful. Once Qian Yunxiao set her down, A Yin found herself momentarily speechless and did not resist, even as she felt breathless under Qian Yunxiao's touch. It was only when she sensed that Qian Yunxiao was becoming a bit excessive that she managed to protest. "Master, we are not yet married." Indeed, A Yin had her own standards. Before marriage, she would never consent to certain actions. Qian Yunxiao understood he must respect A Yin's wishes. Otherwise, he would be no different from that beast, Tang Xuanji. "A Yin, when will you marry me? Tomorrow?" Qian Yunxiao inquired, gently stroking her silky blue hair. Suddenly halting, A Yin felt a twinge of disappointment, leaving her bewildered about her own feelings. Nevertheless, she shook her head. "Tomorrow seems too soon." "What about the day after tomorrow?" Qian Yunxiao suggested. A Yin's head was spinning. The day after tomorrow felt far too soon. After 2 consecutive refusals, Qian Yunxiao's mood darkened, yet he concealed it. Contemplating A Yin's perspective. "You're the most beautiful woman in the world, A Yin. Your wedding should be splendid, the grandest in the Douluo continent, worthy of you. Thus, we must prepare adequately." A Yin, shy and timid, could not envision hosting such a grand celebration. Qian Yunxiao's words were merely a setup for what was to follow. Imagining herself marrying Qian Yunxiao before thousands, perhaps even millions, made her feel weak at the knees. No need for such extravagance. A simple ceremony between just the 2 of us would suffice, as long as your heart is in it, master. A Yin shook her head repeatedly, rejecting Qian Yunxiao's proposal. This was entirely within Qian Yunxiao's expectations. After all, as a soul beast, A Yin's understanding of love lacked the ceremonious nature of humanity. She was still grappling with acceptance. But there was no rush. They would take their time. Qian Yunxiao was determined to nurture A Yin into a confident empress in public and a gentle queen in private. "Don't be modest, A Yin. You deserve the most beautiful wedding. Do not deny your worth. You are the most enchanting woman." Qian Yunxiao's heart was filled with joy, though he feigned acceptance of A Yin's reluctance. A Yin candidly replied, "Master, I prefer a quiet life, not too ostentatious. Besides, as a soul beast, I feel unworthy of you. I would be content merely to accompany you in silence." At this point, A Yin felt a pang of sorrow. Why was she a soul beast? Why had she encountered someone as exceptional as Qian Yunxiao? Unbeknownst to her, it was precisely her dual nature as both a soul beast and a human that thrilled Qian Yunxiao. In the realm of Douluo, beings like her were the most cherished. "Then let us wed in 3 days. Tomorrow, we shall choose your wedding gown. The day after, we will select the venue. On the 3rd day, it'll be just right. What do you say, A Yin? I can hardly wait to be with you." Qian Yunxiao, at that moment, displayed his true colors. A Yin, seeing the anticipation in his eyes, ultimately chose not to disappoint him and nodded in agreement. "Splendid." Qian Yunxiao embraced A Yin, whispering sweet nothings until midnight, when he finally let her retire and took his leave. Alas, A Yin's single bed was far too cramped, being merely a twin. After Qian Yunxiao departed, A Yin found herself loathing that small bed. Perhaps it was due to the impending arrival of their child, but Qian Yunxiao walked with a certain buoyancy. Second Prince. Shortly after leaving A Yin's quaint estate, the Titan Douluo appeared mysteriously behind him. Chapter 8. the enchantingly adorned A Yin, uniquely beautiful for one. Elder Qianjun, you performed admirably. Upon witnessing the formidable Douluo, Qian Yunxiao offered words of encouragement. Douluo replied softly, "It is my duty, your highness. However, I wonder when you shall eliminate that woman to obtain the soul bone and soul ring?" Qian Yunxiao furrowed his brow, responding, "What did I ever express the desire to slay Yin? She shall be my wife in the future, Elder Qianjun. Such thoughts must not linger in your mind." This declaration nearly caused Douluo to lose his grip on the Panlong staff. Was he hearing correctly? Qian Yunxiao referred to that enchanting creature as his wife. "Your Highness, do not allow the allure of that enchantress to cloud your judgment. She is a soul beast, 100,000-year soul beast. Do you not desire the power of 100,000-year soul ring? With her, you could even have a chance to defeat the crown prince." In a moment of distraction, Douluo cast a glance at A Yin. Indeed, she possessed an exquisite beauty, delicate enough to evoke protection, yet capable of violence. Within the entire Spirit Hall, perhaps only the current Pope student, the Spirit Hall's Saint Bibi Dong, could be compared to her. Yet, this does not alter the undeniable fact that she is a soul beast. How could Qian Yunxiao entertain such thoughts? He earnestly admonished Qian Yunxiao, urging him not to lose his ambition for the sake of an enchantress. "I've already told you, she is human and a fertile beauty. It is destined that she is my wife. Elder Qianjun, please refrain from intervening in this matter, and do not speak of it to my father or others. You shall not lack for my gratitude." Qian Yunxiao made an unyielding decision that left Douluo at a loss for words. Could he truly be contemplating bribery? In response, Douluo shook his head. "Your Highness, you are not the only one under watch here. Even if I wished to conceal certain matters, I could not." His words were indeed truthful. That vile Qian Xuanji would never allow Qian Yunxiao to live in peace. Surely, there were spies sent by Qian Xuanji monitoring him. "Then I must ask you to keep A Yin's identity as a soul beast a secret. Can you manage that? Once A Yin is with child, I shall take her back to the Spirit Hall." Qian Yunxiao was determined to eliminate Qian Xuanji. He could not be left alive. However, Qian Xuanji, now a level 85 soul duo, possessed strength surpassing Qian Yunxiao. To defeat him, Qian Yunxiao would need to rely on his own system of fortune. Once he had A Yin and their child, he was confident he could easily crush the insignificant Qian Xuanji. Very well. After a moment of silence, Douluo consented. As long as he remained silent, no one in Tianshui City would know A Yin's true nature. The principal of Tianshui Academy, Shui Yolan's mother, Shui Ningxin, was merely a level 76 soul sage and would not discern A Yin's secrets. This assured Qian Yunxiao completely. Once he married A Yin, a woman of no significant background, the news should reach Qian Xuanji's ears without concern. The following day, Qian Yunxiao arrived early at A Yin's chamber. Today, A Yin adorned herself with exquisite care. Clad in a gown of silk and adorned with silver boots, her graceful figure and delicate legs were splendidly displayed. A Yin was a modest woman, her long-sleeved gown covering all but her calves. Qian Yunxiao appreciated such modest beauty. It was preferable for her to be reserved in public. Moreover, educating such a woman step by step to achieve a complete transformation would bring him immense satisfaction. It was A Yin's first attempt at applying makeup. Qian Yunxiao extended his hand elegantly. A Yin, recalling her promise to marry him, felt that holding hands was a natural gesture. A Yin, you truly do not need makeup. Your beauty is unparalleled, and no cosmetics can enhance your skin. As they stepped out of the courtyard, Qian Yunxiao spoke with affection. To be honest, A Yin felt a tinge of disappointment. While Qian Yunxiao's words flattered her, she had spent 2 hours preparing this look. Being inexperienced with makeup, she had made numerous mistakes. What she desired was Qian Yunxiao's acknowledgement of her efforts rather than praise for her beauty. Oh, A Yin pouted at this. How could Qian Yunxiao not understand her thoughts? He quickly added, "However, today you have revealed another facet of your beauty. I'm delighted by your efforts for me. Tell me honestly, how long did you prepare for this occasion?" Qian Yunxiao sought to create a wave of emotions. First, allowing A Yin to feel a hint of disappointment before surprising her with joy. Oh, it was merely half an hour. At this moment, Qian Yunxiao struck a chord in A Yin's heart, making her feel even sweeter, leading her to tell a small lie. Qian Yunxiao referred to himself as her husband, and A Yin did not reject the notion. Rather, she felt immense joy and sweetness. I hope on our wedding day, you will dress like this once more. Seeing his subtle manipulation bear fruit, Qian Yunxiao felt a sense of triumph. If he could not handle such pure-hearted A Yin, what would become of him? Why? A Yin gazed at Qian Yunxiao, puzzled. Just moments ago, he had advised her against makeup. How had he suddenly begun to appreciate it? She had no objections. For Qian Yunxiao's sake, A Yin was willing to wake up half an hour earlier every morning to prepare herself, waiting for him to see her at her best, only to remove her makeup after he fell asleep. For the one she loved, A Yin was willing to make sacrifices. I wish to disrupt your makeup that night. Qian Yunxiao envisioned the evening of their wedding, imagining A Yin with disheveled hair and smeared lipstick, tears glistening in her eyes. Master, you scoundrel. A Yin could never have anticipated Qian Yunxiao's intentions, finding him utterly wicked. The usually serious master had transformed into such a rogue. Yet, inexplicably, although she had always despised scoundrels, especially those with lewd intentions, A Yin found herself not only untroubled by Qian Yunxiao's antics, but also anticipating such a scene, feeling a deeper sense of intimacy with him. Come, A Yin, I will take you to design your wedding gown. I shall ensure you become the most beautiful woman in the world. Even the goddesses of the divine realm will feel inferior in your presence. Such a remarkable woman was truly a delight to toy with. To be candid, Qian Yunxiao was like a hound. He did not require others to evaluate him. He would assess himself. Upon seeing A Yin today, he could hardly contain himself. Ultimately, he decided to save this exquisite delight for the best day. A Yin nodded, quietly leaning against Qian Yunxiao as they walked through the bustling streets, feeling the gaze of nearly everyone upon them. From the youngest of 6 to the oldest of 90, all eyes were irresistibly drawn to her. A Yin began to feel a twinge of fear, questioning whether her beauty should be displayed so openly. Fear not. Just as A Yin felt a surge of anxiety, a single encouraging phrase from Qian Yunxiao alleviated her worries. At that moment, Qian Yunxiao retrieved a blue blanket from his soul guide and wrapped it around A Yin. In truth, A Yin was not revealing much. It was simply that her beauty was overwhelming. For those who beheld her, even a mere glance at her figure felt like a fortune earned over lifetimes. She was his personal treasure. Chapter 9. A Yin's wedding dress and Qian Yunxiao's flaws. Qian Yunxiao had arrived at the most opulent clothing store in Tianshui City, Ice and Snow Romance. Here, the attendants were exquisite beauties, all of whom were at least soul master level, providing unparalleled service even to those without soul power yet possessing wealth. Upon her arrival, A Yin undoubtedly became the most radiant woman in the room, akin to a snow fairy emerging from a realm of ice and snow, leaving the men in a stupor and the women envious. Yulan, I almost forgot this is your family's establishment. Please assist A Yin in selecting the most perfect wedding dress. We are to be wed the day after tomorrow, and you must come. Qian Yunxiao was genuinely surprised to encounter Shui Yulan here. The Shui family was a prominent clan in Tianshui City, much like the Tang sect in the territory of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. They were local overlords, controlling many lucrative industries, including ice and snow romance, which was owned by the Shui family. Upon hearing Qian Yunxiao's words, Shui Yulan's mind nearly exploded with astonishment. Qian Yunxiao and A Yin were to marry so soon, the day after tomorrow? How could she have been completely uninformed? A Yin, too, was taken aback by the presence of her half-rival. However, once Qian Yunxiao openly declared their impending nuptials, A Yin felt no animosity and was genuinely happy. The Lord of the Hall was indeed a devoted man, willing to sever ties with past acquaintances for her sake. Seeing A Yin's sweet smile made Shui Yulan wish to slap her, consumed by jealousy. Congratulations, but as the second prince of the Spear Hall, why has there been no news of your wedding? Shui Yulan felt utterly defeated, yet she maintained a fade of strength. A Yin prefers a wedding that is low-key and not overly ostentatious. You are my sister, and your presence is certainly welcome. What do you think, A Yin? Qian Yunxiao spoke nonchalantly, once again grasping A Yin's hand, seeking her opinion. I will defer to your wishes. A Yin displayed a demeanor of harmonious submission, inciting further frustration in Shui Yulan. Yulan, do you have any exquisite wedding dresses suitable for A Yin, who will soon be my sister-in-law? Qian Yunxiao continued, pressing Shui Yulan for assistance. Suppressing her bitterness, Shui Yulan pointed to the most exquisite dress made from the finest fur of the eternal spirit beast, the ice jade fox. What do you think of this one? Naturally, Qian Yunxiao had a fondness for fox fur, which, once treated, bore no unpleasant odor, especially since the ice fox itself was odorless. However, noticing A Yin's unfavorable expression, Qian Yunxiao compassionately inquired, "Is A Yin allergic to this type of soul beast fur? Are there alternatives?" His words brought relief to A Yin, as she could never wear the fur of carnivorous animals. Just the thought sent shivers down her spine. Observing Qian Yunxiao's thoughtfulness and sensitivity, Shui Yulan felt genuine regret. Had she acted more boldly, perhaps she could have been the one standing here today. If you desire a different style, we have a gown crafted from over 1,000 years of blue silvergrass, combined with various 1,000-year-old plant-type soul beasts, called a rainbow heart. Qian Yunxiao initially thought Shui Yulan was merely adding salt to A Yin's wounds, but he noticed A Yin's expression remained unperturbed. He began to comprehend that A Yin also harbored insecurities, feeling inferior because she was of the blue silvergrass, the most rudimentary soul beast on Douluo continent. Perhaps in A Yin's eyes, a wedding dress made from blue silvergrass represented a significant achievement. A Yin, what do you think? Since A Yin did not object, Qian Yunxiao found the blue skirt quite appealing. In truth, he was eager to see A Yin don a gown made entirely of blue silvergrass. He envisioned a future where she not only wore it, but crafted it herself. "I think it's wonderful." A Yin genuinely felt the dress was beautiful. "Shall we try it on?" Qian Yunxiao proposed eagerly. A Yin nodded in agreement under Qian Yunxiao's expectant gaze. Shui Yulan summoned someone to bring the wedding attire before A Yin. "A Yin, would you like me to assist you in changing?" Qian Yunxiao suddenly asked. A Yin's ears turned crimson as she dashed into the changing room, locking the door tightly, and shyly exclaimed, "No way. You want to help me try on dresses?" "Absolutely not." After A Yin left, Qian Yunxiao turned his attention to Shui Yulan. For some reason, she felt an intense aura of aggression emanating from him. "Yulan, I believe that wedding dress would suit you splendidly." Qian Yunxiao picked up the gown, made from the ice jade fox fur that Shui Yulan had initially suggested, holding it up for her to see. Shui Yulan felt a mix of joy and coldness as she replied, "Oh, who do you intend for me to wear it for?" "Naturally, for me. Do you wish to wear it for another man?" Qian Yunxiao responded directly. Shui Yulan wanted to wear it for Qian Yunxiao, but alas, she admired his audacity. "If you cast that vixen aside, I shall wear it for you." This was her final demand. With a sigh, Qian Yunxiao replied, "Yulan, do you still not grasp my meaning?" He then waved the wedding dress made from fox fur. "You." Shui Yulan suddenly understood. In Douluo continent, certain professions existed. She was aware of this. Yet how could she, a dignified daughter of the Shui family, endure such humiliation? She felt deeply insulted by Qian Yunxiao's words. Tears nearly brimmed in Shui Yulan's eyes. How could she have imagined that she was perceived as such a woman in Qian Yunxiao's eyes? Qian Yunxiao placed the wedding dress neatly and approached Shui Yulan, wiping away the tears pooling in her eyes. Beautiful tears were not clean, merely bodily secretions. Yet Qian Yunxiao relished them, confident in his strength and unaffected by their impact. "What are you doing?" Shui Yulan pushed him away, her heart racing uncontrollably. She never anticipated that she would fall prey to Qian Yunxiao so easily. "I will provide you with a perfect explanation. Yulan, trust me, will you?" Qian Yunxiao was a man with a penchant for collecting. Or perhaps, in the world of Douluo continent, it was rare to find anyone who did not share such an obsession. As the saying goes, "I want it all." Previously, when he lacked power, Qian Yunxiao feared the blade. But now, he merely thought that his own sword was not sharp enough. "Bastard." Shui Yulan was at a loss for words. Yet Qian Yunxiao pulled her into his embrace. She was acutely aware that Qian Yunxiao was a shameless rogue. On the eve of their wedding, his fiancée was still trying on dresses in the fitting room while he was outside, flirting with her. He was nothing short of scoundrel. Yet, why could she not resist? Was it because, 6 months prior, he had descended from the heavens to rescue her from the jaws of the ice crystal emperor scorpion, cradling her in his arms at that fateful moment? That instant altered the course of her life forever. Chapter 10. A Yin, toyed with by Qian Yunxiao. A Yin. This outfit is simply tailored for you. You are like a dream goddess emerging from the depths of a cerulean dream. When A Yin stepped out, it was already 10 minutes later. The two outside could not discern any issues. Observing her demeanor, one would expect a proud and confident empress, yet she appeared shy, akin to a neighborly little sister, utterly captivating Qian Yunxiao, who found himself entranced. A Yin had already admired herself in the mirror inside, and felt quite pleased. In response to Qian Yunxiao's compliments, she secretly reveled in the praise. Yulan, I'll trouble you to measure Yin's figure and strive to have the dress ready by tomorrow. That should be no problem, right? In Douluo continent, most tailors were associated with martial souls and scissors. Such individuals excelled in the tailoring profession, showcasing remarkable skills. 2 days was ample time. Qian Yunxiao, aren't you going to select an outfit for yourself? You're the groom, after all. Perhaps due to Qian Yunxiao's enlightening words, Shui Yulan seemed to have gained some clarity, her tone oddly sweetened, devoid of sarcasm. Yin also chimed in, indeed, master, you should also choose a wedding garment. Qian Yunxiao felt a shiver at Shui Yulan's words. To be honest, although he had just lectured Shui Yulan, he still harbored some concerns. Should Shui Yulan confide in A Yin, the latter would only perceive it as a fabricated tale to win his affection. Nevertheless, Qian Yunxiao desired to maintain stability with both women. Fortunately, Shui Yulan was relatively obedient. A Yin, I entrust you with the selection. Qian Yunxiao handed the decision over to A Yin, who accepted without hesitation. He meticulously chose an ensemble for her. As Qian Yunxiao's fiancé, A Yin was expected to select well for him. Had this been earlier, witnessing the tender exchange between Qian Yunxiao and A Yin would have undoubtedly made Shui Yulan feel a pang of jealousy. But now, she was eager to join in Qian Yunxiao's scheme, delighting in the prospect of toying with A Yin, perhaps even breaking this enchanting creature. Thus, she grew increasingly anticipatory. When A Yin chose a red wedding dress, Shui Yulan planned to borrow it for herself when A Yin was absent or perhaps create a matching one. Indeed, there were numerous schemes to consider. A Yin ultimately selected a vibrant red gown. In Douluo continent, weddings did not necessarily adhere to the color red. A Yin simply felt that red complemented blue beautifully. After all, red and blue harmonized splendidly. Moreover, Qian Yunxiao typically donned white and yellow, making a red ensemble present an entirely different allure. Qian Yunxiao, much like his attire, presented a facade of a righteous and sophisticated gentleman. Yet beneath lay a rather unsightly ambition. The total for both garments was 180,000 gold soul coins, with A Yin's selection costing 99,000 and his at 90,000. Sister-in-law, I've rounded down for you. Isn't that generous? After A Yin selected the wedding attire, Shui Yulan remarked, the combined cost of the 2 wedding dresses was merely 11,000 gold soul coins. In Tianshui City, there were no wedding dresses worth 1 million. Even if there were, no one could afford them, and those who could afford them would hardly desire them. She was not extorting Qian Yunxiao. Rather, she was assisting him. After all, spending 1 million gold soul coins on a woman would surely win hearts. Such an expense? A Yin gasped as she heard the figure, but quickly fell silent, not wishing to embarrass Qian Yunxiao. He was the exalted lord, and she could not afford to appear as a naive villager, lowering his stature. Naturally, Yin did not wish to squander Qian Yunxiao's wealth. She merely tugged his hand, signaling him to refrain from such excess. She was inherently frugal. A few tens of thousands of gold soul coins were tolerable, but over 100,000 was beyond her comfort. Though she was the blue-silver emperor, the entirety of the blue-silver forest, aside from her, was worth less than 1 million gold soul coins. Rest assured, it's merely a trifle. For you, it is nothing. Qian Yunxiao smiled softly, exuding confidence and affection for A Yin. This left A Yin speechless, filled only with joy and sweetness. Qian Yunxiao did not make the payment immediately, simply stating he would collect the funds from the spear hall later. Master, this is far too extravagant, A Yin softly queried after leaving the ice and snow romance. She dared not imagine what it felt like to wear 1 million gold soul coins. To this, Qian Yunxiao merely smiled. Fear not, you are priceless to me. All my earnings are meant for you. Until you become my wife, these funds are not yours to manage. Once you are truly my wife, then you may oversee my expenditures, all right? Such sweet talk was easy for anyone to utter. A mere several tens of thousands of gold soul coins for a treasure like A Yin was something no man in the world could refuse. A Yin, however, was still too young, entirely unaware of the depths of this world, nor the treacherous waters within Qian Yunxiao's heart. His words made her feel as though she were being cherished to the heavens, envisioning her future role as a caretaker. Unbeknownst to her, should she truly manage Qian Yunxiao's expenses, she would be met with a harsh reality. A Yin, Where would you like our wedding chamber to be? After leaving ice and snow romance, Qian Yunxiao gently grasped Yin's delicate hands and shoulders, nearly enveloping her in his embrace. He genuinely did not wish to let this beauty slip away from his grasp. A Yin, somewhat puzzled, replied, "Shouldn't it be in your home, master?" "Yes. In a Yin's view, such matters ought to take place at home, should they not?" Qian Yunxiao responded with a smile. "My home? That would be the Spirit Hall in Spirit City, not the City of Water. One day, I shall return to Spirit City and claim my rightful place there." "Oh, I shall heed your arrangements, esteemed lord," he added. At this moment, A Yin remained silent, appearing particularly docile. "What about up there?" Qian Yunxiao gestured towards the highest point in the City of Water. It was a hotel, the most extravagant establishment in the city, known as the Crystal Palace of Ice and Snow, and also the property of the Shui family. From that vantage point, one could overlook the entire City of Water. Qian Yunxiao envisioned standing on the highest balcony, conquering both the city and its most beautiful woman. He imagined A Yin leaning against the window while he stood behind her, surveying the landscape and showcasing his prowess, all the while captivating the fairest maiden. The thought alone was irresistibly alluring. A Yin, aware of the place's nature, whispered, "It's a hotel." She had visited before, but the accommodation fees were exorbitant, rendering it unaffordable for her. "Let us buy it and make it our home. We shall reside in the most luxurious suite at the top," Qian Yunxiao declared, taking A Yin's hand and leading her to the uppermost level of the Crystal Palace. They were now over 60 meters above ground, precisely 66 meters high. Given the current construction capabilities of Douluo continent, such an achievement was remarkable. The building's existence was greatly aided by the City of Water's unique environment, where even a bowl of water thrown against the sandy walls at night would freeze into an ice wall. Utilizing this principle, they crafted this most luxurious paradise. Chapter 11. The selection of the bridal chamber. A day of great joy. This expansive flat covered nearly 200 square meters, equipped with every conceivable amenity. However, a single night's stay cost a staggering 666 gold soul coins, a price few could afford in the City of Water. Even the laziest of soul saints could scarcely muster a mere 10,000 gold soul coins. The Shui family had constructed this supreme luxury suite, yet it had yet to welcome its first guest, operating at a loss. With Qian Yunxiao's arrival, the inaugural experience of the Crystal Palace would belong to him, with future visits assuredly his as well. Earlier, while purchasing attire at Ice and Snow Romance, Yin had already conferred with Shui Yulan regarding their plans. This entire floor was designated as Qian Yunxiao's personal domain, which he acquired for some of 400,000 gold soul coins, largely because the Shui family was not currently under Shui Yulan's authority. Otherwise, such opulence would have been freely granted to him. On the night of his marriage to A Yin, Shui Yulan would come to congratulate them and stay nearby. "My lord, is this perhaps too extravagant?" Yin expressed her satisfaction with the room, albeit with concern over the expense that might burden Qian Yunxiao. Before she could finish her thought, she caught Qian Yunxiao's gaze upon her. She recalled his earlier words, realizing that as he was not yet her husband, it was inappropriate for her to meddle in his expenditures. "He is doing this for me. I should accept his intentions," she reassured herself, gradually coming to terms with the situation. "My lord, why are there windows everywhere? Wouldn't it be easy for someone outside to see in?" A Yin exclaimed in delight as she explored the room, though she was discontented by the multitude of glass windows surrounding the expansive suite, with only a few stone pillars for support. This made her feel shy, as she worried that her every move might be observed by outsiders. Although there were hardly any soul masters capable of brief flight in the City of Water, Yin still felt apprehensive and uneasy. Qian Yunxiao, having anticipated her shyness, approached the window and opened the door, beckoning her to join him. At present, Yin, being only a soul king, could not fly momentarily. Understanding his intention, she willingly allowed Qian Yunxiao to wrap his arm around her waist while she clung tightly to his right arm, letting him lift her into the sky for a brief flight. As a ground-type soul beast, this was her first experience soaring through the air, making her heart race. In this exhilarating moment, Yin tightened her grip on Qian Yunxiao's hand. "Look, Yin, from inside, we can see the entire City of Water. But from the outside, it is impossible to see in," Qian Yunxiao explained, hoping to reassure her. He even circled around to confirm the glass was one way before returning her inside. To Qian Yunxiao, A Yin was a treasured possession. While he sought excitement, he was not one to indulge in such peculiarities. His treasure was for his eyes alone. A Yin confirmed that one could indeed not see inside. Yet the transparent appearance still made her feel a bit flustered. Though nothing could be seen, she worried about the possibility of a passing bird or person. "My lord, may we change locations?" A Yin shyly requested, wishing to find another place. However, upon seeing the resolute expression on Qian Yunxiao's face, she understood that a change was not an option. In that moment, her shyness and anxiety dissipated with his firm refusal, replaced by a thrilling sensation. This was an unprecedented experience for A Yin, one she had never dared to imagine, and it seemed to be unfolding before her. Even the demure and reserved A Yin felt a burgeoning sense of eagerness. That night, A Yin chose not to return home, but stayed to help Qian Yunxiao prepare their bridal chamber. The room was so vast that she could not finish the task alone. After tiring, Qian Yunxiao suggested they rest here for the night, to experience it in advance, especially since they would soon be married. A Yin agreed. After all, there was little reason to feel anxious now. While she consented, it did not imply she was ready to engage in any intimate activities. Instead, she permitted Qian Yunxiao to perform just one act, a kiss. Having lost her first kiss to him the previous day, she thought another kiss would not matter. Qian Yunxiao, being quite obedient, merely held A Yin close. He too was conserving his energy, preparing for the decisive night that would ensure A Yin's complete submission. Time passed swiftly. On the following day, A Yin and Qian Yunxiao worked together to replace everything in the grand room. Even if it had never been used, it needed to be changed. Jianjun, the Douluo, stood guard at the entrance. Observing the blissful expression on Qian Yunxiao's face, Jianjun pondered, perhaps this is indeed the life the second prince desires. He had watched Qian Yunxiao grow and would not interfere in the struggle for the papacy. At this moment, he silently wished for Qian Yunxiao to achieve his desires. With this thought, Jianjun Douluo arrived at the entrance of the lowest level. As the guardian of Qian Yunxiao, he could not afford to let his guard down on this joyous occasion. To avoid disturbing Qian Yunxiao's battle, he dutifully stationed himself at the bottom. The following evening, Shui Yulan delivered the custom garments for Qian Yunxiao and A Yin. Although Qian Yunxiao had agreed to a simple ceremony with A Yin, it was inevitable that they would make a brief appearance below, with approximately 100 spectators in attendance. A Yin, feeling anxious, reluctantly complied. Given Qian Yunxiao's authority as the hall master, she felt she could not refuse. Finally, the third night arrived. Outside the ice snow crystal palace, the spirit hall had taken over the venue. Aside from a few young girls selected from the Tianshui Academy to join in the festivities, the majority were attendants from the spirit hall, totaling no more than 100. This was a deliberate arrangement by Qian Yunxiao. Those permitted to attend were familiar with A Yin to some extent, ensuring she would not feel overly nervous. It was expected that after a simple ceremonial walk, everything would go smoothly. Unexpectedly, a last-minute incident arose. Does he think our Hao Yin sect cannot afford the VIP suite at this hotel? An enraged voice echoed from outside. Upon hearing the name Hao Yin sect, Yin instinctively felt a twinge of fear. After all, she had narrowly escaped being captured by its members before. To her dismay, this despised sect had appeared once more. Qian Yunxiao, too, was taken aback by the arrival of the Hao Yin sect members. It was not entirely surprising, as Tang Hao and Tang Xiao had been traversing the continent, and it was only natural they would come to Tianshui City. Sensing A Yin's trepidation, Qian Yunxiao grasped her hand in a gesture of reassurance. Currently, the Hao Yin sect was only represented by a titled Law, specifically Tang Hao, who had barely reached the rank of a 95th level super Douluo. As for Tang Chun, he had likely become a madman, rendering him irrelevant. With a titled Douluo by his side, Qian Yunxiao felt no need to regard the Hao Yin sect with any seriousness. He was curious to see who dared to wreak havoc on his territory. Do not be anxious. Let them in, he commanded. Jianjun Douluo could not reveal himself at this moment, especially with A Yin present. A confrontation with the Hao Yin sect could lead to unwanted revelations. Qian Yunxiao planned to confide in A Yin only after they consummated their union. With Jianjun Douluo remaining hidden, Qian Yunxiao was the strongest individual present. When he spoke, the spirit hall attendants complied without hesitation. Soon, two brothers entered, both sole emperors around level 68 or 69, appearing robust, certainly fitting for those who wielded hammers all day. They bore handsome features, yet their charm paled in comparison to Qian Yunxiao's. It was evident they were the Yin sect's famed twins, stepping out to experience the world while residing in a five-star hotel. How delightful! Qian Yunxiao immediately recognized their identities and reflected on the situation. The current pride of the Yin sect sought to explore beyond its confines, ostensibly for training. Yet their true intent was to gauge the strength of other sects while showcasing their own prowess. Having finally produced two talents, they were unlikely to shy away from flaunting their abilities. The wealthy heirs were not accustomed to a life of hardship. They would certainly indulge in lavish feasts while in Tianshui City. The Yin sect had ample resources at its disposal. Upon witnessing the bride today, Tang Xiao and Tang Hao were momentarily taken aback. True to the original tale, they both fell for A Yin at first sight. Alas, A Yin was already destined to be with Qian Yunxiao. Qian Yunxiao scrutinized the profiles of the two brothers. Tang Xiao, steady, timid, filial, weak, understanding, pragmatic. Fifth mightiest human of Douluo continent. Tang Hao, arrogant, overbearing, blindly confident, cuckold. First blacksmith of Douluo continent. Tang Xiao's 4-star ranking was within Qian Yunxiao's expectations, as Qian Douluo also held 4 stars. Only those achieving 5 stars stood a chance of reaching godhood in this realm. However, Tang Hao's designation as cuckold elicited a chuckle from Qian Yunxiao. The title of the continent's foremost blacksmith could not elicit the same amusement. Observing the expressions on the brothers' faces, combined with the negative impressions A Yin had formed from Qian Douluo's earlier remarks, she felt a deep disdain for them. The Yin sect was indeed a cesspool, repugnant in its nature. Ah, so is the Yin sect's twins. Have you come to congratulate me and my beloved on our joyous occasion? Qian Yunxiao greeted them with a smile. Tang Hao, merely level 65, was no match for him, especially with Qian Douluo and Yang Lang, a soul sage, by his side. This was an opportunity for Qian Yunxiao to enjoy himself. Ah, the second prince. I did not expect you to be sent to this remote place and still live so lavishly. I wonder how you managed to claim such a beautiful maiden? The Yin sect had been swelling with pride due to Tang Chun's emergence. Qian Xuanji and Qian Yunxiao were often compared to the Yin sect's twins. Tang Xiao and Tang Hao. Tang Hao held a deep-seated contempt for Qian Xuanji and Qian Yunxiao, particularly for the latter, whom he viewed as a failure. He was confident he would surpass Qian Yunxiao in strength in the future. Seeing Qian Yunxiao wed such a beauty ignited jealousy within him. It seemed a waste for such a lovely maiden to marry Qian Yunxiao. Furthermore, for reasons unknown, witnessing Qian Yunxiao take A Yin as his bride made Tang Hao exceedingly uncomfortable. The Yin hammer felt as if it had grown larger, pressing down on him, causing immense pain. A voice within urged him to seize A Yin from Qian Yunxiao's side. Tang Hao's words provoked Yin's ire, and she retorted angrily. Friend, we honor you as a guest, and my husband has been gracious towards you, but I implore you to refrain from overstepping your bounds. A Yin's fury was palpable upon hearing Tang Hao's mockery of her husband. She and Qian Yunxiao had already exchanged vows and were truly married. Her words left Tang Hao speechless, and he felt a pang of regret. He had assumed A Yin was a victim of Qian Yunxiao's underhanded tactics. Today, he had intended to be the hero who rescued her, but A Yin's declaration forced him to abandon that notion, leaving him to ponder if he had been overly sentimental. No, absolutely not. To belittle something one cannot obtain is the mark of a short-sighted individual. The mere thought of A Yin choosing that scoundrel from the spirit hall is utterly baffling. However, Qian Yunxiao remained unfazed, for he had already devised a plan to deal with Tang Hao. Not now, though. His immediate focus was to nurture his relationship with A Yin. As long as he could encounter her, he would bear any hardship, even in the frigid depths of Tianshui City, without a single complaint. With this notion, the verdict between Qian Yunxiao and Tang Hao was crystal clear, and it was decidedly unfavorable for Tang Hao. He was reduced to a petty, narrow-minded individual, while Qian Yunxiao emerged as a man of profound depth and unwavering devotion. A Yin was further moved by Qian Yunxiao's words. In the future, she envisioned herself growing old alongside him, their love steadfast until death. Tang Hao, realizing the implications, felt a surge of anger. Yet, He understood that as long as Qian Yunxiao was present, Tianshui City was no place for him to act recklessly. Witnessing his brother's humiliation, Tang Xiao could no longer contain himself and interjected, "Your Highness, my brother and I only sought a place to rest. We did not anticipate stumbling upon your joyous occasion. We wish you and your esteemed wife a lifetime of happiness and many offspring. Farewell." Indeed, lingering here felt somewhat embarrassing, and Tang Xiao believed it would be best to leave promptly. However, Qian Yunxiao promptly countered, "My dear nephew, since you are here, please stay at the Ice and Snow Crystal Palace. Yang Lang, prepare accommodations for the 2 young lords in 4-star rooms." The Ice and Snow Crystal Palace only had 1 5-star room, which was Qian Yunxiao's. It was entirely reasonable for the esteemed figures of the Yin clan, Tang Xiao and Tang Hao, to be assigned 4-star accommodations. A Yin was perplexed by Qian Yunxiao's hospitality towards these insufferable individuals. Why was her husband treating them so well? A Yin, being a perceptive woman, understood the importance of maintaining her husband's dignity in public, adhering to his wishes. Unbeknownst to her, she would also need to heed Qian Yunxiao's guidance within their home. "Gentlemen, please," Yang Lang addressed Tang Xiao and Tang Hao. Tang Xiao, more rational, sensed something amiss and contemplated leaving immediately. Yet, Tang Hao, undeterred, was eager to uncover Qian Yunxiao's true intentions. He resolved to confront whatever schemes he had in mind. Tang Xiao found himself powerless in this situation. Thus, the minor incident was resolved by Qian Yunxiao. Next came the moment Qian Yunxiao entered the bridal chamber. He escorted A Yin to their room, preparing her on the wedding bed. "A Yin, wait for me here for just a moment while I attend to a small matter at the door. Be a dear and wait for me," he instructed. To preserve the ambience, Qian Yunxiao felt the need to plan meticulously. A Yin was currently overwhelmed with nervous anticipation, having envisioned what awaited her. She hoped Qian Yunxiao would be gentle, yet she also wished for a certain fierceness. 3 days had not been sufficient for her to prepare. Nevertheless, she expressed her willingness to do anything for him. In a daze, A Yin nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Qian Yunxiao signaled to Douluo and Yang Lang to be diligent. They were to guard the 11th floor, where Tang Hao and his brother resided, while Qian Yunxiao remained on the 13th. Douluo, tasked with protecting Qian Yunxiao, had no objections, and Yang Lang, being his loyal subordinate, was equally compliant. Once arrangements were made, Qian Yunxiao closed the door. Gazing at the beautiful woman sitting obediently on the edge of the bed, Qian Yunxiao grinned slyly and strode over. Tonight, he no longer needed to feign innocence. After masquerading as a gentle lamb for over 3 months, it was time to reveal his true, wolfish nature. In less than half a minute, he returned after resolving his affairs. "Wife, won't you help your husband remove his clothing?" Qian Yunxiao called out to A Yin, who sat restlessly by the window. The evening stretched ahead, granting him ample time to savor the moment. A Yin had never undressed another man before, yet she acquiesced to Qian Yunxiao's request, recognizing it as part of her duties as his wife. Approaching him, Yin began to carefully remove his garments, her inexperience evident as she fumbled through the process. "All right, my dear wife, it's my turn to assist you now," Qian Yunxiao announced. As the moment progressed, A Yin felt increasingly fatigued, overwhelmed by Qian Yunxiao's presence. Sensing this, he took her hand and guided her to the next step. In an instant, a tearing sound echoed through the room. "What are you doing, my lord? That skirt is so expensive." A Yin almost forgot to address him properly as Lord Qian Yunxiao. Thankfully, she quickly corrected herself, or she might have faced his ire. Confounded, she lamented the destruction of a gown worth a fortune. "What a wasteful man. I must educate him properly tomorrow. Dear wife, 1,000,000 gold soul coins cannot compare to this moment with you. If you desire, I shall summon a tailor to craft you new garments daily, allowing you to wear a variety," Qian Yunxiao proclaimed grandly. This night marked 100 days since their first encounter, a moment he had longed for since that fateful day. Tonight was destined to be sleepless for many, not just for Qian Yunxiao and A Yin, but also for others like Tang Hao, 2 floors below. The thought of the individuals from the spirit hall, whom he despised, reveling in comfort, was unbearable for him. Why was it not I who wed that woman, but rather Qian Yunxiao, that scoundrel of the spirit hall? Initially, Yang Lang had arranged separate accommodations for the 2 brothers, as Qian Yunxiao was not lacking in resources. However, Tang Xiao insisted on sharing a room with his brother, suspecting Qian Yunxiao might have ulterior motives. Tang Hao, respecting his brother's wishes, did not protest, leaving him in a state of profound discomfort, unable to do anything. Unbeknownst to them, some onlookers gazing up at the brilliantly lit upper floors felt they might have spotted a fleeting shadow. No, to be precise, it seemed as though two shadows overlapped. Qian Yunxiao was correct. The outside world could not perceive the events transpiring within. Yet, due to the light's refraction, anyone near the window would surely be visible to those outside. The stark contrast between the illuminated interior and the dark exterior was striking. It was merely a shadow, inconsequential. The following day, A Yin rose quite late. To be precise, it is not that she wakes up late. Rather, she rouses from slumber around 6 o'clock. Yesterday, she had only a mere hour of sleep. That lord of the palace truly is a creature of passion. Qian Yunxiao and A Yin had also agreed that, under normal circumstances, they would maintain their usual forms of address, altering them only on special occasions. Reflecting on Qian Yunxiao's reaction from the previous day, A Yin found it evident that this was a culmination of over 20 years of her lord's experiences, which brought her great joy. Originally, A Yin intended to refresh her makeup upon waking so that Qian Yunxiao would behold her in her most exquisite state. However, just as she began to prepare, Qian Yunxiao awakened. The commotion was significant enough that Qian Yunxiao could hardly remain in bed. Only A Yin knew what Qian Yunxiao was like in the morning. This fellow would immediately seek something to occupy herself with, leaving A Yin with little choice. After finally escaping Qian Yunxiao's clutches, A Yin made her way to the washroom to tidy herself. She remained unaccustomed to the breakfast prepared by Qian Yunxiao. A Yin was quite particular about cleanliness, having consumed only her own purified, tasteless nectar during her cultivation. Flavored food did not appeal to her, but out of respect for Qian Yunxiao, she resolved to sample it. "My lord of the palace, please rise. We need to procure medicine. I can tidy the room while you rest. It has become quite chaotic." After organizing the space, she observed Qian Yunxiao still lounging, and with the authority of a matriarch, Yin began to issue her directives. It was not that A Yin was overly presumptuous. It was simply that Qian Yunxiao had stated that once A Yin became his wife, she would oversee matters in his life. Thus, today, she felt compelled to hold Qian Yunxiao to a strict standard. Last night, Qian Yunxiao had been utterly unconcerned, leaving the previously tidy room in disarray. She felt it essential to restore it to its former pristine condition. After A Yin had washed up, Qian Yunxiao began to review her gains. Now, Qian Yunxiao had a wife, and the family system should bestow appropriate rewards. Host, Qian Yunxiao. Family members, 2. Family member 1. Reward, soul power level 1. Lifespan 1 year. Beloved, 1. Beloved 1. Reward, soul power level 1. Affection value 10. Can be used to enhance the relationship with the beloved or to cultivate her various strengths. The beloved is rated 5 stars, a rare gem. Reward, 100,000 years of soul ring 1. Can be absorbed at any time. 100,000 years of soul bone 1. Can select a category. God level skill blue silver binding 1. Cannot be broken by anyone whose cultivation is not higher than the host by 10 small realms. Soul power level 5. Quasi-god level martial soul blue silver emperor 1. Can be merged with martial soul at any time. Family valuation, a newly formed household. Beginning to thrive, beloved cultivation system activated. Current beloved to cultivate. Yin. Affection value, 99. Maximum 100. Family task, conceive a child to activate the child cultivation system. Family task, conceive 2 children to activate the family marketplace. Family task, acquire second beloved. Could I directly reach the 87th level of soul power? Qian Yunxiao originally possessed soul power at the 78th level. However, after practicing alongside A Yin for nearly 5 hours, Qian Yunxiao managed to absorb the residual soul power from A Yin's 100,000-year cultivation, elevating his own level to 80 and preparing for the 8th soul ring. Now, with the addition of a 5-star exceptional wife boosting his soul power by 7 levels, would he not directly attain the 87th level? No. Considering the absorption of the 100,000-year soul ring, he might even reach 89 in the short term. This system seems to have thoroughly maximized the Yin's worth, as the rewards are evidently tied to her. Much like Qian Yunxiao, it has drained A Yin completely. First, let us absorb this 100,000-year soul ring. With the system in place, Qian Yunxiao felt confident that he would not fail in absorbing the soul ring. However, before he could absorb the soul ring, he heard A Yin's request for him to procure medicine. Since the rewards could be saved, Qian Yunxiao was not in a hurry. After A Yin had finished washing up, he pulled her close and spoke earnestly. A Yin, why do you think that if you have a child, your Lord will no longer cherish you, or that you will be unable to provide for this child? Indeed, this morning, A Yin had set out to prepare early, feeling a sense of urgency. Qian Yunxiao, preoccupied with his tasks, had responded somewhat dismissively at the time, not probing further. Now, with A Yin pressing the matter, he felt compelled to inquire more deeply. A Yin replied, honestly, my lord of the palace, you know I am a soul beast, specifically blue silvergrass. My lineage is too low. Until I reach the soul sage level and fully transform into a human, I fear that the child I bear might bring shame to your noble angelic bloodline. Therefore, once I become a soul sage, I will consider bearing your child, if that is agreeable. This was a source of great concern for A Yin. Qian Yunxiao realized the reason behind her fears. He grasped A Yin's hand, his tone serious. A Yin, I will not allow you to belittle yourself. I have said it before. In my eyes, you are forever the most exquisite, the noblest. His heartfelt words gradually instilled a measure of courage in A Yin, who had felt a tinge of inferiority. A Yin, I am quite possessive. I think of you every day. Do you intend to consume that every day? In truth, Qian Yunxiao's gains from having A Yin as his beloved were sufficient to effortlessly defeat the likes of Qian Xuanji. Consequently, he was in no rush concerning childbirth or establishing a family marketplace. After all, there was little danger in the Douluo continent, right? There was no need to hasten. What truly concerned Qian Yunxiao was the prospect of neglecting A Yin. In the coming years, or even months, it was inconceivable that he would disregard her. He desired to be with A Yin every moment, paying no heed to his own well-being. Thus, it seemed pointless for A Yin to take medicine at this juncture. It was not feasible to continuously consume it, even if A Yin were a soul king. She could hardly endure it now. Indeed, there were various medicinal substances available in the Douluo continent. Qian Yunxiao's words caused A Yin's ears to flush with warmth. Did this not imply that they would be cultivating together every night? Such a notion left A Yin feeling shy. She certainly would not refuse, for she was Qian Yunxiao's wife. She harbored no concerns for his health. After all, Qian Yunxiao was remarkably robust, and she had her own means to assist him in recovery. However, she felt compelled to correct Qian Yunxiao on one point. My lord of the palace, it is not as you think. The reason I require that today is that last night I was unguarded, for it was a special occasion between us, and I surrendered everything to you. But in the future, I can use my unique powers to ward off such matters, so it will not be necessary thereafter. This response proved challenging for A Yin to articulate. Upon voicing it, Qian Yunxiao's eyes widened in astonishment. Is there such a method? Chapter 14. The first day after marriage, what are you thinking about, Lord of the Hall? Upon seeing Qian Yunxiao chuckling to himself, A Yin instinctively sensed that he was not contemplating anything wholesome. With her hands on her hips and a pout on her lips, she gazed at him, which only fueled Qian Yunxiao's enthusiasm. My dear wife, you must allow me a moment to tidy myself before stepping outside. It would be quite improper to leave in such disarray. The servants can take care of the room while you accompany me out shortly, he declared, observing A Yin's demeanor. Qian Yunxiao felt invigorated once more, his previously fragile state revitalized. He began to entice her step by step into his scheme. A Yin understood the logic behind it. After all, Qian Yunxiao was the master of the spirit hall and should indeed maintain a certain image. Yet, the thought of allowing outsiders to clean the room made her glance nervously around, particularly at the walls. This morning, a fog had settled, leaving conspicuous handprints and two large circles encircling a smaller one, making her cheeks flush with embarrassment. If outsiders were to discover this, it would be quite scandalous. Go freshen up, and I'll tidy up a bit first, she insisted, feeling the need to address the more obvious mess herself. Let's wash up together. Do hurry. Qian Yunxiao was undeterred by her protests. Standing her ground, A Yin fumed silently at him, thinking, what a deceitful man. He promised that after our marriage, I would be the one to manage him. Yet here I am, utterly deceived. Nevertheless, Qian Yunxiao had not imposed any unreasonable demand upon her. In A Yin's view, it was quite normal for a wife to assist her husband with bathing. Although she felt a twinge of shyness, They had already become true spouses the previous night, and there was no need for her to remain overly reserved. Thus, she acquiesced and followed him. Time passed, and over 2 hours slipped away with A Yin merely attending to minor tasks. As midday approached, she thoughtfully locked the door and descended the stairs hand in hand with Qian Yunxiao. "Ah, Cousin Tang Hao, why do you appear so fatigued?" she inquired. Perhaps it was due to Tang Hao's restless night or the noise from above that had just subsided. It seemed Tang Hao had ventured out, but he appeared exhausted after a night and morning with little rest. Was he already so worn out at such a young age? It was fortunate that he had not managed to intercept A Yin, or life might have been quite difficult. Upon seeing Tang Hao, A Yin instinctively stepped behind Qian Yunxiao. She truly wished to avoid this man. However, she now understood that Tang Hao was her husband's nephew. Such a nephew was better left unacknowledged. What value did the Hao Yin sect hold for Qian Yunxiao? In truth, it possessed little worth, merely the elusive Tang Yuehua. Furthermore, Qian Yunxiao had no time to linger. He would take things slowly. Tang Hao said nothing and turned away, leaving through the opposite staircase. Last night had been a sleepless one for him, filled with whispers that he could not discern as reality or fantasy, causing his fingers to cramp with tension. Seeing A Yin in such a dramatic transformation stirred emotions within Tang Hao that he could not articulate. He felt like a pervert for believing that the woman beside Qian Yunxiao ought to be his, stolen from him by Qian Yunxiao. "Let's go buy some medicine together," Qian Yunxiao announced, as Tang Hao began to turn away. This caught Tang Hao off guard. Medicine? It soon dawned on him what Qian Yunxiao intended to procure. For his own gratification, he would have a girl take medicine. What a scoundrel! Did he not realize the detrimental effects such actions could have on a woman's health? Little did he know that it was A Yin who had suggested buying medicine, with Qian Yunxiao having no part in the decision. The newlywed couple strolled through the streets. A Yin's attire was quite simple. She favored a blue dress, her hair cascading freely. Few had attended their wedding. Yet word of their union had spread throughout the entire Tianshui city. As they walked, A Yin sensed the gazes of passers-by shift towards her, and she wondered if remnants of Qian Yunxiao's presence lingered upon her visage, prompting her to lean closer against his shoulder. "A Yin, you are rather bashful," Qian Yunxiao remarked, finding her demeanor delightful. At the age of nearly 10,000, she was still so easily embarrassed. Clearly, she had much to learn. A single night and morning of education had not sufficed. "Lord of the Hall, please, if you continue, I may not be able to move my legs." A Yin feigned annoyance as she looked at him. This morning, she had utilized her soul skill, sea of knowledge, to restore her energy. Yet, just as she regained her strength, Qian Yunxiao's antics left her feeling weary. It was one thing for strangers to look at her oddly. It was another for her own husband to behave in such a manner. She was reaching her limit. "This won't do. We have arrived at the pharmacy. You shall go in and purchase the medicine yourself." After some contemplation, Qian Yunxiao decided to proceed with his plan to properly educate her. "No, Lord of the Hall, please go in for me. I beg you." A Yin could scarcely imagine the judgment she would face if she were to buy contraceptive medicine. She was unable to bear it. With a pitiful gaze, she implored Qian Yunxiao. Her usual mild demeanor now appeared as if he had been tormenting her excessively. Qian Yunxiao, unfazed by her pleas, replied, "I shall not concern myself with that. Consider your options. Either you procure the medicine now to delay having children for a few years, or you accompany me and leave the rest to fate. Perhaps in a few months, our A Yin will be with child. How adorable she would be then." Qian Yunxiao grew increasingly animated as he spoke, while A Yin became more conflicted. She did not shy away from the idea of bearing children for Qian Yunxiao. It was simply that her body still bore remnants of its former identity as a blue-silver emperor. Once she had fully transformed, she could bear him 10 children. For now, it was best to wait. "You are bullying me." A Yin could hardly believe that her husband had so swiftly changed his stance. He had once been compliant, catering to her every whim, yet now, after their marriage, he had transformed into a rogue. Seeing the playful grin on Qian Yunxiao's face, A Yin realized he was merely jesting, seeking to tease her. Yet, she found herself at a loss. "I will accompany you to the entrance. Will that suffice?" In light of A Yin's evident trepidation, Qian Yunxiao offered her a bit of assistance. Unable to resist, Qian Yunxiao succumbed to the overwhelming cuteness. After procuring the necessary medicine, he returned to continue the endeavor of procreation, reassured by the fact that A Yin could manage matters independently. A Yin glanced at him and ultimately allowed Qian Yunxiao to support her as they ventured forth together. Indeed, Qian Yunxiao merely waited at the entrance. After casting a lingering gaze of melancholy at him, A Yin mustered her courage and stepped inside. A sigh of relief escaped her lips upon discovering that the person selling the medicine was a young girl. Thank goodness it wasn't a man, otherwise, A Yin feared she might have remained utterly tongue-tied. "Esteemed sister, what do you require?" Upon A Yin's entrance, the 15-year-old vendor admired her beauty, but being a businesswoman, she quickly composed herself and smiled politely, inquiring about A Yin's needs. Chapter 15. A Yin is pregnant young lady. Do you have any contraceptive medicine? A Yin was uncertain of the specifics, but hoped for the existence of such items. Upon hearing her words, the young vendor understood. "Ah, I see." She glanced at Qian Yunxiao waiting at the door, feeling a tinge of envy. What a pair of celestial lovers. "Sister, I have 3 types of that medicine, Zijiangpa, Deijianyu, and Meijiangxiao. Which one do you need?" The names caused A Yin to lose her composure entirely. Lacking knowledge, she hurriedly responded, "Just give me the best one." Her only thought was to leave this place as soon as possible. The vendor, not lingering on the details, handed A Yin the most expensive Zijiangpa. Without even paying, A Yin took the medicine and dashed out, leaving the vendor bewildered, momentarily thinking A Yin intended to evade payment. Fortunately, Qian Yunxiao casually tossed a small pouch of gold coins her way, more than sufficient for the purchase. "Look at you, all timid." Qian Yunxiao chuckled as he observed A Yin clinging to him tightly, as if fearing he might let her go. A Yin playfully retorted, "I am timid. I'm a coward. What of it?" She believed Qian Yunxiao could never comprehend the nervousness and shyness she felt while purchasing that medicine. In response, Qian Yunxiao confidently entered, producing a handful of gold coins as he addressed the young vendor. "Miss, I would like to purchase another." Faced with such a robust and handsome man, the vendor felt a wave of shyness. Yet, having studied medicine since childhood, she adhered to her professional ethics. In a hushed tone, she advised, "Sir, overconsumption of this medicine could be detrimental to a woman's health. Please be considerate of your wife's feelings. It may significantly impact her ability to bear children in the future." Qian Yunxiao reassured her, "Rest assured, I do not intend for my wife to consume it. She is naturally shy, and I am merely helping her practice her courage, demonstrating how to interact with others." With this clarification, the vendor obediently handed over the medicine to Qian Yunxiao. Once back by Yin's side, he seemed to say, "It was merely a purchase. Was it truly that difficult?" A Yin found herself at a loss for words, responding only with a haughty hum. The couple returned to their quarters. After consuming the medicine, A Yin busied herself organizing the room. Qian Yunxiao refrained from assisting, believing it unbecoming of him as a man. He simply enjoyed watching A Yin work diligently, and she harbored no complaints, feeling it was her responsibility. Qian Yunxiao mused that with his wealth, he could easily hire help for such tasks. Why should he be the one to labor? It would be unbecoming of a second prince of the Wuhuan Palace to personally tidy up. Of course, he was merely accepting the rewards bestowed by the system. Once everything was in order, he would follow A Yin's lead, assisting her with window cleaning and mopping the floor. System, is there any danger in absorbing 100,000-year soul ring? Before proceeding, Qian Yunxiao deemed it prudent to ensure his own safety. He had just married a charming young wife and reached the pinnacle of his life. He wished for no mishaps. He had many beautiful ladies awaiting him to forge romantic connections. Items produced by the system are always beneficial for the host. With the system's reassuring response, Qian Yunxiao felt a wave of relief wash over him as he commanded the fusion of the 100,000-year soul ring from A Yin. The 100,000-year soul ring came with 2 soul skills: Spring Breeze Revives Immortal Body and Blue Silver Devour. The first skill was a formidable healing ability, akin to possessing a second life for a brief period. The second skill allowed him to absorb other powers for his own benefit. This significantly enhanced the soul skills derived from A Yin's soul ring. Coupled with the blue-silver entanglement, the number 1 divine skill of Douluo continent, Qian Yunxiao had now acquired 3 new, incredibly powerful abilities. The 100,000-year soul ring indeed elevated his soul power by 3 levels. After fully absorbing the soul ring, Qian Yunxiao had ascended to the rank of 83rd level soul Douluo, with no need for further maintenance. Moreover, He had also received a level 7 soul power reward from marrying A Yin, claiming the soul power reward without hesitation. A wave of spiritual sensation washed over Qian Yunxiao, prompting a long sigh. Was he not on the verge of becoming a titled Douluo? With a level 90 soul power, the possession of a 9th soul ring would grant him the titled Douluo status, alongside the passive effect of blue-silver entanglement. No one could breach the blue-silver entanglement within 10 realms. He felt invincible. Qian Yunxiao could hardly believe it all felt like a dream. After awakening from this dream, he found himself at the level of a titled Douluo. System, what soul bones are available for selection? Eager for rapid enhancement, Qian Yunxiao had no intention of holding back. If there were soul bones, he would refine them. All categories of soul bones are available, not limited to the few classifications of Douluo continent. The system's response prompted Qian Yunxiao to inquire seriously. Do you truly mean everything? Yes. Not wishing to feign ignorance any longer, Qian Yunxiao boldly declared. The golden cudgel. Do you understand my meaning? As the future head of his family, although he possessed innate abilities, he realized it was insufficient in the Douluo continent. He needed further enhancement. Arranging it now, the system's attentiveness instilled Qian Yunxiao with unparalleled reassurance. Once everything was prepared, he approached A Yin, who was diligently cleaning the windows. Just as A Yin was about to exclaim, "Your Highness, please do not disturb. Your devoted wife is busy," she suddenly felt herself ensnared. To her astonishment, it was her most adept skill, the blue-silver grass, that bound her. This left A Yin utterly bewildered. How could Qian Yunxiao possibly wield the blue-silver entanglement skill? "Your Highness, please release me." A Yin was genuinely perplexed and had many questions for Qian Yunxiao. Alas, he merely scooped up this industrious little sprite and carried her away. "Your Highness, you truly are not human," A Yin murmured softly, aware of what was to come. Her initial playful spirit dissipated, replaced by a sense of anticipation. Qian Yunxiao and A Yin are currently in a blissful honeymoon phase. In order to cherish this delightful time with A Yin, Qian Yunxiao has devoted himself entirely to her, neglecting all other responsibilities. Naturally, they have not ventured outdoors much, spending the majority of their time together in their room. A Yin is on the verge of tears, wondering how such days could exist. However, she has taken to reading and understands that newlyweds often experience this, so she harbors no significant grievances. 3 months later, while Qian Yunxiao is still lost in slumber, a sudden scream from the washroom jolts him awake. "A Yin, what is wrong?" he calls out. A Yin rushes out in a flurry, her voice tinged with anger. This is the first time Qian Yunxiao has seen her upset. Until now, she has never complained, no matter how he treated her. "You scoundrel, I'm pregnant. What are we going to do?" Chapter 16. A Yin transforms, embracing purity in recent days. A Yin has felt unwell, often plagued by waves of nausea when eating. It is worth noting that she is no longer the naive girl she once was. She has become accustomed to life with Qian Yunxiao. Her body is quite sensitive, and though she had her suspicions, she dared not believe them. However, upon testing her body's reactions this morning, she discovered the gravity of the situation. She is with child. This revelation terrifies A Yin. She had taken precautions, so how could this have happened? Did that girl sell her fake medicine? Or was it that Qian Yunxiao's vigor rendered the medicine ineffective? Furthermore, she had always expelled the life force of any potential offspring. So how could this occur? A Yin is at a complete loss, her anxiety mounting. After all, she has had little interaction with the opposite sex over the past 10,000 years, let alone the prospect of childbirth. Qian Yunxiao, on the other hand, is equally astonished. After all, on their wedding night, he had nearly reached the limits of this world. While childbirth is indeed significant, Qian Yunxiao chooses to respect A Yin's decision. There is no need for deceitful tactics. Besides, A Yin had expressed confidence in her ability to manage the situation. So what could he do? A Yin, do not be alarmed. Everything will be all right. The child is a testament to our love. Why should you be frightened? He gently reassures her, drawing her into his embrace. At this moment, he refrains from uttering foolish remarks about the unexpected pregnancy. A Yin has not been out of his sight for more than 5 seconds. He wishes to convey his care for their child, hoping to calm her frayed nerves. A Yin finds solace in Qian Yunxiao's actions, her heart settling slightly. I truly don't know. I'm so scared, she murmurs, still bewildered by the sudden turn of events. Yet Qian Yunxiao has an epiphany. A Yin possesses a highly fertile constitution. And what of himself? He is undeniably a formidable being. If the offspring of Xuanqi can be born with such potency, why should he not be capable of the same? With this realization, Qian Yunxiao feels a sense of relief wash over him. He does not explain this to A Yin, but instead takes responsibility. A Yin, the child will be healthy. Perhaps this is the best time for them to arrive. The angelic bloodline is significantly stronger than the ordinary. Once you fully transform into a human, our child will be an angel, and it is advantageous for them to retain some of your maternal traits, is it not? Qian Yunxiao's soothing words resonate with A Yin, enlightening her perspective. If their child were to resemble Qian Yunxiao, she would feel a tinge of regret. Gazing into his eyes, she asks, really? A Yin is not well versed in such matters. Qian Yunxiao nods affirmatively, brimming with confidence. Even if their child bears slight imperfections due to a Yin's current half-human, half-spirit state, once his nurturing system is activated, those imperfections would cease to be concerns. I trust your judgment, my lord. A Yin responds, surrendering to his reassurances. Lying against Qian Yunxiao's chest, she listens to the steady rhythm of his heartbeat, which brings her a profound sense of peace and fills her face with a contented smile. She is finally with child, and Qian Yunxiao's feelings have transformed entirely. Initially, his desire for a child stemmed solely from a desire to activate his system. Marrying A Yin was similarly motivated. However, as time passed, he found himself falling for her. Indeed, the ancients were right. Love blossoms over time. With feelings now intertwined, Qian Yunxiao's demeanor towards A Yin has shifted completely. He is now filled with anticipation and nervousness. That night, Qian Yunxiao gently embraces A Yin as they drift off to sleep, doing nothing further. A Yin, however, finds herself feeling somewhat uneasy. After a prolonged period of shyness and restlessness, she finally gathers her courage. My lord, she whispers in the stillness of the night. The clarity of her voice sends a chill down Qian Yunxiao's spine. What on earth? He wonders, reflecting on how merely a few months have passed, and already things have reached this point. What will happen in the future? Where is the innocent A Yin who knew nothing just months ago? Has his educational influence been too strong, leading her down this path? It seems that the transformation of a spirit beast is not something easily managed. Fortunately, he had prepared in advance. Otherwise, maintaining friendships outside would become challenging, and even managing their household could prove problematic. A Yin possesses the sole skill of Ocean of All, enabling her to restore vitality and energy using her soul power. Coupled with her uniquely special constitution, she is truly remarkable. Qian Yunxiao is grateful for his foresight. Otherwise, his grand ambitions may have faced difficulties. A Yin, you're already with child, so... Qian Yunxiao hesitates, aware of his own limited understanding in this area. A Yin, feeling cheerful, reassures him, it's all right. I've read about it. There's no problem. With A Yin's words, what could Qian Yunxiao say? The once smooth and flat sheets of their bed now roll and twist. In the subsequent 2 months, both Qian Yunxiao and A Yin experience a tranquil period. Realizing it is time to settle down, having indulged in pleasure for so long, Qian Yunxiao must tend to some pressing matters. A Yin understands this and gently sees him off. In the present day, the city of Tianshui is devoid of the Tang brothers, Tang Hao and Tang Xiao, who have long since departed. After all, witnessing Qian Yunxiao bully A Yin daily, no matter how strong Tang Hao's heart was, he could hardly bear it. To Qian Yunxiao, Tang Hao and Tang Xiao were merely insignificant ants. Dealing with them was a trivial task. Qian Yunxiao was a man intent on inflicting both physical and emotional pain. Tang Hao and Tang Xiao would soon experience the depths of despair. Without them, A Yin posed no threat in Tianshui City. Upon seeing Qian Yunxiao finally emerge from his sanctuary of tenderness, Qian Junduo felt a sense of relief wash over him. If Qian Yunxiao lingered any longer in that state, he would have to drag him out personally. Observing Qian Yunxiao's current demeanor, Qian Junduo exhaled in relief. He appeared vibrant, not at all as listless as he had feared, resembling someone gravely ill. As he felt confident, he could report back. Your Highness, the Grand Priest has been informed of your marriage and is expected to arrive soon. This was a significant concern for Qian Junduo, as he feared for Qian Yunxiao's health. Should Qian Douluo discover that his youngest son had been drained by a woman, he, the one tasked with safeguarding Qian Yunxiao, would not escape unscathed. This caused Qian Yunxiao to pause slightly, murmuring, "Oh, Qian Douluo is coming?" It was only natural. After all, he was, his son. His marriage was a major life event, and it was only fitting for Qian Douluo to pay a visit. Let him come. In the past, the thought of facing Qian Douluo might have filled Qian Yunxiao with trepidation, for he felt powerless against him. But now he had grown considerably stronger, his mindset having reached a state of equilibrium. Chapter 17. Qian Yunxiao. I am not a scoundrel. Qian Yunxiao's indifference baffled Qian Douluo. When did the second prince become so nonchalant in the face of Qian Douluo? Could it be a sign of despondency? Nevertheless, this was a matter between the Qian family, and Qian Douluo chose not to interfere further. Qian Yunxiao informed A Yin that he was heading to deal with matters regarding the Wuhuan Temple, but in truth, he made his way directly to Tianshui Academy. Upon arriving at the entrance of Tianshui Academy, Qian Yunxiao unexpectedly encountered the academy's principal, Shui Mingzhu, a level 74 soul saint. Now in her 50s. At 50, Shui Mingzhu was quite formidable and well-preserved. Unlike certain other women of her age, she maintained an impressive appearance. In terms of cultivation, Qian Yunxiao and Shui Mingzhu were of similar rank, both being soul saints. However, Qian Yunxiao was now a quasi-titled Douluo, which meant Shui Mingzhu would have to address him as Lord. Yet, due to his close ties with Shui Yulan, he found himself in a subordinate position before Shui Mingzhu. Upon seeing Qian Yunxiao, Shui Mingzhu felt a complex mix of emotions. After all, he had nearly become her son-in-law. It could only be said that her daughter was not destined for such a fate. "Yunxiao, are you here to see Yulan?" Shui Mingzhu inquired, her tone relatively cordial. Qian Yunxiao nodded in affirmation. Shui Mingzhu gestured in a direction, explaining, "Yulan is currently the grade director, in her office on the 3rd floor. You may go find her." Qian Yunxiao did not engage in further conversation with Shui Mingzhu and directly proceeded in the indicated direction. Indeed, Shui Yulan had become a grade director at Tianshui Academy, as she was destined to become its principal in the future. Gaining experience ahead of time would be beneficial. Qian Yunxiao knocked on Shui Yulan's office door, and without looking up, she called out, "Come in." As he entered, he instinctively locked the door behind him. There was no misunderstanding. He merely acted out of habit, with no ulterior motives. "What is it?" Shui Yulan, unaware of her visitor's identity, assumed it was a teacher from Tianshui Academy reporting for duty. Qian Yunxiao said nothing. Walking closer to her, it was only then that Shui Yulan sensed something amiss. She looked up and immediately recognized Qian Yunxiao. A flicker of joy surged through her, but she quickly feigned indifference, coldly asking, "What do you want?" It was true. Qian Yunxiao had spent months in close quarters with her in the Ice Crystal Palace. He was indeed a rascal. "I came to see you." As a notorious scoundrel, Qian Yunxiao certainly could not confess that A Yin was pregnant. Hence he simply stated his sincere intention to visit her. Shui Yulan responded with a feigned scoff, "Why come see me, when your A Yin is such a beauty?" Qian Yunxiao shamelessly moved closer to Shui Yulan, saying, "You're the most beautiful woman in Tianshui City. If you are an ugly woman, what hope is there for beauty in this world?" His flattering words softened Shui Yulan's demeanor considerably. "Yulan, being as exceptional as you are you truly going to follow in your mother's footsteps and settle for just any man to pass on your lineage?" The issue of lineage was undeniably significant in this world. Due to the nature of their martial spirits, the Shui family predominantly bore daughters, with sons being a rarity. Thus, the Shui family held strict standards for heirs, often requiring scrutiny of potential suitors. A person like Qian Yunxiao would typically fall outside their acceptable criteria. However, given that the Shui family had 2 daughters, they had relaxed their conditions somewhat. "You won't marry me anyway. Does it matter what I say?" Shui Yulan's expression turned melancholic. Qian Yunxiao, already bound to another, merely responded with an understanding nod. Shui Yulan could never have anticipated Qian Yunxiao's behavior in her office. He was utterly shameless. Yet, Qian Yunxiao was far too powerful for her to resist. Only when he became excessively forward did Shui Yulan bite his tongue. "What do you take me for?" Such a proud young lady was not easily swayed, certainly not as compliant as A Yin. Qian Yunxiao, having long released his inhibitions, no longer felt restrained. "I like you, and you like me. Why can't we simply be together? At least we would be happy, wouldn't we?" Qian Yunxiao's words, replete with the charm of a rogue, elicited a roll of the eyes from Shui Yulan. This was also Qian Yunxiao's way of countering her grievances. He played the part of the humble admirer, allowing Shui Yulan to feel elevated. Eventually, he would assert himself, making her believe that it was her own reservations that had led him to abandon all hope. In this manner, Shui Yulan would lower her expectations, much like a devoted admirer who, after months of unwavering affection, suddenly withdraws, leaving the beloved feeling unsettled. Ah, indeed, I already have A Yin. How could I allow my lingering affections for you to cause you harm? Yes, Yulan, you are right. I'm a scoundrel. I wish you happiness. After being rebuffed by Shui Yulan, Qian Yunxiao adopted a demeanor of repentance before taking his leave. Upon witnessing Qian Yunxiao's sudden shift in demeanor, Shui Yulan felt a twinge of panic. In the beginning, Shui Yulan had clearly allowed Qian Yunxiao to savor the sweetness of their connection. So how could he suddenly become distant? It was implausible that he could possess her entirely. Had her previous words truly been that harsh? Shui Yulan felt a surge of anxiety, unsure of what to do. Should she take the initiative to call Qian Yunxiao back? She felt incapable of uttering such words. To sever ties with him so abruptly? After witnessing the excellence of Qian Yunxiao, how could she ever regard other men with respect? Shui Yulan slumped in her office chair, at a loss. Am I a scoundrel? Is my conduct justified? Upon leaving Shui Yulan's office, Qian Yunxiao questioned himself internally. Yet soon, he found his answer. I love A Yin, and I pursued her with honorable intentions. I am guiltless. I also love Yulan. We have endured life and death together, and our mutual affection makes our union entirely natural. I am not a scoundrel. I simply do not wish to betray those who love me. I merely wish to build a large family. I am not in the wrong. With this realization, Qian Yunxiao felt a profound sense of relief. Indeed, he was a man of integrity. The title Douluo had not spoken in vain. Qian Douluo had arrived, merely 3 days after Qian Yunxiao had left the comforts of his haven. Upon his arrival, Qian Douluo naturally made his way to the Wuhuan Palace. When Qian Yunxiao saw him, there was an undeniable discomfort etched on Qian Douluo's face. The title Douluo stood beside Qian Douluo, seemingly afraid to utter a word. Chapter 18. Qian Douluo's setback. A Yin's new friend father. Do you find my wife worthy? Qian Yunxiao was the first to speak, granting Qian Douluo a semblance of respect. Qian Douluo's expression was laced with fury as he retorted, Do you still acknowledge me as your father? Marrying a soul beast? You have brought disgrace upon our family. After arriving in Tianshui City, Qian Douluo was indeed compelled to see what his daughter-in-law looked like. Although Qian Yunxiao had married without notifying him, he still felt it necessary to behold her. He even prepared a gift for their first meeting. With Qian Douluo's prowess, he immediately discerned a Yin's true nature. Enraged, Qian Douluo nearly lost his composure. Were it not for A Yin being 100,000-year soul beast capable of providing a soul ring of the same age, he would have annihilated her on the spot. Suppressing his anger, he turned to the title Douluo, questioning him. Qian Douluo could not fathom that the title Douluo was unaware of a Yin's identity. If he knew, why had he not disclosed this matter sooner? The title Douluo, unable to provide an explanation, was soon compelled to interrogate Qian Yunxiao. Yin had been forcibly brought to the side, and at that moment, she looked at Qian Yunxiao with a mix of confusion and fear. A Yin was uncertain how her husband would react under the pressure from his family. Would he forsake her? Overwhelmed, A Yin felt utterly lost. Is marrying a soul beast a disgrace? Should it not be an honor? To conquer such a beautiful woman as A Yin and take her as my wife is the most commendable achievement of my life. Qian Yunxiao gazed at A Yin, articulating his thoughts clearly, alleviating her anxiety. Her husband was indeed sincere in his affections. Apart from not yet having borne children, she felt there was nothing left to regret in her life. In Qian Yunxiao's eyes, Qian Douluo's perspective was rather narrow. In the Douluo continent, marrying a soul beast could lead one to the pinnacle of existence. However, it was understandable that Qian Douluo did not grasp this truth. Had he known, the Wuhuan Palace would not have fallen to Tang San. Qian Douluo's expression was devoid of emotion as he summoned the commanding presence he once wielded over the Wuhuan Palace, stating, I offer you a choice. Give this soul beast to your elder brother, and he will soon reach the 90th level, absorbing her soul ring to become a title Douluo. This pronouncement shattered A Yin. How could it be so? Faced with Qian Douluo's arrangement, Qian Yunxiao let out a cold laugh. That worthless Qian Xuanji thinks he deserves my wife? Is he tired of living? That waste of a man, even if granted 100,000-year soul ring, remains a waste. After saying this, Qian Yunxiao immediately approached A Yin, enveloping her in his embrace, tenderly asking, "Yin, are you all right?" A Yin shook her head repeatedly. With the title Douluo speaking kindly, Douluo did not press her further. How audacious! He is your elder brother. Douluo's outrage was palpable. How could a family engage in such strife and still hope to prosper? Does he even deserve it? Qian Yunxiao took a step forward, causing the very ground beneath him to crack under the weight of his presence. 8 soul rings shimmered behind him, the 8th being a striking red. How could this be? Both Douluo and the title Douluo were left in shock, especially the latter. How could Qian Yunxiao, right under his nose, achieve the rank of soul Douluo and possess a 100,000-year soul ring? A Yin was equally astonished. Was not her husband a soul sage? How had he suddenly become a soul Douluo? And from where had he acquired a 100,000-year soul ring? Astonishment aside, today, Qian Yunxiao's determination to protect her and their family had solidified A Yin's resolve to follow him unwaveringly. I am on the brink of becoming a title Douluo. Does that worthless Qian Xuanji need to step aside? Qian Yunxiao merely put on a show. In truth, he disliked ostentation. It was all Douluo's doing. Even so, that soul beast cannot be brought into our family. When you are about to become a title Douluo, eliminate her and let her assist you on your path to divinity. Douluo was oblivious to the opportunities that had befallen Qian Yunxiao. Yet, the strength he displayed far surpassed Qian Xuanji's, making him far more suitable to become the Pope of the Wuhuan Palace. However, if the 9th soul ring were also a 100,000-year ring, Douluo dared not imagine. Nonetheless, even if Qian Yunxiao were a genius, he could not contravene the family's rules. In Douluo's eyes, the angel clan was sacred. How could one possibly associate with soul beasts? That was a choice of degradation. I'm not a beast like you. A Yin is my wife, a fact that cannot be altered in this lifetime. I will dedicate my life to protecting her and our children. Anyone who dares to harm A Yin, even a single hair, shall not escape my wrath. This was Qian Yunxiao's vow. He was not like Tang Hao, a man who could not even protect his own woman. A Yin clung tightly to Qian Yunxiao, her tears flowing freely. To have encountered him in this lifetime was a stroke of fortune beyond measure. If you do not kill her, do not even think about becoming the Pope of the Wuhuan Palace. Today, Douluo was truly on the verge of exploding with rage. Was this wayward son truly willing to forsake supreme glory for a soul beast? If the Wuhuan Palace possesses no tolerance or magnanimity, then it is better to part ways. Previously, Qian Yunxiao harbored a twinge of envy towards the position of the Pope of the Spirit Hall. With merely the acquisition of A Yin as his bride, he had already attained such formidable strength. If he would also wed Shui Yulan, what significance would the Spirit Hall hold? In a fit of rage, Douluo unleashed a powerful strike, his terrifying soul power instilling despair even in the mighty Douluo. Yet, Qian Yunxiao was not foolish enough to stand idly by as Douluo attacked. He was far from naive. As the blue-silver vines entwined, Qian Yunxiao wished to express, "You have already chosen your path to demise, and now, with a mere addition of blue-silver vines." However, he ultimately refrained from doing so. Once the blue-silver domain was established, Douluo's casual blow was effortlessly engulfed by Qian Yunxiao's control over the blue-silver grass. In his freshly formed domain, Douluo sensed a weight of caution. He realized that this domain was no ordinary phenomenon. What fortunate opportunities had his son encountered? Had he possibly inherited the legacy of another deity? Father, I shall not elaborate on your sentiments towards A Yin. However, 3 years hence, I will return to the Spirit Hall with A Yin and our daughter. At that time, let the angelic deity you revere pass judgment on the qualifications of my wife and daughter to be part of the Spirit Hall. Qian Yunxiao desired to avoid conflict with Douluo, mindful of their familial ties. Was Douluo truly the ultimate authority in the Spirit Hall? No. A harsher truth was that he was merely a servant of the angelic deity. Qian Yunxiao intended to have Douluo's master beseech the return of his daughter and wife to the Spirit Hall. A far more satisfying resolution than overwhelming Douluo through sheer might. Very well. I shall witness the extent of your abilities. Douluo was momentarily forced back by Qian Yunxiao's resolve. He was eager to see what achievements Qian Yunxiao would manifest in the next 3 years. curious about the formidable offspring that could emerge from such a powerful beast. Qianjun, let us depart. Disappointed in Qian Yunxiao, Douluo summoned Qianjun Douluo. For Qian Yunxiao's current strength rendered Qianjun's guardianship unnecessary. Upon their departure, A Yin approached Qian Yunxiao, tears streaming down her face, yet her heart brimmed with happiness. Qian Yunxiao had fulfilled his promise to protect her, even in the face of insurmountable foes. Just as he was comforting A Yin, Shui Yulan rushed over, having received urgent news. Chapter 19. Little Rabbit, have you revealed your rabbit feet? Yulan, I have had a falling out with my family. Qian Yunxiao thought it surprising that Shui Yulan arrived so swiftly. His heart swelled with joy, as it demonstrated his significance in her heart. Otherwise, how could she have come immediately after Qian Daoliu's departure? Clearly, her concern for him was profound. Yet, Qian Yunxiao was uncertain. What if she was merely drawn to him because of his standing in the spirit hall? He worried that, now estranged from Qian Daoliu, Shui Yulan might stage a dramatic separation. I know you, Qian Yunxiao, but I do not know the spirit hall, Shui Yulan declared loudly, almost as if in a shout. A Yin likely recognized that Shui Yulan still harbored feelings for her husband. As the saying goes, true feelings are revealed in times of adversity. Faced with Qian Daoliu's threats, A Yin saw the depth of her husband's devotion. Now, in the wake of his downfall, she also witnessed Shui Yulan's infatuation with him. Initially, A Yin had intended to monopolize Qian Yunxiao completely, actively seeking to prevent him from indulging in pleasures outside their union during their honeymoon. Yet, various circumstances had led her to reconsider. Yulan, you deserve our esteemed lord. Thank you for your concern for him. I feel a bit unwell and shall return to rest. It seems our lord has much to discuss with you, so I shall leave you two to converse. After thoughtful deliberation, A Yin decided to take her leave. Qian Yunxiao rushed forward to assist her, stating earnestly, You are my wife. I not permitted to escort you home? His words left A Yin without any will to resist, allowing him to guide her away. Yulan, I appreciate your concern, Qian Yunxiao acknowledged as he passed by Shui Yulan. Before she could respond, he had already taken A Yin away, leaving Shui Yulan's heart aching. Did Qian Yunxiao truly harbor no feelings for her? Witnessing the intimacy between him and A Yin filled her with regret. Had she known, she would not have resisted in the office, allowing Qian Yunxiao to act as he pleased. Perhaps it would not have turned out this way. Observing the distance Qian Yunxiao maintained from Shui Yulan reassured A Yin of her husband's loyalty. It seemed she must take the initiative to protect Qian Yunxiao. Tomorrow, she would find an opportunity to have a heartfelt conversation with Shui Yulan, hoping her husband would not resent her for it. After escorting A Yin to her room and lying in bed, she pondered aloud, My lord, for my sake, you have severed ties with your father and brothers. Do you not regret this? Qian Yunxiao replied candidly, I would only regret if I caused you harm. Rest assured, when our child is born, they shall be the finest in this world. It will be they who regret not welcoming you back to the spirit hall sooner. His words filled A Yin with joy. That night, A Yin found it difficult to sleep. Watching Qian Yunxiao slumber, her resolve strengthened. It had been half a month since she had allowed her lord any joy. Given the current situation, it seemed she might not be able to do so for several months. She could not continue in this manner. She needed to find a substitute for her esteemed lord. Qian Yunxiao had no desire to return to the spirit hall. At present, he sought only to be at peace with A Yin until their child was born. The following day, A Yin insisted on going out alone. Despite Qian Yunxiao's futile attempts to dissuade her, he ultimately acquiesced to her wishes. Once she had left, he reclined on the bed, reflecting, My plan is indeed coming to fruition. After marrying A Yin, she hardly ever ventured out. Even when she did, she insisted on my company. Now, for her to venture out alone, it seems my strategy has succeeded. A Yin remains too soft-hearted indeed. All I need to do is await her good news at home. Stretching out on the bed, Qian Yunxiao assessed its size, satisfied that it could comfortably accommodate three. In Tianshui City, there were presently no other captivating women around. A splendid 4-star beauty card, Shui Lan, would be quite remarkable, and Qian Yunxiao does not expect too much. A Yin is indeed considering visiting the Tianshui Academy to seek out Shui Lan. However, she did not anticipate being intercepted along the way. Among the crowd, Qingwu gazes at A Yin with a serious expression. A Yin, pregnant and emanating an aura characteristic of soul beasts, is difficult to conceal. This familiar essence draws Qingwu, who follows the scent to find her. Qing Wu is the mother of Xiao Wu, who still requires some time before she transforms. She wishes to consult A Yin, a fellow kindred spirit, regarding her experiences and to inquire about matters concerning the human race. Once Xiao Wu undergoes her transformation, she will undoubtedly become a human child. Lacking experience herself, Qing Wu seeks wisdom from A Yin. After ensuring there are no formidable beings surrounding A Yin, Qing Wu approaches her, feigning a chance encounter. When A Yin meets Qing Wu, she immediately perceives that this woman is her kin. A Yin never imagined she would encounter one of her kind here. "Hello," she greets. Compared to A Yin's innocence, Qing Wu possesses a hint of allure. Her eyelashes are slightly elongated, and her lips are distinctively shaped, reminiscent of cherries that seem capable of engulfing great things. Initially, A Yin had no intention of engaging with someone as seemingly enchanting as Qing Wu. Yet, recognizing her as a kindred spirit, she leads Qing Wu aside to exchange experiences and gain mutual understanding. After all, they are both transformed soul beasts, and surely there are no grievances between them. Their conversation flows naturally. As night falls, A Yin bids farewell to Qing Wu. Is this man truly so exceptional? Far superior to soul beasts? Qing Wu muses as she watches A Yin depart. A Yin had boasted to Qing Wu about how deeply her husband loves her and how blissful she is, inciting a twinge of jealousy in Qing Wu. She harbors a painful past, having encountered a deceitful rabbit in her youth, but those memories are long forgotten. Now, she is wholly human, severed from her past. Oh no, returning this late, Xiao Wu will surely be anxious. Qing Wu realizes and hastily leaves Tianshui City, heading towards the forest. Her outing was intended to procure human goods to appease Xiao Wu, and she has already delayed far too long. Upon returning home, A Yin wears a radiant smile. Qian Yunxiao observes her and thinks it must have gone well. In the third update, A Yin exclaims, "Do not lay your sights on my sister. My lord, today I made a friend outside." A Yin declares, never intending to conceal anything from Qian Yunxiao. Thus, she prepares to confide in him about meeting Qing Wu. A Yin's words cause Qian Yunxiao to frown. A friend? Surely, you mean Xuelon? He surmises, as that is the only possibility in his eyes. Indeed, it is good for A Yin to befriend Xuelon early on, he thinks, planning to foster their sisterly bond for future challenges. Is it someone I know? Qian Yunxiao asks, attempting to draw A Yin closer, believing he has a firm grasp on the situation. A Yin shakes her head. You do not know her. This perplexes Qian Yunxiao. I do not know. Could my assumption be incorrect? Not Xuelon? Who then? A Yin, with a playful demeanor, responds, I can tell you, but you must promise not to pursue my sister. Qing Wu, being slightly older than A Yin, has already reached the rank of Soul Douluo, capable of perfectly concealing her true form, indistinguishable from humans. A Yin's request causes Qian Yunxiao's face to flush. What? Is my intention so apparent that I cannot deceive even you? He thinks, feeling a twinge of anxiety. Yet he holds A Yin's delicate hand and earnestly professes, A Yin, do you not trust me? My heart belongs solely to you. Understanding that Qian Yunxiao has misinterpreted her words, A Yin blushes and clarifies, no, my sister is a soul beast, which is why I cannot allow you to pursue her. What are you thinking? I trust you completely. Indeed, A Yin has unwavering faith in Qian Yunxiao's feelings. A soul beast? Qian Yunxiao is even more bewildered. A Yin has a soul beast sister? Realizing that her words reveal little information, A Yin earnestly explains to Qian Yunxiao. She concludes, I know you are close to becoming a title Douluo and require a 100,000-year spirit ring, but I hope you will not pursue her. Once our child arrives, I can accompany you and Sister Wu to confront those ferocious 100,000-year soul beasts. A Yin gazes at Qian Yunxiao with pleading eyes. Only then does Qian Yunxiao comprehend that A Yin's caution against pursuing her sister is to prevent him from slaying her for a spirit ring. He had thought otherwise. A Yin is merely at the first level, while he is at the 5th level. He had overthought the matter. In truth, Qian Yunxiao never expected another treasure to present itself before him. Could it be that waiting for opportunities really does yield results? A Yin, what if I decide to pursue her? Qian Yunxiao teases, testing A Yin. No, my lord. A Yin implores, eyes wide with concern, hoping he is jesting. Rest assured, I am merely playing with you. I do not require a spirit ring for my cultivation, so I will not harm her. Upon seeing A Yin's anxiousness, Qian Yunxiao decides to relent. Why slay Qingwu for a spirit ring? Marry her, and I shall have both her and the spirit ring. Thank you, my lord. In A Yin's eyes, Qian Yunxiao has never deceived her, and she believes he will not do so now. Once he promises not to pursue Qingwu, A Yin beams with joy and offers him a tender kiss. Is this all the gratitude I receive? Qian Yunxiao thinks, feeling unfulfilled. A Yin recognizes that she has likely kept her lord waiting for far too long, and with her child already forming, she cannot endure Qian Yunxiao's whims. Tomorrow, I shall present a delightful surprise to you, my esteemed lord. However, Light Dance's sudden appearance has disrupted A Yin's plans, leaving her with no choice but to seek Shui Yulan on the morrow. Oh, I jest. I have no extravagant demands. You must be weary today. Go wash up and rest early. At this moment, Qian Yunxiao embodies the epitome of an exceptional husband, showering his beloved wife with boundless affection. A Yin feels immensely content and playfully requests, "Since I am currently unable, would you assist me with my washing?" As she spoke, her eyes sparkled with a bewitching allure that rendered Qian Yunxiao utterly defenseless. It was merely a simple matter of grooming, but A Yin, being with child, needed to be cautious not to catch a chill, for that would spell trouble. The myriad of thoughtful gestures made A Yin acutely aware of what genuine happiness feels like. The following day, as before, A Yin ventured out alone. With nothing better to do, Qian Yunxiao remained at home to strategize and plan for his forthcoming endeavors. A Yin arrived at the Heavenly Water Academy and sought out Shui Yulan. "What brings you here?" Shui Yulan inquired, puzzled by A Yin's visit. Initially, she harbored a rather poor opinion of A Yin, and even now, her sentiments had not shifted significantly. Had it not been for Qian Yunxiao, she might have torn A Yin's charming face apart. "Sister Yulan, I have come to discuss a matter with you." A Yin spoke with an unusually gentle and sincere tone, prompting Shui Yulan to set her pen aside. "What do you take me for?" A Yin's words astonished Shui Yulan, who wondered if Qian Yunxiao had sent her. A Yin replied earnestly, "Sister, I am quite serious. I hold deep feelings for our Lord, and I can see that you do as well. The events of the past have made me realize that since he has done so much for me, I must also reciprocate." A Yin's connection to the spirit beast was something Shui Yulan had heard about through various channels, and it seemed to hold some truth. Yet, she found herself at a loss for words. To agree would be quite embarrassing, but to decline could mean losing her chance altogether. Rejecting Qian Yunxiao and A Yin would leave her with no opportunities. "Dear sister, listen to me. Only our Lord is worthy of you. Trust me." A Yin articulated her plan, which Shui Yulan did not outright agree to but also did not reject, seemingly acquiescing. After some discussion, Shui Yulan set aside her work and accompanied A Yin. A Yin aimed to enhance Shui Yulan's appearance to align with Qian Yunxiao's aesthetic preferences. In Chapter 21, why are you wearing A Yin's clothing? A Yin returned to her marital abode with Qian Yunxiao and knocked on the door, playfully blocking it to prevent him from exiting and seeing what lay outside. She left a narrow gap and voiced her little request. "My dear little wife, what trickery are you up to now?" Qian Yunxiao responded, amused, eager to indulge in her playful antics. Indeed, for a husband, maintaining a cheerful disposition is vital for the well-being of their child. Upon hearing the endearing term little wife, A Yin's heart raced. Her lord had a knack for stirring her emotions, proving to be quite the charming rogue. She realized she was destined to fall for him, perhaps for eternity. Meanwhile, Shui Yulan, dressed identically to A Yin and exuding the same fragrance, envied the bond between the couple. How splendid! They truly were a celestial pair. With this thought, Shui Yulan resolved that such a romantic and beautiful relationship should not be solely A Yin's to enjoy. She too desired to share. "Come now, it's merely a game. Quickly, close your eyes." A Yin coaxed, her tone playful, and Qian Yunxiao found it impossible to resist. All right, I shall comply," he agreed, closing his eyes, curious about the little enchantress's ploys. If he were to employ his soul power, nothing would escape his notice. Yet this was a game, and cheating would render it dull. A Yin, knowing her limits, would never allow him to be embarrassed. "Do not open your eyes. I shall cover them," A Yin declared, pushing Shui Yulan toward him. Once enveloped in Qian Yunxiao's embrace, Shui Yulan realized there was no turning back. Following A Yin's plan, she swiftly covered Qian Yunxiao's eyes with a black veil. This moment was perhaps the most nerve-wracking of her life, even more so than facing the ice crystal Emperor Scorpion. The very breath of Qian Yunxiao left her feeling weak. Once she covered his eyes, Shui Yulan felt empowered to proceed. As she entered his embrace, Qian Yunxiao instantly recognized the scent. While the fragrance was identical, the sensations were distinctly different. He could tell it was Shui Yulan, for he had held her before, and he remembered the unique traits of a beautiful woman. Wait, this can't be. How could I forget? He wondered, realizing that in his arms, besides A Yin, there was no one else. Yulan, what are you doing here? At that moment, Qian Yunxiao finally grasped the situation. Though both had set up obstacles along the way, the distinctions were glaringly apparent. He hastily tore away the veil, covering his eyes, and beheld Shui Yulan, lying before him with her delicate hand covering her lips. His expression turned tense as he glanced at A Yin, who seemed to find amusement in the unfolding scene. Qian Yunxiao was undeniably elated. Why is Shui Yulan wearing A Yin's clothes? Don't speak. Just continue, Shui Yulan murmured, unable to meet his gaze, turning her head away, signaling him to proceed without further ado. Qian Yunxiao's eyes fell upon A Yin, the orchestrator of this situation, who avoided direct eye contact with him. He had never anticipated that his blissful days would arrive so swiftly. In the days that followed, Shui Yulan attended classes at the academy by day and returned to Qian Yunxiao as home by night. Indeed, Qian Yunxiao's life had become quite comfortable, for regardless of the setting, he had little to do but relish in his newfound happiness. Even in the comforts of her home, the simple tasks of wearing slippers or washing her feet were meticulously arranged by these two individuals. Qian Yunxiao needed only to lift her legs. This lifestyle had even ensnared a hero like Qian Yunxiao. Meanwhile, at the life lake within the Douluo forest, a large rabbit danced gracefully under the gentle guidance of Qingwu. It resembled a tamed monkey, easily controlled by her. After indulging in playful moments with her daughter, Qingwu settled on the grass by the life lake, while her daughter, Xiaowu, obediently nestled beside her. After contemplating for a while, Qingwu revealed her intentions to her daughter, Xiaowu. I must return to the human world soon, possibly for a few months. During my absence, you must stay here and play with Daming and Erming, and not wander away from the life lake. Do you understand? If it weren't for Xiaowu, Qingwu would have long moved to the human world. Now, having encountered a kindred spirit settled there, her desire to reside permanently among humans grew stronger. The Douluo forest was indeed beautiful, yet she had grown weary of its scenery after thousands of years. Qingwu now yearned for a life filled with excitement. Mother, didn't you say the human world is dangerous? Please don't go. Let's go together after a while. I will soon be able to transform, Xiaowu pleaded. Having followed Qingwu since childhood, the thought of being without her mother left Xiaowu feeling like a frightened little rabbit, lost and confused. Qingwu comforted her. Xiaowu, I will return. I am merely visiting a good friend who is also a 100,000-year soul beast. She is already transformed, married, and had children. I will stay with her for a few months to learn. This way, when you transform, I will know how to care for you. Despite her mother's reassurances, Xiaowu still found it difficult to accept. Daming, Erming, I leave Xiaowu in your care, Qingwu said, gently stroking Xiaowu's pink fur on her forehead before preparing to leave. Rest assured, we will take good care of Xiaowu, Daming and Erming replied respectfully to Qingwu. Watching her mother depart, Xiaowu felt an immense reluctance. Yet, she had always heeded her mother's words. After all, there was a saying, little rabbits must be obedient. In that moment, Xiaowu could only follow her mother's advice, patiently waiting at home for her return. Although Qingwu mentioned a few months, that time felt fleeting to Xiaowu. Chapter 22. The Bold Rabbit Delivers Itself. Qian Yunxiao had been preparing for the midwife's arrival for several months. He sought the finest midwife to assist in the birth of his child. This was his offspring, and he was deeply invested in the matter. After confirming that the baby was over 8 months along, A Yin chose to remain at home with Shui Yulan, rather than explore the surroundings of Tianshui Academy. Instead, she quietly stayed at home, reading and studying child-rearing and education, preparing for the future. A Yin placed immense importance on their child, perhaps even more so than Qian Yunxiao, and would not allow for any mistakes. My lord, do you prefer a boy or a girl? Don't humans tend to favor boys? A Yin had already sensed the gender of the life within her. The child was nearly fully formed, and her unique existence could perceive this. She did not voice it directly, but instead sought to gauge Qian Yunxiao's opinion. Qian Yunxiao replied honestly, to me, a boy or a girl is the same. They are both my children. If you give birth to a boy, we can have another if I desire a girl. You can still bear children, right? A Yin? A Yin had already developed a certain gracefulness from her relationship with Qian Yunxiao, yet her personality still retained the vivacity of youth. You're quite mischievous. Letting Yulan take your place? Yin teased. She was certainly willing to continue bearing children for Qian Yunxiao. This was merely a playful exchange between the couple. Yin even imagined Yulan, with her large belly, working at Tianshui Academy. How shocking that must be for the children. But then, Yin suddenly realized a critical point. Oh no, we were having such a good conversation, she exclaimed, leaving Qian Yunxiao puzzled. Yin explained, if my child is likely a girl, and Yulan's is also likely a girl, then my lord, won't you be without a son? Qian Yunxiao wanted to suggest that they could simply have another child. However, he knew he could not insist that Yin give birth endlessly. That would not be fair to her. It would be akin to treating her like livestock. He understood that having 2 children was already quite enough. Why not just have another one? Surely a son will come eventually, he thought, but he recognized the need to respond advantageously. What should we do then? Shall we have another? He replied, following A Yin's lead. A Yin believed she had discerned Qian Yunxiao's inclinations, thinking he preferred sons. You figure out, she said, feeling a bit flustered. She sensed Qian Yunxiao favored sons. Yet the child in her womb was likely a daughter. A Yin felt a pang of disappointment about her unborn child. I'm just joking. Don't you know me? Qian Yunxiao quickly changed the subject. At that moment, there was a knock at the door, providing him the perfect opportunity to shift the conversation. He rose to open the door, and, upon seeing the woman outside, he was puzzled. Excuse me, miss, may I ask who you are? The woman was unfamiliar to Qian Yunxiao, and he hadn't initially considered that she might not be human. At that moment, Qing Wu stood there, adorned with a 5-star rating, similar to A Yin's. However, Qing Wu's 5 stars lacked the same brilliance, indicating slightly inferior quality. Beneath the 5 stars were the following tags: 15th beauty of Douluo, 6th soul beast of innate charm, pursuit of excitement, fated to a short life. Upon seeing these tags, Qian Yunxiao began to comprehend her identity. She was a rabbit spirit, an audacious rabbit spirit. Was Qing Wu so bold as to present herself before him in pursuit of excitement? Was she underestimating him? Or did she possess an overabundance of confidence in her own abilities? It made sense for Qing Wu to come. If it weren't for the system's reminder, Qian Yunxiao would have never realized she was a rabbit spirit. As for being fated to a short life, in the context of being the 14th beauty of Douluo, she indeed qualified as a beauty. The graceful dance, indeed, met an early demise, at least in the form of humanity. The daughter, passing away at merely a year or 2, epitomized the phrase ill-fated. Greetings, esteemed lord. I am a friend of Yin. Might she be at home? Upon noticing Qian Yunxiao momentarily lost in thought, Qing Wu felt it was quite natural. After all, she was a gentle rabbit spirit. If she could not even master the art of seduction, what hope would she have? A Yin is home. Please come in. Qian Yunxiao welcomed Qing Wu inside. Sister Wu, you've come. Aren't you taking care of your daughter? A Yin was pleasantly surprised by Qing Wu's arrival. Knowing her sister was a single mother with an adorable daughter, which fostered a sense of closeness. My daughter is under the care of a trusted individual. I merely wish to see you. Qing Wu softly spoke as she settled beside Yin's bed. Qian Yunxiao observed the exchange between these 2 enchanting spirit beings. Indeed, if 2 beautiful spirit beings were to join forces, it would surely create a captivating spectacle. The Douluo continent boasted numerous spirit beasts, Baiji, Ziji, Shuedi, and Bingdi, among others. Especially Shuedi and Bingdi, who resided nearby. Capturing one could be considered. Once he attained the rank of title De, he would be ready to act. This was Qian Yunxiao's contemplation. Upon reaching title Douluo, his strength would be nearly demigod-like, sufficient to capture the relatively weaker Bingdi as his steed. He would refrain from allowing Bingdi to transform, purely utilizing her as a mount. What a delightful prospect. As evening descended, Qian Yunxiao personally prepared a room for Qing Wu, inviting her to stay. Thank you, esteemed lord. Qian Yunxiao sensed that Qing Wu possessed a greater understanding of interacting with men than A Yin. So swiftly, yet another esteemed lord has emerged, he mused. Fear not, as you're a friend of A Yin, and thus a friend of mine. Rest assured, it is quite safe here. Qian Yunxiao's demeanor revealed no hint of ulterior motives. After responding to Qing Wu, he promptly closed the door behind him. Could this rabbit spirit be intent on disrupting the harmony of sisterhood? Qian Yunxiao pondered as he ascended the stairs, boldly speculating. Before me, all are but playthings. I shall see what tricks this flirtatious rabbit can conjure. With his thoughts organized, he made his way upstairs. Many cast aspersions upon Xiao Wu due to her rabbit lineage. If that were true, how could she possibly be without siblings, left to her own devices? One undeniable truth remained. Qing Wu's presence significantly alleviated Yin's anxieties during childbirth. With the arrival of the 10th month, Qian Yunxiao's first offspring was on the verge of birth. Author's note: at midnight, this book will launch with a word count of 50,000. The esteemed readers are well aware that after publication, subscriptions or membership will be required for seamless reading. I recommend acquiring a membership. The first month is merely 8 coins, with consecutive months at 18 coins. Therefore, for just a few coins, one can access hundreds of thousands of books. What an exhilarating deal. For a few extra coins, reaching 22 coins allows for simultaneous access to countless comic books. If any esteemed members are interested, it is advisable to wait until after midnight when the book's homepage will display options for free reading. Simply proceed to activate it. Of course, subscriptions are also available, though they may yield slightly less value compared to memberships. Future chapters may include additional content, depending on reader engagement. Chapter 23. The birth of a daughter and the rabbit spirit's plan. Qian Yunxiao chose not to remain with A Yin in the room, but waited outside. Many customs surround childbirth, and he intended to adhere to them. Shui Yulan and Qing Wu also awaited outside. For Shui Yulan, this inexplicably appearing woman stirred a sense of wariness. She remained uncertain of what kind of person could evoke such treatment from her sister. Though Qing Wu instilled some pressure, it was manageable with a modicum of caution. With a resounding cry echoing forth, Qian Yunxiao felt a wave of relief wash over him. Once the midwife announced the birth, he took the child into his arms. It was a girl. Judging by her features, she had undoubtedly inherited A Yin's exquisite beauty. Destined to be a stunning woman in the future, Qian Yunxiao could not forget her striking blue eyes, which seemed to possess a unique quality, perhaps reminiscent of a 6-winged angel. Truth be told, he did not place much value on the angelic spirit. Without it, could his daughter truly be deemed unremarkable? Congratulations, host. You have birthed your first offspring. The family cultivation system has been activated, allowing you to initiate the cultivation process based on the child's innate talents at any time. Please endeavor to conceive a son, soon to unlock the family shop's functionality. Just as he cradled the child in his arms, the system's voice resonated in his mind. The cultivation system was activated. He was eager to assess his daughter's talents. With this capability, Qian Yunxiao knew he must take a look. The moment he spoke, the various attributes of his daughter materialized before his eyes. Talent, initial talent, appearance, second most beautiful in Douluo continent, spirit, 12-winged life angel. Life angel? What could this be? To be honest, Qian Yunxiao had anticipated a spirit somewhere between the 6-winged angel and blue silvergrass. It appeared to be a fusion of the two. Regardless, it was undoubtedly superior to the 6-winged angel. Once his daughter reached 3 to 5 years of age, he would take her back to Spirit City, allowing Qian Douluo to witness just how astute his judgment was. What a delightful child! Shui Yulan and Qing Wu approached. Their reactions to the newborn were distinct. Shui Yulan exhibited joy. It's a girl. Should I bear a son for Qian Yunxiao next? While Qing Wu reflected. It seems that when a spirit beast transforms and bears children with a human, the offspring are indeed human, even with A Yin possessing elements of spirit beasts. It does not hinder the child from being fully human. How wonderful! Qing Wu understood that while spirit beasts may live long, their existence is fraught with peril. Nature does not favor spirit beasts, and even those 10,000-year-old beasts must live in constant fear of being discovered and slaughtered by humans. Qing Wu had grown weary of such a life. She yearned for stability while pursuing excitement. Thus, she contemplated joining the ranks of humanity. Now, with A Yin's child born a pure human, hope blossomed within her. Without a doubt, Xiao Wu would eventually transform and accompany her into the human realm, seeking powerful and reliable human men to mate, allowing them to fully integrate into human society. As for her target, Qing Wu gradually shifted her gaze toward Qian Yunxiao. The case of A Yin has led Qing Wu to realize that Qian Yunxiao is indeed reliable. However, he is her sister's husband. Qing Wu finds herself secretly observing Qian Yunxiao. who is also lost in thought. Both she and Shui Yulan have seen their rankings among the beauties decrease. It's uncertain whether the birth of my daughter has caused them to drop a position. Originally, Shui Yulan held the title of the 11th beauty, but now she has slipped to 12th. Qingwu, once the 15th beauty, is now 16th. Interestingly, her soul beast ranking remains unchanged, indicating that it is merely the emergence of a stunning beauty among humans that has overshadowed her. Unbeknownst to Qian Yunxiao, at this very moment within the spirit hall, the angel statue guarded by Qian Douluo suddenly radiates a brilliant light. Having served the angel god for most of his life, Qian Douluo understands the significance of this phenomenon. Is there a divine child destined to descend upon the Qian family? Perhaps the unborn child of Ji? Qian Douluo muses to himself. Since returning from Qian Yunxiao, he has insisted that Qian Xuanji be paired with an exceptional woman, for Qian Xuanji is the eldest. Now that Qian Yunxiao, the second son, has already married, it seems unreasonable for the eldest to remain single. His only regret is the inability to find a woman as beautiful as A Yin. The target is a noble woman from the Star Luo Empire, the Zhu family. In the Douluo continent, there are only a few families with commendable female bloodlines, and the Zhu family is among them. The Qian family seeks to form a union, especially for the Pope. How could the Zhu family refuse? They readily send their finest daughter to be at Qian Xuanji's disposal. Now, she's already 5 months pregnant, and the process has been quite swift. However, Qian Xuanji is far from pleased with Zhu Mayan, the woman from the Zhu family. Is she beautiful? Yes, indeed. Yet, Qian Xuanji cannot seem to take a liking to her. Ultimately, he feels compelled to comply with Qian Douluo's wishes. Qian Douluo believes the Angel-S reaction pertains to the unborn child of Qian Xuanji, never considering that it might be due to Qian Yunxiao. Once the servants have managed the affairs following the childbirth, Qian Yunxiao finally brings his daughter into the room. A Yin, look, this is our precious daughter. Isn't she adorable? Qian Yunxiao presents the child to A Yin. A Yin has yet to see her child prior to this moment. Newborns often lack charm. Upon seeing her daughter, A Yin mutters, "Can this truly be considered cute? I find her quite unattractive, hardly fitting the notion of cuteness." Lacking experience, A Yin feels anxious upon seeing her daughter's appearance. She worries that the child's looks may reflect her own soul beast form. All newborns appear this way. In a couple of months, she will look much better. Just look at her unique eyes. They are unforgettable, much like yours, Qian Yunxiao reassures her. Shui Yulan chimes in, "Yes, sister, all babies are like this. In a few months, she will be truly adorable." With both Qian Yunxiao and Shui Yulan saying so, A Yin feels somewhat reassured. "I will go fetch the porridge I prepared for my sister," Qingwu states, demonstrating her thoughtfulness as a mother. She actively brings over the warm rice porridge to nourish A Yin. Though A Yin is primarily a vegetarian, she has learned to consume some meat since being with Qian Yunxiao. However, after giving birth, it is essential to prepare nourishing animal products for recovery. Master of the hall, it's time to name the child. A Yin looks at Qian Yunxiao with anticipation. As the head of the family, the responsibility of naming falls to him. Let us call her Qian Yunxiao, what do you think? After a moment of contemplation, Qian Yunxiao arrives at this name, which he finds quite pleasing, combining elements of both parents' names. A Yin's complexion remains somewhat pale, though she is a soul beast, stronger than an average human woman. The birth of her child has undeniably drained her considerable soul power and stamina. At that moment, a fragrant scent of blue-silver grass wafts through the air in Tianshui City, as A Yin's aura can no longer be concealed following childbirth. Any soul master of the soul, level passing by would sense the presence of a 100,000-year soul beast. A Yin is aware of this. However, with Qian Yunxiao by her side, she feels no fear. A Yin is pleased with the name Qian Yunxiao has chosen for their daughter, as it includes her own name, which brings her satisfaction. Qian Yunxiao had initially intended to personally feed his beloved wife the porridge to help her regain her strength. But with Qingwu's enthusiastic assistance and the need to care for their newborn, he allows her to take over. This arrangement works well. One can care for the daughter while the other tends to A Yin, switching every half hour. It is imperative that no other servants are involved in looking after their daughter for the first couple of years, as newborns require heartfelt, undivided attention. Qian Yunxiao's household is well equipped for this. During the day, either Qian Yunxiao or A Yin or even Qingwu can tend to the child. In the evenings, Shui Yulan can assist after her work. Late at night, They can rotate duties, each taking half an hour to care for the little one. This arrangement ensures that the entire family is well taken care of, a splendid solution indeed. Without such a rotation, the couple might find their moods affected by the child's cries, especially in the early days. Their family dynamic is now well structured, effectively preventing such issues. The family appears harmonious, and outsiders might even presume that Qing Wu, the rabbit spirit, has joined Qian Yunxiao's household. Observing A Yin's swollen form after childbirth, Qian Yunxiao feels a thirst for her. A Yin, being rich in water, has produced an abundance during this time, resembling a dairy cow. A Yin must be quite uncomfortable. This evening, he intends to share her burdens. As Qian Yunxiao grows accustomed to the presence of those around her, she seems delighted, regardless of who attends to her, remaining calm and content. Approximately 3 months after her birth, Qian Yunxiao takes his family of 4, along with Qing Wu, to Tianshui Academy. After securing Shui Yulan, the rewards from the system are undoubtedly not as plentiful as those for Yin, for she was the first woman to join Qian Yunxiao's family. While Shui Yulan's addition can indeed elevate Qian Yunxiao's soul power by 4 levels, he is still awaiting the 9th soul ring, thus temporarily setting aside that reward. Once he acquires the 9th soul ring, he will be able to claim the reward, potentially advancing his cultivation to around level 95. In addition to enhancing his cultivation, the system also grants him an egg as a reward. This egg harbors the potential of a 4-star ice phoenix. A family cannot be without its guardian beast. The ice phoenix indeed appears to be quite remarkable. One can only hope that its ascension in power is not judged by the age of soul beasts in this world. Otherwise, after tens of thousands of years, it would possess only a modicum of combat prowess, and by the time this ice phoenix matures, the Qian family may no longer have any use for such a trivial creature. For the ice phoenix to hatch, it requires a substantial infusion of ice attribute energy. Thus, Qian Yunxiao placed this egg at the Tianshui Academy, where numerous ice attribute soul masters reside to assist in the process. Now, approximately half a year has elapsed. According to Shui Yulan, Qian Yunxiao is aware that the ice phoenix is on the verge of hatching, which is why he brought his family to witness this occasion. The egg of the ice phoenix is quite large, standing over a meter tall. In comparison to the mythical phoenix eggs, it surely pales. Yet within the confines of the Douluo continent, a lower-tier realm, it suffices. Observing her daughter and Qian Yunxiao, Shui Mingzhu sighed inwardly. Her daughter had taken to spending the night in Qian Yunxiao's quarters after work, hardly returning home. What could she possibly be doing? Shui Mingzhu knew all too well. She was certainly working overtime. It was likely that Qian Yunxiao had her so entranced that she nearly forgot her own mother. Yet, given Qian Yunxiao's formidable strength, Shui Mingzhu felt powerless to intervene. It has now been nearly half a year since her daughter began this relationship with Qian Yunxiao. Observing the bond they share brings her a sense of relief. What a delightful little creature! Upon the hatching of the ice phoenix, all the women and girls present were overcome with admiration. It was truly breathtaking. Unlike a mere chick, this phoenix was born with a significant degree of intelligence. Its feathers fully developed. As it unfurled its wings, it presented an exquisite spectacle. Standing amidst the crowd, the ice phoenix emanated an air of undeniable pride. "Come here," Qian Yunxiao declared. Was it truly appropriate for this creature to act so presumptuously without his consent? Although the ice phoenix appeared impressive, it was not entitled to behave as it pleased in front of him. Today, he intended to assert his authority as its master before all present. In the eyes of outsiders, the beauty of the ice phoenix mattered little. It was ultimately just a mount for Qian Yunxiao, a mere guardian beast for the Qian family, much like A Yin and Shui Yulan. To the outside world, these two were unequivocal beauties, akin to goddesses. Yet in Qian Yunxiao's eyes, they too were goddesses, but he had the liberty to command them at will, while others could only gaze upon them in awe. The ice phoenix could never defy Qian Yunxiao. It obediently approached him, awaiting his commands. "From now on, you shall be Xiao Xue's guardian spirit beast. Take good care of your young master. Do you understand?" In Qian Yunxiao's heart, his mounts were A Yin, the yet-to-be-captured Qing Wu, and the Ice Emperor. As for the Snow Emperor, that was a humanoid snow spirit, not something he could ride. Consequently, the Ice Phoenix was not yet worthy of such a role. It was best to accompany his daughter as she grew. Watching Qian Yunxiao issue commands to this magnificent beast, the young girls at Tianshui Academy felt a surge of indignation. Such a beautiful soul beast deserved to be cherished. Yet they could voice no objections. Many of these girls were grateful to Qian Yunxiao for the opportunity to attend Tianshui Academy, having come here only after his reforms. The Ice Phoenix, without question, would be utterly obedient to Qian Yunxiao's directives, settling beside A Yin and resting its head against her leg, appearing exceptionally well-behaved, which amused A Yin. A Yin, did you not wish to visit the far north? The time is ripe. Shall we go? Today there would be 2 updates, and tomorrow's early morning would see a minimum of 4 chapters. Chapter 25. The Titan Snow Demon King appears. Qian Yunxiao intended to seize this opportunity to meet the concealed Ice Emperor. Oh, are we going now? A Yin was undoubtedly eager. However, with their recent marriage and her subsequent pregnancy, there had been no suitable moments to journey to the far north. Now that she had nearly recovered, it would be beneficial to expand her horizons. Since marrying Qian Yunxiao, she had not ventured outside to explore. But what of Shuer? They could not possibly bring her along. At merely a few months old, Shuer would not be able to withstand the frigid conditions of that icy realm. Regardless of her prodigious talent, let us entrust her to the Dean for care, shall we? Theoretically, Shui Mingzhu, as the Dean, could be considered Shuer's grandmother, being the biological mother of Shui Yulan from the esteemed family. Of course, Shui Mingzhu would not refuse Qian Yunxiao's proposal at this juncture. She had heard her daughter speak of Shuer's extraordinary talent, and as Qian Yunxiao's mother-in-law, it was only fitting to assist. Soon, her daughter might also be giving birth, and it would be necessary for A Yin to help as well. Yunxiao, the far north is fraught with complexities. There are even soul beasts that have existed for 100,000 years. Could you encounter trouble? This was Shui Mingzhu's greatest concern. In the extreme cold, ice-attribute soul beasts were significantly more formidable than their counterparts under normal conditions. Soul saints could typically contend with 50,000-year beasts, but in the far north, even they would struggle against those of 50 or 60,000 years. Qian Yunxiao paid little mind to her worries. My strength is comparable to that of a title Douluo at level 95 or above. With Sister Qingwu, a soul Douluo, by my side, traversing the far north poses no issues. Moreover, I seek to confront that 50,000-year creature and avenge the wrongs it inflicted upon you and Yulan. I am now a title Douluo of level 90, only lacking the 9th spirit ring. Even if I encounter the Ice Emperor, it will be of little consequence. The Ice Emperor Scorpion that nearly harmed Shui Yulan is still thriving. It is time to teach it a lesson. If possible, it could serve as a mount for Shui Yulan as well. Upon hearing this, Shui Mingzhu found herself speechless. She did not believe Qian Yunxiao would boast. Yet, she could not fathom the extent of his power. Why then had he not ascended to the position of Pope of the Spirit Hall? Shui Mingzhu did not dwell on this, instead accepting little Shuer from Qian Yunxiao, her maternal instincts shining through. She had originally intended to abdicate once Shui Yulan gave birth, so she could assist her daughter in caring for the child while Shui Yulan managed Tianshui Academy. It now appears that retiring a few years earlier is not such a significant matter. Come along, little one. Let us indulge in some sustenance and hasten your growth. Qian Yunxiao summoned the Ice Phoenix as well. For the Ice Phoenix to evolve, it is essential to consume rare treasures of the ice element. In Qian Yunxiao's view, the most beneficial for the Ice Phoenix's cultivation would likely be the ice and fire duality grass from the poison Douluo's estate. In addition to relics, such as the Ice Dragon King's remains, he planned to visit the poison Douluo's residence soon. After all, with Tang Sin absent, those celestial herbs would be well within Qian Yunxiao's grasp. In the Douluo continent, a swift mount is indispensable. Otherwise, traveling becomes quite cumbersome. As a formidable quasi-tidal Douluo, he found himself relying on a simple horse-drawn carriage to reach the northernmost territories, and then continuing on foot. There was no other choice, as Shui Yulan and A Yin in the party were slightly weaker and required care. Master, do you know where any Ice Blue Emperor scorpions might be located? The human capacity for exploring the extreme north remains rather shallow. Without the foundation of the Spirit Hall, others lack the qualifications to venture into the northern realms. The Spirit Hall is situated at the heart of the Douluo continent, surrounded by 2 empires, leaving little energy to spare for such expeditions. Although the Shui family ranks among the top 30 human factions on the continent, they are still ill-qualified to achieve anything significant in the extreme north. The sole beasts capable of easily annihilating the Shui family number in the hundreds across the Douluo world. Shui Yulan's encounter with the Ice Blue Emperor Scorpion was merely a stroke of luck. Fear not. We shall find it. Let the Ice Phoenix lead the way. Qian Yunxiao felt confident in encountering the Ice Emperor, for he was accompanied by A Yin and Qing Wu, two soul beasts of 100,000 years. The Ice Emperor, a soul beast of over 300,000 years, would undoubtedly sense their presence, particularly that of A Yin, who had yet to fully transform. Among soul beasts, especially those over 100,000 years old, territorial instincts are pronounced. Any other soul beast entering their realm without permission would be viewed as a challenge. The powerful soul beasts of the extreme north are particularly united against outsiders, fully aware of the 100,000-year soul beasts within their territory. The Ice Emperor would not overlook the presence of A Yin and Qing Wu. In the party, A Yin and Shui Yulan placed immense trust in Qian Yunxiao, believing that while the target he sought was challenging, they would not encounter danger. Only Qing Wu felt a twinge of anxiety, sensing an ominous presence drawing near their party, one that could easily rend her asunder with a mere swipe. She grappled with whether to share her concerns with Qian Yunxiao, fearing ridicule for her timidity. The perception of danger among their gentle-boned rabbit kin had always been remarkably accurate. The Ice Phoenix was dispatched to scout the surroundings. At the very least, they needed to ascertain whether any 10,000-year soul beasts were nearby, which could serve as mounts for Qian Yunxiao, sparing him from further inconvenience. The Ice Phoenix returned in haste, having encountered an adversary far beyond its capabilities. Upon its return, Qian Yunxiao felt the ground tremble beneath them. An enormous ice giant appeared before the four of them. The taste of this ancient ice deity was indeed peculiar. With a glance at the colossal soul beast, Qian Yunxiao recognized its identity, the Titan Snow Demon King, one of the three kings of the extreme north. It was said to be a descendant favored by the ancient ice deity, born at 10 meters tall and maturing to over 50 meters. This creature was hardly a paragon of beauty. The peculiar taste of the ice deity was something else entirely. Upon the Titan Snow Demon King's appearance, Qing Wu recognized it as undoubtedly a soul beast of 100,000 years. She had considered herself a formidable soul beast within the Douluo forest. Yet here, in the extreme north, she felt remarkably insignificant. The Titan Snow Demon King could easily rend her apart. Her pride evaporated in an instant. Not only she, but even the soul beast powerhouses in her view could only be considered diminutive in comparison to the Titan Snow Demon King, which was truly deserving of its title. Towering at 100 meters, the extreme north was truly terrifying, a realm beyond her reach. A Yin shared similar sentiments, cowering behind her partner in fear. Though both were 100,000-year soul beasts, the disparity was overwhelming. Before this soul beast, she felt like a mere ant. Are you soul beast from the Douluo forest? What brings you to my domain in the extreme north? If you have no business here, I advise you to depart swiftly. Otherwise, do not blame me for my rudeness. The Titan Snow Demon King's demeanor was exceedingly hostile. The extreme north was a pristine land, unwelcoming to outsiders. I dislike looking up, so come down and speak with me. The Titan Snow Demon King towered over them, exceeding 100 meters in height. Its size was excessively imposing, and Qian Yunxiao found it quite displeasing. Thus, he demanded that the giant lay down to converse with him, as even kneeling would place the Titan Snow Demon King several meters above him. Such arrogance was intolerable. Human, you seek death. The Titan Snow Demon King was incensed by Qian Yunxiao's words. As the ruler of the extreme north, second only to the Ice and Snow Emperors, he had never endured such humiliation. This insignificant creature was clearly courting death. You have chosen your demise, blue silver binding. To maximize the power of this technique, Qian Yunxiao recited the incantation for blue silver binding. Instantly, the area surrounding the Titan Snow Demon King was ensnared by a blue domain. Countless vines enveloped the Titan Snow Demon King, overwhelming him with a sense of impending doom. With a single command from Qian Yunxiao, the Titan Snow Demon King, once a formidable presence, was forcibly pulled to the ground by the seemingly feeble blue-silver grass. With a thunderous crash, the giant fell. To ensure absolute control, Qian Yunxiao thoroughly bound the Titan Snow Demon King, encasing him like a colossal cocoon. What have you done to me? The Titan Snow Demon King could hardly believe the turn of events. He found himself utterly devoid of resistance, reduced to roaring in fury at Qian Yunxiao. What would have been an earth-shattering roar now merely reverberated painfully in his own ears. A Yin could hardly fathom how her husband had mastered the blue silvergrass. Was he supposed to wield an angelic spirit? How could he manipulate the blue silvergrass with such proficiency? However, contemplating the fact that he, the sovereign of blue silvergrass, was utterly powerless before Qian Yunxiao, suffering greatly and foaming at the mouth. It seemed quite normal for Qian Yunxiao to manipulate blue silvergrass with tenfold or even 100-fold skill compared to her. To be honest, it posed a slight dilemma. Should I slay you and consider you as my ninth spirit ring? Qian Yunxiao pondered. The mere mention of the Titan Snow Demon King becoming his ninth spirit ring instilled fear within the Titan Snow Demon King. Despite his utmost resistance, he could not sever even a few strands of blue silvergrass that barely could grow in this frigid northern land. And worse still, the blue silvergrass continued to voraciously consume his power. This was one of the sole skills bestowed upon Qian Yunxiao by A Yin, Blue Silver Devourer. Never mind, your cultivation is too weak to qualify as my ninth spirit ring. Little did he know that in the next moment, Qian Yunxiao's words nearly made the Titan Snow Demon King spit blood in fury. How could he, the king of soul beasts in the extreme north, be deemed unworthy to serve as this human's ninth spirit ring? He was on the verge of reaching 200,000 years. Unworthy to be his spirit ring. Here, essay proposition. Become my servant. How about that? Qian Yunxiao directly pulled his beautiful companions and stood upon the back of the Titan Snow Demon King. One must admit, this furry creature actually seemed quite appealing. You wish. The Titan Snow Demon King roared at Qian Yunxiao. How could he possibly serve a despicable human as a servant? If you refuse, then I shall slay you. A Yin, Qingwu, what do you think? Should I kill him? Qian Yunxiao entrusted the decision to A Yin and Qingwu. Qingwu responded first. I have no objections. Indeed, she was indifferent to whether this king of soul beasts in the extreme north lived or died. A Yin pondered for a moment. It was the Titan Snow Demon King who sought them out first. Therefore, my lord, I leave it to your discretion. A Yin refrained from intervening in Qian Yunxiao's affairs. When out in the world, women must heed men. This A Yin had come to regard as truth. In that case, I can only express my regrets. Titan Snow Demon King, have you truly considered it? I can assist you in overcoming the great tribulation of 200,000 years. Qian Yunxiao lamented. It was unfortunate that the Titan Snow Demon King could not be of use to him. Yet, keeping him around was not out of the question. After all, Qian Yunxiao would have many offspring in the future and would eventually need powerful soul beasts reserved for spirit rings. The Titan Snow Demon King, was taken aback. He had indeed been trapped for over 100,000 years, and he had little confidence in breaking through to 200,000 years. Why did this human understand him so well? Human, you have audacity, daring to wreak havoc on my territory. At that moment, a cold, piercing voice echoed, causing Qian Yunxiao's smile to blossom. Ha ha ha. My objective has finally arrived. Compared to the towering Titan Snow Demon King, the Ice Empress would be far more suitable as a mount. Though the Ice Empress was already a soul beast ruler with 300,000 years of cultivation, her petite frame, less than 2 meters long, was just right to carry Qian Yunxiao alone. Riding on her, wouldn't that be delightful? Moreover, if the Ice Empress could transform in the future, she would surely have an even smaller form, which was a delightful thought. Atai, you are truly pathetic. Unable to defeat even a single human soul Douluo, utterly useless. The Ice Empress mocked, gazing at the Titan Snow Demon King, who was bound like a dumpling and visibly weakened after having his soul power siphoned by Qian Yunxiao's Blue Silver Devourer. The Titan Snow Demon King retorted, This fellow is peculiar. You must be cautious. The Ice Empress dismissed his warning. With 300,000 years of cultivation, she was confident she could contend with a human rank 90 title Douluo. Qian Yunxiao, she truly did not regard him as a threat. You two as noble soul beasts, consorting with humans. Today, I shall devour you two traitors. The Ice Empress was a fiercely competitive individual, always seeking to elevate her cultivation. In extreme north, she was constrained by the Snow Empress's suppression and could do little. However, Yin and Qingwu were soul beasts from outside the extreme north. Even if she consumed the two, the Snow Empress could not object. Moreover, the Snow Empress was not even in the extreme north at present. Chapter 27. The Snow Demon King submits, taming the Ice Empress ring. The Ice Empress's words left A Yin and Qing Wu feeling a burning sensation on their faces. Indeed, one sought a powerful man to assist her and her daughter in pairing, while the other was already dominated by a strong man. These two soul beasts could be deemed the disgrace of the soul beast world. Who cares about being a soul beast? We are humans now. A Yin, emboldened by standing behind Qian Yunxiao, shouted her innermost thoughts directly at the Ice Empress. Following Qian Yunxiao, A Yin had come to realize how joyous it was to be human. To be a soul beast? Forget it. So what if she was a traitor? You shall perish. The Ice Empress was thoroughly enraged by A Yin's words. In an instant, the temperature around them plummeted drastically. The previously mild -10 to 20 degrees felt as if it had dropped 100 degrees in an instant. Water Yulan nearly froze into an ice sculpture. This was the Ice Empress's eternal freezing domain. Without the cultivation of a tidal Douluo, one could not possibly withstand it. Blue-silver domain. Qian Yunxiao would not allow the Ice Empress to seize any advantage. After all, he had only this one move and no capital to be overly extravagant. Other means would be of little effect against the Ice Empress. Nonetheless, even a single skill could turn the tide. As long as he ensnared the Ice Empress, she posed no threat to him. Qian Yunxiao was aware of the Ice Empress's adeptness in mental techniques. Yet, once bound by his blue silvergrass, she would find herself paralyzed. Her mental prowess would also weaken. How could you? What kind of domain is this? Just a moment ago, the Ice Empress, who thought she could easily claim victory, found herself bound by Qian Yunxiao's blue silvergrass, her power rendered completely unexpressed. The Ice Empress had activated her eternal freezing domain to seize the initiative, yet she was unexpectedly controlled by this human? What kind of logic was this? Once locked by the blue silvergrass, the Ice Empress could not employ any of her techniques. Even her confident pincers could not sever this slender blue silvergrass. Qian Yunxiao was currently at level 90. According to the system's setting for blue-silver binding, without reaching level 100, one cannot break free from his blue-silver binding. Due to this blue-silver binding, Yin was almost completely at Qian Yunxiao's mercy. Being played by blue silvergrass is rather amusing. Qian Yunxiao gazed at the Ice Empress. He had no means to compel her to obey him in the short term. Never mind, to ensure absolute safety, I shall eliminate this formidable creature first and attain the rank of titled Douluo afterward. Qian Yunxiao contemplated and ultimately decided to compromise. Given his current strength, unless he defeated the Ice Empress, there was little he could do. Otherwise, one might not obtain a soul ring more exquisite than that of the Titan Snow Demon King within a short span of time. The Titan Snow Demon King is indeed regarded as the most exceptional among the 100,000-year soul rings. I shall simply make do. Observing that the Ice Emperor has already been effortlessly subdued by Qian Yunxiao, the Snow Emperor is no longer in the extreme northern realm. It is uncertain where he has fled. It can be said that there is no one reliable left in the entire extreme north. Now, Qian Yunxiao intends to slay him for his 9th soul ring. How could the Titan Snow Demon King not be afraid? I am willing to be your servant. At this moment, the Titan Snow Demon King spoke. He is the hope of the Titan Snow Demon clan. He cannot perish, for he must protect his kin. This human is so formidable. Yielding to him is not such a grave matter. Atai, what are you saying? The Titan Snow Demon King's words completely infuriated the Ice Emperor. The blue-silver grass entwined around her began to gradually turn pale from the freezing, as if the Ice Emperor were about to forcibly break free. Unfortunately, with just a slight increase in Qian Yunxiao's soul power suppression, the Ice Emperor's previous efforts were rendered utterly futile. Oh, is that true? Qian Yunxiao was genuinely surprised. Is this truly happening? Indeed, the Titan Snow Demon King shed tears of humiliation. In truth, the Titan Snow Demon clan has always been subservient to the Ice God, yielding to the strong. Now, the mightiest of the Titan Snow Demon clan has been defeated by Qian Yunxiao, and that Ice God is unable to descend and assist their clan. Surrendering is not out of the question. Congratulations, host, for conquering a clan for the first time and making them your vassals. Reward: Beast Taming Ring X5. When the Beast Taming Ring is placed upon a soul beast, the soul beast will never be able to resist the will of its master. Pure Ice Crystal X5. The purest source of ice and snow power. Capable of enhancing the cultivation of ice-attributed beings, can only be used once in a lifetime. To be honest, Qian Yunxiao did not anticipate triggering such a high-level hidden quest. Conquering a clan? Surely. He has already subdued A Yin, right? How come the Blue Silvergrass clan hasn't been conquered? Perhaps the Blue Silvergrass does not qualify as a true clan. The Titan Snow Demon, however, is indeed a genuine clan. At this moment, Qian Yunxiao released the Titan Snow Demon King. He took out the reward, the pure ice crystal, and tossed it to the Titan Snow Demon King. Since you have pledged allegiance to me, I shall keep my word. This item can enhance your cultivation, allowing you to achieve a level of 200,000 years effortlessly. Take it. Qian Yunxiao was quite generous towards his subordinates. The pure ice crystal can only be used by beings with an ice attribute. Shui Yulan is one of them, as is the ice phoenix. Shui Mingzhu, that mother-in-law, might also qualify. With 2 remaining, it was only fitting to give one to the Titan Snow Demon King. The Titan Snow Demon King, reaching a cultivation of 200,000 years, would also benefit Qian Yunxiao. Thank you, my master. The Titan Snow Demon King was initially astonished. He could hardly believe that Qian Yunxiao truly delivered on his promise. The pure ice crystal, though small, exuded an overwhelmingly terrifying power. If he were to refine it, he might be able to cultivate his ice power to an extraordinary level. By the way, go to the Ice Emperor Scorpion clan and capture 2 Ice Emperor Scorpions with a cultivation of 55,000 years. Qian Yunxiao issued a command to the Titan Snow Demon King. Without the Ice Emperor's presence, the Ice Emperor Scorpion clan posed no threat to him. He obediently accepted the order. In the next moment, Qian Yunxiao prepared to return with 3 formidable soul beasts. A Yin, Qing Yulan. You 3 go ahead and wait for me. I have some matters to attend to. Qian Yunxiao intended to enslave the Ice Emperor at this very moment. However, his methods were not suitable for Light Dance and the others to witness, lest they alter their perception of him. Hence, it was prudent to temporarily withdraw. A Yin and Light Dance obediently walked a distance away to wait outside the extreme north for Qian Yunxiao to emerge. Once they had departed, Qian Yunxiao allowed the Ice Emperor to reveal her head. The moment she got the chance, the Ice Emperor launched a mental attack against Qian Yunxiao, intending to render him a fool. Fortunately, Qian Yunxiao was quick on his feet, and the beast-taming ring was already fastened around the Ice Emperor's neck. What have you done to me? For some inexplicable reason, the Ice Emperor suddenly felt as though her very soul was bound, instilling within her a profound sense of fear. What kind of power is this? Chapter 28. The golden-haired Qian Yunxiao, surrounded by love-struck hearts. Ice Emperor, why are you not behaving yourself? Qian Yunxiao completely released the Ice Emperor. For the journey ahead, he still needed the Ice Emperor to accompany him. You scoundrel, I will kill you. I will definitely kill you. As the ruler of the ice and snow world, the Ice Emperor would not exhibit the same lack of backbone as the Titan Snow Demon King. Even if she were to perish today, she would never yield to this human. In the Ice Emperor's eyes, this human was merely a despicable being who had unjustly subdued her. Otherwise, she would not be in such a dire predicament. In truth, the Ice Emperor displayed even less resolve than the Titan Snow Demon King. After all, among the 3 kings of the extreme north, she was the first to capitulate, willingly becoming a soul ring for a mere 10-year-old child. Even a 10-year-old child was not exempt. She was willing to be a mere peanut, and Qian Yunxiao, being a title Douluo, is a mighty figure. At only 24 years old, he was nearly at the level of a title Douluo, far stronger than that gatekeeper of the Tang clan. How could she not seize the opportunity? Through reason, emotion, and benefit, the Ice Emperor would have to yield. As the Ice Emperor attempted to utter threats towards Qian Yunxiao, she felt her very soul on the verge of splitting, struggling to breathe, her body almost torn asunder. Why are humans so terrifying? Ice Emperor, I am the young divine envoy, destined to ascend to godhood. If you submit to me now, there will surely be a place for you in the divine realm. Why linger in this desolate, frigid corner of the extreme north? Qian Yunxiao began his persuasive tactics. His words bore no exaggeration. With a multitude blessing system, achieving divinity would not be difficult for him. The Ice Emperor scoffed, I would rather die than submit to you, this vile human. What young divine envoy? The Ice Emperor does not believe in such nonsense. She had lived for hundreds of thousands of years. How could she possibly accept such claims? Unperturbed by the Ice Emperor's fury, Qian Yunxiao casually presented another proposition. Since you do not covet becoming a divine beast, How about the Snow Emperor? If you pledge allegiance to me and become my mount, I can help you and the Snow Emperor enjoy a carefree life together in the future. What do you say? Having read novels, Qian Yunxiao was acutely aware of the Ice Emperor's temperament. The Snow Emperor was an insurmountable obstacle in the Ice Emperor's life. When two rulers meet, even if one is significantly stronger, they may still feel shy and bashful. A soul beast that has lived for hundreds of thousands of years could be bashful. It is entirely understandable for a transformed soul beast like A Yin, now a woman, to feel bashful in the presence of a man as exceptional as Qian Yunxiao. However, it is utterly perplexing to witness a female scorpion shy away from Snow Spirit. What kind of divine romantic mindset is this? Moreover, this is a same-sex attraction. Even Qian Yunxiao felt a wave of nausea upon witnessing this scene. Is this truly a narrative that one could conceive? The phenomenon of romantic obsession extends far beyond this. Bibi Dong, Hulaina, Qian Yunxiao, Zhu Zhuqing, and even Gu Yuna, all are undeniably ensnared by love. Initially, Qian Yunxiao deemed such a characterization to be utterly foolish. Yet, upon experiencing it firsthand and being the beneficiary of such affections, particularly after the incident with the yellow-haired one, he grasped the allure of this romantic fixation. He found himself particularly fond of these exquisite beauties, reveling in the ease with which he could win their hearts. It became apparent that, through an alternative means, akin to a dormitory abduction, one could indeed attain love, just as depicted in the stories. With a single remark from Qian Yunxiao, the Ice Empress was instantly stripped of her rebellious spirit. She could not afford to lose the Snow Empress, just as the frigid northern lands could not do without ice and snow. Come, follow me. There will be opportunities for enhancing your cultivation, as well as for the Snow Empress, he urged. Seizing the moment of the Ice Empress's confusion, he gently patted her head and settled directly upon her back, signaling her to quell her temper and yield to him. He bore no objection to her association with the Snow Empress, nor even to their union. Truly, he did not mind. To her astonishment, the Ice Empress found her limbs inexplicably obeying his summons, leading her toward the outskirts of the northern expanse. With the Ice Empress leading the way, Qian Yunxiao felt no apprehension regarding the other two Ice Emperor scorpions misbehaving. Upon reaching the periphery of the northern realm, Qian Yunxiao beheld the three companions and one beast awaiting his return. A Yin, Qing Wu, and Shui Yulan were utterly astounded to witness Qian Yunxiao perched upon the back of such a fearsome creature. What kind of sorcery was this? A Yin, come here. Qing Wu and Yulan, you each take one, he instructed, realizing that in this desolate place, he could only procure such soul beasts. The ice and snow domain indeed housed the most prestigious mounts, the Ice Emperor scorpions. Shui Yulan had no objections to Qian Yunxiao's arrangement, acutely aware of her position and refraining from competing for his affections. After all, she possessed a clear understanding of her place. Without hesitation, she climbed onto the back of the Ice Emperor scorpion that had nearly claimed her life in the past, relishing the sensation of having her adversary beneath her. As the four embarked on their journey home, only Qing Wu found herself in turmoil. Qian Yunxiao's penchant for taming soul beasts as companions left her pondering her own fate as a soul beast. Would she, too, be captured as a pet by Qian Yunxiao? Imagining herself bound, as he had done with the Ice Empress and other formidable beings, sent shivers down her spine. The Lord is not that sort of person. I am overthinking, she reassured herself, but soon her self-comfort began to falter. In the Douluo continent, while the soundproofing of walls was decent, it was not impervious. Contemplating the events that transpired nightly on the floor above, Qing Wu began to doubt whether Qian Yunxiao truly embodied the gentility she believed him to possess. The more she pondered, the greater her trepidation grew. Should she consider leaving for a time? Returning to the city of Tianshui, perhaps? The sight of three imposing scorpions entering the city sent shivers down the spines of ordinary citizens and lower-ranked soul masters, prompting them to flee in terror. Fortunately, the presence of a powerful figure like Qian Yunxiao instilled a measure of calm among the populace. A Yin, Yulan, please fetch Schwerer from the academy. I will take the opportunity to train these Ice Emperor scorpions and discuss a few matters with Qing Wu, Qian Yunxiao commanded. Arriving in Tianshui City, he felt assured that nothing would amiss. Both Shui Yulan and Yin acknowledged his request, showing no significant reaction to his desire for a private conversation with Qing Wu. Meanwhile, Qing Wu, feeling like a timid rabbit, was overcome with apprehension. What could Qian Yunxiao possibly want with her alone? What should she do? Should she seek A Yin's counsel? Yet, the thought of appearing troubled in front of A Yin was equally daunting. These thoughts were mere figments of her imagination. After a brief period of confusion, A Yin and Shui Yulan dismounted from the Ice Emperor Scorpion, parting ways with Qian Yunxiao. He led Qing Wu back to his luxurious hotel. You will remain here, behave yourself, and do not harm anyone. Understood? Qian Yunxiao instructed the Ice Empress. The leader of the group. Infuriated, the Ice Empress felt insulted, as if reduced to a mere guard dog. However, upon Qian Yunxiao producing a sparkling ice crystal, she chose to remain silent instead. That detestable human. I will endure him for now, but when the opportunity arises, I shall strike him down. She vowed inwardly. Qing Wu, why do you linger? Come along. Seeing her frozen in place, Qian Yunxiao smiled, a gesture that only solidified her suspicions of his ulterior motives. Lord, do you require something of me? Qing Wu stammered, hesitant to approach. The fear she held for Qian Yunxiao was genuine. I need to discuss a few matters with you. Please follow me, he beckoned. His tone was affable, yet it did little to soothe her anxiety, as his expression turned serious. She found herself reluctantly following him to his room. There was no escaping, regardless of Qian Yunxiao's strength. A mere command from him would suffice for the Ice Empress to ensure her compliance. Dear Sister Qing Wu, please open the door. I have something to show you, he urged. With trepidation, she retrieved the key and unlocked the door. The prospect of being alone with him heightened her anxiety. This is something I need your assistance with. What do you think? Qian Yunxiao revealed a large iron cage. The moment Qing Wu laid eyes on it, her complexion paled. Lord, what is the meaning of this? Indeed, combining Qian Yunxiao's previous actions with the sight of the cage, she feared it was intended for her imprisonment. This cage has been crafted for the 3 creatures below. As you're also a soul beast, I would like your insight on its potential effectiveness, he clarified. Realizing it was not meant for her, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. Lord, this cage likely wouldn't confine those 3 soul beasts, especially not the 10,000-year soul beast. It is not something an ordinary cage could contain, she replied earnestly, providing her assessment. Qian Yunxiao replied, I understand. My intention is not to control them, but rather to maintain a semblance of order. Do you think a reformation of appearance is necessary? Qing Wu shook her head and responded, in my personal opinion, there is no need for that. With that, Qian Yunxiao decided not to dwell on the matter further, casually storing the iron cage into his spatial soul guide. This item had been prepared for the Ice Emperor long ago. What were you so afraid of just now, Qing Wu? Did you think I intended to imprison you? After resolving the pressing matters, Qian Yunxiao began to jest. Your Highness, please refrain from making such remarks. That was not my intention at all. Qing Wu quickly averted her gaze, avoiding eye contact with Qian Yunxiao. Truth be told, she had harbored such concerns. Qian Yunxiao reassured her. You are a sister of A Yin. How could I treat you like that? I know rabbits tend to be easily frightened, but rest assured, I would never harbor ill will towards my friends. With Qian Yunxiao's current resources, a beast-controlling ring would suffice to pacify Qing Wu, yet he refrained from such actions. Firstly, it was unnecessary to waste a beast-controlling ring. Qing Wu was practically already within his grasp. A little more time would suffice. There was no need to squander resources. Secondly, rather than employing a crude method like a beast-controlling ring, Qian Yunxiao felt a greater sense of accomplishment in winning Qing Wu over through more subtle means. As for why he treated the Ice Emperor differently, it was quite simple. The Ice Emperor was disobedient, and at present was not human but a soul beast. Qian Yunxiao could not regard the Ice Emperor in the same light as A Yin and Qing Wu. When the Ice Emperor eventually transformed back into human form, Qian Yunxiao would surely adjust his attitude accordingly. Qian Yunxiao's words managed to resonate with Qing Wu, who felt remorse for her earlier misunderstanding. How could she have thought so poorly of him? Sighing at this realization, she felt a tinge of sadness. Qian Yunxiao had been nothing short of the perfect husband and father over the past few months, a rarity for her and Xiao Wu's family. Alas, he was her sister's husband. Was it truly appropriate for her to entertain such thoughts? Could she, like Yulan, also be part of his family? This thought inexplicably took shape in Qing Wu's mind as she yearned to join Qian Yunxiao's family. I shall take my leave now. You must be weary after accompanying us for some time. You should rest early. Qian Yunxiao had no intention of lingering in Qing Wu's room. One must savor one's meals gradually, rather than indulging recklessly and becoming a glutton. He had been patient with A Yin, dedicating a full 100 days to her. Similarly, he would extend that patience towards Qing Wu. Your Highness, I have a matter I wish to consult you about. Just as Qian Yunxiao turned to leave, Qing Wu spoke up. Surprised, he inquired, What is it, Qing Wu? She softly asked, May I learn more about the story between you, Yulan, and A Yin? Her words signaled a promising inclination on her part, revealing her curiosity. After a moment's contemplation, Qian Yunxiao replied, The tale of A Yin and Yulan is rather lengthy, not something that can be succinctly conveyed. While it wasn't excessively long, there were certain aspects Qian Yunxiao needed to refine, which would require some effort. If you have no other pressing matters, I would be more than willing to listen, Qing Wu said, gesturing for him to take a seat while pouring tea for him. Observing her graceful figure, Qian Yunxiao chose not to decline and began recounting the story of their relationship. During A Yin's pregnancy, she had sought out Shui Yulan. This revelation astonished Qing Wu. You mean to say that Shui Yulan was brought in by Yin herself? Qian Yunxiao nodded, exclaiming, Indeed. That girl, Yin, conjured up some scheme, leaving me no choice but to accept Yulan and honor her profound affection. At that moment, Qing Wu recalled her first encounter with A Yin. Perhaps it was then that A Yin had intended to seek out Shui Yulan. As for Qian Yunxiao's acceptance, Qing Wu sensed that the situation was far more complex than it appeared. Perhaps he had recognized the oddities from the outset, but chose to play along. Yet, this was merely her conjecture, devoid of any evidence. She understood that her focus should remain on A Yin. Thank you for sharing this with me, Your Highness, Qing Wu expressed after the story concluded, opting not to prolong Qian Yunxiao's visit. Chapter 30. Irresistible beast food. Qian Yunxiao was inherently a man of high emotional intelligence. As Qing Wu subtly indicated her desire to dismiss him, he took his leave without hesitation. In the late afternoon, as dusk approached, A Yin returned home with Shui Yulan. Upon arriving at Tian Shui Academy, Shui Yulan was bound to assist her mother, Shui Mingzhu, with certain matters, thus delaying their return for the afternoon. A Yin chose to stay at the academy to care for the child, as there were many children there, making it a more engaging environment. Upon returning with Qian Yunxiao, they found Qian Yunxiao reclining on the bed, engrossed in a book. A Yin inquired, Where is Sister Wu? To which Qian Yunxiao calmly responded, Naturally, she is in her own room. Where else could she be? Others need their rest too. A Yin refrained from pressing further. I'm stepping out for a moment. I have some matters to attend to. After their return, Qian Yunxiao prepared to venture out. By the afternoon, the items he had commissioned were nearly complete. It was imperative to resolve the issue of confining the Ice Emperor and her two kin symbolically today. Where are you going? A Yin asked, handing Qian Yunxiao to Shui Yulan. She reached the door first, kindly assisting Qian Yunxiao with his shoes. He explained, The three mounts have arrived at Tian Shui City. To prevent any unforeseen incidents and to assure the townsfolk, I have ordered a few large iron cages to contain them. Though the cages may not serve much purpose, they will at least provide the citizens with some psychological comfort. Qian Yunxiao's reasoning was sound. A Yin expressed reluctance. Could it not wait until tomorrow? He kissed her gently, replying, If I do not secure them tonight, do you believe those people will be able to sleep? This is a consequence of my actions, and I must personally resolve it. Qian Yunxiao's earnest demeanor prompted A Yin to silently commend him for his sense of responsibility, both towards her and the powerful man he was. Return soon. I cannot sleep without you, she said, gazing at him with affection as they shared a heartfelt farewell. Without the comforting embrace of Qian Yunxiao's arm, A Yin found it impossible to slumber. This was a habit she had cultivated over a year spent in his presence. Rest assured, I shall expedite the matter, Qian Yunxiao assured her, having also made a promise of his own. With two enchanting beauties by his side at night, how could he possibly choose to brave the cold winds alone? Qian Yunxiao made his way to the blacksmith shop, transporting 3 large iron cages to the entrance where the Ice Emperor stood guard. What are you doing? The Ice Emperor's expression was one of palpable annoyance towards Qian Yunxiao. Even the offering of a true crystal of ice and snow could not alter his standing in her eyes. Now, he intended to confine her in a cage? This was an affront she could not tolerate. Do you have any objections? Is my true crystal of ice and snow so easily acquired? If you do not desire it, feel free to spit it out, Qian Yunxiao retorted, unfazed by her displeasure. He had already extended her a courtesy. In the case of another, A steed would have faced severe punishment for such insolence. At that moment, he had indeed struck a nerve with the Ice Emperor. She had recently reaped the benefits of Qian Yunxiao's favor. That single piece of true crystal of ice and snow could elevate her cultivation by nearly 20 or 30,000 years. To simply relinquish it was a bitter pill for her to swallow. Fear not. These cages are far from secure. They are merely decorative for you. At worst, I shall leave them unlocked. Is that acceptable? This marked Qian Yunxiao's final act of concession towards the Ice Emperor. Upon hearing that the cages would remain unlocked, her expression softened considerably. Not locking them implied she was not merely a pet, yet she still struggled to accept. I'm the king of the ice scorpions. How could I be displayed like a mere street performer for these mortals? Qian Yunxiao continued, it is merely for the night, and I shall assign guards to the streets to ensure that those individuals come forth. How does that sound? With the inclusion of Shui Yulan into his family, the hotel had transformed into Qian Yunxiao's private sanctuary, no longer open to the public. Typically, there were few visitors. Qian Yunxiao had laid out his terms, and the Ice Emperor was left with little recourse. Her fate was firmly in his hands, and securing such privileges was a remarkable feat for her. Ultimately, in the silence of the Ice Emperor, Qian Yunxiao discerned her answer. Utilizing the blue-silver grass under his control, he effortlessly confined the 3 ice scorpions. The Ice Emperor offered no resistance, while the other 2 dared not move. Congratulations, host, acquired the first gatekeeping pet, showcasing grandeur. Completed task, obtained the first pet. Task reward, 100 fortune coins. Fortune coins can be used to purchase items in the family store. 100 beast feed can enhance the cultivation and aptitude of beasts, as well as improve intimacy with pets. To be honest, Qian Yunxiao had not anticipated completing a hidden task. How intriguing! Observing the Ice Emperor's envious and reluctant demeanor, he found amusement in her plight. Was this a quintessential case of saying one thing while meaning another? Examining the specifics of the Ice Emperor's status as a pet, Qian Yunxiao hastily checked the pet section on his system panel. Pet type, Ice Scorpion, gatekeeping pet, wealth-bringing pet. Pet level, pet intimacy, pet special skill, increases host fortune by 1 coin every 24 hours. Upon seeing this information, Qian Yunxiao speculated. Could it be that the intimacy arose from the true crystal of ice and snow he had just bestowed upon her? Or perhaps it was due to his gentle words that had garnered her favor? Or was the Ice Emperor simply an extreme submissive? Once confined, did she feel content? Regardless, this was advantageous for Qian Yunxiao. It indicated that he could gradually tame the Ice Emperor, ultimately winning her loyalty and affection. Thus, the journey of enhancing their intimacy had commenced. With this thought, Qian Yunxiao retrieved the beast feed he had recently acquired from the system space. He apportioned 2 servings, 1 for each of the 2 ice scorpions. Each serving weighed just over a pound, barely sufficient for the 2 creatures. Although uncertain of the contents, the beast feed appeared appealing and emitted an enticing aroma, drawing the attention of the ice scorpions, who began to eat eagerly. Seeing Qian Yunxiao provide his 2 kin with food while neglecting her, the Ice Emperor felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. The modifications had been extensive, and everyone could now witness the transformation. The protagonist's character had been reverted. Exhausted from working late into the night, he encouraged those who had read it to refresh or remove the book from their shelves and re-add it for the new version. Chapter 31, The Touching Dance. Time to reproduce. The Ice Emperor briefly vented her regal ire, and suddenly, the 2 ice scorpions quieted, resisting the temptation of the beast feed offered by Qian Yunxiao. Gazing pitifully at their queen, they were oblivious to how they had provoked the capricious Ice Emperor. Presently, she was quite displeased. Why were her subordinates being treated to such delectable morsels while she, the queen, was not? Was she deemed unworthy? Are you feeling jealous? Qian Yunxiao observed her discontent with amusement. This creature was rather interesting. Was she beginning to vie for his affection? What nonsense are you spouting? Qian Yunxiao's words ignited further displeasure in the Ice Emperor. Rest assured, they are consuming inferior beast feed, far less appealing than what I will provide for you. Be obedient, and I shall reward you with something better. He placed a hand gently atop her head, feeling the intense chill radiating from her. Fortunately, his own warmth was substantial. Otherwise, he might not have been able to endure it. Jealous? Silence. The Ice Emperor's eyes widened slightly, revealing a hint of anxiety. Observing the slight uptick in her intimacy, Qian Yunxiao could not help but laugh heartily. The matter had been resolved, and he felt a sense of relief. As for those in Tianshui City who worried that the Ice Emperor might cause chaos while they slept, they now had a valid excuse for slumber. Qian Yunxiao intended to retire to his chamber and embrace his beloved for the night. However, as he passed by Qing Wu's room, he rapped on the door. At that moment, Qing Wu had just finished her evening routine, donning loose attire in preparation for sleep. The sudden knock startled her. Why was Qian Yunxiao seeking her out at this hour? Could it be that, after a moment's contemplation, she decided against changing her attire before meeting him and simply opened the door for his entry? Your Grace, what brings you here? Qing Wu wrapped her scarf around her. Regarding Qian Yunxiao with a blend of caution and curiosity, she should have considerable trust in Qian Yunxiao, not worrying about any ulterior motives he might harbor. Alternatively, it is possible that she herself has some plans regarding him, hence her deliberate actions. Qing Wu initiated the conversation, her figure wrapped only in a bathrobe, leaving Qian Yunxiao momentarily speechless. Is this a test? How many could withstand such a trial? But now Qian Yunxiao could. Qing Wu, I possess something that can enhance the cultivation of soul beasts. Would you like to take a look? Perhaps it could help your daughter, Xiao Wu, transform sooner. This was the primary reason for Qian Yunxiao's visit. He now had beast food, which he could not consume himself, nor could he offer it to A Yin, who was far too delicate for such sustenance. Qian Yunxiao intended to prepare something far superior for her. Thus, this 100 portions of beast food would not be consumed in the immediate future. After much contemplation, he decided it could be beneficial for Xiao Wu, hastening her transformation. You possess such items, my lord? Qing Wu inquired, her interest piqued. She was well acquainted with various items that could enhance soul beasts over her extensive lifespan. Having encountered a few rare instances, such items were treasured greatly. Qian Yunxiao's assertion excited her unexpectedly. Take a look, he said, producing a portion of beast food and offering it to her. With a hint of skepticism, Qing Wu opened the bag, and the enticing aroma wafted forth, stirring her senses. The allure of beast food was particularly profound for those suitable as pets, such as cats, dogs, and rabbits, yielding the most favorable effects on these creatures. Clearly, Qing Wu fell within this significant influence. After tasting a small pellet, she was astonished. Not only was it delicious, but it also proved beneficial for cultivation. This single bag could potentially enhance a soul beast-esque cultivation by a century, an extraordinary boon. Her daughter, Xiao Wu, might only need this one bag to take that crucial step forward. My lord, this is far too precious. I cannot accept it. Although Qing Wu longed to accept the gift to expedite her daughter's transformation and elevate her to soul saint status, she felt uncomfortable receiving such a valuable item without offering anything in return. Had she known that Qian Yunxiao casually discarded 2 portions of beast food to the 2 ice blue emperor scorpions guarding below, she may have thought differently. The scorpions consumed their meals rapidly, and Qian Yunxiao was unconcerned about Qing Wu discovering this detail. In the future, as long as he tightened his grip on the beast food or concealed its rarity from her, all would be well. Please accept it. We are friends, and mutual assistance is only natural. When Shui grows up, perhaps our families could revisit the star Douluo forest together. I would be honored if you could guide us and show us your home, Qian Yunxiao insisted, pushing the beast food back to her. I will always welcome your presence. My lord, Qing Wu replied earnestly. The star Douluo forest was not solely her domain, especially the Lake of Life, which belonged to both Deming and Erming. However, considering Qian Yunxiao as admirable character, even if she led him to the Lake of Life, Deming and Erming would likely have no objections. It seemed reasonable for him to visit the place she once called home. Qing Wu, you may plan your time as you see fit. If you wish to return now, I shall not hinder you. You are welcome to stay in Tianshui City for a while. The hour grows late. You should rest early, Qian Yunxiao stated simply before departing. After watching him disappear down the corridor, Qing Wu closed the door. Just like that, a bag of beast food had exchanged hands for 2 10,000-year-soul beasts. Once the door was securely shut, Qian Yunxiao's smile morphed significantly, revealing the unmistakable glee of a plot well executed. He considered himself quite the cunning businessman, deceiving these innocent souls without remorse. Yet, he rationalized that he had never truly deceived them. He had merely exchanged his sincerity for theirs. Upon leaving Qing Wu, Qian Yunxiao returned to his room, where his daughter, Qian Yunxiao, was already fast asleep. A Yin and Shui Yulan had also completed their evening routines, fragrant and awaiting his return. Upon entering, Qian Yunxiao immediately understood the purpose of the gathering. It was time to consider adding a younger sibling for his daughter. The following day, Qian Yunxiao ventured out, for he could not remain idle at home. Although he did not require training, it was prudent to take the Ice Emperor out for some exercise. The environment of Tianshui City was relatively suitable for the Ice Emperor's needs, as long as it was not excessively hot. As Qian Yunxiao departed, Shui Yulan also went to Tianshui Academy for work, leaving A Yin alone to care for her daughter. A Yin bore no complaints. After all, it was her duty. She anticipated that Qing Wu would arrive later to assist her. Having spent several months together, A Yin was well-versed in the daily routines. Indeed, Qing Wu arrived early, and noticing Qian Yunxiao's absence, she seized the opportunity to speak with A Yin in hushed tones. "Sister, there are matters I wish to discuss with you." As little Qian Yunxiao remained quiet, Qing Wu began her exposition. A Yin, displaying a casual demeanor, replied, "Sister Wu, what is it?" Qing Wu produced the exquisite food Qian Yunxiao had given her and explained, "This is a remarkable item from our Lord, capable of enhancing the cultivation of our soul beasts." The revelation left A Yin astounded. An item that could elevate cultivation? Qian Yunxiao had gifted it to her sister without mentioning it to A Yin? Why was that? A hint of jealousy stirred within A Yin. Did her beloved harbor feelings for her sister? It was understandable. Despite Qing Wu not being as beautiful as A Yin, her allure was undeniable, captivating many with her long legs and sensual charm. If Qing Wu were not of such good character, Yin would never have befriended her. As their companionship deepened, it seemed only natural for her lord to succumb to temptation. Was Qing Wu confessing or merely showing off? Yet, Qing Wu paid no mind to A Yin's turbulent thoughts, recounting the previous night's events. "The Lord asked me to use this for my daughter, hoping for her transformation. This favor weighs heavily upon me, and I am uncertain how to repay him. Sister, do you have any suggestions?" Upon hearing this, A Yin's apprehensions dissipated. So that was the case. How could her lord possibly be the sort to harbor ulterior motives? A Yin's spirits lifted instantaneously, and she took the initiative to say, "Sister Wu, you need not be so formal. The lord of the palace is simply a warm-hearted individual. You should not feel restrained around him. Over these past few months, you have assisted us immensely, so there is no need for such formality." At this moment, she was entirely unconcerned about the matter at hand. With A Yin's reassurance, Qing Wu felt significantly relieved. Qian Yunxiao and A Yin were married. If a husband sent gifts to his wife and she refused, it would pose a considerable problem. Fortunately, both parties were amiable, alleviating much of Qing Wu's psychological burden. Once the situation seemed settled, Qing Wu inquired with a gentle smile, "Sister, is there anything else happening here lately? If not, I plan to return home for a while." A Yin hesitated momentarily, but then responded easily, "Sister Wu, we have no pressing matters here. If you have urgent business, please return home to address it." Her tone suggested that A Yin might be dealing with some troubles of her own, which she found difficult to share. Qing Wu herself did not have any pressing matters, and a delay of a year would pose no significant issue. So she casually asked, "Is there something troubling you recently, sister?" In response, A Yin candidly revealed, "Soon, Sister Yulan may also be expecting a child, which could complicate matters. Indeed, if Shui Yulan were to become pregnant, it would create some difficulties that required her attention." A Yin sincerely hoped Qing Wu would stay, for if they sought outside help, the secret of their cohabitation might be exposed. While A Yin herself was not greatly affected, being a mere inconspicuous figure in the human realm, the implications for Qian Yunxiao and Shui Yulan would be profound. Both were prominent figures in Tianshui City and had to consider public perception. Qing Wu was one of their own, someone they could trust. A Yin's words caused a flutter in Qing Wu's heart. She was acutely aware of how Shui Yulan had entered Qian Yunxiao's small family. It was during A Yin's pregnancy, out of consideration for Qian Yunxiao's lack of assistance, that Shui Yulan was brought in to cater to him. Now, with Shui Yulan on the cusp of pregnancy, A Yin too would soon be expecting. The request for Qing Wu to stay began to paint a vivid picture in her mind, sitting on this very bed. A pregnant woman with a swollen belly beside a young mother with a child. The thought overwhelmed her, as she felt a surge of nervous tension. "Sister Wu, are you listening? Would you be willing to stay and help for nearly a year?" A Yin's keen observation caught Qing Wu off guard as she seemed lost in thought. A Yin looked at her curiously, puzzled by the rapid change in her expression. With a slight nod, Qingwu, albeit nervously, acquiesced. Yet in the next moment, she was taken aback. How had she agreed to that? Did this mean she was mentally preparing to be a substitute for Qian Yunxiao, as arranged by A Yin and Shui Yulan? This was unacceptable. Before she could express her need to reconsider, A Yin had already enthusiastically closed off any retreat, exclaiming, "That's wonderful. Thank you, Sister Wu." With that, Qingwu found herself with no way out. She felt like a frightened little rabbit transformed into a startled deer, her heart racing. That evening, when Qian Yunxiao returned, he happened to pass by Tianshui Academy and decided to visit Shui Yulan's office. Soon, the previously silent office was filled with strange sounds. Luckily, Shui Yulan was working alone on that floor. Otherwise, there might have been complications. Qian Yunxiao was eager to procreate, hence his actions. At the academy, Shui Yulan's appearance was simply irresistible. Shui Mingzhu desperately wanted to discuss her daughter's relationship with Qian Yunxiao and their future, but upon reaching Shui Yulan's office door, she stopped in her tracks, her face flushed with embarrassment. She could never have imagined that the dignified Qian Yunxiao would engage in such behavior, nor that her daughter would acquiesce to such demands. It was utterly shameless. Qian Yunxiao's abilities were not to be trifled with. A month later, it was confirmed that Shui Yulan was indeed pregnant. Chapter 33, Mother-in-law, lend me your strength. Since you're expecting, you shouldn't go to the academy. Take a 2-year leave. Qian Yunxiao proposed to Shui Yulan. His woman should not be burdened with such trivialities. She should focus on nurturing the child. Shui Yulan shot him a glare, replying, "I'm not as carefree as you. That is my family's business. If I don't work, will you support me?" Her words made Qian Yunxiao's face redden. It was true. He was no longer part of the Spirit Hall and could not access its resources. The thought of relying on a woman for sustenance was a tremendous humiliation. "Tomorrow, I'll find a way to earn money," he declared, clarifying, "I have no ulterior motives. Everything that belongs to you is yours." Shui Yulan quickly amended her statement to prevent Qian Yunxiao from misunderstanding her intentions. In her family, men were often treated as dogs, being merely sons-in-law. However, in her relationship with Qian Yunxiao, the dynamic was entirely reversed. She found herself almost like a little pet before him. "Rest assured, I am fully aware of the situation." For Qian Yunxiao, gold soul coins had become of little significance. A Yin and Qingwu were both ancient soul beasts, likely knowledgeable about where to find valuable resources. A simple venture into the Douluo forest to gather some valuable items would suffice for Qian Yunxiao to enjoy a period of extravagance. On this occasion, Qian Yunxiao personally escorted Shui Yulan to Tianshui Academy. "Do you hope for a boy or a girl?" he asked. The scene in Shui Yulan's office was unique. With Qian Yunxiao seated in her original chair, while Shui Yulan perched on his lap, multitasking as she handled 2 different tasks, holding 2 pens of varying lengths and thicknesses. Qian Yunxiao appeared gentle and calm, creating a serene atmosphere. As Shui Yulan dealt with some trivial matters, she casually asked Qian Yunxiao about his thoughts on the child, harboring a hint of concern. Due to her family's affinity for water and ice attributes, their bloodline tended to lean towards the colder side, resulting in a higher probability of having daughters over sons. Although Qian Yunxiao expressed affection for daughters, Shui Yulan secretly wished to bear him a son. "Do not worry. Let fate decide," Qian Yunxiao replied in a composed tone. If a son was not in the cards, then so be it. Ultimately, someone would have to be born. In the vast realm of Douluo continent, one cannot help but wonder if among its many beauties, there exists even a single woman capable of bearing child. Is there something more lurking beneath the surface? As Qian Yunxiao suddenly radiated an air of increased vigor, Shui Yulan sensed an unsettling change. There was undoubtedly something amiss in Qian Yunxiao's thoughts. Observing that several female instructors from the Tianshui Academy seemed quite suitable for motherhood, he jested. Should he arrange some covert encounters for his man? To be candid, this was a fragment of Qian Yunxiao's innermost musings. The allure of the cold yet captivating female instructors. How many could resist such temptation? During his visit to Tianshui Academy, he had taken note. There was no one quite like Shui Yulan, a 4-star beauty, though several 3-star charms caught his eye. However, Qian Yunxiao had no intention of collecting these lesser-known beauties. They were merely for fleeting amusement. In Douluo continent, such encounters were permissible, provided both parties were willing. After all, Qian Yunxiao held the esteemed title of a Douluo. Yet, he knew he must not allow this identity to lead him astray, for he had a reputation to uphold. You scoundrel, I shall make you pay. Shui Yulan could hardly fathom that Qian Yunxiao would speak to her in such a manner. It was utterly outrageous. As Qian Yunxiao knocked on Shui Mingzhu's office door, a shiver ran down the spine of the woman within. She was acutely aware that her daughter was embroiled in mischief and was perplexed by the images flashing through her mind. The sudden knock startled her. It's I, your humble son-in-law. I bear good news to share with you, Qian Yunxiao announced, revealing his presence. The moment Shui Mingzhu recognized him, anxiety gripped her. This ruffian had just sullied her daughter, and now he sought her out? She recalled a scene she had inadvertently witnessed, and it was no surprise that her daughter suffered under his dominance. How could one endure such torment? Composing herself, Shui Mingzhu adopted a serious demeanor and replied evenly, Please, come in. This was Qian Yunxiao's first visit to her office. Tianshui Academy, being a female institution, had no male presence, and thus the dean's office was aesthetically pleasing. Shui Mingzhu sat behind her desk, which was open and inviting. After all, with no men around, there was little need for decorum. Qian Yunxiao's gaze fell upon her elegantly clad legs, the sight of which stirred a mix of admiration and discomfort within him. At their age, one would expect a mature woman to embrace her allure rather than feign innocence. The contrast of her attire left him with an urge to confront her. Despite this, he redirected his attention back to Shui Mingzhu. Her tags were few, the 31st beauty in Douluo and cold elegance, and she was merely a 3.5-star character, ranking near the bottom of the beauty list. The list contained only 36 slots, and her current appearance did not match her former peak. Sensing the intensity of Qian Yunxiao's gaze upon her legs, Shui Mingzhu instinctively wished to retreat, but the memory of her daughter's audacity held her firm. Yunxiao, what brings you here? You must refrain from speaking loosely within the academy. Are you considering giving Yulan a title? Her tone, while seemingly calm, betrayed a hint of tension. Qian Yunxiao replied straightforwardly, It is as such. Yulan is with child, and she may require a year's leave in a few months. I kindly ask for your assistance in facilitating her leave. This revelation sent Shui Mingzhu to her feet, her anger flaring. How could you be so reckless? A child? To her, the relationship between Shui Yulan and Qian Yunxiao seemed merely that of lovers. In Douluo continent, premarital intimacy was not uncommon. Yet conceiving a child was a different matter altogether. Seizing the moment, Qian Yunxiao moved closer to Shui Mingzhu, lowering his voice to soothe her. Dear mother-in-law, please calm down. I assure you, my intentions are for the benefit of both our families. Allow me to explain. He laid out his grand vision for their future. Shui Mingzhu felt a mixture of disbelief and exasperation. Was this man not satisfied with embracing two beauties? Mother-in-law, would you lend me your support? A family cannot thrive with only one strong member. Normally, Shui Mingzhu would have the potential to reach level 80. Yet she currently stood at level 74 as a soul saint. Including her in his family would bolster his strength. What did you just say? The gravity of his words struck her, igniting a whirlwind of emotions within her. How could she, now part of the previous generation, be the subject of his ambitions? Did she still possess such allure? Amidst her confusion was an undeniable thrill. In Douluo continent, it was not unheard of for mothers and daughters to bloom simultaneously, even among the nobility. Yet, for a family of their prestige, such indiscretion was unthinkable. Mother-in-law, I intend to cultivate you to the rank of soul Douluo, perhaps even to the level of a title Douluo. Would you not desire this? Witnessing Shui Mingzhu's profound reaction, Qian Yunxiao feigned ignorance, genuinely puzzled by her response. He truly wished to nurture her, as she was akin to family. His words left Shui Mingzhu momentarily speechless. Is that truly possible? A wave of embarrassment washed over her. She understood her own limitations. Advancing beyond Soul Saint was a formidable challenge, demanding immense time and effort. The presence of the Spirit Hall's title Douluo was a well-known reality, and perhaps this audacious son-in-law held the key to her aspirations. What if I told you that my steed, a 30,000-year-old soul beast, could effortlessly dismantle any title Douluo beneath level 95? I could venture into the extreme north to procure rare resources for you, mother-in-law. Qian Yunxiao placed his hand on her thigh, earnest in his intentions. The warmth of his touch stirred an irresistible desire within him to achieve a particular ambition. Yet, due to his circumstances, the most exquisite pair remained beyond his reach, for even if Bibi Dong were to bear a daughter, she would still be his own flesh and blood. Thus, he resolved to pursue a slightly lesser goal. Before her lay 2 choices, yet she was uncertain of which to embrace. Shui Mingzhu, a seasoned veteran in this realm, surely understood the implications of Qian Yunxiao's intentions. In this moment of indecision, she grappled with the allure of becoming a titled Douluo, a temptation few could resist, herself included. It became clear to Shui Mingzhu that Qian Yunxiao was no benevolent figure. Allowing him to trace his fingers delicately across her white stockings, she felt the fabric yield easily, signifying a pass. Upon returning to his chamber, Qian Yunxiao recounted the incident to A Yin. Do you intend to venture to the far north with the dean in search of cultivation resources? A Yin inquired, surprised by his words. Qian Yunxiao replied candidly, Indeed, Yulan is my partner, and I must care for her family, while also seeking leads on the Snow Empress. A Yin found his reasoning compelling. Given that Shui Yulan was to bear Qian Yunxiao's child, it was imperative to honor the Shui family. Qian Yunxiao indeed harbored genuine intentions to assist Shui Mingzhu. His thoughtfulness was commendable, especially since she lacked a maternal figure. A Yin imagined that had her own lord possessed a mother, he would undoubtedly pamper her as well. After Shui Yulan's return, Qian Yunxiao shared his plans with her, prompting her to express her gratitude exuberantly. In response, Qian Yunxiao modestly stated it was his duty. With the Ice Emperor and the Titan Snow Demon King present, locating resources beneficial for Shui Mingzhu's cultivation in the far north was a trivial endeavor for him. In truth, Qian Yunxiao was merely performing for show, for he possessed 2 untouched ice and snow crystals. He could not simply hand them to Shui Mingzhu, as doing so would undermine their value. The crystals held no personal benefit for him and could not all be expended on soul beasts. The remaining 2 were perfectly suited for Shui Mingzhu and Shui Yulan. 1 each. Qian Yunxiao and Shui Mingzhu scoured the far north for a month, hoping to uncover even the faintest trace of the Snow Empress. Regrettably, their efforts bore no fruit. The Snow Empress remained shrouded in mystery, eluding all attempts to confine her within the vast expanse of the continent. Qian Yunxiao mused whether the Snow Empress was traversing the Douluo continent during this time. Undeterred by her absence, he remained confident that she could not stray far from the continent. Once he reached a higher cultivation level, capturing the Snow Empress would merely be a matter of time. Upon returning from the far north, Qian Yunxiao escorted Shui Mingzhu to the gates of Tian Shui Academy. Grateful for the fruitful journey, she thanked him. Thank you, Yunxiao. The ice and snow crystal had instilled in her the hope of achieving title Douluo status within 3 years. Before their expedition, Shui Mingzhu had mentally prepared herself for any challenges Qian Yunxiao might pose. To her surprise, he treated her with utmost respect throughout their time together, leaving her puzzled. Just prior, he had torn her stockings in his office, nearly overpowering her. Why had he suddenly transformed into a paragon of virtue? This shift left her feeling unsettled. Was it because she had aged, causing him to lose interest? As she contemplated this, a wave of despondency washed over her. Watching Qian Yunxiao depart, she wished fervently for him to turn back. Meanwhile, Qian Yunxiao harbored peculiar thoughts. As he considered nurturing Shui Mingzhu, he wondered if perhaps it would be better to wait until she had attained fame as a titled Douluo before pursuing any further intentions. He pondered whether this would seem coercive. He was not the kind of man to force anyone. His confidence led him to believe that when the time came, a mere gesture would suffice to draw Shui Mingzhu to him. Noticing the striking resemblance between Shui Mingzhu and Shui Yulan, Qian Yunxiao eagerly anticipated that day. As time flew by, Shui Yulan approached her labor. Having not attended Tian Shui Academy for nearly 5 months, Shui Mingzhu immersed herself in her cultivation. Having experienced such anticipation before, Qian Yunxiao remained calm. Congratulations, my lord, it's a boy. The midwife, Qing Wu, was skilled in her craft. Relieved upon hearing the news, Qian Yunxiao felt a weight lift off his shoulders. As a traveler from another world, he had never envisioned siring only daughters. He was not one to favor sons over daughters, who would not desire both. Moreover, the system had stipulated the need for both a son and a daughter. Congratulations, host. You have birthed a pair of offspring, unlocking the family system. Reward: 200 fortune coins. Congratulations, host. Family members exceed 5, establishing a household. Reward: 100 fortune coins, family task. Host must acquire a territory and establish a family base. Reward. Unknown, family task. Host must strive to increase family members to 10, forming a 10-person household. Reward. Unknown. At the moment of his son's birth, Qian Yunxiao's multiple blessings system also congratulated him, bestowing a generous reward of 300 coins. He momentarily set aside concerns about the family store and cradled his newborn son, eager to assess his potential. After all, he was a father. Though he had approached parenthood with the aim of securing system rewards, the child's arrival was the result of a mutual decision with Shui Yulan. Qian Yunxiao would not neglect his newly born son for the sake of the system. Talent. Initial talent, martial soul, 12-winged ice snow angel. This revelation caused Qian Yunxiao to furrow his brow. Could it be that his progeny would only be associated with angels? Truthfully, he had hoped for a martial soul akin to an ice phoenix. He realized he must find a way to alter this situation. An angelic martial soul, while not particularly rare, did not excite him. Nonetheless, he carried the child to Shui Yulan, inviting her to behold their offspring. Upon discovering that her child was a boy, Shui Yulan felt an overwhelming joy. In this world, the status of boys is significantly higher than that of girls. Even A Yin felt a twinge of jealousy towards Shui Yulan. I must ensure that the lord of the palace has a son. For reasons unknown, A Yin felt a wave of pressure, which was largely self-imposed. Qian Yunxiao, simply by observing the expression on Shui Yulan's face, understood her unspoken thoughts and took the initiative to say, "Let us name this child Qian Wuhuang." Shui Yulan had no objections to this name. After a period of comfort and companionship, Qian Yunxiao finally found time to thoroughly examine his family's marketplace. To make purchases in the family marketplace, one must use only one type of currency, the Kaiyuan coin. At present, Qian Yunxiao possessed 712 Kaiyuan coins. Aside from rewards from the system, the Ice Emperor, a fortune-bringing scorpion, provided him with 1 Kaiyuan coin daily. I am curious to discover what this marketplace has to offer. Initially, Qian Yunxiao anticipated encountering high-end items from other worlds within the marketplace. To his surprise, the offerings were solely from this world. Upon inquiring about the reason, he learned that it was simply due to his insufficient privileges. The family was too small in number, restricting them to the most basic level of the marketplace. Once his family expanded to 10 members, they would unlock the next tier of the marketplace, allowing access to items from outside the Douluo continent. In truth, Qian Yunxiao was already quite satisfied with the current marketplace. Remarkably, one could even purchase divine positions within it. In essence, he would not need to worry about how to ascend to divinity in the future. The gods of the Douluo continent were rather lowly. As long as one refined the divine position, becoming a god was not particularly difficult. If I have a few more years to develop, even if the denizens of the divine realm take notice of me, I shall have no fear. Currently, Qian Yunxiao was not yet capable of contending with deities. However, given a little time, he would effortlessly defeat those so-called gods. As he surveyed the marketplace, he discovered that a third-tier divine position required merely 3,000 Kaiyuan coins, an incredibly reasonable price. His fortune-bringing scorpion could accumulate that amount for him in just 10 years. The divine positions for second-tier gods were priced at 5,000 Kaiyuan coins, while first-tier gods required 7,000, and the position for the Lord God level demanded 10,000. Qian Yunxiao shook his head at this. It seemed he wouldn't need to wait long before he could flaunt his prowess in the divine realm. Yet, perhaps it would be wise to wait 2 or 3 decades, ensuring that his family was well prepared before taking such a leap. While Qian Yunxiao could grow stronger, he realized his loved ones could not remain weak. The gods of the divine realm were not to be trifled with. As he cultivated his family on the Douluo continent, he would wait for about 20 years, allowing his children to mature while simultaneously admiring the beauties that belonged to the Douluo continent. These beauties were precociously developed, nearing the age of 12 or 13. After all, they all had to undergo certain stages, and an earlier start was not a significant issue. First, I shall purchase a soul ring. Qian Yunxiao decided to buy a soul ring from the marketplace to elevate his strength to the true level of a title Douluo. When combined with the soul power he had previously accumulated, he would seamlessly become a genuine super title Douluo. In the Douluo continent, he had no shortage of opportunities to obtain soul rings by hunting spirit beasts. However, most of those soul rings were ill-suited for his martial spirit. Therefore, Purchasing a divine-level soul ring for himself was the best course of action. It would be comparable to a divine-level soul ring personally condensed by an angelic god. Costing only 100 Kaiyuan coins, a modest sum, absorbing a divine-level soul ring was not particularly difficult. In fact, it was quite swift. As expected, he reached level 96. Upon acquiring Shui Yulan, he had stored for levels of soul power without claiming them. Now, having absorbed the divine-level soul ring, he claimed those levels with great force. Qian Yunxiao's strength had swiftly ascended to 96. It was indeed rather rapid. He pondered what the so-called gods in this world truly represented. Would his blue-silver binding passive skill still be effective against those weaker deities? It seemed to present a slight challenge. Next, he intended to visit the Douluo forest. After all, Xiao Wu was one of the main characters of the Douluo continent, if not the absolute lead, and the value she possessed should be considerable. Remaining in Tianshui City was not ideal, so Qian Yunxiao resolved to explore the Douluo forest. Chapter 36. The form of Qian Yunxiao. Once Qian Yunxiao's daughter, Qian Yunxiao, turned 1 year old, he proactively discussed this matter with A Yin. Sure, I can go anytime. Let us see what my sister thinks. Although Yin was born in the Douluo forest, she had primarily roamed the blue-silver forest. She had never dared to venture into the core areas. Now, with Qian Yunxiao's support, A Yin truly wished to explore the heart of the Douluo forest and visit her sister Wu's home. She had long heard about how beautiful it was from Qing Wu and wished to compare it to her own blue-silver forest. Additionally, I should visit my wife's family to see what kind of treasure land could give rise to such an exceptional spouse. Qian Yunxiao gently stroked A Yin's hair, continuing his sweet nothings. Stop it. A Yin found it impossible to resist his charming words. She knew she was the woman her husband loved most. His physical reactions were unmistakable. Each time, he seemed desperate for her. Was this not a testament to his profound love? Indeed, she felt compelled to bring her husband home, to experience the utmost happiness in front of her many companions, thereby providing a form of closure to the blue-silver forest. In Qian Yunxiao's embrace, A Yin felt an overwhelming sense of happiness, having already become an integral part of him. Shui Yulan's words were not without merit. In truth, she intended to cultivate. Being with Qian Yunxiao and having children had already delayed her progress for nearly 2 years. During this time, her cultivation had stagnated, and she remained merely a level 55 Soul King, already somewhat behind. A Yin, on the other hand, was rapidly approaching level 60, having experienced automatic soul power enhancement within just 2 months. However, Qian Yunxiao was determined to visit the Douluo forest. Shui Yulan, curious as she had never been, readily agreed to accompany him. Qian Yunxiao possesses a soul beast that has existed for 100,000 years as a mount, making it nearly impossible for him to encounter any danger within the Douluo forest. You need not worry, Yulan, he reassured her. I have something that will aid in enhancing your soul power. Once Huang grows a little older, you could devote yourself to your cultivation without any concerns. Reaching the rank of title Douluo will be effortless. For now, enjoy these months of leisure with us. Understanding the inner turmoil of Shui Yulan, Qian Yunxiao offered comforting words. With his assurance, she felt more at ease. Qian Yunxiao's intention to visit the Douluo forest was not only for exploration, but also to fulfill a task, determining the location of his family's stronghold. While Tianshui City was somewhat lacking, Wuhuan City was a feasible alternative, ranking among the options in Qian Yunxiao's mind. Additionally, he sought to assess the situation regarding the Douluo forest and the ice and fire Yinyang well, where Douluo resided. If conditions in the Douluo forest proved favorable, he would establish his stronghold at the Lake of Life. Such news would undoubtedly send ripples throughout the world. As for the soul beasts and Guyu Na residing beneath the Lake of Life, Qian Yunxiao remained unperturbed. Even the formidable Emperor Tian would not pose a threat to him. As for Guyu Na, weakened as she was, should she dare to show herself, Qian Yunxiao would not hesitate to take on the mantle of a dragon knight. He merely hoped that she could endure his fierce onslaught. Once everything was prepared, Qian Yunxiao simply needed to inform Shui Mingzhu. In truth, Shui Mingzhu yearned to accompany Qian Yunxiao to the Douluo forest, for it was a realm shrouded in mystery. Much like her own forbidden domain, she felt uncertain about letting Qian Yunxiao venture there. Lacking a valid reason to follow him, she resolved to focus on her cultivation in Tianshui City, aspiring to reach the rank of Solden or even title Douluo sooner rather than later. with too many individuals accompanying them, including 2 children under the age of 1. Qian Yunxiao refrained from riding atop the Ice Emperor. Instead, he chose to have the Ice Emperor pull the carriage. Reluctant at first, the Ice Emperor eventually acquiesced after receiving a gentle caress from Qian Yunxiao. The Ice Emperor did not need to pull the carriage, but merely had to follow alongside. Inside the carriage, Qian Yunxiao found himself flanked by 2 stunning women, each cradling a child. Beside A Yin sat the somewhat fidgety Qing Wu. Though she welcomed Qian Yunxiao as a guest this time, she had not even received prior notice of his arrival. Concern gnawed at her, as she feared any unforeseen incidents might arise. She hoped that Deming and Ming would exercise wisdom. After all, if Qian Yunxiao could easily subdue a terrifying entity like the Titan Snow Demon King, then her brothers would certainly prove no match for him. Their stubborn temperaments made her anxious about maintaining control over the situation, as she pondered what she would do if she angered Qian Yunxiao. Defying him was simply not an option she could entertain. In recent days, while Shui Yulan was 8 months pregnant, Qing Wu had entertained thoughts of seducing Qian Yunxiao. Psychologically, she had already begun to embody his essence. Should a conflict arise, she would not stand opposed to him, which was a promising sign of her loyalty. Thanks to the presence of the Ice Emperor, a soul beast with 30,000 years of cultivation, Qian Yunxiao encountered no reckless old beasts on his journey to the Douluo forest. The uneven terrain posed no challenge, as the Ice Emperor actively created an icy path to ensure the carriage remained steady. With the power of the ice crystals coursing through her, the Ice Emperor maintained a steady supply of cold energy. They traversed the landscape smoothly, guided by Qing Wu, and soon approached the Lake of Life. Ice Emperor, temper your aura so as not to frighten the children, Qian Yunxiao instructed before entering the Lake of Life. If the Ice Emperor's presence was too imposing, it could instill an unyielding sense of dread into Ming, Ming, and Xiao Wu, potentially causing them to flee. Chapter 37. Teaching Ming a Lesson. What was Qian Yunxiao's objective? To lead Ming and Ming to believe that ancient soul beasts had encroached upon their territory, thereby inviting trouble upon themselves, only to be effortlessly subdued by Qian Yunxiao. The Ice Emperor complied with Qian Yunxiao's request. Qing Wu, you should also temper your aura, he advised with a smile. Although transformed into human form, Qing Wu's essence remained potent. For the sake of avoiding any unexpected events, she too needed to conceal her presence. With a wry smile, Qing Wu remarked, Your Highness, surely this isn't necessary. I can simply inform them upon entry. Indeed, a simple announcement could avert complications, Qian Yunxiao replied with a reassuring smile. Rest assured, I understand the nuances of the situation. Those 2 are proud. They will not yield without a lesson. With Qian Yunxiao's insistence, Qing Wu had no choice but to comply, suppressing her aura meticulously. Unless Xiao Wu ventured within a 3-mile radius, it would be nearly impossible for anyone to sense her presence. Meanwhile, within the Lake of Life, the heavenly blue bull python, the slumbering titan giant ape Ming, and the wistful Xiao Wu were present. The commotion caused by Qian Yunxiao's arrival disturbed Ming's rest, inciting his ire. He detested interruptions while napping. The heavenly blue bull python spoke up. 2 approximately 60,000-year-old beings have breached the boundaries of the Lake of Life. You should investigate. The heavenly blue bull python had only sensed the auras of the 2 soul beasts pulling Qian Yunxiao's carriage, nothing more. As the elder sibling, he deemed the matter too trivial to warrant his involvement. Fueled by anger, the titan giant ape charged forward, while the heavenly blue bull python closed his eyes, confident in his brother's ability to handle the situation. However, he could not have anticipated that the next sound to reach him would be his brother's anguished cries. The heavenly blue bull python's expression shifted dramatically, startling even Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu, remain here. I shall assess the situation, he declared, realizing that they might be facing a significant threat. Nevertheless, he could not disregard his brother's plight. In contrast, Xiao Wu could prioritize her safety. No, I cannot abandon Ming in such circumstances. Little Dance's expression was resolute. Deming and Ming had cared for her greatly. At such a critical moment, how could she possibly flee? The Azure Bull Python had no choice but to rise and dash in the direction the Titan Great Ape had just taken, genuinely worried that if he arrived too late, his brother would suffer a dire fate. Ming's sudden appearance indeed surprised Shui Yulan and A Yin. The Douluo forest proved to be a true paradise for soul beasts, with 10,000-year soul beasts making their presence known. However, having already witnessed the much larger Titan Snow Demon King, their astonishment was somewhat muted. Qing Wu felt a pang of sympathy. She was well acquainted with Air Ming. Currently, Air Ming had been struck by the Ice Emperor's icy spines and was encased in ice. Rest assured, the Titan Great Ape is tough and will be fine. Your daughter has arrived. The bond among these three is quite remarkable. In an offhand manner, Qian Yunxiao placed his hand on Qing Wu's thigh, giving it a light pat while also stroking it firmly, which left Qing Wu utterly shocked. How dare he? Fortunately, at that moment, A Yin and Shui Yulan were captivated by the Azure Bull Python's recent arrival and did not notice Qian Yunxiao's subtle actions, allowing Qing Wu to breathe a sigh of relief while internally marveling at Qian Yunxiao's audacity. Did he take an interest in her as well? This realization left her feeling somewhat flustered. Upon the Azure Bull Python's arrival, it sensed the Ice Emperor's formidable presence, which struck it with dismay. Could soul beasts truly attain such power? Perhaps it was indeed a frog at the bottom of a well. The Ice Emperor's physique was significantly smaller than Ming and Air Ming's. However, her strength and aura far surpassed theirs. Was this truly the level of the Soul Beast King of the Douluo Forest? It was utterly disappointing, to be honest. The Ice Emperor had previously heard from the Snow Emperor that the Douluo Forest was the most powerful place in the Soul Beast realm, teeming with formidable soul beasts, some of which even instilled fear in the Snow Emperor. The Ice Emperor had followed Qian Yunxiao to the Douluo Forest, partly due to an unbreakable command and partly to observe the Soul Beast King's strength. What she witnessed today was a profound letdown. Were these truly the only two 10,000-year soul beasts, along with the two female soul beasts who had already transformed and were under their master's control? Was there nothing more? As for Little Dance, she too had attained a cultivation of 10,000 years. Unfortunately, in the Ice Emperor's eyes, Little Dance's 10,000-year status was akin to the dream ice silkworm reaching the same level, merely worthless and insignificant. With such meager strength, how could they be compared to the extreme northern lands? This place was already the core area of the Douluo Forest, and the Ice Emperor naturally assumed that Ming and Air Ming were its strongest inhabitants. With her level of cultivation, she could not sense the hidden extreme soul beasts. We have no enmity with you, Great One. As fellow soul beasts, must we turn against one another? Observing Air Ming, now frozen solid, Ming felt a pang of sorrow. He lacked even an ounce of confidence to defeat the Ice Emperor. Since the Ice Emperor had not killed Air Ming, it seemed she did not come with murderous intent. Thus, the Azure Bull Python chose to speak humbly to the Ice Emperor. The Ice Emperor said little more. Upon arriving in the Douluo Forest, she felt utterly disillusioned. Following Qian Yunxiao's command, the Ice Emperor withdrew the icy energy infused into the Titan Great Ape. Air Ming collapsed, gasping for breath, striving to circulate his blood and restore his body temperature. Air Ming, are you all right? Little Dance hurried to check on him. Her petite frame made her appear small beside Air Ming. Sister Little Dance, I'm fine, Air Ming replied, completely stripped of his earlier bravado, fearfully glancing at the Ice Emperor, scarcely daring to speak loudly. Little Dance, come to me. Just then, Qian Yunxiao playfully patted Qing Wu's rear, causing her face to flush crimson. Yet, with her daughter about to arrive, Qing Wu composed herself and calmly stepped out of the carriage. Mom, what are you doing here? Upon seeing Qing Wu, Little Dance disregarded the Ice Emperor's presence and leaped into Qing Wu's arms. Had Qing Wu not possessed formidable strength, she might have been knocked over. Doulming, Adaming, do not be afraid. She means no harm. She's a friend I met outside, here merely to spar with you, in an effort to prevent any unforeseen incidents. Qing Wu gently stroked her daughter's head, soothing Little Dance's frightened heart while also comforting Ming and Air Ming. With Qing Wu's reassurance, Ming and Air Ming felt significantly more at ease. However, they were utterly perplexed as to how Qing Wu had come to know such a fearsome soul beast, one far more powerful than themselves. At that moment, the climactic figures began to appear one by one. The mature A Yin eased Ming and Air Ming's tension, as they sensed she was akin to them. However, the arrival of Qian Yunxiao made them exceedingly vigilant. How had a human accompanied Qing Wu here? Moreover, he was a titled Douluo. Ming, Air Ming, do not be alarmed. He is my sister's husband and a good man with no ill intentions toward you. Qing Wu was anxious that Deming and Ming might react violently, which would complicate matters. The imposing and charismatic Qian Yunxiao's presence caused Little Dance's heart to race. She had encountered so few humans, and he was undoubtedly the most unique among them. So this is what human men are like. Little Dance, focused entirely on Deming and Ming, failed to notice the unique transformation occurring in her daughter's embrace. You two possess decent strength. Henceforth, you shall serve as my draft animals. Qian Yunxiao's words were rather blunt. What utility could these two soul beasts provide him? Perhaps they could merely replace the two underwhelming ice-blue emperor scorpions, each under 60,000 years of age. The Titan Great Ape was unsuitable for pulling a cart, but the Azure Bull Python was ideal. Its horns were naturally suited for such a task. Qian Yunxiao's statement ignited fury into Ming and Ming. Yet the Ice Emperor's looming presence, along with their relative, Qing Wu's resigned demeanor, compelled Ming to grasp some understanding and ultimately accept his fate. It was indeed a pity. Qian Yunxiao had already acquired his pets. In subduing Deming and Ming, the system offered no rewards. What a charming little rabbit. After Deming and Ming bowed their heads, Qian Yunxiao approached Little Dance, who was firmly held by Qing Wu. Even if she wished to flee, escape was not an option. Facing the approach of this man, Little Dance instinctively wanted to retreat, yet her legs felt powerless. At the same time, Qing Wu softly reassured. Do not be afraid, my daughter. The Lord is a very gentle man. This calmed Xiao Wu, who observed the approach of Qian Yunxiao. In this moment, Qing Wu contemplated that Qian Yunxiao might one day be Xiao Wu's father. As her daughter, how could she fear her own father? Qian Yunxiao placed his hand on Xiao Wu's ear, gently caressing it. The ears of a rabbit are particularly sensitive, and the strong masculine aura of Qian Yunxiao's touch overwhelmed Xiao Wu, prompting a soft sigh to escape her lips. As someone who had experienced similar situations, Qing Wu understood her daughter's current state. However, she deemed it a natural phenomenon of no great concern. It was reasonable for her daughter to become familiar with such sensations to avoid potential difficulties when she transformed into the human world. Inviting her father to assist with her practice was entirely appropriate. Qing Wu, what are your plans? Qian Yunxiao inquired. Notably, he did not withdraw his hand from Xiao Wu, but continued to explore other areas of her form. This left Xiao Wu utterly powerless, gazing at Qian Yunxiao with a sense of helplessness. What kind of magic did this man's hands possess? Xiao Wu felt an unusual strangeness, unlike anything she had ever encountered. Water Yulan and A Yin had no particular thoughts regarding Qian Yunxiao's actions. After all, Xiao Wu was merely a rabbit at that moment. How could they think otherwise? Moreover, Xiao Wu was undeniably adorable. If they were not holding children, both might have been tempted to experience the sensation themselves. Xiao Wu had been in existence for 100,000 years, yet she lacked only a small amount of power accumulation. Initially, I had planned for her to gather a few more years of cultivation so that upon transformation, she would possess a form akin to that of a 5-year-old human. However, I am now open to following the Lord arrangements. It can be larger or smaller. Either way, it is of no consequence, Qian Yunxiao remarked, not overly concerned with the specifics. To be frank, he preferred Xiao Wu to appear as a 5 or 6-year-old. A few years of gradual growth would suffice. With Qing Wu already embodying the mature woman, Qian Yunxiao now desired a younger companion. Qing Wu nodded slightly, pleased by the respect Qian Yunxiao showed her. Little one, do you have any human relatives? I heard you lost your father when you were very young. Would you like to call me godfather? You could be my goddaughter, Qian Yunxiao suggested, affectionately stroking Xiao Wu's head. The term godfather was foreign to Xiao Wu, having never ventured into the human world and thus lacking such concepts. In contrast, Qing Wu understood much more. Such a coveted opportunity was not one Qing Wu would allow to slip away. Xiao Wu, call him father, Qing Wu urged, leaving Xiao Wu utterly perplexed. Her memories of her father were vague, yet she instinctively knew that the man before her could not possibly be him. Why would her mother want her to call this human father? Confused though she was, Xiao Wu found herself softly uttering, father, deep within her heart. She yearned for a father figure. When she spoke the word, there was a mix of bewilderment and joy. What a good little one, Qian Yunxiao thought, feeling immensely satisfied, and promptly produced a bag of beast food for Xiao Wu. Upon catching a whiff of its aroma, she settled down to enjoy it, reassured by her mother's presence that all would be well. Congratulations, host, on acquiring your first goddaughter. Reward: 3 charm talismans upon use. The target will believe a single statement of yours unequivocally, and 200 fortune coins. To be honest, Qian Yunxiao had not anticipated receiving rewards for acquiring a goddaughter. It was an unexpected delight. Let's first visit the Lake of Life, he decided, knowing he could not continuously indulge in Xiao Wu's company. He would wait for her to grow before engaging further. After addressing matters concerning Xiao Wu, Qian Yunxiao took hold of A Yin's slender waist, ready to explore the Lake of Life together. He contemplated whether to establish a family base there, also considering A Yin's opinion. Chapter 39. A lifetime commitment to Qing Wu. A Yin followed Qian Yunxiao to the place where Qing Wu and her daughter once resided. Sister Wu, your home is truly beautiful, far surpassing my own blue-silver forest, Yin remarked, gazing at the ethereal lake that shimmered like a dream, filled with longing. Compared to her own blue-silver forest, this place was undeniably superior. In contrast, the blue-silver forest bore a quaint charm, unable to contend with the imposing presence of Qian Yunxiao. Pleased by A Yin's compliment, Qing Wu modestly replied, "It's not that remarkable. We merely found this place first and claimed it as our own. It is all thanks to the exquisite beauty of the world." Qian Yunxiao turned to A Yin and asked, "What do you think about choosing this place as our family's base?" Having married A Yin, he deemed it necessary to respect her opinion. "Yulan, what are your thoughts?" To prevent Water Yulan from feeling left out, he included her in the conversation. As for Qing Wu, while Qian Yunxiao intended to claim the Lake of Life, it did not mean she could not reside there as well. His words prompted A Yin and Water Yulan to contemplate. Traditionally, Qian Yunxiao took charge of significant family matters, but this minor decision allowed them to participate. After a moment, A Yin voiced her opinion. "I don't think it's a good idea. While it's beautiful and resource-rich here, it lacks inhabitants. Are we to live in seclusion, detached from the world? Accustomed to the bustle of human society, Yin was reluctant to remain in such a desolate area." A Yin's reasoning held merit. Qian Yunxiao's current strength might not suffice to enliven the vicinity of the Lake of Life, and he could not handle every matter personally. "Indeed, I believe we should find a location that is picturesque yet not too distant from the human world," Yin concluded, to which Water Yulan added, "Host, you must defeat the strongest being in the territory to claim it. The current strongest is Gu Yuna, a being of divine level, barely capable of reaching level 3 strength." Qian Yunxiao recognized that he had indeed been overly optimistic. While the Lake of Life was lovely, it was unsuitable for establishing a home. It seemed he would have to consider either Spirit City or the Eye of Ice and Fire as potential alternatives. Qian Yunxiao is indeed unafraid of Gu Yuna, as he bears the essence of an angelic deity. The angelic deity remains a living god, and Gu Yuna would not dare to act recklessly. Engaging in a confrontation with her would serve little purpose for Qian Yunxiao at this moment. His strength is insufficient, and even if he were to conquer Gu Yuna, he would struggle to safeguard her. The divine realm would not permit her to live in peace. Therefore, it is best to wait for a more opportune time. Let us linger here for a few days before venturing to your homeland, A Yin, and then proceeding to our new abode, Qian Yunxiao resolved. As night fell, A Yin and Shui Yulan resided in a tent with their child. Qian Yunxiao sensed that some beings in the Lake of Life were observing him, yet he felt no fear. He even allowed Qing Wu to accompany him on a nearby stroll, ensuring he would not stray far and could return promptly. He informed A Yin and Shui Yulan of his intentions, claiming he sought resources that might aid their cultivation. As the night deepened, A Yin and Shui Yulan chose not to accompany Qian Yunxiao, unknowingly granting him a window of opportunity. Curiously, where is Mother? Upon Qing Wu's return, Xiao was finally able to drift into a peaceful slumber. However, in the middle of the night, she noticed her mother was absent. Deming was present, and when faced with Xiao Wu's confusion, he pointed in a certain direction, having seen Qing Wu follow Qian Yunxiao without knowing their purpose. With Qian Yunxiao, the title Douluo, present, Deming felt no concern for Qing Wu's safety. Unperturbed, Xiao Wu followed suit. "What is Mother doing?" Xiao Wu walked quietly, scarcely making a sound. It wasn't long before she found her mother. Initially, she refrained from announcing her presence, as Qian Yunxiao was also there, the two embracing and gazing at the starry sky. This sight compelled Xiao Wu to remain still. "Will you truly not regret following me?" Xiao Wu then heard her godfather speak for the first time, followed by a tone from her mother that she had never encountered before. "How vexing. After everything you say this. I have already called you father. Can I still regret it? As long as you can protect both my mother and me in the future, I will yield to you entirely. Qing Wu understood that there was no escape from Qian Yunxiao's grasp. Having prepared herself during a Yin's probing while caring for Shui Yulan, she accepted her fate. After Qian Yunxiao's subtle gestures in the carriage during the day, she felt a sense of joy, believing she had captivated him. Qian Yunxiao is not a man prone to indecision. Since Qing Wu is willing, he shall not disappoint her affections. In the future, he will treat her well, cherish her, love her, and protect her for a lifetime. I hold women in high regard. I do not expect you to believe me now, but I will prove my sincerity through my actions. Upon Xiao Wu's arrival, Qian Yunxiao had already sensed her presence. The wild blue silver grass served as his eyes. Xiao Wu's reaction brought satisfaction to Qian Yunxiao. His promise was not solely for Qing Wu's ears. It was also to reassure Xiao Wu. Qing Wu nodded gently, her subtle gesture warming her heart. They did not linger long in that spot and eventually returned. Qian Yunxiao returned to the tent, while Qing Wu naturally went back to Xiao Wu's side. Upon realizing her parents were returning, Xiao Wu hurriedly returned to her previous spot, feigning sleep, not wishing for her mother to discover her earlier actions. Chapter 40. Will A Yin become pregnant again? After spending 3 days exploring the vicinity of the Lake of Life, Qian Yunxiao accompanied A Yin to the blue-silver forest. Within this forest, aside from ancient trees, the predominant feature was the blue-silver grass, creating a serene blue ambience. Qian Yunxiao paid no heed to the blue-silver king hidden within, as its power was far too feeble to even qualify as a subordinate. You may frolic here for a while. A Yin and I will explore the surroundings. I wish to learn all about A Yin's past. A day and a night shall suffice. Upon entering the blue-silver forest, Qian Yunxiao employed the same ruse as before, having experienced this deceit once. Qing Wu understood his intentions. Aside from casting a fleeting glance at him, she had no other recourse. After all, A Yin was Qian Yunxiao's first wife, and by the timeline of their union, she was to be addressed as elder sister. Thus, Qing Wu took the situation in stride. The nature of her relationship with Qian Yunxiao was not merely romantic. It was a truth that a widow with children seldom finds love anew. Presently, Qing Wu felt little love for Qian Yunxiao. Rather, it was a sentiment of reliance. She remained uncertain if genuine love would blossom between them in the future. A Yin was aware of her husband's intentions. Though her heart fluttered with anxiety and shyness, she offered no resistance. Approaching Qing Wu, she said, "Sister Wu, I entrust you with Shui. The two had shared private moments, leaving their child in Qing Wu's care. With Shui already weaned, there were no concerns in entrusting her to Qing Wu. Qing Wu nodded in agreement and reassured her, "Do not worry. Shui is quite obedient and will not cause a fuss. You can enjoy yourself freely, sister." The latter remark caused A Yin's cheeks to flush instantly, taken aback by her sister's boldness. Shui Yulan understood, but felt no jealousy. After all, in Tian Shui City, Qian Yunxiao had spent much time with her in Tian Shui Academy. Now, it was A Yin's turn, and Shui Yulan harbored no objections. Shui Yulan felt a palpable pressure. As the saying goes, when you marry a chicken, you follow the chicken. When you marry a dog, you follow the dog. She had become Qian Yunxiao's woman, and regardless of how he might change in the future, she would remain by his side unconditionally. This fact would not alter. Should I indulge in his revelries? Shui Yulan recalled Qian Yunxiao's previous suggestion at the academy, urging her to employ various means to coerce the beautiful female teachers into conforming to his whims. Naturally, she had rejected the notion, and he had not broached the subject again. Now, Qian Yunxiao sought to establish a familial stronghold beyond Tian Shui City, which intensified Shui Yulan's sense of pressure. Was it because Tian Shui City was truly inadequate, or was there another reason? A Yin, having lived in the blue-silver forest for tens of thousands of years, was intimately familiar with every blade of grass and tree within. She brought Qian Yunxiao to the most picturesque spot in the blue-silver forest, where they together indulged in a soothing bath beneath a cascading waterfall. The two spent an entire day and night in each other's company. During this time, A Yin, the queen of the blue-silver grass, was profoundly conquered by a man, witnessed by her countless subjects. The queen's surrender signified that the entire blue-silver forest had fallen under Qian Yunxiao's spell. Nevertheless, in her submission, A Yin also revealed to her subjects the immense happiness and joy she now experienced, providing them with solace. It was not until the following dawn that Qian Yunxiao took A Yin to reunite with the main forces. A Yin, are you certain there are no issues? He asked once more on their journey back, as they found themselves in the blue-silver forest. A Yin was overwhelmingly joyful, utterly defenseless against Qian Yunxiao, allowing him to fully enter her heart. He worried that A Yin might conceive again, recalling how their daughter, Qian Yunxiao, had come to be in the first place. His concern intensified as he feared that A Yin's reckless abandon could lead to another unexpected outcome. After all, A Yin had only given birth a year ago. If she were to conceive again, it would be too frequent. A Yin sensed the genuine concern emanating from Qian Yunxiao, and that alone was sufficient for her. It's all right. This is my home. How could I harbor any defenses against you, my lord? Let's leave it to fate. If you are as formidable as you seem, I would gladly bear your child again. A Yin was more than willing to bear children for Qian Yunxiao. He felt that their bond had reached a level of unwavering devotion, as he vowed to cherish her regardless of the future growth of his family. Resolute in his decision, Qian Yunxiao lifted A Yin upon his back and sprinted through the blue-silver forest. My lord, where shall we go next? A Yin inquired as they prepared to depart the forest. Qian Yunxiao's entourage had grown considerably, now comprising 3 ice-blue emperor scorpions, 2 soft-boned rabbits, and the duo of De Ming and Air Ming, along with his 2 beautiful companions and their children. The forces he commanded were formidable enough to rival the Spirit Hall itself. It's astounding how swiftly I have consolidated a power that can stand toe-to-toe with the Spirit Hall. Qian Douluo, should you witness my current strength, would you regret your past actions? He mused before responding to A Yin. We shall journey to the Sunset Forest near Housework City, where treasures await that can significantly enhance your abilities. Without hesitation, he articulated his plan. Although the Sunset Forest was currently under the dominion of Douluo, Qian Yunxiao believed that the old man lacked the strength to maintain control. Yet, out of respect for Douluo's granddaughter, Yin, he would allow Douluo to partake in a meager share of the spoils, unlike in the original tale where he was utterly drained by Tang San. Chapter 41. The furious Douluo, the terrifying presence of 10,000-year-old beasts sent shockwaves through the 7 treasure glazed tile school in Housework City, as well as the blue lightning tyrant dragon school, which was not far from it. The aura of 4 such soul beasts placed immense pressure on the bone Douluo and sword Douluo of the 7 treasure glazed tile school. Even with the addition of Ning Fengji and the renowned soul Douluo, they found it exceedingly difficult to confront these formidable beasts. Yet they had no choice. The safety of Housework City and beyond rested on their shoulders. This was the solemn duty of the titled Douluo. In the ice and fire yin-yang eye, Douluo felt a twinge of anxiety. His son had been physically frail since birth, his toxicity suppressed by Douluo's own poison skills. His daughter-in-law was also a child. Douluo's utmost priority was to ensure the safe delivery of this unborn child, be it a grandson or granddaughter, for the Douluo family's legacy hinged on it. If he failed, the line would end with him. Douluo himself was beyond the ability to father more children, and it appeared that his son had also lost that capacity. The child within his daughter-in-law's womb was their only hope. Now, with this unforeseen crisis at hand, Douluo found himself unable to leave. Qian Yunxiao was heading straight for the Sunset Forest, with Yu Yuanjun and 3 titled Douluo from the Housework Empire, including the unmatched support of Ning Fengji and Douluo as the foremost titled Douluo. The 5 began to prepare for the impending confrontation with the 10,000-year-old beasts that accompanied Qian Yunxiao. Upon reaching him, they were left dumbfounded. What did they behold? A 10,000-year-old beast of the Tianqing bull python was pulling a carriage, followed by a titan giant ape and an ice emperor. What kind of being could command 10,000-year-old beasts in such a manner? This was beyond their comprehension. Surely, the Spirit Hall had never witnessed such a spectacle. Is that you, second prince? What brings you here? Qian Yunxiao stepped forth from the carriage, inquiring with a hint of familiarity. His reputation on the Douluo continent was notable, with many recognizing him, including Ning Fengji, who posed a question. Do not be alarmed. These are my friends. We harbor no ill intentions. We merely wish to reside in this vicinity, specifically within the Sunset Forest. Qian Yunxiao assured him confidently. He possessed the strength to easily annihilate the 7 treasure glazed tile school, yet he preferred a peaceful resolution to their encounters. Additionally, there were several deities observing events on the Douluo continent. It was prudent not to act too arrogantly. at least until he had amassed sufficient power to contend with a primary god. Ning Fengji glanced at the Ice Emperor, then at the Ming and Air Ming, and finally, incredulously replied, "Friends? The second prince of the Spirit Hall, befriending soul beasts? I am no longer affiliated with the Spirit Hall. I intend to settle here and establish my own family. Surely, you shall not impede my endeavors?" Qian Yunxiao declared with an air of defiance, addressing the titled Douluo before him. Among them, Chen Xian stood at level 95, Gu Rong at 93, and Yi Yuanjun at 95, while Douluo was at 88. This lineup, when confronted by Qian Yunxiao, was akin to an egg striking a stone. As expected, we naturally represent the Heaven Do Empire in welcoming the arrival of His Highness, the Second Prince. Ning Fengji is undoubtedly one of the most astute minds among us. He harbors concerns that this could be a cunning scheme orchestrated by the Spirit Hall, intending to embed a thorn like Qian Yunxiao deep within the heart of the Heaven Do Empire, striking a fatal blow at a critical moment. However, there is little they can do. The formidable individuals surrounding Qian Yunxiao are far too many. Even if the three great sects united their efforts, they might still struggle to contend with Qian Yunxiao. For now, their only option is to keep Qian Yunxiao stable and deliberate on her next steps. The two titled Douluos from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School defer entirely to Ning Fengji, raising no objections. Yu Yuanjun is also well aware of Ning Fengji's intellect, which is not to be underestimated. Douluo is not inclined to escalate the situation. A peaceful resolution is preferable for him. He expresses his gratitude to Ning Fengji. Qian Yunxiao's demeanor is equally amiable. Since the matter is not of great significance, Ning Fengji and his companions prepare to return and reassure the populace. Your Highness, we only hope that your friends can remain composed, sparing the citizens of the Heaven Do Empire from unnecessary panic. Before departing, Ning Fengji takes a moment to remind Qian Yunxiao about the 10,000-year spirit beasts, which represent 10,000-year spirit rings. Countless individuals yearn for such rings, yet now, with four displayed before them, not a single person dares to act. Qian Yunxiao assures, "Rest assured, Sect Master Ning, my friends will remain discreet upon arriving at the Sunset Forest and will not cause any trouble for the Empire." With this assurance, Ning Fengji and Yu Yuanjun feel somewhat relieved. However, Douluo is perplexed. The Sunset Forest? Does this imply that he will have such a powerful and fearsome neighbor? Such a prospect would leave Douluo restless. But now, does he dare to contemplate the implications of this? Poison Douluo, please stay. As Douluo contemplates leaving with Ning Fengji and the others while considering if he should relocate, Qian Yunxiao interjects, prompting Douluo to halt and respond. Your Highness, what is it? Qian Yunxiao candidly states, I have heard that the Ice and Fire Yin Yang Eye, where you reside, is a treasure trove. I intend to use it as the foundation for my family. Would you be willing to part with it? This declaration sends Douluo into a frenzy. To claim his territory? Although he has contemplated moving, it has merely been a passing thought. He has cultivated various herbs in the Ice and Fire Yin Yang Eye for decades. It is due to its unique properties that he has reached the level of soul Douluo, with aspirations of becoming a titled Douluo. The Ice and Fire Yin Yang Eye significantly benefits the cultivation of his descendants. Relocating would mean a tremendous loss for him. Douluo hesitates, his heart reluctant to leave. Even if he were to move, it would be his decision. The meanings of departing voluntarily and being driven away by Qian Yunxiao are entirely different. Your Highness, is this not rather excessive? Douluo feels a surge of anger within, but can only express a modicum of it. Should matters escalate, he would have little to gain. Ning Fengji, Chen Xian, and Yu Yuanjun remain, curious to observe the unfolding situation. Qian Yunxiao's attempt to seize Douluo's territory is indeed rather unsportsmanlike. They are all citizens of the same nation, and they consider Douluo a kindred spirit. In the face of such significant matters, Ning Fengji and the others undoubtedly stand with Douluo, Poison Douluo. Please remain calm and allow me to speak. Afterward, you may decide whether to engage in further discussion with me. Qian Yunxiao maintains a demeanor of patience. I am aware of the potential dangers posed to your health and the cultivation of your descendants through your poison techniques. I even possess a solution. It is merely a matter of whether you wish to engage in this transaction. He knows precisely where to strike at the heart of this old poisonous serpent, causing Douluo to fall silent with contemplation. Very well, I shall see what insights you possess, Your Highness. Good to meet thee. Douluo oikuiesi stochin unos proposition. He understands that while his poison techniques are powerful, they are equally perilous. If this issue remains unresolved, the Douluo family may struggle for a future. Thus, Douluo decides to take a gamble. While he does not believe Qian Yunxiao could truly harm him, he is confident he could leverage the 2 children and 2 women accompanying Qian Yunxiao as potential shields. Witnessing Douluo's agreement to discuss matters privately with Qian Yunxiao, Ning Fengji feels a pang of concern. He fears that Douluo might be swayed by Qian Yunxiao, resulting in the Heaven Do Empire losing a formidable force akin to a titled Douluo. Initially, they were not worried about Douluo being recruited by the Spirit Hall, as it seldom regarded poison practitioners like him with high esteem. Yet now, with Qian Yunxiao entwined with spirit beasts, the possibility of recruiting Douluo cannot be dismissed. In the presence of Qian Yunxiao and Douluo, Ning Fengji refrains from voicing his concerns, opting instead to deliberate with the others afterward. With Douluo as their guide, Qian Yunxiao finds entry into the ice and fire yin-yang to be relatively uncomplicated. Why do I feel as though there is something here that irresistibly draws me? Upon entering the realm of the ice and fire yin-yang Bingdi experiences an instinctive sensation that something within holds immense value for her, although she cannot ascertain its exact location. Qian Yunxiao, attuned to Bingdi's sentiments, deduces that she refers to the relics left behind by the 2 Dragon Kings. Regardless, these remnants are akin to demigod artifacts, and their significance to a spirit beast like Bingdi is immeasurable. Qian Yunxiao has a rough idea of where to find this treasure. If all goes as anticipated, he can utilize it to fully win over Bingdi. However, that moment is not now. A Yin, Shui Yulan, and Xing Wu also express their admiration for the environment of the ice and fire yin-yang They commend Qian Yunxiao's discernment in identifying such a prime location. Oh, poison Douluo, is this your daughter-in-law? Upon entering the ice and fire yin-yang Qian Yunxiao spots a woman with a prominent belly, her blue hair lending her an air of vibrancy and warmth, embodying an expansive spirit. Regrettably, she is merely a supporting character. Indeed, she is a beauty of 3 stars. Yet she does not grace the beauty rankings, a fact that leaves Qian Yunxiao somewhat disappointed. Douluo's wife passed away shortly after giving birth to his son, Zhu Wuxin. It is evident that this woman is Douluo's daughter-in-law. Douluo acknowledges with a cold demeanor. Alas, she is afflicted with a potent poison. Much like your wife, she will likely pass shortly after giving birth. Observing this young beauty, Qian Yunxiao shakes his head, feeling a sense of pity for her. Upon hearing Qian Yunxiao's words, Du Yin felt a tinge of fear. Nevertheless, she had already resolved to follow Douluo Xian and had mentally prepared herself for it. Your Highness, please take a look at my son first. He is gravely poisoned and requires my continuous efforts to counteract it with poison. Compared to this daughter-in-law, Douluo placed greater importance on his own son. He had always felt a sense of indebtedness towards him, as he had been born with imperfections. Now, Douluo sought ways to make amends. It's simple, just follow my method. Prepare 2 soul bones, Qian Yunxiao stated, revealing his plan. This left Douluo somewhat skeptical, ultimately asking, are you certain? Acquiring soul bones was not overly difficult for Douluo. The progress may be slow, but once you have everything ready, I will certainly have further arrangements, Qian Yunxiao replied succinctly. After a moment of contemplation, Douluo decided to visit the Tiando imperial city. Miss, may I inquire your name? Qian Yunxiao asked Du Yin after Douluo departed. After all, they might find themselves living under the same roof in the future and ought to understand one another. Of course, there was no need for misunderstandings. Qian Yunxiao's mention of living under the same roof did not imply any ill intentions. Douluo could continue residing at the ice and fire yin-yang which meant they would indeed be under the same roof. Du Yan. Qian Yunxiao's appearance was undeniably superior to that of Douluo's son. With a smile, Qian Yunxiao was a strikingly handsome man, irresistible to ordinary women. Women, particularly those married, must maintain a distance from men other than their husbands. However, Qian Yunxiao's words left Du Yin with no inclination to resist. She obediently revealed her name. Her husband remained bedridden. As time passed, Douluo's poison countermeasures became increasingly ineffective. Douluo Xian's lifespan was also limited. Originally, Douluo Xian had succumbed to poison the moment Douluo broke through to the title Douluo level. Well, I look forward to your guidance in the future. Duyan's martial soul was the sky scale poison scorpion, also a type of poison martial soul. At that moment, Qian Yunxiao pondered what it would be like to experience the sensations of someone like Duyan, who was entirely infused with poison, even to the point of having poison on her dagger. To be honest, Qian Yunxiao was quite intrigued. Miss Du, since we have met, I shall study this matter diligently and strive to ensure that you remain unharmed, Qian Yunxiao declared. He was a kind-hearted man. How could he stand by and watch an innocent beauty perish? He could not. Moreover, with Douluo's wealth, it would not hurt to lend helping hand. After all, Du Yin was, in a sense, the mother of Du Yin, and perhaps even Qian Yunxiao's future mother-in-law. Treating her well was certainly warranted. Thank you, Your Highness. Du Yin had little hope in her heart. However, since Qian Yunxiao had said so, she felt compelled to express her gratitude. Qian Yunxiao refrained from conversing further with Du Yin. After all, it would not look good to chat for too long with someone else's daughter-in-law, so soon after arriving. After a few casual exchanges, Qian Yunxiao took A Yin and Shui Yulan to examine the celestial herbs. Chapter 43. Distributing Celestial Herbs. Xiao Wu transforms within the ice and fire yin-yang eye. There were numerous celestial herbs. Qian Yunxiao himself could not recognize them all, as he had not yet acquired them. However, he could identify the herbs based on the descriptions from the original text. For instance, the 8-pointed profound ice grass was easily discernible, while the fire apricot blossom was inferred through its attributes and its proximity to the 8-pointed profound ice grass. The 7-color heavenly chrysanthemum was unmistakably a chrysanthemum. The 8-petal immortal orchid, the coxcomb phoenix sunflower, and the water fairy jadebone were all readily identifiable. Naturally, Qian Yunxiao was particularly concerned about the heartbreak red. This was a tool for testing love. He did not wish to probe his own feelings, but the thought lingered in his mind, difficult to suppress. Of course, Qian Yunxiao would never use it to test himself, given his shortcomings. He feared he would not gain the Heartbreak Red's approval. A Yin, can you see if you can pick this flower? Heartbreak Red, if consumed, could elevate one's soul power by 10 levels, potentially allowing A Yin to reach the Soul Saint realm. However, whether to consume, it was entirely up to A Yin. Qian Yunxiao would not impose on her. A Yin obediently approached to pluck the Heartbreak Red. It posed no challenge. The flower had seemingly chosen A Yin as its master. This outcome left Qian Yunxiao immensely satisfied. A Yin, do you know what effect this flower has? Qian Yunxiao inquired. A Yin shook her head in response, indicating her ignorance. Had it not been for Qian Yunxiao's request, she would not have dared to pick such a beautiful flower. This flower, when consumed, can safely elevate your soul power by 10 levels. Will you eat it? Qian Yunxiao gazed at A Yin, refraining from explaining the story behind it, as it was unnecessary. A Yin was wholeheartedly obedient to Qian Yunxiao's words. She believed that this flower could indeed assist her in reaching the Soul Saint level. Yet, faced with such temptation, Yin felt conflicted. Ultimately, she arrived at a decision. Lord, I do not wish to consume it. A Yin herself did not know why she felt this way. The flower had been plucked and would likely wither soon. Choosing not to use it seemed a tremendous waste. Shui Yulan shared similar thoughts. After all, if the flower was destined to wither, it would be better to consume it and gain 10 levels of soul power. Only A Yin had the privilege to hesitate. Had it been her, she would have consumed it long ago. Shui Yulan felt a pang of envy. Since you do not wish to consume it, then do not. Instead, we're in your hair. The red flower amidst the blue grass will create a unique charm. Rest assured, this flower will not wither. A Yin's response elicited laughter from Qian Yunxiao. He had suggested A Yin were the Heartbreak Red, not to protect her, but purely to enhance her beauty. With Qian Yunxiao around, that was the greatest protection for A Yin. Qian Yunxiao's words prompted A Yin to huff in a playful manner. Yet, she still admired herself in the mirror as she adorned her hair with a Heartbreak Red. Qian Yunxiao continued to select from the remaining celestial herbs. After a thorough examination, he personally plucked the water fairy jadebone for A Yin. Here, my dear wife, consume this and enhance your strength. A Yin had learned how to navigate her relationship with Qian Yunxiao. If he granted her the authority to decide, she would express her opinions. However, if Qian Yunxiao had already made arrangements, A Yin could only obediently accept them, just as she had when he first encouraged her to eat chicken. Despite A Yin's reluctance, she had no choice but to comply. Soon, she adapted to the situation, finding it not as daunting as she initially perceived. Confronted with the exquisite water lily skin bestowed by Qian Yunxiao, A Yin naturally began to consume it as per his instructions. You must partake in this, Yulan. It will enhance your cultivation, Qian Yunxiao urged, distributing 3 stalks of the 9th-grade purple fungus to Shui Yulan, Qing Wu, and Xiao Wu. Regrettably, other celestial herbs seemed to hold little efficacy for the trio, while the 9th-grade purple fungus promised a significant boost to their martial souls and soul power. They were content with the uncertain benefits of the spiritual fungus. Shui Yulan and Qing Wu were cheerful, oblivious to the true nature of the herb. Yet, under Qian Yunxiao's guidance, they consumed it willingly. Shui Yulan acknowledged that the 9th-grade purple fungus paled in comparison to what Qian Yunxiao had given A Yin, but it was still a valuable supplement. Qing Wu felt a sense of belonging as Qian Yunxiao treated her as kin, even regarding Xiao Wu as a true daughter, which brought her immense joy. Before consuming the 9th-grade purple fungus, Qing Wu playfully tapped her daughter's head. Xiao Wu quickly understood, turning to Qian Yunxiao with a sweet, "Thank you, Daddy." She endeavored to be a polite and well-behaved child, pleasing Qian Yunxiao immensely. A Yin's improvement was striking, as her soul power surged to level 66, enveloping her in a dreamlike sensation. Shui Yulan and Qing Wu also experienced some gains. In the grand tapestry of time, a single stalk of 9th-grade purple fungus equated to years of Shui Yulan's diligent cultivation, granting her a profound sense of satisfaction and alleviating the weight upon her heart. Qing Wu sensed a slight elevation in her martial soul's level. Just when they thought this joyous chapter would conclude beautifully, Xiao Wu suddenly clutched her belly in discomfort, resembling a rabbit in a humorous predicament. However, Qian Yunxiao found little amusement, exclaiming, "Could it be that Xiao Wu's constitution clashes with the 9th-grade purple fungus? That shouldn't be the case." He recalled that Xiao Wu had consumed the fungus before, bewildered by her reaction. A problematic situation was not something Qian Yunxiao could easily remedy. Qing Wu gestured for him to remain calm, moving to comfort her daughter while explaining, "My lord, it's not that. Rather, Xiao Wu's internal energy has reached its threshold and is ready for transformation. 100,000-year soul beast must prepare for its metamorphosis once it reaches that age." After years of preparation, Xiao Wu is now poised for her change, having accumulated sufficient strength, especially with the addition of the 9th-grade purple fungus. "Oh, is there any way I can assist?" Qian Yunxiao inquired, feeling somewhat relieved. The experienced A Yin took Qian Yunxiao's hand, reassuring him, "My lord, fear not. With both myself and Sister Wu here, everything will be fine. Yulan, please take Shui Er and Wu Huang aside. We will handle this." Although Shui Yulan was curious about how a soul beast undergoes transformation, it was evident that 1-year-old Qian Yunxiao was not fit to witness such a spectacle. She cradled the child in her arms and moved to the side, leaving only Qian Yunxiao, A Yin, Qing Wu, and the transforming Xiao Wu. A Yin positioned herself beside Qing Wu, prepared to assist in unity. As the foremost observer, Qian Yunxiao bore witness to the entirety of Xiao Wu's transformation process. The metamorphosis of a 100,000-year soul beast was fundamentally based on Xiao Wu's original physical form. Upon becoming a human child, she would gradually purify the remnants of her soul beast lineage through cultivation. After her transformation, Xiao Wu appeared akin to a 4-year-old human girl. A fitting development, considering her accelerated growth compared to ordinary humans. Upon her metamorphosis, Xiao Wu lacked proper attire. A Yin, ever considerate, draped Qian Yunxiao's clothes over her. Children's garments tended to be oversized. Thus, despite Qian Yunxiao being slightly smaller than Xiao Wu, the clothes fit her well enough. Qian Yunxiao was no pervert. He was Xiao Wu's father, and there was nothing inappropriate in his gaze. "Xiao Wu, do you know who he is?" Qing Wu asked, holding her daughter close. With her transformation complete, Xiao Wu's emergence alleviated one of Qing Wu's long-standing worries. Both mother and daughter were now human. With Qian Yunxiao's protection, their lives were bound to improve. Qing Wu understood the male ego and, rather than prompting Xiao Wu to call her mother immediately, stepped forward to inquire who Qian Yunxiao was. Qing Wu dismissed any concerns over this matter. Xiao Wu had called her mother for countless years. A few more words would not make a difference. Following the transformation, soul beasts would experience a brief period of weakness, during which their cognition could be affected. Qing Wu merely wished to assess her daughter's condition. "Yes, it's Daddy," Xiao Wu replied softly, gazing at Qian Yunxiao's handsome visage. She clearly remembered him. However, She appeared somewhat frail, her voice lacking strength. "What a good child. Rest well," Qian Yunxiao said fondly, taking a particular liking to this little one. Xiao Wu was utterly distinct from a typical human newborn. She was far more adorable, with lush hair. Once Xiao Wu was born, Qing Wu felt it was necessary to groom her. She took her outside, where Du Yin was puzzled. How is it that, in such a short span, a large girl suddenly appears? She mused, having noticed that none of the three entering women displayed signs of pregnancy. "Your Highness, could you explain?" Du Yin looked at Qian Yunxiao with a mixture of confusion and curiosity, hoping for clarification. Being a level 63 Soul Emperor, she could not discern Xiao Wu's true identity. "This is the little pink rabbit you just saw. She is a 100,000-year soul beast, now transformed," Qian Yunxiao explained without reservation. Du Yan's eyes widened in realization. Her voice trembling, "I see." It was her first encounter with such a phenomenon, and she was astounded. In the afternoon, Douluo, having exhausted his fortune, finally acquired 4 soul bones, evidently intended for his family. Whether Du Yin, as his daughter-in-law, received any soul bones remained uncertain. Qian Yunxiao accompanied Douluo to see his son, shaking his head in dismay. The lad seemed almost beyond saving, in the context of Douluo continent's medical resources. His survival seemed nearly impossible. Following the method provided by Qian Yunxiao, Douluo refined a soul bone for Douluo Xian and actively channeled the lethal toxins within Douluo Xian's body into that soul bone. Douluo Xian lay there, pitiably frail, unable to withstand much turmoil. Douluo approached the task with measured caution, avoiding any drastic measures. Observing this paternal figure, Qian Yunxiao couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. Once Douluo confirmed the efficacy of Qian Yunxiao's method, Qian Yunxiao departed to check on his goddaughter's current condition. "Master, do you think we should give Xiao Wu a more formal name?" Qing Wu inquired, cradling Xiao Wu while engaging her in cognitive recovery education. As long as this step was completed, Xiao Wu would be able to act independently within a few months after her transformation. By the time Qian Yunxiao arrived, Xiao Wu had undergone a remarkable transformation. Her little face was clean, and her hairstyle was neatly arranged. Now, she sported 2 delightful horn-like braids, which looked quite charming. Qing Wu brought Xiao Wu before Qian Yunxiao. Though he referred to himself as Xiao Wu's godfather, it was indeed true that he had taken her in. Thus, Qian Yunxiao had the right to bestow a name upon her. "Let the child retain her name as Xiao Wu, as you both have grown accustomed to it over time. Changing it now might cause discomfort. As for the future, we can address it when the time comes. There is no rush." Qian Yunxiao was surprised yet understanding. After all, Qing Wu intended to firmly grasp onto Qian Yunxiao's support. The idea of renaming Xiao Wu had not crossed Qian Yunxiao's mind. Very well, Qing Wu conceded, and the matter was set aside. A Yin boldly suggested from the side, "Given how adorable Xiao Wu is, why not arrange a betrothal with Wu Huang?" This suggestion stirred interest in both Shui Yulan and Qing Wu. Wu Huang was Shui Yulan's son, and naturally, she desired an exceptional daughter-in-law for him. As a 10,000-year soul beast, Xiao Wu surpassed most girls in excellence. Shui Yulan would be quite pleased if her son could wed her. Qing Wu shared this sentiment. While a goddaughter might not be secure, a daughter-in-law certainly would be. In contrast, Qian Yunxiao remained indifferent. "Xiao Wu is my adopted daughter. How could she become my daughter-in-law?" He firmly rejected the notion. A Yin and Qing Wu took this as a jest and said no more. "Qing Wu, Yulan, you both must prepare for your soul rings. Do you have any suggestions?" In a few months, Qing Wu would soon reach the title Douluo level, while Shui Yulan was approaching the 6-ring soul emperor stage. The preparation of soul rings needed to be scheduled. "I am indifferent. Acquiring an ice attribute soul ring will suffice," Shui Yulan replied, having no elaborate plans. Qing Wu faced a more complex situation, as she indeed needed to prepare to hunt for soul rings upon reaching title Douluo. "I will heed your arrangements, master." Ultimately, Qing Wu did not provide the answer Qian Yunxiao anticipated, and he chose not to press further. After all, preparations would need to be made regardless, and deciding now was not critical. Following a brief conversation with A Yin and Qing Wu, Qian Yunxiao prepared to refine the 8-angled ice grass, fire apricot flower, and wondrous heaven-reaching chrysanthemum, all of which were invaluable herbs for enhancing his physical condition. Chapter 45. Ice Empress. I beg of you as the future Silver Empress of Douluo continent. Qian Yunxiao was determined to nurture his body to adequately possess the strength to depict 100 beauties. The 8-angled ice grass, fire apricot flower, and wondrous heaven-reaching chrysanthemum were essential for this endeavor. Qian Yunxiao had no intention of letting them slip away. Regarding whether his body could withstand the combined potency of all 3 herbs, he confidently affirmed, "It is of no concern." On his way, Qian Yunxiao routinely checked his system panel and discovered a new family member, Xiao Wu. Previously, she had not been considered part of the Qian family, but her transformation into a human and status as Qian Yunxiao's goddaughter changed that. Regardless of circumstances, this was a positive development. Qian Yunxiao had been contemplating how to expand his family to 10 members, without new additions. He would have to rely on A Yin and Shui Yulan to bear 3 more children, which was daunting. Now, with the addition of Xiao Wu and Qing Wu, their family counted 7 members. If Qing Wu were to have another child, they would be close to 8. The goal of 10 was within reach, and they could take their time. Upon returning to the depths of the ice and fire yin-yang eye, Qian Yunxiao refined the 3 selected herbs one by one, beginning with the 8-angled ice grass and fire apricot flower. The fusion of extreme cold and heat significantly strengthened his physique. Before consuming the herbs, Qian Yunxiao had consulted his system and proceeded only after confirming there were no major dangers. Indeed, I feel my physical strength has increased several-fold. I can hardly discern if this is merely an illusion. Qian Yunxiao now felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him. Who should he test it against? Before this, Qian Yunxiao had utilized his blue-silver binding skill to extract the Water Dragon King's skeletal remains from beneath the ice and fire yin-yang eye. He had only retrieved the Water Dragon King's bones, as there was currently no one nearby to utilize the Fire Dragon King's remains. He decided to keep them for the time being, given that no one was vying for them. The blue-silver grass proved to be an exceptional martial spirit, and Qian Yunxiao was pleasantly surprised by its performance. Initially, he had approached the endeavor with a tentative attitude, hoping to retrieve the Water Dragon King's bones, but had not anticipated success. For the Ice Empress, the ice and fire yin-yang eye served as a commendable cultivation environment. She soaked in the icy springs, relishing the experience. She felt that a day's cultivation here was equivalent to 5 days in the extreme north. She rejoiced in her fortunate choice of location. As Qian Yunxiao extracted the Water Dragon King's bones, the Ice Empress could no longer contain her excitement. She quickly climbed to Qian Yunxiao's side. "Please, I implore you to give it to me." The Ice Empress sensed the immense significance of the item in Qian Yunxiao's possession. With that set of icy, jade-like skeletal remains, she believed her cultivation could ascend to 500,000 or even 700,000 years, allowing her to rival the Snow Empress. At that point, she was confident the Snow Empress would acquiesce to her affections, and they could soar together. Qian Yunxiao secured the item. Its significance was far-reaching. Carelessly displaying it could attract deities from the divine realm, considering the presence of both the Water God and the Fire God. The strength of the Water and Fire Dragon Kings was not easily rivaled. If they were to discover this, they might come seeking this item from Qian Yunxiao, scrutinizing him as an ordinary mortal. Fortunately, the ice-fire duality I possess a shielding function against external perception. Otherwise, the Water and Fire Dragon King would not have remained undiscovered by the divine realm for so long. Thus, maintaining a cautious approach is advisable. But the situation is not dire. Qian Yunxiao himself holds no regard for the remains of the Water Dragon King, and as for Shui Yulan, it is not quite suitable. As Qian Yunxiao's partner, he is certain to provide her with far superior offerings in the future, bestowing the remains of soul beasts like the Ice Emperor, Snow Emperor, and Titan Snow Demon King is undoubtedly an excellent choice. The Ice Emperor, Snow Emperor, and Titan Snow Demon King are merely life forms derived from fragments of Guyuna's powers. Absorbing the divine bones of the Water Dragon King could facilitate the Ice Emperor's remarkable transformation. Why should I grant this to you? Observing the Ice Emperor's pleading demeanor, a playful expression emerged on Qian Yunxiao's face. Do you desire this? It's not a significant issue. Just come to me with your requests. After all, I am your mount. This item is best suited for me. At that moment, the Ice Emperor had no pride, openly admitting her role as a mount. Very well, since you are so sincere, I shall bestow upon you 2 dragon leg bones, which are grade 1 divine bones imbued with formidable power. You must exercise caution. Furthermore, in the future, you are forbidden from leaving the ice-fire duality, I, without my command. Do you understand? Under normal circumstances, the Ice Emperor could leave the ice-fire duality, I, without issue. However, departing with the aura of the Water Dragon King would result in significant complications. For the foreseeable future, the Ice Emperor must remain within the confines of the ice-fire duality I. Nonetheless, this is not a grave concern. With the addition of the two companions, Qian Yunxiao feels no anxiety regarding mounts, as he has ample qualified steeds at his disposal. Thank you. The Ice Emperor felt she was on the verge of madness. Not only was she pleading with someone who collected female soul beasts for nefarious purposes, but she also had to express gratitude. However, she sensed no major issues. Over time, she discovered that apart from his penchant for punishing that particular herb, Qian Yunxiao exhibited no other behaviors that she found intolerable. Congratulations, host. Your first pet's intimacy level has reached 100. Reward: Beast Food 100, Fortune Coins 100. Family Guardian Beast Count 1. After presenting the two bones of the Water Dragon King to the Ice Emperor, Qian Yunxiao's mind resonated with the system. Has the intimacy level truly reached 100? Is the Ice Emperor so easily swayed? This seems reasonable, as this Ice Emperor was merely deceived by the grand illusion of the heavenly dream Ice Silkworm, with Qian Yunxiao producing genuine materials. How could he not firmly grasp this innocent little scorpion? The extreme north truly is a pure place. This little scorpion is simply exceptional. Perhaps in due time, he could coax this little scorpion into transforming? In truth, Qian Yunxiao was not entirely satisfied with the notion of transformation. He desired this little scorpion to be able to shift into human form while simultaneously retaining its scorpion shape. The ability to alternate between the two forms would be ideal. For now, he could only wait and see if a method could be devised. Qian Yunxiao's household remains modest, necessitating the accumulation of resources. You shall cultivate gradually in the ice spring while I attend to other matters. Qian Yunxiao's family now has an additional Guardian Bee slot, which can yield a daily income of 1 fortune coin. Your Highness, the leader of the Ning sect has sent his wife to invite you to a gathering at the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Just as Qian Yunxiao was contemplating engaging De Ming and Air Ming in a competition in his presence, Douluo approached him. This left Qian Yunxiao puzzled. Why did Ning Fengji send his wife to invite him? Chapter 46. Ning Fengji's Wife. Truly exceptional, Douluo, Kanan's 26th beauty, gentle and virtuous, devoted and unrepentant, concealing danger, beauty with a tragic fate. Qian Yunxiao went to meet Ning Fengji's wife. Regardless of his status, Ning Fengji is indeed a prominent figure within the Douluo continent. His wife is undeniably remarkable, a true beauty and genius. Currently, she possesses the strength of a level 75 soul saint, wielding the advanced martial soul, Azure Cloud Sword, making her a half-disciple of the Sword Douluo. She is even featured on the beauty list of the Douluo continent. Ning Fengji, what great fortune you possess. However, Qian Yunxiao sensed that Ning Fengji was not a man easily enthralled by female allure. Such a beauty seems to be rather unfortunate. Moreover, the original text makes no mention of her, indicating that she likely passed away after giving birth to their daughter, Ning Rongrong. Ning Madam, I am truly fortunate to be invited by you. Ning Fengji's wife, also bearing the surname Ning, is named Ning Zhongying. Hailing from humble beginnings, yet possessing commendable talent, she has the potential to reach the rank of Soul Douluo in the future, making her a perfect match for Ning Fengji. However, achieving the title of Title Douluo is exceedingly challenging. There are few women in the Douluo continent who attain that rank. Excluding Chun Ranyue and Bibi Dong, only one female Title Douluo has emerged from the ranks of a dozen. Your Highness, you overstate matters. It is our honor to host you at the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Ning Zhongying, deserving of marrying Ning Fengji, spoke with remarkable poise. Qian Yunxiao did not linger on pleasantries and promptly accompanied Ning Zhongying to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. It was entirely reasonable for the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School to send Ning Zhongying to extend the invitation to Qian Yunxiao. The 3 individuals at the school hold the highest positions, and, as the leader of the sect, Ning Fengji would certainly welcome Qian Yunxiao personally should he visit. However, it would be rather inappropriate for Ning Fengji to come himself to invite Qian Yunxiao to a banquet. given that he is a leader of one of the top 3 sects, while Qian Yunxiao is merely the second prince of the martial soul hall. Similarly, the sword Douluo and bone Douluo will be treated similarly. It is only fitting for Ning Fengji's wife to extend the invitation. On the journey to the 7-treasure glazed tile school, Ning Zhongying could not shake the feeling that Qian Yunxiao's gaze was fixed upon her, wandering over her thighs and hips. Yet, each time she discreetly glanced at Qian Yunxiao, she found his expression to be that of a virtuous gentleman. This left Ning Zhongying utterly perplexed. Am I overthinking this? She could only comfort herself with that thought. Qian Yunxiao had no apprehensions regarding the 7-treasure glazed tile school plotting any schemes against him. They lacked the strength and audacity for such actions. His furtive glances at Ning Zhongying stemmed from curiosity. If he were in Ning Fengji's position and had a wife like Ning Zhongying, he would have long ensured she was expecting. Most of Qian Yunxiao's romantic interests, once they entered his life, soon bore him children. Perhaps Ning Fengji, being only in his 50s, was hesitant to take such steps. Before long, Qian Yunxiao felt he had found the answer. Upon arriving at the grand hall of the 7-treasure glazed tile school, Ning Fengji appeared to be in relatively good spirits. He had gathered information indicating that a genuine conflict might have arisen between Qian Yunxiao and Qian Douluo. The reasons are not hard to guess. It is merely that Qian Yunxiao has taken a soul beast of 100,000 years as his wife, which has led Qian Douluo to believe that it tarnishes the dignity of the Qian family. If there are conflicts, so be it. This could allow Qian Yunxiao to join the Tiando Empire, thereby enhancing its strength further. Today, Ning Fengji's invitation to Qian Yunxiao is precisely for this purpose. After Qian Yunxiao takes his seat and the wine flows, Ning Fengji begins, Your Highness, should you wish to establish a family, both the 7-treasure glazed tile school and the Empire will offer their utmost support. This is Ning Fengji's goodwill towards Qian Yunxiao. Master Ning, that will be troublesome. Perhaps after I discuss matters with the poisoned Douluo, I shall not be overly courteous to you. Does Qian Yunxiao intend to annihilate 2 empires and then become emperor himself? Indeed, but that is not in the immediate future. Such matters cannot simply be resolved by Qian Yunxiao attaining divinity. The waters of Douluo continent run deep. Since the Tiando Empire is willing to assist Qian Yunxiao, he will not be remiss in accepting their support. In regard to the Eye of Ice and Fire and the Sunset Forest, Qian Yunxiao indeed plans to reconstruct them. Accepting Ning Fengji's goodwill brings genuine joy to him. Your Highness, I have another piece of news to share, and I hope you will take heed. Once the atmosphere is suitable, Ning Fengji adopts a serious demeanor and prepares to discuss another matter with Qian Yunxiao. Qian Yunxiao replies calmly, Master Ning, please go ahead. For Qian Yunxiao, aside from matters related to the divine, nothing else can sway him. Your Highness, your decision to settle in the Sunset Forest has not escaped the notice of the Spirit Hall. That individual from the Tiando Empire is already aware of the presence of multiple 100,000-year soul beasts by your side. As far as I know, Emperor Qian Xuanji has now reached the threshold of level 90, just in need of a 100,000-year spirit ring. As the leader of the 7-treasure glazed tile school, Ning Fengji possesses a wealth of intelligence. This revelation causes Qian Yunxiao's expression to grow slightly solemn. Qian Xuanji originally lacked a 100,000-year spirit ring. If he learns of the numerous 100,000-year soul beasts surrounding Qian Yunxiao, he will undoubtedly seek trouble. Should he refrain, Qian Douluo will certainly come. Let us see what he is capable of. Qian Yunxiao scoffs, bestowing a 100,000-year spirit ring upon Qian Xuanji? Is that even feasible? He has fought against Qian Xuanji for many years. He knows precisely what kind of person Qian Xuanji is. If he were to grant Qian Xuanji a 100,000-year spirit ring, not only would he not be grateful, but he would also covet the other 100,000-year soul beasts under Qian Yunxiao as command. Therefore, if Qian Xuanji dares to approach, Qian Yunxiao will ensure he pays dearly. Qian Yunxiao's tonek enuineli places Ning Fengji. The discord between these two brothers would undoubtedly be a blow to the Spirit Hall and advantageous for their sections. Qian Yunxiao does not stay overnight at the 7-treasure glazed tile school. After finishing his drink, he departs, personally escorted by Ning Fengji's wife. After Qian Yunxiao leaves, Sword Douluo turns to Ning Fengji and asks, Fengji, do you truly believe he has fallen out with the Spirit Hall? Ning Fengji responds, the specifics are unclear, but Qian Xuanji has indeed brought people here. That much is certain. We shall see how it unfolds. For reasons unknown, Ning Fengji's intuition tells him that these two brothers might actually come to blows. Alas, in a house of royalty, can there truly be two heirs? Ning Fengji cannot help but lament. If he had a brother or a sister, what might the state of the seven-treasure glazed tile school be now? Your Highness, perhaps you have indulged a bit too much. Upon exiting the seven-treasure glazed tile school, Qian Yunxiao pretends to be quite inebriated, staggering as he walks. After a moment of contemplation, Ning Zhongying ultimately decides to assist Qian Yunxiao, wrapping her arm around his as they proceed. This fulfills Qian Yunxiao's scheme. Chapter 47. A single punch to cripple Qian Xuanji. After escorting Qian Yunxiao to the outskirts of the Sunset Forest, Ning Zhongying quickly departs. She feels there is no other choice, as she is genuinely concerned that Qian Yunxiao might use his status to intimidate her, leaving her uncertain about how to respond. Boredom. Once Ning Zhongying leaves, Qian Yunxiao returns to normal. Drunk? Qian Yunxiao could never get drunk in someone else's home. For 2 months, Qian Yunxiao's life remained stable. After this period, the Sunset Forest receives 8 unexpected visitors. At the forefront is Qian Xuanji, now at level 88, poised to reach level 89 within 2 months. At this moment, Qian Xuanji is particularly arrogant, his expression exuding an air of provocation. Accompanying Qian Xuanji are 5 titled Douluos from the Spirit Hall, along with 2 soul Douluos. Among the 5 titled Douluos, 2 are very familiar to Qian Yunxiao, Jianglong and Qianjun. One has watched over Qian Yunxiao for several years, while the other is Qianjun's brother, making them well known to him. In addition to Jianglong and Qianjun, there is also the old fellow, Genie, who catches Qian Yunxiao's attention slightly, still at level 98. This only prompts Qian Yunxiao to regard him with a modicum of respect, as he poses no real threat. The other 2 titled Douluos are unknown to him, having accompanied Qian Xuanji to capture the 2 that had slain A Yin, both at level 92. One of the soul Douluos is a woman, the future soul female titled Douluo of the Spirit Hall, Lingyuan Douluo. However, she has not yet reached the titled Douluo level. She is merely a soul Douluo at present. It appears that Qian Xuanji may also intend for this Linghuan Douluo to possess a 100,000-year spirit ring. Has he truly come to regard Qian Yunxiao's abode as a wholesale market for 100,000-year spirit rings? Brother, I never imagined you would have so many soul beasts and 2 beauties by your side. What an enviable life. Gazing at A Yin and Qingwu beside Qian Yunxiao, Qian Xuanji is filled with envy. In Qian Xuanji's eyes, these 2 are indeed 100,000-year spirit rings. Thus, with such thoughts, Qian Xuanji is doomed to remain a bachelor. Even if he were to forcefully acquire Bibi Dong, he would still meet his demise. Were Qian Yunxiao to engage with Bibi Dong in such a manner, he would ensure her complete submission. Qian Xuanji, however, is nothing but a failure. A Yin and Qingwu, sensing Qian Xuanji's predatory gaze, instinctively move closer to Qian Yunxiao. They can feel the aggression emanating from Qian Xuanji. Even unable to garner affection from women, Qian Xuanji, you truly are pathetic. Qian Yunxiao, dismissing Qian Xuanji with a scoff, comforts his 300,000-year soul beasts. To him, Qian Xuanji is but a minor character, a mere clown. If not for Qian Yunxiao's concern that the situation might escalate and draw the attention of the divine realm to his possession of 200,000-year soul beast wives, he would have dealt with Qian Xuanji with a mere slap. Are these your 2 spawn? Do the offspring of soul beasts also possess angelic blood? Qian Xuanji gazes at the children held by A Yin and Qingwu, mistakenly believing them to be Qian Yunxiao's progeny, originating from the nobility of angels. Qian Sunji looked down upon Qian Yunxiao's 2 sons with disdain. Only his daughter was worthy of the angelic bloodline. Strike him, Qian Yunxiao commanded without hesitation. To insult his daughter was no trivial matter. A mere slap was a sign of Qian Yunxiao's mercy towards Qian Sunji. If Deming or Air Ming were to strike, it would be a testament to Qian Sunji's thick skin if his face remained intact. Deming and Air Ming were unconcerned with niceties. With 5 titled Douluos, particularly with the addition of the golden crocodile, they were more than capable of overpowering both Deming and Air Ming. Under normal circumstances, encountering these 2 would send Deming and Air Ming fleeing as far as possible. Yet now they were compelled to act. Especially Air Ming, chosen by Qian Yunxiao as the family guardian beast, relished the annual 5 bags of delectable beast food. The golden crocodile was there to ensure Qian Yunxiao's safety. Douluo entrusted the golden crocodile to accompany Qian Yunxiao, fully recognizing its formidable strength. Across the entire Douluo continent, Douluo believed that apart from the three of them, no one could rival the golden crocodile. The golden crocodile summoned its golden giant crocodile spirit, capable of facing the combined might of Ming and Ming. Truly, a formidable elder. Qian Yunxiao, witnessing the golden crocodile's prowess, could not help but applaud. The golden crocodile had reached a pinnacle of level 98, a remarkable feat. Among the entire Douluo continent, apart from Tang Chun, who broke through to level 99, few others reached even level 98. Such individuals were already qualified for divinity. Qian Yunxiao regarded the golden crocodile highly for this reason. Hard work deserves recognition. It was almost a pity that the golden crocodile, a title Douluo, served as a mere servant to Douluo and Qian Yunxiao. Your Highness, you flatter me. The golden crocodile felt quite proud, holding Qian Yunxiao in contempt, let alone Qian Yunxiao. Out of respect, he feigned deference. Binger, come forth and meet this friend. Qian Yunxiao could easily subdue the golden crocodile, yet he sought to play. The golden crocodile was indeed powerful, but defeating the Ice Emperor would not be a simple task. As the Ice Emperor appeared, the golden crocodile's expression turned grave. He could hardly fathom the presence of such a formidable soul beast. My dear, with a cultivation of 300,000 years, would you care to spar with the esteemed golden crocodile? Qian Yunxiao stroked the Ice Emperor while explaining to the golden crocodile. The Ice Emperor had long grown accustomed to Qian Yunxiao's touch, coldly regarding the golden crocodile. Currently, she was delightfully refining the divine bones of the Water Dragon King. Being interrupted by these individuals was hardly a source of joy. With a murderous intent, the Ice Emperor instilled fear in Qian Yunxiao. Hearing of a soul beast with 300,000 years of cultivation was a revelation to him. Bing ensnare this old crocodile, while Ming and Ming strike him. This was Qian Yunxiao's command. The Ice Emperor sprang into action, refining the divine power of the Water Dragon King's bones, creating a realm of eternal frost that exerted terrifying pressure on any title Douluo below level 95. Protect the Pope. The golden crocodile became thoroughly anxious, ordering the other 4 titled Douluos to safeguard Qian Yunxiao. Unfortunately, without even one titled Douluo at level 95, withstanding the onslaught of Ming and Ming would prove exceedingly difficult. Ming and Ming made no attempt to conceal their intentions, directly using brute force to shatter the ultimate defenses of the 4 titled Douluos, including the descending dragon's might. Ultimately, a fist struck Qian Yunxiao's angelic spirit, sending him hurtling 100 meters away. The overwhelming force shattered several bones in Qian Yunxiao's body. The Pope of the Spirit Hall ultimately paid the price for his arrogance. Chapter 48. Capturing Spirit Feather Douluo Qian Yunxiao, who granted you the audacity to trouble my wife and my subordinates. Qian Yunxiao laughed at Qian Yunxiao's pitiful state. This was precisely how he should be treated. Whatever fate befell this beast of a man in the future, Qian Yunxiao felt it was deserved. Your Highness, they are all of the Spirit Hall. Isn't your approach a bit ruthless? Fratricide will only invite mockery from outsiders. The golden crocodile, witnessing Qian Yunxiao's condition, felt a surge of anger. How could he return home and report to the high priest? Fratricide? If I truly wish for that, do you think he would still be alive? Did Qian Yunxiao not wish to eliminate Qian Yunxiao? Between them existed a blood bond. Qian Yunxiao found it difficult to personally strike him down and could only rely on others to resolve the matter. Alternatively, he could incapacitate Qian Yunxiao and seize everything he possessed, inflicting greater torment than mere death. Qian Yunxiao's words left the golden crocodile speechless. Human greed knows no bounds. Had you not sought trouble, I would have deemed you insignificant. Depart now. This is my final act of mercy. Should you dare to offend again, do not blame me for disregarding our past connection. Qian Yunxiao had no intention of killing these individuals. The golden crocodile was right. If he were to eliminate them all, he would merely become a laughingstock to outsiders. Qian Yunxiao would personally address the matters of the Spirit Hall. We shall take our leave. Upon hearing this, the golden crocodile felt a sense of relief. Had Qian Yunxiao intended to keep them, he was uncertain how many would escape. Although their departure was rather disheveled, at least they would live. The golden crocodile signaled for them to carry Qian Yunxiao away. However, at that moment, Qian Yunxiao took action. He directly unleashed the blue-silver domain, binding Ling Yuan within the group. Ling Yuan called out for help to the golden crocodile and the others. The golden crocodile could not ignore her plight and urgently inquired why Qian Yunxiao was doing this. Qian Yunxiao explained, "My wife is in need of a maidservant, and this lady will suffice. She shall remain by my side to attend to my wife." Qian Yunxiao's capture of Ling Yuan was not a spur-of-the-moment decision. In truth, from the moment she appeared before him, he had resolved not to let her go. He was not mistaken. His wife indeed required assistance. The environment of the ice and fire yin-yang well was not suited for ordinary individuals. As a sole Douluo, Ling Yuan would have no issue. "What? Do you have any objections?" Among the crowd, there were likely admirers of Ling Yuan. Regarding Qian Yunxiao's forceful detention of her, they were naturally outraged. Unfortunately, these cowards lacked the courage to avenge Ling Yuan and could only watch helplessly as Qian Yunxiao bound her tightly and dragged her to his side. Ling Yuan contemplated resistance, but her martial spirit possesses a fiery attribute. However, in the presence of Qian Yunxiao and the paralyzing, toxic blue silvergrass, her soul power proves utterly ineffective. Let's depart. The golden crocodile, Douluo, known for his patience, chose to swallow his anger and prepare to leave with his companions. Ling Yuan, a prodigious talent and a semi-titled Douluo of the Spirit Hall, now finds herself forsaken. Qian Yunxiao, I am aware you have taken on a disciple with dual martial spirits and have become arrogant with the birth of your daughter. Remember, for years hence, I shall arrive with my wife and daughter at the Spirit Hall, and I will personally shatter that which you hold dear, reducing you to a complete failure. Before Qian Yunxiao could depart, Qian Yunxiao's words ignited the flames of fury within him. Very well, I await your arrival. Today he felt utterly humiliated by Qian Yunxiao. Yet, Qian Yunxiao remains confident that he can reclaim his dignity within the Spirit City. He has unwavering faith in his disciple and daughter, particularly in his daughter who, blessed by the angel god from birth, possesses the potential to inherit the divine position. He cannot fathom losing to Qian Yunxiao. If Qian Yunxiao does not seek him out in 5 years, he will take the initiative to confront him. How fortunate it is to have you, my lord. Other humans are utterly wicked. After Qian Yunxiao's departure, A Yin patted her chest in relief, acutely aware of the murderous intent in Qian Yunxiao's gaze. Ling Wu felt similarly. Not only Qian Yunxiao, but also those who had previously encountered them, Sword Douluo, Bone Douluo, harbored a glimmer of greed upon seeing these 100,000-year soul beasts. Only Qian Yunxiao had never expressed any murderous intent, which became one of the key reasons A Yin and Ling Wu relied upon him, providing them with unparalleled security. Your Highness, Ling Yuan trembled with fear, for the vicinity was teeming with 100,000-year soul beasts. Could she not be frightened? The Ice Emperor, indifferent to such concerns, returned to the depths of the ice and fire yin-yang, to continue his cultivation. Ling Yuan, henceforth you shall serve me as a maid, attending to my 2 wives. Do you understand? Your benefits shall not be meager. I will ensure you become a titled Douluo. Qian Yunxiao's words carried an ambiguous undertone. 2 wives. Which 2? Shui Yulan is absent at present. Ling Wu, attuned to the underlying implications of Qian Yunxiao's words, shuddered in surprise. This fellow is truly audacious. Meanwhile, A Yin remained blissfully unaware, content to stay by Qian Yunxiao's side and observe his display. Qian Yunxiao scrutinized Ling Yuan's attributes. To become a titled Douluo is a remarkable achievement for any woman across the Douluo continent. Your Highness, It was evident that Ling Yuan had yet to grasp the gravity of her situation, still yearning to return to the Spirit Hall. This prompted Qian Yunxiao to shake his head in disapproval. Very well, if you are unwilling, I shall not force you. Ming, I leave her in your care. With that, he took A Yin and Ling Wu and prepared to depart. Upon seeing the fearsome Ming, Ling Yuan quickly relented, exclaiming, Your Highness, I am willing. I will serve you. She had no desire for demise. Congratulations, host. Your family has acquired its first servant. Reward, 200 fortune coins, soul power level 3. Task, please recruit 10 servants, not lower than Soul Emperor. Reward, unknown. Qian Yunxiao was taken aback by the completion of a hidden task merely by acquiring a servant. The reward was substantial, propelling him to level 98 with the 100-level milestone within reach. Yet, he remained uncertain about the limitations accompanying that coveted 100 level. 10 Soul Emperors? They should not be too difficult to find in the Tiando Empire. Chapter 49. The Birth of Douluo Yin, Childhood Sweethearts? Presently, Qian Yunxiao possesses over 2,000 fortune coins, accruing 2 coins each day. It would not be long before he could amass sufficient wealth to purchase a divine position. Once he becomes a deity, Qian Yunxiao feels he could act with impunity. Indeed, I shall diligently work, no thoughts of fleeing. The 100,000-year soul beasts in my domain are far more numerous than this handful. They are not as accommodating as I am. He patted Ling Yuan's shoulder, signaling her to keep watch. This was merely bravado, as the vicinity harbored no other 100,000-year soul beasts, just these few. His words were intended to instill some compliance in her. In truth, within the ice and fire yin-yang eye, escape was impossible for Ling Yuan. She nodded, affirming her commitment to work diligently. The confrontation between Qian Yunxiao and Qian Xuanji, particularly the latter's defeat, would undoubtedly benefit the sects associated with the 7-treasure glazed tile school, further diminishing the spirit hall's influence across the Douluo continent. Qian Yunxiao paid little heed to such matters, continuing to enjoy his tranquil existence. Seizing moments when A Yin and Shui Yulan were distracted, he indulged in sweet moments with Ling Wu, treating her to delectable delights. 3 months later, Douluo Bo's daughter-in-law was about to give birth. In short, Douluo Yin was soon to make her entrance into the world. Among the girls, Douluo Yin was not particularly young. Her arrival was well-timed. This also signified that the other maidens would soon follow suit. While Douluo Yin was in labor, A Yin and Ling Wu provided assistance. With their help, Douluo Yin managed to endure, avoiding the grim fate of perishing before childbirth. This filled her with immense gratitude towards Qian Yunxiao and his wife. My lord, I wonder if my Yinner might have the fortune to become betrothed to your son? Over the past few months, Douluo Bo had come to regard Qian Yunxiao as a pillar of support. Now that he had a granddaughter, Douluo Bo aimed to strengthen ties with Qian Yunxiao. Oh, Qian Yunxiao was puzzled. Why did everyone seem intent on offering their daughters and granddaughters as potential brides? Was he unworthy? Facing Douluo Bo's hopeful gaze, Qian Yunxiao's response inevitably led to disappointment. I would never force any woman. Thus, the future of any such arrangements rests upon their mutual affinity. His words left Douluo Bo feeling regretful. However, there was little he could do with Qian Yunxiao's disapproval. Could Douluo Bo dare to compel him to accept his daughter as a bride? Unbeknownst to Douluo Bo, he could potentially insist upon it, though the latter part of his thought was better left unsaid. There is no need for such tension. Poison Douluo, our family shall reside in the Sunset Forest, and Yinner and my Wu Huang have shared a childhood bond. There is great potential there. The smile on Qian Yunxiao's face as he spoke revealed his light-hearted demeanor. Childhood sweethearts? Since time immemorial, childhood bonds cannot compare to serendipity. Moreover, what if Douluo Yin has a fondness for older men and not her peers? Who can say for certain? Thus, Qian Yunxiao is not at all concerned about childhood sweethearts. This statement rekindled Douluo Bo's excitement. Indeed, his granddaughter is a rare gem among people. Having spent countless days and nights with Qian Yunxiao, how could she not captivate Qian Wu Huang? The words of the crown prince were indeed wise. Douluo Bo's perception of Qian Yunxiao has greatly improved. He is truly a paragon of non-coercive leadership, worthy of emulation by all. Qian Yunxiao, however, paid no mind to such matters. After calming the frightened grass and a little rabbit, he made his way to the imperial capital of Tiando. Demonstrating the prowess of his title Douluo, Qian Yunxiao proclaimed to the heavens, I am Qian Yunxiao, and today I seek to recruit 10 servants of Soul Emperor rank or higher, offering exceedingly generous treatment, with the potential to ascend to the realm of Soul Douluo. Interested parties may register at the Sunset Forest, limited to 10 Soul Emperors. His recruitment call undoubtedly required an air of prestige, yet it also necessitated swiftness. Following his declaration, Qian Yunxiao departed. The might of Qian Yunxiao's voice resonated throughout the entire imperial capital of Tiando, even reaching the ears of Ning Fengji at the 7-treasure glazed tile school. Ning Fengji was astounded and promptly inquired of the sword Douluo beside him. The sword Douluo shook his head, saying, alas, he must be above level 97 in soul power. Ning Fengji could hardly contain his disbelief. How is this possible? He is so young and was merely a soul saint before. How has he suddenly become so powerful? After years apart, Qian Yunxiao has grown this formidable? It is uncertain. It can be said that although the Wuhuan Hall has lost a few of its teeth, Qian Yunxiao, this fierce wolf, has only grown stronger. The sword Douluo expressed his thoughts, leaving Ning Fengji at a loss for how to proceed. Should we send a few soul emperors to assess the situation? Ning Feng tiponded, feeling quite tempted. Without the presence of a title Douluo, the soul Douluo stands as the pinnacle. There are scarcely more than 10 soul Douluos in the entire Tiando Empire. The mere thought that Qian Yunxiao intends to cultivate servants to the level of soul Douluo is utterly terrifying. This sparked in Ning Fengji a notion of leveraging the situation to his advantage. The sword Douluo, lacking the intricacies of such schemes, approached the matter straightforwardly, harboring some disdain for such tactics. However, recognizing Ning Fengji as the sect master, he replied, "You are the sect master. I shall defer to your arrangements." As soon as Qian Yunxiao made known his intention to recruit soul emperor servants, a downcast soul emperor within the Tiando imperial capital suddenly felt a flicker of excitement. This was Flinder, despite his modest origins and the attainment of soul emperor rank. He had never made a name for himself, and was thus quite destitute in the imperial capital. Now, the prospect of an opportunity stirred within him a contemplation. Should he join Qian Yunxiao's organization? Many were inclined to venture to the Sunset Forest to discover the true nature of this Qian Yunxiao. After all, the lure of ascending to soul Douluo was too great to resist. Even Lu Erlong, who had yet to join a group, was considering a visit to the Sunset Forest to ascertain the identity of Qian Yunxiao. His audacity in the imperial capital, unchallenged by anyone, indicated he was no ordinary being. Upon returning to the Sunset Forest, Qian Yunxiao pinpointed a location and prepared to mount the ancient soul beast, the sky blue bull python, to select candidates among the soul emperor participants. Perhaps he was the sole individual in the entire Douluo continent to ride such an ancient soul beast for show. Just as Qian Yunxiao was about to proceed, he sensed a drop in temperature within the Sunset Forest. Additionally, the ground beneath him, the Daming, appeared to tremble with trepidation. Even the Ice Emperor, dwelling within the eye of ice and fire, emerged from its icy spring, surveying the surroundings with disbelief yet an air of delight. Chapter 50. The arrival of the Snow Emperor. In an instant, the temperature within the Sunset Forest plummeted significantly. Enough! Cease this at once. If you freeze my daughter and son, you shall face dire consequences. This slight chill posed no threat to Qian Yunxiao. However, the abrupt drop in temperature was detrimental to the children, including his own and the young Duguyan. Qian Yunxiao was not jesting. Should this Snow Emperor prove unreasonable, he would indeed teach this entity a stern lesson. Perhaps the pressure exerted by Qian Yunxiao had its effect, or perhaps the Snow Emperor possessed a heart of compassion. Most significantly, the Snow Emperor, born of the heavens and earth, had never known parental love. Might Qian Yunxiao's display of affection for his children evoke envy in the Snow Emperor? Among the three kings of the extreme north, Qian Yunxiao sensed that only the Titan Snow Demon King was somewhat normal. The other Ice Emperors were peculiar, and the Snow Emperor seemed to yearn for paternal affection. Clearly, Qian Yunxiao represented the ideal figure for her. Knowing the Snow Emperor's vulnerabilities, Qian Yunxiao had already devised a plan. As soon as he finished speaking, the temperature indeed reverted to normal. Subsequently, a snow spirit resembling a human materialized from the gathered ice and snow. This woman evoked three sensations in Qian Yunxiao: cold, purity, and beauty. Why does the Snow Emperor lack a label? Surely she must rank among the top 3 beauties of Douluo continent. Perhaps her status as a soul beast precludes her from taking form? The emergence of the Snow Emperor took Qian Yunxiao by surprise. However, much like the Ice Emperor, her lack of a label left him puzzled. After much contemplation, he arrived at a singular conclusion. Without having taken form, they could not be included in the beauty rankings. Beauty, after all, must be human. It was a pity. Qian Yunxiao held great affection for A Yin, as her personality and physical traits perfectly aligned with his aesthetic. Yet, in all honesty, the Snow Emperor might indeed surpass A Yin in beauty. But ultimately, it mattered little. Even if the Snow Emperor were truly more beautiful, Qian Yunxiao's preference remained with A Yin, the bashful and delicate darling he could easily tease. Why did you abduct the Ice Emperor? Human, provide me with an answer, or I shall end your life. The Snow Emperor's words were icy. Qian Yunxiao's strength was formidable at level 98, making him an unparalleled force among humans. However, the Snow Emperor was confident in her ability to effortlessly slay Qian Yunxiao, should he ever pose a threat to the extreme north. Qian Yunxiao found the Snow Emperor's demeanor appealing, yet her tone incited his ire. Do you wish to measure strength? However, Qian Yunxiao worried whether his blue-silver bind would prove ineffective against the Snow Emperor, as her body could dissolve into snow at any moment and reconstitute itself. Snow Emperor, cease at once. The Ice Emperor hurriedly approached. Though it was unclear whether he was concerned for Qian Yunxiao's safety against the Snow Emperor or simply eager to reunite with her. Regardless of the circumstances, her arrival brought immense solace to Qian Yunxiao. Following the arrival of the Ice Emperor, the Snow Emperor's demeanor softened slightly. Although she typically disregarded the Ice Emperor, deep down, she still harbored concern for this fellow, being from the extreme north. Just as the Snow Emperor intended to inquire about any grievances the Ice Emperor may have faced. The Ice Emperor spoke first. Snow Emperor, I chose to follow him of my own volition. Do not blame him. Initially, the Ice Emperor had perceived following Qian Yunxiao as a humiliation. However, as the benefits provided by Qian Yunxiao accumulated, coupled with his unique approach to handling matters and his distinct perspective on soul beasts, her sentiments shifted. Particularly after a previous dispute with her own brother over a few soul beasts, the Ice Emperor found herself less critical of Qian Yunxiao. This left the Snow Emperor utterly bewildered. In her memory, the Ice Emperor had always been an exceedingly proud soul beast. How could she be so easily swayed? At that moment, A Yin and Qingwu arrived with their child. Upon seeing the Snow Emperor, both A Yin and Qingwu were taken aback. Since joining Qian Yunxiao, they had witnessed increasingly extraordinary events. The Snow Emperor, upon noticing A Yin and Qingwu, expressed her astonishment. She could discern that they had transformed from soul beasts into human forms. In fact, the Snow Emperor had contemplated such a transformation long ago, but had never mustered the courage to pursue it, thus missing the optimal opportunity. Snow Emperor, come with me. Why not stay here? The cultivation here is far superior to that in the extreme north. The Ice Emperor proposed, intending to lead the Snow Emperor deeper into the eye of ice and fire. How well have you absorbed the power from the 2 leg bones of the Water Dragon King? Qian Yunxiao inquired at that moment. The Ice Emperor readily explained. The benefits are significant. At least I have no concerns regarding the tribulation of 400,000 years. Although the Ice Emperor had previously felt uncertain about her impending trial, she now exuded confidence. Qian Yunxiao tossed 2 additional leg bones to the Ice Emperor, elaborating, then cultivate diligently. No tribulation will disturb you within the eye of ice and fire. Take these as well, and do not hesitate to accept them. Qian Yunxiao understood the Snow Emperor's vulnerabilities. However, as he was unfamiliar with her, establishing a good rapport was crucial. After much contemplation, he felt it necessary to enlist the Ice Emperor's assistance in this matter, especially since the Ice Emperor likely wished for the Snow Emperor to remain close. Thus, Qian Yunxiao and the Ice Emperor shared a mutual objective. Moreover, he needed to present an enticing bait to pique the Snow Emperor's interest. Upon witnessing the 2 leg bones gifted by Qian Yunxiao, the Snow Emperor was utterly astounded. She sensed an unparalleled power emanating from the bones. Could these truly be the remains of a divine beast? Snow Emperor, these are for you. I only ask that you stay by my side. Is that agreeable? What Qian Yunxiao did not anticipate was that the Ice Emperor, having just received the bones, would immediately offer them to her goddess. This inadvertently made Qian Yunxiao feel like the most unfortunate individual in this transaction. However, he bore no resentment towards the Ice Emperor's actions. Rather, he wholeheartedly supported them. After all, this was a means to ensure the Snow Emperor remained. In terms of cultivation, the Snow Emperor was the most promising among soul beasts in the Douluo continent. Her innate talent was exceptional, surpassing that of others, including the likes of Tian, who, despite having a better background, lacked in other areas. To be frank, the Snow Emperor was indeed captivated. The Ice Emperor, who had been diligently refining her spirit, willingly staying here indicated to the Snow Emperor that this was indeed a favorable place. Chapter 51. Recruiting Lu Erlong, Flanders. Zhao Wuji, you 2 sisters enjoy your conversation. Yin, Qingwu, please return. Do not disturb their reunion. Qian Yunxiao offered the Snow Emperor a graceful exit. A Yin and Qing Wu, having come merely to observe, complied with his suggestion and departed. Meanwhile, the others in the Sunset Forest, including Douluo, trembled in fear. The aura exuded by the Snow Emperor was overwhelmingly potent, marking her as the most formidable being he had ever encountered. This solidified Douluo's resolve to cling tightly to Qian Yunxiao's side. Ling Yuan was utterly paralyzed with fear. Having had a fortuitous encounter with Qian Douluo within the Spirit Hall, she could sense that the Snow Emperor's presence was on par with the great enshrinement of the Spirit Hall, Qian Douluo. She could scarcely fathom that Qian Yunxiao was surrounded by such formidable soul beasts. Perhaps he truly possessed the capability to rival the Spirit Hall. This realization instilled within Ling Yuan a profound sense of loyalty, leading her to resolve never to harbor any ulterior motives. After A Yin and Qing Wu departed, Qian Yunxiao mounted the heavenly blue bull python and left. At that moment, the heavenly blue bull python was thoroughly shaken, struggling to comprehend the reality of a 300,000-year-old ice emperor radically altering its worldview. Now, another entity, potentially twice as powerful as the ice emperor, had emerged. The once self-proclaimed ruler of the Star Do Forest found itself relegated to the lowest rank among peers. The heavenly blue bull python had previously exhibited courage to resist the ice emperor, but against the Snow Emperor, it no longer entertained any thoughts of defiance. Its pride shattered. It appeared indifferent to serving Qian Yunxiao. With no outsiders present, only the Ice Emperor remained. The Snow Emperor felt a sense of relief and could finally engage with the Ice Emperor to understand the situation thoroughly. She truly accompanied the Ice Emperor into the Eye of Ice and Fire. Qian Yunxiao arrived at the outskirts of the Sunset Forest, where Soul Emperors had gathered to apply for positions as his servants. Upon sensing the terrifying aura of 10,000-year soul beasts, these Soul Emperors instinctively contemplated fleeing. Confronting such formidable beings was tantamount to courting death. Do not fear. This is my mount, and it harbors no intentions of hostility towards you, Qian Yunxiao assured them. His words halted the 15 Soul Emperors in their tracks, as they beheld Qian Yunxiao perched upon the head of the heavenly blue bull python. The two crimson 10,000-year soul rings accentuated his nobility exquisitely. Among the 15, Lu Erlong gazed up at Qian Yunxiao, her heart swelling with an instinctive feeling of submission. She sensed that defying Qian Yunxiao's words was simply impossible. Qian Yunxiao, noticing Lu Erlong, observed her youthful appearance. She did not appear overly aggressive or dissatisfied, but rather possessed a refreshing charm. Lu Erlong's talent was commendable, having the potential to cultivate to the level of Soul Douluo, and she was close to being rated as a 4-star talent. For Qian Yunxiao, she was of sufficient value to consider adding to his collection. It was unfortunate that he had not encountered Yu Xiaojing first. While there was value in her, it still left a hint of regret. Uncertain of the reasons, Qian Yunxiao felt a peculiar darkness within his heart. He fervently wished that the Lu Erlong he encountered now shared a profound emotional bond with Yu Xiaojing. For such a scenario would be far more stimulating. However, upon reflection, he dismissed the thought. If Lu Erlong and Yu Xiaojing were indeed close, it would imply that Bibi Dong had already been sullied by that wretch Qian Xuanji. The exchange of one Lu Erlong for a Bibi Dong would be a lamentable bargain indeed. Bibi Dong, as a married woman and the Pope, possessed far greater allure than in her youthful days. Yet, transforming Bibi Dong into a wife was a task Qian Yunxiao could undertake himself, without the aid of another. Esteemed guests, joining my family provides you with the opportunity to cultivate under the gravity domain manifested by a 100,000-year soul beast each month. This not only enhances your soul power training, but also aids in your comprehension of the domain strength. I presume such a condition would be difficult for you to refuse, would it not? Qian Yunxiao had long contemplated this. He had an abundance of 100,000-year soul beasts at his disposal, and among them, the likes of Deming and Erming understood the power of the domain. Enlisting their assistance would rapidly bolster the strength of the Soul Emperors. Yes, Your Highness, please articulate your terms of recruitment. A stout man with a buzz cut boldly interjected from the crowd, prompting a furrowed brow from Qian Yunxiao. You are Zhao Wujia? The man affirmed, indeed. I am honored that Your Highness recognizes me. Zhao Wujia was known for his prowess and strength, and the gravity domain that Erming could conjure was an irresistible temptation for him. It was not surprising that Zhao Wujie found himself in the Heaven Do imperial city. Having been expelled by the elder of the Strength clan, Zhao Wujie's talent was commendable. Qian Yunxiao mused. Though he was not a paragon of virtue, he was not a villain either. Ultimately, he was a character from the original narrative, so accepting him was reasonable. You 10, step forward. Qian Yunxiao selected 10 individuals from the 15 present. Among them, 7 were rated at 3.5 stars by the system. In simpler terms, without Qian Yunxiao's assistance, they were likely to reach the rank of Soul Law through their own efforts, at the very least achieving the status of Soul Sage. Nurturing them would be comparatively easier. Among the selected 10, aside from Lu Erlong and Zhao Wujie, there was also Flender, a figure Qian Yunxiao had overlooked. It was understandable that Qian Yunxiao did not recognize Flender, as he had not retained his youthful vigor in his old age. This direct selection without any trials inevitably displeased the 5 Soul Emperors who were not chosen. Some of them attempted to voice their grievances, only to be silenced by a single stern glance from Qian Yunxiao. Indeed, as a titled Douluo, there was no need for him to justify his actions to others. They were all aware that provoking Qian Yunxiao could result in being devoured by a 100,000-year soul beast. Consequently, they had no choice but to depart the Sunset Forest, returning whence they came. Have you all made your decisions? If so, follow me into the Sunset Forest. After memorizing the faces of the 10 he had chosen, Qian Yunxiao signaled for Ming to turn back. Chapter 52. The Snow Empress Remains. Those who could cultivate to the level of Soul Emperor were certainly not foolish. These Soul Emperors understood that at this juncture, leaving without becoming Qian Yunxiao subordinates was a nearly impossible endeavor. They had no option but to accompany him to the end. From now on, you may cultivate here, and you will need to construct your own accommodations. Periodically, a 100,000-year soul beast will come to train you. There will be little else for you to do, and I will summon you when needed. Qian Yunxiao's recruitment of these Soul Emperors was solely to fulfill a task from the system. Naturally, it was also permissible for him to have these Soul Emperors run errands for him on occasion. Congratulations, host! You have acquired 10 servants. Reward: 1,000 coin of fortune. Loyalty detector. Family task: acquire 100 3-star subordinates with Soul Emperor cultivation. Task reward: unknown. After issuing his orders, Qian Yunxiao departed, having received his rewards. The unexpected windfall of 1,000 coin of fortune truly astonished him. With over 3,000 coin of fortune now in his possession, he could purchase a 3rd-tier divine essence. Alas, the 3rd-tier divine essence was of little use to Qian Yunxiao, as it was far too weak. He resolved to save up for a main divine essence once he accumulated 10,000 coin of fortune. Lu Erlong, Flender, Zhao Wujie, and the others were astonished by the ease and freedom with which they were to serve Qian Yunxiao, who required nothing of them in their daily lives. This was indeed splendid. Lu Erlong grew increasingly curious about the nature of the man that Qian Yunxiao was. Before the Soul Emperors could act, Ming appeared, ready to instill discipline among the newcomers. It was essential to establish authority. Douluo was certainly aware of Qian Yunxiao's recruitment of 10 Soul Emperors. With such a close relationship with numerous 100,000-year soul beasts, and even commanding them, Douluo recognized that he had no room for resistance against Qian Yunxiao. For the sake of his family's future, he approached Qian Yunxiao and expressed his intentions. Your Highness, I have made my decision. I shall follow you from now on. If you do not mind, I will be content to serve as a guest elder. Douluo's direct submission took Qian Yunxiao by surprise, though it also felt quite reasonable. However, before he could respond, the system chimed in once more. Congratulations, host, for completing the task, securing a territory as a base for your family. Task reward: 500 coin of fortune. Host is invincible within a territory. Congratulations, host, for securing a territory rated 5 stars, completing the hidden task of establishing a family sanctuary. Task reward: 1,000 coin of fortune, number of family guardian beasts, 3. Indeed, Qian Yunxiao was taken aback by the system's generous rewards. In just one day, his coin of fortune had increased by 2,500. With the addition of 3 more guardian beasts, he now had 5, each providing him with 5 coin of fortune daily, amounting to 1,500 annually. The goal of purchasing a main divine essence was now within reach. At this moment, Qian Yunxiao recalled his territorial task. After seizing the ice and fire yin-yang eye, he had yet to defeat Douluo, its most formidable guardian. Now that Douluo had willingly submitted, Qian Yunxiao's task was complete. This ice and fire yin yang, I was indeed a remarkable location. Poison law yin zhong, should you wish to join my family, I could not desire more. From now on, we shall be one family. Suddenly reaping such a bounty, even the aspect of being invincible within his domain has thoroughly bolstered Qian Yunxiao's confidence. At this moment, he can afford to bask in a temporary sense of grandeur. His gracious demeanor, exuding a sense of humility and respect towards the talented, brings a sense of gratification to Douluo. Associating with such a prominent figure surely promises a bright future. Qian Yunxiao made his way directly to the icy spring at the Eye of Ice and Fire. Have the two of you reached a consensus? Is the Snow Empress willing to lower herself to remain here? Currently, the Snow Empress, immersed in the icy spring alongside the Ice Emperor, appeared particularly joyous. Upon Qian Yunxiao's arrival, the Snow Empress felt a tinge of awkwardness. In response to his inquiry, she hesitated to provide a direct answer. Qian Yunxiao retrieved the remaining bones of the Water Dragon King, capturing the attention of both the Snow Empress and the Ice Emperor. This locale is the final resting place of one of the ancestral spirit beasts, the Water Fire Dragon King. Both Dragon Kings are divine beasts, and these bones belong to the Water Dragon King. You may remain here and absorb the legacy left by the Water Dragon King to enhance your strength. Within the Eye of Ice and Fire, even the machinations of the heavens will be obscured, rendering your actions unknown to even divine beings. At this juncture, Qian Yunxiao did not dilly-dally, promptly elucidating this knowledge to the Snow Empress and the Ice Emperor. They were indeed enriched by his insights, realizing that these were truly the soul bones of divine beasts. Why do you treat a spirit beast this way? The Snow Empress could not contain her curiosity and posed the question. Why would a mere human show such kindness to them? Did he harbor ulterior motives? Being a snow spirit, she possessed a pure heart and an acute perception of human intentions. She had yet to sense any malevolent thoughts from Qian Yunxiao. He explained, I am quite open-minded. As long as one wishes to befriend me, regardless of their status, I shall cherish that friendship. Conversely, anyone who seeks to trouble me, irrespective of their identity, will not escape unscathed. Indeed, Qian Yunxiao did not delve into grand notions of national righteousness. There was no need for such. His reasoning was refreshingly pragmatic. Thank you. His words resonated with sincerity, causing the Snow Empress to feel a genuine warmth. For the first time, she lowered her guard against a human male. You are too courteous. Rest assured, you are safe here under my watch. Her response filled Qian Yunxiao with satisfaction. He had no intention of making the Snow Empress a guardian beast for his family. Despite being a spirit beast, her appearance was strikingly reminiscent of a human woman. One of the 3 guardian slots for his family could indeed be occupied by Daming, and perhaps one by the Titan Snow Demon King later. As for the last slot, that could be discussed in due course. At the very least, he could select a 10,000-year-old spirit beast from the extreme north, which was not limited to just 3 such entities. Those were merely representatives. After discussing matters with the Snow Empress and the Ice Emperor, Qian Yunxiao took his leave. During this time, Xiao Wu had become quite capable of bouncing about on her own. The growth rate of spirit beasts after taking human form surpasses that of humans significantly. Qian Yunxiao felt compelled to spend time with his adopted daughter. Chapter 53. Adding siblings for Xiao Wu Daddy. At this moment, Xiao Wu was enjoying a delightful bond with Qian Yunxiao, engaging in games typical of children. Upon Qian Yunxiao's arrival, both porcelain dolls cheered for him, allowing him to truly experience the joys of fatherhood. He found himself at leisure, with no pressing matters to attend to, and the need for cultivation was absent. When the children were merely months old, they had demanded their mother's attention. Now that they were over a year old, they were easier to care for. It was indeed time for A Yin and Shui Yulan to embark on their own cultivation journeys to prevent any delays. In his spare moments, Qian Yunxiao would tend to them, fulfilling his paternal responsibilities. Currently, the 3 children were mostly under the care of Qing Wu, with Ling Yuan providing assistance. Qing Wu had no pressing need for cultivation, as Qian Yunxiao had already made arrangements for her. Presently, he pondered who would be best suited to take primary responsibility for the children. After much contemplation, he reached a singular conclusion: Tang Yuehua. After all, she could not cultivate soul power, and her understanding of noble etiquette and arts made her a fitting choice to care for the children. He indeed needed to visit Housework in due time. After playing with Xiao Wu, Qian Yunxiao, and Qian Wu Huang for a while, their energy began to wane, and they lay on the swing, gently swaying on the verge of sleep. It was then that Qian Yunxiao took Qing Wu aside, embarking on a life of intimacy with her. With A Yin and Shui Yulan engaged in cultivation, he felt no apprehension. "Sister Wu, you work hard," Qian Yunxiao declared, uttering sweet words that made Qing Wu feel slightly overwhelmed. "It's no trouble. They're all quite obedient," she replied modestly, downplaying her efforts. Continuing with his plans, Qian Yunxiao feigned concern. "Sister Wu, do you think that because Shui Er and Wu Huang are siblings, Xiao Wu might feel a tad excluded?" Although Qian Yunxiao and Qian Wu Huang were not born of the same mother, they shared the same biological father, thus constituting siblings by blood. His words prompted Qing Wu to ponder deeply before she eventually replied, "I doubt it. She has been caring for the children for some time now. The three of them play quite well together. However, certain nuances do reflect your concern. Perhaps we should consider adding a brother or sister for Xiao Wu, providing her with a true companion." Although Qing Wu had given birth before, it was an event from thousands of years past. Furthermore, since taking human form, she had not had any children. Qian Yunxiao and Qing Wu had known each other for several years now, and they had been romantically involved for nearly 4 months. It was indeed time to discuss marriage and childbirth. Taken aback by Qian Yunxiao's sudden proposal, Qing Wu felt her ears flush with warmth. "Have you discussed this with your little wife? I hope she doesn't get upset if she ends up with a child." Qing Wu was not overly concerned, as she understood that Qian Yunxiao's previous 2 romantic interests had gone through similar paths of swift pregnancies. She had intended to be with Qian Yunxiao, to become one of his cherished companions. So how could she lack the mental preparation for such a reality? Her only worry was whether he had informed A Yin and the others about this matter, as it might lead to some awkwardness. Qing Wu did not wish to cause Yin any sorrow, as her actions would indeed be inconsiderate. Qian Yunxiao appeared somewhat impatient. After 2 months without such a life, he directly stated, "I already mentioned it. It's just that A Yin is too shy to express it. Come, let us proceed." Yes, today he would assist this 10,000-year-old rabbit lady in her transformation. Additionally, Qian Yunxiao's family aimed to expand to a household of 10, necessitating an expedited process. Currently, it seems that Qing Wu is the most suitable choice. As for the child, how will we take care of them if we leave? With Deming and Air Ming around, ordinary soul beasts cannot possibly infiltrate this place, nor can venomous insects. Those without sufficient cultivation simply cannot survive here, and those with the necessary skills are unable to enter. There is truly no cause for concern regarding the child's safety. However, as parents, it is natural to feel uneasy. Qian Yunxiao quickly reassured, "Rest assured, Ling Yuan and Du Yan will help look after them. Everything will be fine." With Qian Yunxiao's assurance, Qing Wu had no choice but to accompany him to his room with A Yin. This left Qing Wu quite bewildered, thinking to herself how audacious Qian Yunxiao was to act so freely in this place. It wasn't until evening that she returned to her own room, where Xiao Wu had also grown tired from play and returned home. While helping Xiao Wu wash up, Qing Wu tentatively broached the subject. "Xiao Wu, would you like to have a little brother or sister?" The question momentarily stunned Xiao Wu, who looked at her mother with confusion, especially at Qing Wu's belly. "Mom, are you going to have a baby?" Xiao Wu was not entirely ignorant of such matters. Qing Wu, feeling a bit nervous, replied, "Oh no, I merely noticed how you and Shui Er enjoy playing together, and thought to ask if you'd like a sibling to join you." Xiao Wu's feelings were somewhat complicated. The prospect of having a brother or sister was indeed exciting, but ultimately, she asked the most crucial question, "Mom, with whom will you have a brother or sister?" Qing Wu playfully tapped Xiao Wu's head and admonished, "You silly girl. Who else could it be? It must be a child with your father." Reflecting on her father, Xiao Wu felt an unexpected reluctance to have her mother bear children with Qian Yunxiao. Yet, knowing she had no say in the matter, Xiao Wu resignedly replied, "I have no objections. A brother or sister would be fine." However, her expression did not convey much happiness. Qing Wu, sensing her daughter's unease, quickly embraced her, offering sincere reassurance. "Xiao Wu, rest assured, even if I have a little brother or sister, my love for you will remain unchanged, as will your father's. I swear it." Xiao Wu's spirits lifted slightly as she responded, "I know, Mom." Days passed, and 7 months later, A Yin and Shui Yulan finally emerged from their seclusion. A Yin had reached the rank of 77, while Shui Yulan had attained 65, both demonstrating significant growth. Upon their return, A Yin and Shui Yulan immediately sought to reunite with their children and husbands. They arrive at the play area frequented by Qian Yunxiao, Xiao Wu, and the others, where they found them present. Seeing Qing Wu with a noticeably rounded belly, both women were taken aback. "Sister Wu, what has happened to you?" A Yin inquired, her disbelief palpable. How could it be that in just a few months, Qing Wu's belly had grown so? Both A Yin and Shui Yulan were not foolish. They understood the implications of Qing Wu's condition. Given her extraordinary nature, a 10,000-year-old beast, and a formidable future titled Douluo, who could possibly father her child but a man of equal stature? The only candidate that fit such a description was none other than Qian Yunxiao. They could not entertain the idea that it was the work of any other man. Such a notion was absurd. Their initial instinct upon seeing Qing Wu might have been to eliminate her for the coveted 10,000-year soul ring. But that was a path she would never choose. Did they feel a twinge of discomfort? Certainly, but they had prepared themselves for such revelations. In a world where secrets are seldom kept, Qian Yunxiao's previous actions, no matter how cleverly concealed, would eventually reveal their truths. Having been absent during their months of cultivation, A Yin and Shui Yulan knew that Qian Yunxiao had likely indulged in his desires. Qing Wu, being a woman they knew well, was an understandable choice for him. "Indeed, it is as you see," Qing Wu responded, her heart racing. "Sister Wu, how long has it been?" A Yin approached Qing Wu, linking arms with her in a display of concern and intimacy. The gentle tone of A Yin's voice brought a sense of calm to Qing Wu, who was still apprehensive. Although Qian Yunxiao had assured her that he had confided in A Yin about everything, Qing Wu understood the nature of the man she loved. It was highly probable that he had not disclosed all the details, with A Yin likely aware of the identity of the child's father. Qing Wu was anxious that conflict might ensue. For a time, she had been restless, fearing that should a confrontation arise, Qian Yunxiao would undoubtedly side with A Yin. Thankfully, A Yin's reaction today indicated that she had prepared herself for this eventuality. Qing Wu felt a wave of relief wash over her, realizing she was likely accepted by both A Yin and Shui Yulan. "It has been 5 months, and I do not know if it is a boy or a girl," Qing Wu admitted, secretly wishing for a son. In her understanding, society seemed to favor boys, and having a son to complement her daughter Xiao Wu would bring her great joy. "Fear not, this fellow loves both boys and girls equally." A Yin's words conveyed a sense of camaraderie, as she seemed to have grown more brazen with her newfound strength. That evening, A Yin followed Qian Yunxiao back to his room. During my absence, I assume Qing Wu has been residing here, hasn't she?" Once inside, A Yin confronted Qian Yunxiao, who had become accustomed to her cheeky demeanor. She could easily imagine that during her absence, Qian Yunxiao had likely brought Qing Wu to this very chamber for illicit rendezvous, as Xiao Wu's presence at home would have been a hindrance. The thought of another woman rolling around in her bed ignited a flicker of displeasure within A Yin. "That is impossible. This is our home, and I would never act inappropriately," Qian Yunxiao retorted, his bravado on full display. A Yin, unfazed, activated her blue-silver domain to investigate, ultimately discovering 2 strands of hair on the bed. "Tell me, what is this?" she demanded, presenting the evidence before Qian Yunxiao. At a loss for words, Qian Yunxiao could only stammer in confusion. The pink strands of hair were certainly not his. The only one associated with such hair was Qing Wu, who bore pink locks atop her head. It is thus easy to distinguish. This may have been when Cher brought Little Dance to play, and Little Dance decided to stay. Ultimately, Qian Yunxiao found an excuse for himself. Little Dance is also adorned in pink. A Yin fixed her gaze upon him and remarked, "You continue to argue." Shui Yulan expressed a similar sentiment. Humiliated and enraged, Qian Yunxiao seized his defense, promptly accusing A Yin, exclaiming, "Little vixen, you have rebelled. It appears you require some discipline." A Yin let out a delighted shriek, yet her arms remained entwined around Qian Yunxiao's arm. A Yin was no longer the same as before. She had grown accustomed to the nurturing affection from Qian Yunxiao. After months of absence, she was nearly parched for his attention, akin to blue-silver grass that cannot thrive without water, which only Qian Yunxiao could provide. Time swiftly passed, and 5 months flew by in an instant, leading to the day of Light Dance's delivery. Naturally, Shui Yulan and A Yin were called upon to assist, while Qian Yunxiao awaited outside. His daughter, Qian Yunxiao, also watched the commotion from outside. In contrast, little Dance appeared somewhat anxious. It is quite normal for a young girl to be prone to overthinking. Upon noticing her demeanor, Qian Yunxiao approached and lifted little Dance into his arms. Now, she resembled a 6-year-old human child. In a few years, she would surely blossom into a young lady. Little Dance exuded an alluring fragrance. Rest assured, little Dance, you shall forever be Daddy's obedient child. With one hand, he effortlessly cradled her, while the other affectionately pinched her cherubic face. He relished the sensation of squeezing little Dance's cheeks. It was simply delightful. I know I am not envious of my younger sibling, thought little Dance. But how could you possibly comprehend my feelings, Daddy? Nevertheless, she felt confident that once she matured, she could navigate her own path based on the knowledge gleaned from her books. Indeed, how obedient you are, little Dance. Qian Yunxiao stroked her silky hair, a broad smile illuminating his face. Such a well-behaved little girl, a comforting companion. Who wouldn't he adore her? He held little Dance close until the sound of a newborn's cry echoed from within, prompting him to gently set her down. Master, Sister Dance is truly remarkable. Having given birth to twins, both girls, A Yin emerged promptly to share the joyous news with Qian Yunxiao. To be honest, he had never anticipated the arrival of twins. His family had expanded by 2 members in one fell swoop. Light Dance was indeed impressive. How splendid. I never expected such good fortune. As a man, Qian Yunxiao felt no reservations about his volume, exclaiming joyfully. This revelation also brought great relief to the exhausted Light Dance inside. Chapter 55. The Wet Nurse Lu Erlong. Journey to Hao Yin sect. Qian Yunxiao soon beheld his 2 daughters, and indeed, they were identical. Most striking were their enchanting eyes. A child's eyes should be the epitome of purity. However, his daughters were born with the captivating allure of phoenix eyes, giving them an almost enchanting appearance. Qian Yunxiao harbored no concerns. As long as his daughters grew into beautiful young women, he was content. With proper guidance, they would develop holistically, morally, intellectually, physically, artistically, and through labor. Such comprehensive development was undoubtedly beneficial for children. He encouraged little Dance to take a good look at her younger sisters, as she would be responsible for their care in the future. Little Dance gazed at the twins with wide eyes, her heart brimming with unspoken thoughts, predominantly filled with joy. Having gained 2 new family members, she felt genuinely elated. Master, let us name the children, A Yin suggested kindly at that moment, a sentiment echoed by Light Dance. Qian Yunxiao looked at the 2 little girls. Given their innate charm, let us temporarily name them Jiao Jiao and Mei Mei. Names hold no significance of nobility or commonality. If they dislike these names in the future, they can simply change them. After all, Tang San named himself after 3, and that did not alter his well-known destiny. Light Dance shared this perspective with Qian Yunxiao. Otherwise, she would not have named her own daughter after herself. At this moment, Qian Yunxiao was not inclined to tend to others. It seemed troublesome. The tides had turned, previously, when A Yin and Shui Yulan were weakened from childbirth. Light Dance had exerted considerable effort to assist. Now, having given birth to twins and feeling drained, it was only right for the 2 women to step in and care for her. Consequently, Qian Yunxiao's family was slightly understaffed. Although Ling Yuan could help care for the children, could one person truly manage so many? After much contemplation, Qian Yunxiao realized he needed to augment his family's resources. He ventured into the setting sun forest and summoned Lu Erlong. He had allowed her to roam freely for nearly a year, and it was time to put her skills to use. Qian Yunxiao felt confident that if Lu Erlong were to become pregnant and give birth, at the very least, her own child would not go hungry. Erlong, how has your training been of late? Upon Lu Erlong's arrival, Qian Yunxiao expressed his concern. Truth be told, since arriving in the setting sun forest, the warrior within Lu Erlong had been fully awakened. She trained monthly with soul beasts of 100,000 years, and she genuinely relished these days. Master, I feel quite fulfilled lately. However, after spending a year in the setting sun forest, I have progressed from a 62nd level soul emperor to a 66th level soul emperor. For someone with my level of talent, this is a remarkably swift advancement. That is splendid. I will soon require your assistance with a small matter. As my only female servant, I hope you can help care for my 2 newborn children for a few months. Would you be willing? Qian Yunxiao's request did not sit well with Lu Erlong. She had little desire to care for children, finding it rather dull. Yet, given the immense kindness Qian Yunxiao had shown her, it would be unreasonable to refuse such a minor favor. I am willing, Lu Erlong acquiesced. Qian Yunxiao nodded in satisfaction. Rest assured, I will not ask for your efforts without recompense. After a few months, I shall gift you this soul bone. With that, he produced a fiery soul bone. Given the nature of their relationship, Qian Yunxiao could have easily commanded Lu Erlong, but when it came to his daughters, he chose not to exert such pressure. Lu Erlong readily accepted the offer, appearing to be a promising candidate for development. Qian Yunxiao would not hesitate to invest his resources in her training. Throughout the entirety of Douluo continent, aside from Lu Erlong, he was only aware of Wu as a primary fire attribute user. In comparison, the Fire Dragon King's soul bone would undoubtedly be more suitable for Lu Erlong. Thank you, Master. A soul bone, even one of merely 1,000 years in age, was a treasure beyond measure for Lu Erlong. She could hardly believe that Qian Yunxiao would bestow such a gift upon her. How generous! This made her heart race with excitement. It was the first time someone had treated her with such kindness. Moreover, Lu Erlong sensed that this particular soul bone held extraordinary potential, possibly capable of altering her destiny. After arranging matters for Lu Erlong, Qian Yunxiao informed A Yin of his intention to embark on a journey to Housework sect. Naturally, he intended to grant Lu Erlong a single soul bone, for he was not foolish enough to provide her with an entire set outright. He aimed to entice her gradually. While Lu Erlong's beauty may not be considered top tier, her figure was undeniably alluring, particularly her shapely posterior, which seemed almost destined for motherhood. Qian Yunxiao found himself in need of such a person at this juncture. His family had grown to 9 members, A Yin and her daughter, Shui Yulan and her son, as well as the 4 members of Qing Wu's family. Now, with the addition of just one more individual, he could fulfill the requirement of a household of 10. Housework sect was also located within the territory of the Tiando Empire, albeit a short distance from the imperial city. With the speed of the Tianqing python, it would not take more than 2 days to reach Housework sect. The approach of a 100,000-year-soul beast instilled a sense of dread within Housework sect. Although they had a titled Douluo station there, the destruction wrought by a 100,000-year-soul beast was immense. Qian Douluo and Tang Chun had previously agreed that members of the Spirit Hall were forbidden from entering the territory of Housework sect unless one day Qian Douluo could defeat Tang Chun. Theoretically, Qian Yunxiao was not qualified to enter Housework sect. However, who was Qian Yunxiao? Not to mention his own formidable strength, Tang Chun was no match for him. Why should he be bound by Qian Daoliu's words? What could the mere Housework sect do when he arrived? Tang Zhen, the father of Tang Hao and Tang Xiao, initially harbored some concerns. Yet upon seeing the 100,000-year-soul beast, he felt reassured. He had heard rumors about the recent emergence of several 100,000-year-soul beasts in the Tiando Empire. The image of the Tianqing python had already spread among the 7 major sections. Once Tang Zhen learned that Qian Yunxiao had come to Housework sect, he immediately instructed preparations for a warm welcome. After all, Qian Yunxiao had heavily injured Qian Xuanji. Tang Zhen could not afford to be careless. Chapter 56. Deceiving Tang Yuehua, Your Excellency. Might I inquire about the purpose of your visit to Housework sect? Tang Zhen asked cautiously, wary of Qian Yunxiao's intentions. Without Tang Chen's presence, Housework sect could not afford any disturbances. Qian Yunxiao appeared remarkably composed. Brother Tang, I had the pleasure of meeting your esteemed nephews, Tang Hao and Tang Xiao, in Tianshui City. They are truly exceptional individuals. Have they not returned yet? Tang Zhen replied, My sons have not yet returned. He placed great importance on Tang Hao and Tang Xiao, as they represented the hope of Housework sect. Brother Tang, I have heard that you have a daughter named Yuehua, who excels in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Qian Yunxiao's interest was not genuinely directed at Tang Hao and Tang Xiao. He was merely employing a diversionary tactic. Tang Zhen responded, Yuehua, unfortunately, my daughter has struggled with her innate constitution, and her soul power cultivation has yielded little success. She can only devote her efforts to these auxiliary pursuits. Tang Zhen had invested considerable effort into his daughter, yet it had not altered her fate. He often felt he owed her more than he could provide. Qian Yunxiao, no longer concealing his true intentions, candidly stated, My wife recently gave birth to twins, and our household is somewhat lacking in personnel. Upon hearing of your daughter's reputation, I wondered if it would be possible for her to serve as an early education teacher for my children. Upon hearing this, Tang Zhen was taken aback with delight. The prospect of his daughter teaching Qian Yunxiao's children was indeed a remarkable opportunity. After all, if Tang Yuehua grew up alongside Qian Yunxiao's children, their bond would be inseparable in the future. This would not only benefit Tang Yuehua, but also greatly aid Hao Yin sect. Tang Zhen quickly replied, I see. My daughter currently has little to occupy her time, so going to your Excellency's household would be a wonderful opportunity. Qian Yunxiao had never anticipated things would unfold so smoothly. Yet, considering his current reputation and the fact that he was at odds with the Spirit Hall, it was quite reasonable for Tang Zhen to agree to such a modest request. I appreciate your assistance, Brother Tang. Tang Zhen and Qian Yunxiao belonged to the same generation, though Tang Zhen was considerably older. Thus, it was not unusual for Qian Yunxiao to address him as brother. Tang Zhen's expression brightened. I shall send for Yuehua at once to meet you, uncle. Qian Yunxiao simply smiled. Before long, Tang Yuehua appeared before Qian Yunxiao. Upon her arrival, all her attributes and labels unfolded before Qian Yunxiao. Indeed, this woman embodied striking contrasts. Father, who is this? Prior to this moment, Qian Yunxiao had never encountered Tang Yuehua, and naturally, she had never seen him either. It was only natural for Tang Yuehua to be curious about this man, who was not much older, yet held such significance in her father's eyes. In her heart, this man seemed to surpass even her second brother in excellence. This is your uncle Qian Yunxiao, who, at a young age, has already attained the rank of title Douluo. He is the youngest title Douluo on the continent, a record that may never be broken. It was no secret that Qian Yunxiao had achieved the rank of title Douluo. This was one of the reasons Tang Zhen felt compelled to treat him with such respect. In a confrontation, he was uncertain whether he could stand against Qian Yunxiao, who had already garnered the attention of sword Douluos, likely surpassing even the super Douluo level. Such youth with such prowess left Tang Zhen feeling somewhat embarrassed. He doubted anyone could achieve the status of super Douluo by the age of 25. Tang Zhen's words left Tang Yuehua in disbelief. In her childhood, Tang Hao had always emphasized his determination to become the fastest to reach title Douluo on the continent, etching his name into history. This admiration and affection that Tang Yuehua harbors for her elder brother is one of the core reasons for her deep reverence. After all, a show-off from a young age, particularly in front of girls, leaves an indelible impression. Yet now, her father had informed her that this man before her is the youngest title Douluo in the Douluo continent, a record that seems nearly impossible to surpass. This revelation left Tang Yuehua in a state of disbelief. Could it be that her second brother lacked such capability? Hadn't Hao Good declared his ambition to become the youngest title Douluo, surpassing their uncle? Filled with doubt, Tang Yuehua voiced her concerns. Tang Zhen frowned upon hearing this and responded with an educational tone, suggesting that a Hao could not possibly be compared to their uncle Qian Yunxiao. Indeed, Tang Zhen felt that such a statement from Tang Yuehua was somewhat embarrassing. However, given the presence of outsiders and Tang Yuehua's lack of understanding of the situation, along with Tang Hao's undeniable excellence, he opted not to elaborate further. Qian Yunxiao, surprised to learn of Tang Hao's penchant for showing off since childhood, perceived him as little more than a jester in this moment. Nevertheless, in an effort to win hearts, Qian Yunxiao offered words of comfort. Your nephew Tang Hao is indeed a rare talent, likely to reach the realm of title Douluo by his 30s, which is quite commendable. Yes, commendable, though still just a fraction compared to himself. With this remark, Tang Yuehua's attitude towards Qian Yunxiao transformed dramatically, her voice taking on a sweet tone. So that is how it is. Thank you, uncle. The term uncle brought immense satisfaction to Qian Yunxiao. The sound of her voice was truly pleasant. Tang Zhen felt a sense of pride from Qian Yunxiao as compliment. Aligning with Qian Yunxiao's intentions, he addressed his daughter. Yuehua, your uncle has come today to invite you to the Ice and Fire Yin Yang to educate his children. You should be more than willing to go, right? Tang Zhen had provided enough hints. He was not inquiring whether his daughter wished to go, but rather indicating that she must. How could Tang Yuehua fail to grasp her father's meaning? Though somewhat displeased, she had contemplated visiting the Heaven-Do Imperial City for quite some time, as it is theoretically the most prosperous place in the Douluo continent. While Xingluo Imperial Capital is not lacking in splendor, it pales in comparison to Heaven-Do Imperial City. And although the Spirit Hall is home to many powerful spirit masters, it cannot rival the enjoyment found in Heaven Do. One focuses on cultivation, the other on pleasure. Moreover, due to her own spirit power cultivation, Tang Yuehua could not venture into the spirit hall. Very well. I shall abide by your arrangements, father. After all, with Tang Hao absent from the Hao Yin sect, remaining in the sect held little significance for her. It would be far more enriching to accompany her young, handsome, and powerful uncle Qian Yunxiao, who had personally come to seek her out. Surely he would take good care of her. There was no doubt Qian Yunxiao would look after Tang Yuehua well. My lord, you must stay at the Hao Yin sect tonight. Allow us to treat you properly. After ensuring Tang Yuehua was settled, Qian Yunxiao intended to take his leave, yet Tang Zhen's warm invitation rendered him unable to refuse. Very well, as you say, Brother Tang. In the end, Qian Yunxiao agreed. A brief stay to savor the delicacies of the Hao Yin sect would be quite delightful. Once he consented, Tang Zhen hurriedly sent for the cooks to prepare. Soon after, Qian Yunxiao spotted a woman in her 40s approaching. In the Douluo continent, anyone whose cultivation exceeds that of a sole emperor, even at 50, appears no different from an ordinary person of 35. This beautiful lady, now a rank 78 soul sage, retained her charm. Is this lady my sister-in-law? Observing her title and cultivation, Qian Yunxiao could surmise her identity, the mother of Tang Hao, Tang Xiao, and Tang Yuehua, and the wife of Tang Zhen. It seemed Tang Zhen's small-mindedness had led him to an untimely end. According to her title, this woman had committed herself to Tang Zhen. That seemed rather alarming. How could such a petty man be blessed with a wife of such caliber? What does this even mean? Qian Yunxiao was encountering this concept for the first time. Tang Zhen, filled with pride, affirmed, "Indeed, my beloved Bai Bing." In Tang Zhen's eyes, his wife was one of the most remarkable women in the Douluo continent. Bai Bing smiled and nodded in greeting to Qian Yunxiao. When Tang Zhen was not looking, Qian Yunxiao's gaze lingered on Bai Bing's graceful figure. Bai Bing possessed a splendid physique, perfectly suited for motherhood. Particularly, her voluptuous hips swayed enticingly as she walked, leaving Qian Yunxiao to ponder if Tang Zhen could truly appreciate her. Having borne 3 children without losing her figure, this woman was indeed extraordinary. Bai Bing was acutely aware of Qian Yunxiao's intense scrutiny. While many women might bask in the attention of such a handsome man, she felt uncomfortable, her body unsettled. For her, there was only one man, Tang Zhen. Yet she understood that Qian Yunxiao was not one to be trifled with. So she suppressed her discomfort and accompanied her husband in welcoming him. She could hardly wait for Qian Yunxiao to depart. This evening, Qian Yunxiao was particularly genial, frequently toasting Tang Zhen and Bai Bing. Although Bai Bing preferred not to drink excessively, she acquiesced to her husband's wishes and downed several substantial cups. After a few rounds of strong liquor, her complexion flushed, and she appeared quite enchanting. Despite Qian Yunxiao having encountered many women more beautiful than Bai Bing, he found himself uniquely intrigued by her. After all, she was the mother of the show-off Tang Hao. This very identity rendered her an exceptional prize in Qian Yunxiao's eyes. Just shy of the sense of conquest he felt over A Yin, who was originally destined to be Tang Hao's wife. Imagining himself capturing the woman meant for Tang Hao, along with his protective mother and sister, must surely bring him great joy. Madam, please assist me in escorting His Excellency to rest. I have exhausted myself. After several rounds of drinks, Tang Zhen, who originally had a good tolerance, was now quite inebriated due to Qian Yunxiao's subtle machinations. In order to honor the esteemed guest, Qian Yunxiao, Tang Zhen pondered the situation and decided to enlist the assistance of his wife, Bai Bing, to host him. Among the members of the Hao Yin sect, only Bai Bing was deemed suitably qualified to entertain such a distinguished visitor. Aside from Tang Zhen himself, none of the elders or his daughter, Tang Yuehua, possessed the requisite status to receive Qian Yunxiao. Bai Bing understood this reasoning. However, she was unsettled by the fact that Qian Yunxiao had previously observed her in a rather inappropriate manner, particularly fixating on her physical attributes, which cast a shadow on her perception of him. Reluctant to attend to Qian Yunxiao herself, she delicately attempted to decline, saying, "Zhengge, I'm feeling a bit tipsy and my head is spinning. I'm afraid I may not be able to host His Excellency properly." Yet, Tang Zhen dismissed her concerns, insisting, "My dear, you have hardly had a few drinks. How could you possibly be drunk? His Excellency is a valued guest of our sect. and we must ensure he is not displeased. Would it not tarnish the reputation of Hao Yin's sect if word of any dissatisfaction were to spread? With Tang Zhen's insistence, Bai Bing felt she had no choice but to comply and approached Qian Yunxiao's side. Seeing him appear quite inebriated as well brought her a measure of comfort. "Your Excellency, allow me to escort you to a place to rest," she offered. Despite her inner reluctance, she took it upon herself to assist Qian Yunxiao in finding respite. As she turned to lead him away, Qian Yunxiao, in a moment of indiscretion, delivered a sudden slap that left her astonished. The sensation was beyond her imagination, and she could not fathom the implications. At that moment, Bai Bing was filled with rage, yet the presence of Qian Yunxiao, a title Douluo, alongside Tang Zhen, compelled her to endure the indignity. After guiding Qian Yunxiao to his quarters, Tang Zhen was subsequently escorted to rest by a maid from the sect. As night deepened, Tang Zhen, muddled by the effects of alcohol, called out for water, but received no response. "Strange, where can my wife have gone at this hour?" he muttered to himself. But the heaviness of sleep soon overcame him. In a state between slumber and wakefulness, he heard a voice, reminiscent of Bai Bing, say, "Husband, the water has arrived." The following morning, Bai Bing returned to their chamber, feigning nonchalance, only to be taken aback by the sight before her. Tang Zhen lay asleep beside a maid. Fury surged within her, prompting a sharp retort. Tang Zhen awoke from his dreams, quickly grasping the situation. Unconcerned with anything else, he swiftly admitted, "Wife, I had no idea this would happen. I was drunk last night. Please allow me to explain." Accustomed to apologizing, Tang Zhen recognized his wife's anger, but recalled that he had indeed been inebriated and incapable of any misconduct. It dawned on him that the maid had seized the opportunity while Bai Bing was absent due to exhaustion. This wretched girl truly knows how to take advantage of the moment. Bai Bing thought, her anger simmering. "Qian Yunxiao is here, so I will not confront you now. I will settle this matter with you later." Reflecting on her own vulnerabilities from the previous night, Bai Bing acknowledged that she too had felt powerless against Qian Yunxiao's overwhelming presence. For the sake of the Hao Qian sect, she had sacrificed much and felt an overwhelming sense of indebtedness toward Tang Zhen. In truth, despite the circumstances, she felt a sense of relief. Perhaps this incident could serve as a form of recompense toward Tang Zhen. Bai Bing had no intention of retaliating against the maid. After all, she was merely a common servant and could not compare to Bai Bing's noble lineage. Let the maid tend to Tang Zhen. Bai Bing felt unworthy of him now. Watching Bai Bing depart, Tang Zhen sighed in relief, grateful that his wife did not immediately confront him. He hoped that by the passage of time, her anger would dissipate. As for the trembling maid beside him, Tang Zhen chose not to act against her. The men of the Tang family were not heartless. What Tang Zhen would never comprehend was that Bai Bing's restraint stemmed from her own guilt and inability to confront him, as she was physically and emotionally battered. Fully sober, Tang Zhen learned of Qian Yunxiao's impending departure and naturally went to see him off. Qian Yunxiao expressed his gratitude, stating, "Tang brother, I shall take my leave, but I am eternally thankful for your warm hospitality. I shall never forget it." Indeed, Qian Yunxiao had not anticipated such a fruitful visit to the Hao Yin sect, and his joy was palpable. Tang Zhen, equally pleased, responded, "If your excellency enjoyed your stay, you're always welcome to visit the Hao Yin sect again." Tang Zhen was strategically considering his future relationship with Qian Yunxiao, envisioning a stable development for the Hao Yin sect, with hopes that both of his sons would attain the rank of title Douluo. Such an achievement would secure the sect's future prosperity. Qian Yunxiao laughed heartily. "Absolutely. A place as splendid as this I must visit often." Reveling in the merriment of their drinking session, Qian Yunxiao felt no apprehension regarding any potential schemes Tang Zhen might harbor. Even if Tang Zhen had intentions toward Bai Bing, she would surely refuse. Qian Yunxiao's blue-silver grass was akin to an indelible ink, its potency not to be underestimated. Thus he felt at ease, merely wishing for Bai Bing to forever remember the nature of blue-silver grass. "Father, I shall accompany uncle away." Tang Yuehua waved goodbye to Tang Zhen, who beamed with contentment. At least the Hao Yin sect was steadily advancing under his leadership. Even in death, he would be able to reunite with his ancestors in the afterlife. Yuehua, be bold. Although Daming is a formidable soul beast, he is quite docile and will not harm you. Qian Yunxiao reassured as he led Tang Yuehua to the foot of the Hao Yin sect mountain. Daming awaited them below. Qian Yunxiao swiftly mounted the head of the sky blue bull python, while Tang Yuehua lacked the courage to do the same. The mere sight of the formidable creature sent shivers down her spine. How could she possibly muster the bravery to climb atop the sky blue bull python? Observing the timid young woman, Daming felt a mix of frustration and resignation. While he could accept Qian Yunxiao riding him, the thought of someone as insignificant as Tang Yuehua on his back dimmed his spirits. Despite Qian Yunxiao's attempt to comfort her, Tang Yuehua timidly replied, "Uncle, I dare not." With no other option, Qian Yunxiao dismounted from Daming's head. Embracing Tang Yuehua's slender waist, Qian Yunxiao held her close. "Uncle, what are you doing?" Tang Yuehua found Qian Yunxiao's actions utterly perplexing. It was her first time encountering such a situation. How could her uncle treat her in this manner? Qian Yunxiao understood the meaning behind her words, but chose not to respond directly. Instead, he remarked on another matter. "You, my dear, are far too timid. I told you to come up. What are you afraid of? Do you doubt your uncle's ability to protect you?" Tang Yuehua found herself distracted by his words. The earlier embrace, which had seemed improper, now felt more acceptable to her, as she was indeed Qian Yunxiao's niece. Little did she anticipate that one day she would ride atop a 10,000-year-old soul beast. Such a notion had never crossed her mind. Yuehua, whenever you feel homesick in the Heaven-Do Imperial City, you can ask Daming to take you back. Qian Yunxiao continued to show his thoughtfulness, which deeply touched Tang Yuehua, prompting her to nod repeatedly. After Qian Yunxiao helped her onto the beast, Daming began to move. Accustomed to Daming's manner of locomotion, Qian Yunxiao felt no discomfort from the bumps, but for Tang Yuehua, it was quite another story. She nearly lost her balance on the first jolt and instinctively clung to Qian Yunxiao's waist. "Yuehua, it's normal to feel this way the first time. You will get used to it," he reassured her from his elevated position. Bathed in the soft glow of the morning sun, Qian Yunxiao appeared particularly radiant. With his celestial beauty, Tang Yuehua responded with a bashful nod. Observing her demeanor, Qian Yunxiao couldn't help but muse. Truly, she is the kind of girl who develops a fondness for her own brother. Yes, Tang Yuehua was indeed that peculiar. With just a slight manipulation, it was only natural for her affections to shift from her brother to her uncle. In Chapter 59, a date with Yuehua discovered by Tang Hao. Just as Qian Yunxiao had stated, Tang Yuehua was indeed a novice in riding, leading to her initial clumsiness. However, once accustomed, she stood confidently atop the head of the sky blue bull python without any dizziness. They returned steadily to the ice and fire yin-yang eye. Upon her arrival, A Yin, Qing Wu, and Shui Yulan appeared quite tense. Could it be that Qian Yunxiao intended to expand his family? Understanding women's sentiments exceptionally well, Qian Yunxiao quickly clarified. "A Yin, Qing Wu, Yulan, this is Yuehua, the daughter of Hao Yin sect, and the sister of my two worthy nephews, Tang Hao and Tang Xiao. A Yin and Yulan should be familiar with her. Yuehua is proficient in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, which is why I invited her to assist in educating our children." With this explanation, A Yin, Shui Yulan, and Qing Wu instantly relaxed. So, Qian Yunxiao had ventured out these past few days solely to find such an outstanding teacher for their children. They had misjudged him. Indeed, it was a misunderstanding. Tang Yuehua was his niece. "Oh, so she is the niece. Come here," they exclaimed. "What a beautiful niece. I wonder how many suitors she will attract." Once their perceptions shifted, A Yin, Qing Wu, and Shui Yulan became exceedingly warm towards Tang Yuehua, engaging her in lively conversation. After recuperating for nearly half a month, Qing Wu had regained enough strength to move about independently, no longer requiring assistance. Tang Yuehua harbored a bold speculation. Could it be that these three women were all Qian Yunxiao's wives? My goodness, what a formidable uncle he must be. Yet strangely, upon learning of Qian Yunxiao's multiple spouses, a sense of discomfort washed over her. Regarding Tang Yuehua's cultivation, Qian Yunxiao felt that ordinary celestial herbs would not significantly aid her. It would be best to assess the situation further down the line. After all, Tang Yuehua was still quite young, and he believed the challenges would not be insurmountable. Tang Yuehua indeed possessed a remarkable talent for teaching. Once she arrived, both Qian Yunxiao and Xiao Wu found her guidance to be incredibly effective, rendering them much more obedient than before. Qian Yunxiao felt little impact from this change, while A Yin and Qing Wu were overjoyed, growing increasingly fond of their niece. Consequently, they harbored no objections to Qian Yunxiao frequently taking Tang Yuehua to explore the Heaven-Do Imperial City. In their eyes, Tang Yuehua was a composed and cultured young woman, exhibiting great decorum. It was no wonder A Yin and Qing Wu were impressed. After all, who could have guessed the peculiarities of Tang Yuehua, especially with her reputation as a talented and noble lady to mask her true nature? How could they not feel reassured? Tang Yuehua accompanied Qian Yunxiao discreetly to the Heaven-Do imperial city, joyously wandering the streets. In Qian Yunxiao's presence, she resembled a docile young girl, intimately linking her arm with his, fingers intertwined, gazing around curiously, eagerly inquiring about anything that piqued her interest. Their dynamic resembled that of a couple. After nearly half a year of interaction, Tang Yuehua had undoubtedly grown accustomed to Qian Yunxiao's indulgence. While caring for Qian Yunxiao's children, she was an exemplary teacher. However, when in his company, she transformed into a mischievous child in need of guidance. This was entirely acceptable, as Qian Yunxiao was indeed her elder. What harm was there in pampering and educating Yuehua? Just as Qian Yunxiao pondered whether to take Tang Yuehua to a hotel to experience its ambience, given that she had never been to one, an angry shout echoed from behind. "Yuehua, what are you doing? How can you be so close to him?" Both Tang Yuehua and Qian Yunxiao recognized the voice immediately. Turning around, Tang Yuehua felt a wave of nervousness. After all, Tang Hao had been the object of her admiration. It was as if she were not yet officially broken up with her boyfriend, but was already seen with a handsome, affluent, and powerful uncle. Instantly, she felt compelled to withdraw her hand from Qian Yunxiao's grasp. However, it was evident that Qian Yunxiao would not allow that, holding her hand firmly, leaving her no opportunity to escape. Tang Yuehua felt a mix of embarrassment and anger, as well as a sense of her uncle's care for her, and she allowed herself to revel in the sweetness of the moment. Meanwhile, Tang Hao stormed over in a fit of rage. As he and Tang Xiao traversed this area, they prepared to visit the seven-treasure glazed tile school and the blue lightning tyrant dragon sect, just as his father had arranged, to showcase their prowess and perhaps explore opportunities for potential alliances. After all, with only 2 male heirs in this generation of the Housework sect, the Min family could not possibly provide 2 marriage prospects. The future leader of the Housework sect must marry into the Min family to maintain ties, while the other would need to seek other candidates. Tang Hao could hardly fathom that his sister, whom he had not seen for just a few days, was now together with Qian Yunxiao, and so intimately at that, it appeared they were heading to the largest couples hotel in the Qian Empire, which could even be cheekily referred to as a brothel. Could Tang Hao endure this? Being new to the situation, he was unaware of Qian Yunxiao's current strength. Naively, he planned to engage in a fierce battle with Qian Yunxiao, believing himself capable of defeating someone of the same rank now that he had ascended to the rank of Soul Saint. He sought to avenge his sister. "Brother, second brother, is there a problem with uncle looking after me as per father's instructions?" Perhaps emboldened by Qian Yunxiao's presence, Tang Yuehua even found the courage to confront Tang Hao. This left him utterly perplexed. Is this what looking after you entails? To take you to a couple's hotel and then? Men understand men. Tang Yuehua was completely oblivious to Qian Yunxiao's true intentions, mistakenly viewing him as a good person. However, Tang Hao immediately exposed the situation. Oh, how embarrassing. While he could unveil Qian Yunxiao's intentions towards Tang Yuehua, could he recognize the reality that he had become a father figure overnight? In the Douluo continent, Tang Hao could still be considered a minor protagonist, but now, a mere victim. The yellow-haired supporting character Qian Yunxiao was on the verge of completely overshadowing Tang Hao. Chapter 60. Tang Hao's mother is pregnant. Tang Hao's family dynamic was approximately halfway complete, with Qian Yunxiao having contributed significantly, perhaps half for A Yin and a third for Tang Yuehua. Had Tang Hao not arrived, they might have been nearly complete by now. Bai Bing, too, had likely reached the halfway mark. Poor Tang Hao was indeed in a dire situation. Such is the price of pretense. To put on a fade before others? Then one must bear the consequences at home, which seems quite reasonable, doesn't it? Second brother, why are your thoughts so wicked? Uncle could never be that kind of person. You disappoint me greatly. The mere mention of Qian Yunxiao intending to take Tang Yuehua to a brothel left her utterly stunned, as if she were just now realizing the true nature of her second brother. The once towering image of Tang Hao in her eyes crumbled significantly. At that moment, Qian Yunxiao intervened. "Young nephew, how can you think this way? Even if you do not trust me, your uncle whom you hardly know, can you not trust Yuehua's character?" Do you not believe in your father? As Tang Hao's uncle, and having taken on a fatherly role for a time, Qian Yunxiao was entirely justified in educating Tang Hao. His response, which prioritized Tang Yuehua's well-being over his own, brought joy to her. Naturally, Tang Hao grew even more furious, deeming Qian Yunxiao hypocritical and disgusting. How could he hold his sister's hand and audaciously proclaim such words? Yuehua, return with me to the Haotian sect. At that moment, the onlookers nearby multiplied. Although Tang Hao spoke a pretense, he still had some sense. He indeed valued the reputation of the Haotian sect highly, a sentiment instilled in him from a young age by Tang Zhen, emphasizing that everything was for the sect. Tang Yuehua was a matter for the Haotian sect, and Tang Hao chose not to escalate the situation. He gazed coldly at Tang Yuehua, feeling an unprecedented disappointment in her. Tang Xiao could only watch helplessly, unable to assist. He too was anxious. As someone who valued the honor of the sect even more than Tang Hao, he certainly did not wish for this matter to escalate. He shared Tang Hao's sentiments, believing Tang Yuehua to be utterly shameless, bringing disgrace to the Haotian sect. But with Qian Yunxiao's unfathomable strength, what could they do? I will not return. You may go back. I still need to educate my children. Tang Yuehua had never felt as heartbroken as she did today. She had never imagined the true, ugly faces of her two brothers. Yet this clarity allowed her to see through the facade. Uncle, let us leave. Since they do not wish to see me, I do not wish to see them either. After speaking, Tang Yuehua took the initiative to grasp Qian Yunxiao's hand. Ready to depart. Observing her sadness, Qian Yunxiao felt a deep sense of compassion. He sternly advised Tang Hao, young nephew, you would do well to return to the Haotian sect and inquire about the situation. After speaking with your father, consider whether your actions today were indeed appropriate. With that, Qian Yunxiao placed his hand on Tang Yuehua's slender waist, leading her away. The visit to the brothel was off the table for now. They would wait for some time. That scoundrel! Tang Hao was incensed by Qian Yunxiao's condescending tone. Educate him? Tang Zhen would never dare speak to him in such a manner. Who is Qian Yunxiao? After all, brother, let us return to the Haotian sect and ascertain the true situation. Rather than following Qian Yunxiao, Tang Hao resolved to finish their training with Tang Xiao before returning to the Haotian sect to inquire with their father about the matter. Tang Xiao sensed the gravity of the situation, agreeing to Tang Hao's request, and together they returned to the Haotian sect. Upon entering the main hall of the Haotian sect, Tang Hao and Tang Xiao encountered Bai Bing, who was visibly distressed, as she was now exhibiting signs of pregnancy. Bai Bing was in a state of great anxiety. Qian Yunxiao had inscribed the patterns of the blue silver grass, along with certain phrases, onto her. This left Bai Bing with no opportunity to be with Tang Zhen for the past few months, who had been enjoying himself with that maid. Upon learning that she was with child, Bai Bing immediately considered terminating the pregnancy. However, Tang Zhen noticed right away and began to care for her immensely. While Bai Bing had the chance to let the child go, witnessing Tang Zhen's affectionate demeanor made her ponder. If the child were to suddenly vanish, her husband would surely be heartbroken, wouldn't he? The truth remained concealed for the time being, providing Bai Bing with some comfort, albeit accompanied by guilt. A father might not discern whether the child was biologically his, but a mother typically knows precisely who the father of her child is. Though Tang Zhen had not yet detected anything amiss, once the child was born and reached the age of 5 or 6, the truth would inevitably surface. If the child lacked a martial soul, she would breathe a sigh of relief. However, it was impossible for this child to be without one. For the wife of the Haotian sect's leader bore a 6-winged angel. The implications of that need not be elaborated upon. Now, with Tang Hao and Tang Zhao's sudden return, Bai Bing felt an even greater weight upon her shoulders. Mother, both Tang Hao and Tang Xiao were exceedingly dutiful sons. Upon encountering Bai Bing, they immediately approached to pay their respects. Yuehua, do not be disheartened. It is not worth it. Those two rascals are utterly despicable. Rest assured, your uncle will be your unwavering support for a lifetime, your eternal sanctuary. If your brother does not want you, I shall. Even if that scoundrel Tang Zhen heeds the slander of those two wretches and forsakes you, I will steadfastly care for you forever. On the way back, Tang Yuehua found it difficult to emerge from the sorrow inflicted by the Tang brothers, Tang Hao and Tang Xiao. Qian Yunxiao adopted a gentle demeanor and began to console her. As he spoke, Tang Yuehua's spirits visibly lifted, and she responded softly, "Thank you, uncle." The tone of her voice was almost unbearable for Qian Yunxiao. Upon returning to the ice and fire duality eye, Qian Yunxiao briefly shared the situation with A Yin and Qingwu. Both A Yin and Qingwu unwaveringly stood by Tang Yuehua. A Yin, in particular, magnanimously declared, "Yuehua, do not worry. From now on, this place will be your home." This statement caused a subtle shift in Tang Yuehua's expression, igniting within her a sense of cunning triumph as she softly queried, "A Yin, can I truly consider this place my home?" A Yin, without hesitation, nodded earnestly. This prompted a slight smile to grace Tang Yuehua's lips as she thought, "You said it. Do not blame me then. If this were her home, was it not reasonable for her to take possession of the male head of the household?" Chapter 61. Tang Hao gains a brother. As for Tang Yuehua's cunning intentions, A Yin and Qingwu could hardly fathom them. Months later, they would come to regret their benevolent words. Congratulations, host, for completing the 10 members of the family task. Reward: 1,000 fortune coins and a family development item. Family tree. Artifact: a tool that records family members. Those whose names are inscribed will enjoy the blessings of family fortune, greatly aiding their cultivation. In times of dire crisis, it can also retain a fragment of one's soul. 5 months after the amusing interlude involving Tang Yuehua and the Tang brothers, a voice suddenly echoed in Qian Yunxiao's mind, leaving him bewildered. Had the task of establishing the 10-member family been completed? Who was the 10th member of his family? After numerous calculations, he could only ascertain that his family comprised 9 members. Himself, A Yin, Qian Yunxiao, Shui Yulan, Qian Wuhuang, Qingwu, Xiao Wu, Mei Mei, and Jiao Jiao. No one else. Could it be that the family members were not the issue? Therefore, he could deduce through the women connected to him. The result left Qian Yunxiao infuriated. If that were indeed the case, what would happen during the martial spirit assessment? Would he need to annihilate a group of people from the Yin sect? After much contemplation, Qian Yunxiao decided to wait for more clarity. He was merely 5,000 fortune coins away from the divine god rank, and observing the pace of task completion, perhaps in 3 to 5 years he could attain it, just in time for his visit to the spirit hall, when possessing divine-level cultivation would be most opportune. After assessing his current fortune coins, he found he had accumulated an impressive 5,000. The majority came from completing family tasks. Qian Yunxiao speculated that the 10th member of his family might be Bai Bing's child. As for why Bai Bing was not counted among his family, it was not difficult to comprehend, considering her current status. However, that child would ultimately be his bloodline, an immutable fact. Qian Yunxiao continued to wait. After nearly 6 days, Tang Yuehua sought him out. "Uncle, my mother has given birth to a son." Upon her arrival, her first words confirmed Qian Yunxiao's suspicions. After expressing his sentiments, he inquired, "Yuehua, do you intend to return?" Tang Yuehua nodded. "Although I am disappointed with the Yin sect, my mother has always treated me well. In light of this situation, I cannot neglect to see her." After Tang Hao and Tang Xiao returned to the Yin sect without a word from their father, Tang Yuehua understood her father's choice. After all, as a mere waste with only level 9 soul power, how could she compare to his 2 genius sons? The decision was rather simple. But Bai Bing was different. She had been in contact with her, showing concern for her well-being, which brought warmth to Tang Yuehua's heart. Hence this time, she was determined to return. "I shall accompany you." This matter was not solely pertinent to Tang Yuehua. It was also intertwined with Qian Yunxiao. When Tang Zhen did not extend an invitation to him, he had no reason to visit the Yin sect. Yet, he felt compelled to go. Thus, accompanying Tang Yuehua provided a splendid excuse. Tang Yuehua was delighted by Qian Yunxiao's protective nature. However, this time, she did not obediently adhere to his wishes, but expressed her concerns. "Uncle, thank you for your care, but I worry that if you go to the Yin sect, my 2 brothers might create trouble for you, making your visit unpleasant. Perhaps it is best if you do not go. I can convey your blessings instead." Respecting her wishes, Qian Yunxiao understood that this was a family matter, and it was indeed inappropriate for him to interfere. "How about I drop you off at the Yin sect and wait outside for you?" It was not ideal for him to go in openly, so he decided to approach discreetly, but only after accompanying Tang Yuehua to the outskirts of the Yin sect. To achieve this goal, Qian Yunxiao crafted a perfect excuse. "You are so delicate. I cannot rest easy knowing you return to the Yin sect alone." His tender words left Tang Yuehua nearly defenseless. "I may need to delay at home for a while. How can I trouble you to wait outside?" Tang Yuehua's heart swelled with delight. Yet she struggled to contain her joy, prompting her to pose this question. Qian Yunxiao replied affectionately, "For your safety, my dear Yuehua, waiting outside in the wilderness for a few days is no burden at all." Upon hearing this, Tang Yuehua immediately rose on her toes and pressed a gentle kiss upon Qian Yunxiao's lips. It was but a fleeting kiss, yet it left Qian Yunxiao momentarily stunned. His bewilderment stemmed from contemplating whether to seize this opportunity to persuade Tang Yuehua to abandon the Yin sect and join his family instead, thereby diminishing one of Tang Hao's family pillars. Tang Yuehua found joy in Qian Yunxiao's astonished gaze, perceiving him as adorably innocent at that moment. Little did she know the true nature of his thoughts. Ultimately, Qian Yunxiao restrained himself and, adopting an educational tone, remarked, "Yuehua, what are you doing?" His expression of feigned distress elicited laughter from Tang Yuehua. She responded with a hint of defiance. "What do you mean by that?" "My lord, you should go and prepare. We are about to depart." This time, Tang Yuehua altered her manner of addressing Qian Yunxiao, marking a significant change that left Qian Yunxiao quite taken aback. After much internal conflict and hesitation before Tang Yuehua, Qian Yunxiao finally left, albeit with a touch of fluster. Witnessing his demeanor, Tang Yuehua couldn't help but burst into laughter. Qian Yunxiao was a man deeply devoted to his family, and before embarking on a journey, he would always bid farewell to his wife. A Yin, upon learning that Tang Yuehua's mother was in her 40s and still having children, expressed her astonishment. Naturally, A Yin understood that given the circumstances, Tang Yuehua, as a child, should return home. However, with her mere 9th-level soul power, it would indeed be troublesome for Tang Yuehua to return alone. So it was only normal for Qian Yunxiao to escort her. Riding the Azure Bull Python, Qian Yunxiao and Tang Yuehua arrived outside the Yin sect. Qian Yunxiao halted outside, while Tang Yuehua entered the Grand Hall of the Yin sect with the Azure Bull Python. Chapter 62. Tang Hao's Indecency, the Aura of a 100,000-Year Soul Beast. Within the Yin sect, Tang Hao and Tang Xiao were also rejoicing at the arrival of a new brother. Among the sect, only Bai Bing seemed less than pleased, burdened by the weight of her emotions. The others were raising their cups in celebration. When Tang Yuehua returned, it coincided perfectly with the half-month celebration of the little one named Tang Tian. Suddenly, Tang Hao sensed a terrifying soul beast aura descending upon the Yin sect. With previous experience, Tang Zhen was naturally aware of who had arrived and felt a twinge of anxiety, for his two sons had never been fond of Qian Yunxiao. Now that Qian Yunxiao had arrived, he genuinely feared that matters would escalate. Meanwhile, Bai Bing's originally rosy complexion turned pale. Qian Yunxiao was here? What was she to do? However, in the next moment, Bai Bing composed herself. If Qian Yunxiao was here, she would simply choose not to acknowledge him. Tang Hao and Tang Xiao hurried outside, with Tang Zhen following closely. As he gazed upon Ming, Tang Hao felt a surge of zeal. If he could encounter this individual after reaching the 90th level and slay him, he would become the true apex of the continent. Yet, upon seeing Tang Yuehua atop the 100,000-year soul beast, Tang Hao was utterly bewildered. How could this be? His sister, possessing merely 9th-level soul power, was riding on a 100,000-year soul beast. This incited a twinge of jealousy within him. At this moment, Tang Yuehua felt a flicker of trepidation facing Tang Hao and Tang Xiao. Nevertheless, she was not one to cower. She disregarded the two of them and approached Bai Bing. Observing her younger brother, Tang Yuehua felt a surge of happiness. Perhaps it was true that those embroiled in the situation are blinded to the obvious. For some reason, she couldn't shake the feeling that her younger brother bore a striking resemblance to Qian Yunxiao. Not dwelling on it further, she presented the gift she had prepared. After all, this was her son, and Qian Yunxiao would not be stingy with his bloodline. The gift was a 9th-grade purple ginseng. Mother, this is a spiritual herb that greatly aids in the growth and development of children. It is a rare find, so please concoct it into a medicinal soup for Tianer to consume, Tang Yuehua explained. Upon hearing this, Bai Bing felt a wave of comfort and subtly implied, Yuehua, you are thoughtful, unlike some who came unprepared. This remark caused Tang Hao's face to flush with embarrassment. He felt that as family, there was no need for such distinctions. Now, because of Tang Yuehua, he found himself being compared unfavorably by his own mother, which left him quite discontent. Even if I had not prepared anything, It would still be better than someone sacrificing themselves for an outsider to obtain such things. Fueled by anger, Tang Hao spoke without restraint. Tang Yuehua was infuriated and immediately rose, exclaiming "You!" She wanted to retort, to demand that Tang Hao mind his words. Although she was labeled as peculiar, she was not one to be humiliated without retaliating. Tang Hao's insult disregarded the bond of siblings, and could she truly lower herself to fawn over him? After all, she had kissed Qian Yunxiao before departing from the Eye of Ice and Fire, and this gift was indeed provided by him. This left Tang Yuehua at a loss for words against Tang Hao's claims. Tang Zhen quickly interjected. Enough, Hauer. Refrain from speaking so harshly. She is your sister. Ultimately, Tang Hao was Tang Zhen's most cherished son. Although his words had crossed a line, Tang Zhen clearly chose to side with Tang Hao. This left Tang Yuehua with a bitter feeling, yet she chose not to dwell on it. Tang Hao was tempted to assert, I do not have such a shameless sister. Suddenly, he recalled the 100,000-year-soul beast Tang Yuehua had brought back. Considering this, in order to astonish the entire world, he shamelessly declared, Sister, that's fine. As long as I can persuade that 100,000-year-soul beast to grant me its spirit ring upon reaching the 90th level, I shall consider her my sister. Tang Yuehua was both amused and enraged by Tang Hao's audacity. She had never imagined he could be so brazen. At that moment, she cast aside all pretense and coldly mocked Tang Hao. With your cowardice, do you deem yourself worthy of possessing a 100,000-year soul ring? Deming is right outside. If you have the courage, go and slay him. Even though she only possessed 9th-level power, she was no match for Tang Hao. Yet with Deming and Qian Yunxiao outside, it bolstered her confidence immensely. Tang Hao was taken aback by Tang Yuehua's audacity, daring to defy him. Say that again, and see what happens. He truly appeared ready to lay hands on her. Meanwhile, outside the grand hall of the Hao Tian sect, Deming began to roar with fury. This sent Tang Zhen's heart into a state of panic. If the 100,000-year soul beast were to rampage, the Hao Tian sect would suffer grievously. Yuehua, do not engage with these men. Come with your mother. Bai Bing sensed her daughter's distress. Tang Zhen had a preference for sons over daughters. But Bai Bing did not share this bias. While women could indeed be hard on each other, she would never make things difficult for her own daughter. To assuage Deming's fury, Tang Zhen naturally instructed his wife to take Tang Yuehua away while he comforted Tang Hao. After Tang Yuehua departed, the timid Tang Zhen attempted to dissuade. Ah Hao, that Qian Yunxiao is truly formidable. Even the two of you together might not be his match. Perhaps it would be best to let it be. Torn between the powerful Qian Yunxiao and his own son, Tang Zhen felt utterly helpless. Tang Hao, however, stood resolutely. Father, you are too weak. I will never yield to that man. I will surpass grandfather and become the strongest in the Douluo continent. You can continue to cower here and appease him, he declared before striding out. Tang Zhen urgently called after him, Ahao, Ahao. In his youth, Tang Zhen had suffered heart damage and could not withstand such emotional turmoil. This was ultimately the reason he was driven to his death by anger. Seeing his son so obstinate, Tang Zhen felt an urgent pang in his heart. In a moment of distraction, he fell back into old habits. Father. Tang Xiao had initially intended to leave with Tang Hao. However, upon witnessing his father spitting blood, the dutiful Tang Xiao rushed to check on his father's condition. Tang Hao also sensed that something was amiss and planned to investigate his father's situation, but was obstructed by Tang Xiao's presence. Moreover, believing that his father, a titled Douluo, could not possibly be in danger, Tang Hao turned away without a backward glance, which further infuriated Tang Zhen, leaving him dizzy with anger. Chapter 63. Tang Hao's frustration towards his father as night fell, Bai Bing rested with her young son in the study. Tang Zhen was gravely ill, and it was not that Bai Bing neglected to care for her husband. Rather, their youngest son had not yet reached the age of 1 month. The nurse was unable to assist, obliging Bai Bing to tend to him personally. Moreover, the infant was prone to crying, which could potentially disrupt Tang Zhen's recovery. Thus, the responsibility for caring for Tang Zhen fell upon his eldest son, Tang Xiao, while Tang Yuehua occasionally came to lend a hand. After soothing the child to sleep, Bai Bing felt utterly exhausted and prepared to retire for the night. Just then, she sensed faint footsteps outside her room and immediately became alert. Who is it? Since giving birth, her awareness of her surroundings had sharpened. The person outside remained silent, merely knocking softly on the door. This was the Hao Yin sect, heavily guarded, and it was nearly impossible for outsiders to intrude here unless they possessed formidable strength. Bai Bing understood that the individual outside could either be a member of the Hao Yin sect or someone else entirely, which made her anxious. The stranger continued to remain quiet, concerned that the commotion might awaken her son and escalate the situation. Bai Bing reluctantly donned her slippers and opened the door. Ugh, what do you want? As expected, it was that shameless rogue who promptly swept her into his arms. Bai Bing instinctively clenched her fists and playfully struck Qian Yunxiao's chest, though her blows lacked force. They carried a hint of flirtation, which was not her intention. She was acutely aware of Qian Yunxiao's formidable strength. Should she truly exert herself, it might provoke him. Furthermore, Bai Bing had far too many concerns to risk causing a scene. Do you wish to wake our child? Qian Yunxiao regarded the woman with an amused expression. He had gathered some knowledge about the events at the Hao Yin sect, learning that Tang Zhen had a heart condition, exacerbated by the anger instigated by his son Tang Hao. This situation had little to do with Qian Yunxiao. If Tang Zhen were to perish, the Hao Yin sect would lose its guardian Douluo, allowing Qian Yunxiao to seize the sect without bloodshed. Silence. Do not speak such nonsense about your child. Bai Bing retorted vehemently, refusing to acknowledge such a claim. Qian Yunxiao, unfazed, pressed on. Enough of this triviality. You know the truth. I suggest you cooperate with me and devise a strategy. Or when your child is 5 or 6 years old. I wonder how you will manage. His words rendered Bai Bing speechless. Indeed, the question of what to do when the child reached that age had long troubled her. With no other option, Bai Bing allowed Qian Yunxiao to guide her, hoping to discover a path forward. The night remained tranquil, save for some unavoidable sounds. Tang Tian was a well-behaved child, sleeping soundly. The rhythmic noises surrounding him, though somewhat loud, acted as a lullaby, allowing him to slumber undisturbed until dawn, oblivious to the struggles his mother, Bai Bing, endured to ensure his peaceful rest. Qian Yunxiao likely thought it preferable for Tang Zhen to depart sooner rather than later. After all, it was merely 2 years. As for Tang Zhen's current plight, Qian Yunxiao felt no connection. He had never deigned to engage in such base machinations. Ultimately, Tang Zhen's condition deteriorated, his health waning. Even with the finest medical soul masters from the Tiando Empire summoned by the Hao Yin sect, they could do nothing for Tang Zhen's chronic ailment. Tang Zhen, wise with age, recognized the precariousness of the Hao Yin sect's situation. It was not only the lower 4 sects that coveted it. Even the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect harbored similar ambitions. While Tang Zhen's father still loomed as a potential threat, that intimidation would not persist indefinitely. His 2 sons were still too young. It would take around a decade for them to become titled Douluo. The Hao Yin sect could not afford to wait that long without a protector. After much contemplation, Tang Zhen made a bold decision. He summoned Tang Yuehua. Upon witnessing her father's frail state, all previous grievances she harbored towards him dissipated, and her sole concern was for his recovery. Yuehua, please fetch your uncle Yunxiao to the Hao Yin sect as quickly as possible, Tang Zhen implored softly. Yes. Tang Zhen could only place his trust in Qian Yunxiao and his daughter's judgment. Father, Tang Yuehua sensed her father's intentions, but hoped desperately that such a moment would not arrive. Yet Tang Zhen insisted, hurry. Ultimately, Tang Yuehua rode the Tianxing Neo Python to find Qian Yunxiao outside the Hao Yin sect. Qian Yunxiao appeared as if he had endured harsh conditions, causing Tang Yuehua to feel a pang of sympathy. Her lord truly sacrificed so much. However, unbeknownst to her, Qian Yunxiao had been resting comfortably at the Hao Yin sect for some time. Tang Yuehua could not find joy in Qian Yunxiao's strength, as her father's condition weighed heavily on her heart. With sorrow, she approached him, saying, Lord, my father seeks you for an urgent matter. Can you accompany me to the Hao Yin sect? Qian Yunxiao's expression remained neutral. Of course, Yuehua. What has transpired? You look unwell. Has that scoundrel Tang Hao bullied you? As he agreed, he expressed concern for her well-being. Tang Yuehua felt touched, but quickly shook her head. No, Lord, it's not that. The situation is as follows. In her eyes, once Qian Yunxiao arrived at the Hao Yin sect, he would grasp everything. Thus, she felt no qualms about discussing the matter with him. Her trust in Qian Yunxiao was unwavering. Tang Hao truly is a wretched creature. Qian Yunxiao's fury at this declaration resonated deeply with Tang Yuehua. Indeed, Tang Yuehua felt that Tang Hao was truly a heartless wretch. Not only did he infuriate his father, but he also fled without a backward glance. It was as though the past 20 years had been in vain. Yuehua, Let's hasten to Heoshenzong. I must ascertain the condition of Brother Tang. At that moment, Qian Yunxiao fully embodied the profound bond he shared with Tang Jun, prompting Tang Yuehua to follow his lead and return to Heoshenzong with utmost urgency. Chapter 64. Tang Jun asked Qian Yunxiao to care for his wife and children upon arriving at Heoshenzong and encountering Tang Jun. Qian Yunxiao found himself amidst Tang Xiao, Bai Bing, and several prominent figures from subordinate families of Heoshenzong. The strength of Heoshenzong was undeniable, firmly established as the foremost among the 7 great sects. Apart from Tang Jun, a titled Douluo, Heoshenzong boasted 5 members of the Soul Douluo tier and 14 Soul Saints. Its potential for future growth was indeed formidable, something the 7 Treasure Glazed-Tile sect and the Blue Lightning Overlord sect could hardly rival. Yet, no matter how numerous the ants, they remained but ants, and Qian Yunxiao paid little heed to these individuals. The arrival of Qian Yunxiao startled Bai Bing. Fortunately, all attention was focused on him, allowing her to remain unnoticed. Brother Tang, what has happened to you? Seeing Tang Jun in such a weakened state, Qian Yunxiao's expression turned grave. He expressed sincere concern. With a bitter smile, Tang Jun replied, Your Majesty, my old ailment has flared up. I fear I may not last much longer. Qian Yunxiao quickly reassured him, Brother Tang, do not speak such despondent words. I know many esteemed physicians. I shall summon them to examine you. However, Tang Jun firmly grasped Qian Yunxiao's arm, saying, I am fully aware of my condition. Your Majesty, please do not trouble yourself. I have invited you here today in hopes that you might assist me. Respecting Tang Jun's wishes, Qian Yunxiao resolved to stay, affirming, Brother Tang, speak freely. I shall not refuse any request where I can be of service. Tang Jun felt a wave of relief wash over him as he continued, I hope, considering our modest friendship, that you will look after my 2 or 3 children, especially my son Tian. Initially intending to emphasize Tang Hao, Tang Jun reconsidered, recognizing that although Tang Hao was still a soul saint, he required little guidance due to his relative maturity. It was his youngest son, barely born, who truly needed the most care. Qian Yunxiao responded with heartfelt sincerity, Brother Tang, rest assured, I shall treat Tang Tian as my own son. If you so desire, I can adopt him as my godson, ensuring that when Yuehua cares for my children, she will also tend to him. I promise to nurture him into a titled Douluo. Indeed, Tang Tian was Qian Yunxiao's son, though due to circumstances, he could not openly change his name. Nevertheless, it mattered little. Perhaps carrying the Tang family name would facilitate Qian Yunxiao's future endeavors. What mattered was that he was his own blood. Qian Yunxiao's words were so beautifully articulated that they brought Tang Jun immense joy. This was the outcome he had longed for. Bing, come here. Tang Jun called to his wife urgently. Bai Bing, with no choice but to comply, approached with their child and stood by Tang Jun's bedside, next to Qian Yunxiao. Tang Jun spoke solemnly, Bing, from now on, His Majesty shall be Tian's godfather. I hope you will pay heed to this matter. Bai Bing was at a loss for words. If only Qian Yunxiao were to be merely a godfather. In truth, she felt a sense of liberation, should Tang Jun pass. At least there would be less sorrow to endure. Yes, Brother Jun, I understand. I trust that His Majesty will care for Tian well, she replied, her voice laden with sadness. In this, she held a degree of faith, for after all, even a tiger does not consume its cubs. Bingya, Sully. Tang Jun expressed with deep remorse. Bai Bing's eyes brimmed with tears as she replied, No, Brother Jun, you have done nothing wrong. It is I who owe you so much. Tang Jun closed his eyes, sighing, If in the future you encounter someone who stirs your heart, do pursue them. The others of Heoshenzong shall not interfere. This statement left Qian Yunxiao astonished. Who would have thought Tang Jun could be so magnanimous? Or perhaps it was a sign of his deep devotion. The others present were equally taken aback by Tang Jun's words. However, a few began to gaze at Bai Bing, their breaths quickening. The sect master's wife is so graceful and alluring. No, Brother Jun, I shall forever be yours alone. Bai Bing wept, overwhelmed by guilt. In the preceding days, she had felt an undeniable sense of surrender to Qian Yunxiao, whose strength rendered her powerless. Yet now, Tang Jun's heartfelt treatment made her feel profoundly unworthy. She owed him far too much. Love triumphed over desire, and the tenderness shared between them served to deeply wound Qian Yunxiao. Ultimately, Qian Yunxiao could only make one final promise to Tang Zhen. Rest assured, Brother Tang, I shall take good care of sister-in-law and will not allow anyone to harm her or Tian Er. Indeed, other matters, such as nurturing Tang Hao and Tang Xiao to the level of title Douluo, were beyond his capabilities. However, ensuring the well-being of Bai Bing and Tang Tian was a commitment he would stake his life upon. Seeing Qian Yunxiao's unashamed demeanor, Bai Bing felt an urge to slap him. Was it sufficient for him to be the sole protector of her and her children? That scoundrel, Dang Xiao, witnessing his father entrust his mother and younger brother, even his sister, to Qian Yunxiao, felt a sense of discomfort. Clearly, his father placed immense trust in Qian Yunxiao. Perhaps it was time for him to reconsider his perception of him. Though not overly concerned, Tang Xiao recognized that while Tang Zhen had entrusted his family to Qian Yunxiao, the authority within Heoshenzong remained firmly in his and the elders' hands. Qian Yunxiao could not meddle in the sect's affairs. In truth, Tang Zhen was indeed shrewd at this moment, yet he could never foresee the missteps that would lead to his ultimate downfall. In reality, Qian Yunxiao held little regard for Heoshenzong. Its only potential benefit was possibly leveraging his son, Tang Tian, to attain the position of the Shura God. To be honest, Qian Yunxiao had never expected that Tang Zhen, a title Douluo, would meet such an end. Initially, he believed that the most tragic and pitiable title Douluo was Xianji. But now it seemed Tang Zhen was indeed vying for that ignoble title. He had been utterly exasperated. After Tang Zhen's demise, Heoshenzong would inevitably conduct funeral rites. The profound heritage of the Yin sect, combined with the presence of the title Douluo, Qian Yunxiao, renders it formidable. The representatives from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, the Blue Electric Tyrant Dragon sect, the Elephant Armor sect, and the Fire Leopard sect, who came to pay their respects, remained quite composed and did not act recklessly. Chapter 65. The transformed Qian Yunxiao within the Yin sect. A somber atmosphere lingered for a while. The sole titled Douluo of the sect had departed, a fact that undeniably brought sorrow to the lower ranks of the Yin sect. In the coming 3 to 5 days, as the mourners from various sects departed, Qian Yunxiao would remain. After all, he was the person entrusted by Tang Zhen, making it only natural for him to stay a few extra days. Sister-in-law, please take some time to rest. You haven't slept in days, and you must be exhausted, Qian Yunxiao said, observing Bai Bing, who appeared to be engulfed in remorse. He too felt a pang of regret. Was his action truly justified? However, he could not let the Yin sect, especially the likes of Tang Hao, go unpunished. If they thrived, it would pose a danger to him. After much contemplation, Qian Yunxiao concluded that he could only propose a path forward to atone for his past mistakes by taking diligent care of Bai Bing. She had not rested for several days and was in a poor state. Qian Yunxiao genuinely worried about her well-being. Tang Xiao felt similarly. He envied his father for having a woman who loved him so deeply. What more could a man desire than to have a wife like that? He mused. His mother's love for his father must grant him peace even in the afterlife. Yes, mother, leave this to me and Yuehua. You should rest, Tang Xiao suggested from his side. Perhaps his words touched Bai Bing, for she stood up stiffly, resembling a robot, and walked out in a daze. Qian Yunxiao exchanged a glance with Tang Xiao before hastening after her. Tang Xiao said nothing, believing it was his duty, especially since his father had entrusted Qian Yunxiao to care for his mother. Tang Yuehua remained indifferent. She perceived Qian Yunxiao as a warm-hearted caretaker. With him around, she believed her mother could eventually emerge from her sorrow. Though it would not be an immediate transformation back to normalcy, any assistance was welcome. Qian Yunxiao accompanied Bai Bing as they departed. In recent days, the little one, Tang Tian, had been cared for by a wet nurse arranged by the Yin sect. Upon returning to his room, Bai Bing did not even close the door. Just as Qian Yunxiao reflected on how Bai Bing seemed unguarded around him, she abruptly retrieved a dagger from her drawer and aimed it at her own heart without a moment's hesitation. Fortunately, Qian Yunxiao had maintained his vigilance over Bai Bing. Otherwise, the situation could have escalated into a tragedy. "What are you doing?" he exclaimed, using his blue-silver grasp to restrain her right hand. The dagger was flung from her grasp. Once he confirmed her safety, he confronted her angrily. Bai Bing appeared truly intent on ending her life, exclaiming, "You bastard! Let me go. Zhen Gu is gone. What meaning does my life hold now?" To be honest, Qian Yunxiao found it difficult to comprehend. Just days prior, when Tang Zhen was alive, This woman had enjoyed life alongside him. Now, she seemed to be in a state of mourning that felt genuine. Women, indeed, are peculiar creatures. It's all your fault, you devil. Why'd you do this? How can I face Xinga now? Bai Bing accused him, her words laced with bitterness. Qian Yunxiao felt his conscience pricked. How is this my fault? I haven't harmed him. It was your rebellious son who caused this, he retorted, adamantly refusing to accept any blame. The death of Tang Zhen had nothing to do with him. Bai Bing was at a loss for words, finding truth in Qian Yunxiao's statement. Indeed, as he said, Tang Zhen's demise bore no relation to him. If I were you, my priorities would be to bring back that ungrateful son, make him kneel at Tang Zhen's grave in repentance, and raise Tang Tian to adulthood. Seeing Bai Bing regain her composure, Qian Yunxiao began to reassure her. She acknowledged the validity of his words, but could not refrain from a sarcastic remark. What good is it to raise Tang Tian, so he can awaken his martial soul and bring shame upon Jingge? At this moment, Bai Bing's anger had inexplicably shifted toward her son, Tang Tian. Rest assured, I will handle this matter with utmost care. There will be no mistakes, and I fully acknowledge my past errors. From now on, without your permission, I shall never act so rashly again. Qian Yunxiao professed, his acting skills truly commendable. His performance left Bai Bing perplexed. Could it be that he would truly seize his pursuit? If he followed through, it would indeed benefit her. Qian Yunxiao was capable of severing ties. He was not lacking in female companionship. Having made a mistake, he must own up to it. Bai Bing remained silent. But Qian Yunxiao understood that her reticence stemmed from embarrassment. Perhaps she had been swayed by his words. Feeling reassured, Qian Yunxiao left her with a final warning. Do not act foolishly again, for your childish actions could lead to irrevocable changes for Tang Zhen, Tang Tian, and the entire Housework sect. After his comforting yet threatening words, Qian Yunxiao finally departed from the Housework sect. His stay had been sufficiently lengthy, nearly a month. Tang Yuehua would undoubtedly remain at the Housework sect for at least 100 days, being Tang Zhen's daughter. In Tang Hao's absence, her presence posed no issue. Moreover, with the presence of the Tianqing bull python, Qian Yunxiao felt at ease. Watching Qian Yunxiao truly leave, Bai Bing felt a mix of relief and fury. Qian Yunxiao redeeming himself? She was too astute to believe that his nature would change. In her eyes, his departure might merely signify his waning interest in her. This realization surely left her feeling unsettled. However, she chose to focus on honoring Tang Zhen for the next 100 days. As for Tang Hao, that beast with a heart of stone had yet to return to the Housework sect to pay his respects to his deceased father. Perhaps he had fled swiftly to the Douluo Empire, thus garnering no news. Regardless, Tang Hao's disgraceful deeds had already spread among the other sections. Not only had he failed to honor his father, but he was now deemed the most unfilial son on the Douluo continent, sealing his legacy in infamy. Qian Yunxiao was unconcerned with such matters. Without Tang San, Tang Hao was nothing but an utter waste. Chapter 66. A Yin always prepared the news of the demise of Tang Zhen. The title Daw had reached A Yin's ears, especially in the vicinity of the ice and fire yin-yang eye. Consequently, she expressed profound understanding regarding Qian Yunxiao's late return. This was a testament to the effective guidance he had provided. Presently, A Yin exhibited remarkable thoughtfulness. With her imperial lineage, she had been subtly shaped by Qian Yunxiao into a figure of nobility and grace. What had transpired with the titled Douluo, Tang Zhen, who had departed this world so prematurely? During her recent shopping excursions in the Heaven-Do imperial city, A Yin had overheard conversations regarding this matter, igniting her curiosity to inquire further. The life essence of a titled Douluo was indeed frail in comparison to that of a 100,000-year-old beast, yet under normal circumstances, such a demise should not occur so easily. Qian Yunxiao, not one to conceal the truth, promptly elucidated the situation to A Yin. That unfortunate old man had suffered due to his unruly son, who had driven him to his grave. Tang Zhen's heart had already sustained damage from practicing the extreme cultivation methods left by Tang Chun, and in a fit of anger, his heart simply ceased to function. To make matters worse, Tang Hao, that troublesome offspring, had yet to return to the Housework sect. The damage to Tang Zhen's heart primarily stemmed from the intense cultivation techniques he had undertaken. Such methods, which pushed the human body to its limits, were not meant for everyone. While success could lead one to attain the pinnacle of level 99, failure would result in chronic ailments. Tang Zhen was a prime example of such a failure. A Yin was also somewhat acquainted with Tang Hao, having encountered him during her joyous occasion with Qian Yunxiao, when he had caused quite a disturbance. This history had instilled a lasting dislike for Tang Hao within her. Now, learning that he had inadvertently caused his father's demise, her disdain grew even stronger. Truly, he was a beast with a human visage. Under normal circumstances, A Yin would refrain from uttering such harsh words. But her contempt for Tang Hao was palpable. Qian Yunxiao, unfazed by the conversation, lifted A Yin effortlessly. In the ice and fire yin yang eye, it was customary for him to cradle her to sleep each night, as her fragrant presence was one of the reasons for his peaceful slumber. Though there were substitutes in the Housework sect, none could compare to A Yin's exquisite allure. As time passed, Qian Yunxiao's initial excitement waned, revealing a slightly roguish side to his character. Yet, how could he resist the beauty of Douluo continent? If he were to ignore them entirely, it would take a month to even have a chance to encounter another. A Yin had long grown accustomed to Qian Yunxiao's playful nature, and she entwined her arm around his neck, inquiring, "My lord, if our future child were to be as troublesome as Tang Hao, what would you do?" It is natural for women to overthink, and Tang Hao's story had left A Yin with concerns. What if her own child turned out disobedient? Qian Yunxiao responded with a smile. "Rest assured, we shall educate our child properly from a young age to avoid such issues. A person like Tang Hao, who defies the heavens, is not one that an ordinary upbringing can produce. Generally, people are born with good natures, while Tang Hao was born with an evil disposition." A Yin was pleased with Qian Yunxiao's answer, yet she playfully insisted, "I was merely asking hypothetically." Observing her demeanor, Qian Yunxiao paused, contemplating before responding. "If such a scenario were to arise, I would simply have to create another little one." A Yin, perplexed, asked, "Another little one? What do you mean?" Qian Yunxiao's smile took on a devilish twist as he explained, "Naturally, I would encourage my beloved A Yin to bear another child, one who is obedient." At this, A Yin's cheeks flushed crimson, and she retorted, "How rude. What about your other child?" She could not fathom how Qian Yunxiao could come up with such phrases. Yet they were indeed apartment. A Yin proved to be quite clever, drawing inferences from his words. Qian Yunxiao chuckled. "Perhaps we shall send the troublesome one away for reformation, and when they are ready, we can welcome them back. If not, we shall treat it as if they never existed." This response left A Yin momentarily speechless. Qian Yunxiao tested the waters, asking, "What is it, my dear? Are you dissatisfied with my approach?" A Yin shook her head. "No, I shall heed your words, my lord." Before A Yin could finish her sentence, Qian Yunxiao had positioned her atop a stone table in the flower garden, his hands grasping her dress's waist. A Yin, always attired in skirts, found it all too convenient for Qian Yunxiao's desires. "Your Grace, what are you doing? This isn't appropriate," A Yin exclaimed in a fluster. Yet, Qian Yunxiao paid her no heed. "A Yin, do you have any idea how much I've longed for you these past 2 weeks? I've nearly gone mad with desire. Fear not, all will be well." In the ice and fire yin yang eye, there were only a handful of individuals present. Douluo would not dare approach this area, especially with his son still bedridden. The rest were all Qian Yunxiao's allies. After expressing his yearning, A Yin, softened by his words, was swayed once more. Indeed, there were few who would intrude upon them here. Having spent so many days apart from Qian Yunxiao, A Yin herself was filled with longing. Reflecting on their 3 years of marriage, she found no evidence of the so-called 3-year itch mentioned in literature. Her husband cherished her deeply, and they were bound to enjoy a lasting union. "Oh, I'm so sorry." Amidst their passionate exchange, Douluo's daughter-in-law, Du Yin, arrived seeking A Yin, resulting in a hasty retreat upon witnessing the scene. Her visit was likely permitted by Qian Yunxiao, yet it was merely a minor interruption. Unbothered by Du Yin's presence, A Yin was wholly captivated by Qian Yunxiao, her normalcy now dictated by his whims. After their brief separation, it was entirely natural for the couple to indulge in intimate expressions of longing. For the time that followed, Qian Yunxiao remained in the ice and fire yin yang eye, cherishing moments with his wife and daughter, relishing in a life of leisure. This tranquility persisted until 4 months later, when Qian Yunxiao returned from the Housework sect, and Tang Yuehua had already been back for 10 days. Shui Yulon approached Qian Yunxiao, requesting, "My lord, could you accompany me back to the Tianshui city? It has been some time since I left home, and I wish to see how things are and inform my mother about our lives here." Chapter 67. The lonely Du Yin and her daughter upon hearing this. Qian Yunxiao nodded readily, stating, Yuan, I have been somewhat preoccupied lately and completely overlooked this matter. It is indeed my oversight. I should arrange to visit your mother. Or perhaps, once everything is settled, bring her here to enjoy a more prosperous life. The cultivation here would greatly benefit you both. Qian Yunxiao's admission of neglect brought joy to Shui Yuan. Such a magnanimous man was a rare find. She resolved to emulate his generosity. Shui Yuan hurriedly replied, It's nothing. Just a trivial matter. We can go anytime. However, Qian Yunxiao waved his hand, saying, Let's set off 3 days from now. In the meantime, you can discuss this with A Yin and the others, and also bring back some local specialties for your mother-in-law and your relatives in the Heavendo Imperial City. It wouldn't do to return empty-handed. Shui Yuan wholeheartedly agreed with Qian Yunxiao's arrangement and proceeded to prepare for the purchase of supplies according to his plan. Qian Yunxiao himself needed to explain things to A Yin. A Yin was very supportive of this idea and proactively said, Sister Yuan has been with you for so long. She should indeed return home for a visit. You can stay there a few extra days. Qian Yunxiao simply smiled, feeling grateful for his harmonious family. Once he had dealt with matters here, Qian Yunxiao planned to inform Douluo. Upon arriving at the Ice and Fire Yin Yang Ai, he saw Du Yin still nursing Douluo. The overwhelming display of maternal love left him momentarily speechless. Ah, Lord Master, when did you arrive? Du Yin only noticed Qian Yunxiao's presence after she had finally lulled Douluo into sleep. Embarrassed and flustered, she turned her back to him. Qian Yunxiao, being an honest man, replied truthfully about 5 minutes ago. This response sent Du Yan's mind spinning. However, recalling her previous accidental intrusion into Qian Yunxiao's private affairs, she considered that perhaps they were even now. Yet, the memory of A Yin's blissful expression that day lingered in her mind. Did such a feeling of euphoria truly exist? Why had she never experienced it? Lord Master, is there something you need? The two families residing in the Ice and Fire Yin Yang, I typically engaged in conversation with Qian Yunxiao's few intimate acquaintances, and his visits were quite rare. Today was indeed an unusual occurrence. Qian Yunxiao explained, I came to see Douluo. Is he not home? Du Yin shook her head, saying, My father-in-law went out to search for a medicinal herb for my husband's recovery. He is not at home. With Douluo absent, Qian Yunxiao saw no reason to linger. As he prepared to leave, he felt a surge of compassion for Du Yin, who was caring for her daughter. Is your husband still confined to bed? This question brought a sorrowful look to Du Yan's face, and she nodded in affirmation. How she wished for a love like that of Qian Yunxiao and A Yin, filled with affection and sweetness. Yet, alas, fate had not favored her. Observing her sadness, Qian Yunxiao gently patted Du Yan's shoulder, assuring her, everything will get better. It was a pity that Deguxin would likely remain bedridden for life, a cruel fate. However, this realization only deepened the tragedy of their situation. After just a few years of marriage, Du Yin felt as if she were already in mourning. She replied softly. Qian Yunxiao took Douluo from her arms, and as he gazed at the little girl, his smile radiated warmth. Du Yin mistakenly thought Qian Yunxiao had a fondness for children, unaware that he was actually wishing for Douluo to grow up swiftly and blossom into a young lady. After spending a couple of hours in the company of the lonely mother and daughter, Qian Yunxiao returned home. He still needed to pay a visit to the Ice Emperor and Snow Emperor, who were inseparable within the Ice and Fire Yin Yang Ai. Ice Emperor, let's go out together in a couple of days, he proposed. He had not spent quality time with the Ice Emperor for several months and intended to strengthen their bond during this visit to Tianshui City, ensuring the Ice Emperor's life did not become too comfortable. I have no time. The Ice Emperor was currently preoccupied with the Snow Emperor, treating her as his spouse. Qian Yunxiao? She had long since forgotten him. Faced with the Ice Emperor's resistance, Qian Yunxiao scoffed, deepening his tone. Are you sure? Do you understand the consequences of your actions? This little scorpion, when left unchecked for days, would wreak havoc. Even a master would not be recognized. The Ice Emperor suddenly became more aware, realizing that her fate was still in Qian Yunxiao's grasp. If she rebelled, he could easily deal with her. Little Ice, you should go with him, the Snow Emperor chimed in, having grown weary of the Ice Emperor's incessant demands. However, having consumed the Dragon King's divine bone gifted by the Ice Emperor, she felt indebted to him. Thus, she had no choice but to endure. Now that Qian Yunxiao intended to take the Ice Emperor away, the Snow Emperor heartily approved. Finally, she would have a few months of peace. With the Snow Emperor's support, The Ice Emperor had no choice but to obediently emerge from the ice spring and accompany Qian Yunxiao. Shui Yulan had also nearly finished her preparations. This journey to Tian Shui City would consist of just 4 individuals: himself, Shui Yulan, and her son Qian Huang, along with a little girl named Xiao Wu. Yes, Xiao Wu insisted on accompanying Qian Yunxiao to Tian Shui City, eager to experience the world alongside her father. Since she was just a small child, Qian Yunxiao readily agreed. Xiao Wu's mother, Qing Wu, did not join them, as she needed to care for a pair of twins at home. If Qing Wu came, Qian Yunxiao's daughters, Jiao Jiao and Mei Mei, would also need to accompany them, which would be quite troublesome. Therefore, it sufficed for Qian Yunxiao to take the now-grown Xiao Wu with him. After bidding farewell to his 2 intimate acquaintances left at home, Qian Yunxiao set forth on the road to Tian Shui City. Xiao Wu naturally clung to Qian Yunxiao's head, her legs tightly wrapped around his neck. "Why are you holding on so tightly, little girl? Are you afraid of falling?" Qian Yunxiao found this amusing yet exasperating. Xiao Wu, however, twisted his ears with both hands, responding with a haughty hum. Chapter 68. A nervous welcome from the mother-in-law along the way. Qian Yunxiao's family of 4 laughed and chatted, while the Ice Emperor trudged along, frowning deeply. As she bore Qian Yunxiao's weight, she cursed him inwardly, deeming him a scoundrel. Why did this burden fall solely upon her when other spirit beasts could do the work? No one enjoys being roused from a beautiful dream, and the Ice Emperor was no exception, especially since this dream had been in her mind for countless years. Just as it was finally coming true, Qian Yunxiao had interrupted it. If her mood could have been any worse, that would have been a wonder. Upon returning to the familiar Tian Shui City, the scene of his first encounter with A Yin was still vividly etched in Qian Yunxiao's memory. However, this was not the time for nostalgia, as there were important matters to attend to. At the entrance of Tianshui Academy, Shui Mingzhu, the mother-in-law of Qian Yunxiao, had been waiting for quite some time. Although she was already aware that her daughter and son-in-law were returning and had mentally prepared herself, the moment she laid eyes on Qian Yunxiao, her heart quivered, and her pupils dilated, recalling the scene in her office where Qian Yunxiao had torn apart her flesh, forcing her to submit beneath her desk. Some experiences are indelibly etched in one's memory, unforgettable for a lifetime. Noticing her daughter Shui Yulan's gaze shifting towards her, Shui Mingzhu quickly concealed her strange emotions, burying them deep within her heart, fearful of being detected by her daughter. "Mother, I'm back." Upon seeing the familiar figure, a smile blossomed on Shui Yulan's face as she greeted her, cradling her child Qian Wuwang. "Greetings, mother-in-law," Qian Yunxiao chimed in, smiling as he surveyed Shui Mingzhu from head to toe while carrying the little one on his neck. "Having traveled such a distance, you must be exhausted. Please come inside," Shui Mingzhu urged, though inexplicably, the usually composed woman felt a wave of panic wash over her, her expression betraying a hint of anxiety as she responded in haste. Realizing her mother's unusual demeanor, Shui Yulan's eyes flickered with suspicion and confusion. "Wu Huang, greet your grandmother." Shui Yulan directed her attention to her precious son, smiling as she encouraged him. "Grandma," the little one mumbled, his words unclear yet earnest. "Such a good child," Shui Mingzhu replied with a gentle nod, her face lighting up with affection as she gazed upon the porcelain-like figure of her grandchild. However, beneath her satisfaction lay an almost imperceptible bitterness. "Am I truly Wu Huang's grandmother?" "Xiao Wu, you should also call her grandma," Qian Yunxiao urged, bringing the little girl closer to Shui Mingzhu. "This is?" Shui Mingzhu's demeanor shifted dramatically upon seeing the young girl, as if she had realized something significant. "This is my goddaughter, Xiao Wu," Qian Yunxiao explained candidly. "Goddaughter?" Shui Mingzhu's brow furrowed at this revelation, her instincts signaling that something was amiss. A woman's intuition is often alarmingly accurate, particularly for a formidable woman like Shui Mingzhu. "Hello, Grandma." Noticing the intense gaze directed at her, Xiao Wu promptly greeted with confidence. "Hello, little girl," Shui Mingzhu acknowledged with a nod, and, after a brief exchange, she guided the family into the academy. As for the Ice Emperor, he had long found a corner to sulk in, simultaneously berating Qian Yunxiao for pulling him from his haven of comfort, unaware that in the future, Qian Yunxiao would claim that softness for himself, compelling him to kneel by the window, pleading for gentleness towards the Snow Emperor, who appeared to be in great distress. "Mom, a gift from Yunxiao, which will aid you in enhancing your strength," and striving to become a soul Douluo soon, Shui Yulan said as she walked alongside Shui Mingzhu, retrieving several thousand-year-old ice ginsengs and pieces of ancient cold marrow from her storage soul guide, offering them to her mother. These items were trifles acquired by Qian Yunxiao through the ice and snow emperors before their arrival in Tianshui City. While these items might hold little value for the ice and snow emperors, they were treasures of immense worth for ice attribute soul masters, akin to soul bones. Feeling the tremendous energy contained within the ancient ice ginseng and marrow, Shui Mingzhu was certain that absorption would elevate her soul power, bringing her closer to the coveted rank of soul Douluo. Her eyes brightened at the thought, and without hesitation, she accepted a piece, exclaiming, "Yunxiao has been thoughtful." Shui Mingzhu had endured humiliation in pursuit of a higher realm. Thus, when an opportunity to ascend presented itself without cost, she could not let it slip away. Swallowing hard, Shui Mingzhu's gaze towards Qian Yunxiao was now filled with gratitude as she said, "Thank you, Yunxiao." In response to her gratitude, Qian Yunxiao felt that verbal thanks were indeed quite nice. As one topic concluded, another arose. Shui Yulan, still harboring some doubts, voiced her confusion. "By the way, mother, have you been feeling unwell lately? Why does it seem like your complexion isn't quite right?" Upon hearing this, Shui Mingzhu's heart raced as she understood the reason behind her pallor. How could it be otherwise? It stemmed from Qian Yunxiao's previous actions. Naturally, she could not divulge such truths. After a moment's contemplation, she concocted a suitable response, forcing a subtle smile and saying, "You may not be aware, but your sister, Lan Yu, is about to give birth." "Yeah? About to give birth?" Surprise washed over Shui Yulan's face, clearly unprepared for this news. Nodding affirmatively, Shui Mingzhu continued, "It should be within the next couple of days. This is her first child, and perhaps my worry has contributed to my less than stellar complexion." Shui Yulan's expression shifted to one of displeasure, tinged with reproach towards her mother as she replied, "Mom, why didn't you tell me about this sooner? I haven't prepared any gifts, and as one of her few relatives, I must be there for her during this time." In response, Shui Mingzhu found herself at a loss for words, caught between her frustrations with Qian Yunxiao and the need to divert attention from her own issues. Chapter 69. Shui Mingzhu wears black stockings. Just as Shui Mingzhu was uncertain how to respond, Qian Yunxiao intervened, offering a crucial lifeline. "Yulan, let us not hold this against our mother. I believe she has her reasons, and besides, Huang is still young and needs your care. Perhaps that's why she didn't inform you, wanting you to spend quality time with Huang." The words of Qian Yunxiao indeed hold some truth. After the initially bewildered Shui Mingzhu regained her composure, she nodded repeatedly in agreement with her son-in-law, stating, "Indeed, Wu Huang is still young. You must devote more energy, thought, and time to care for him. As for Lan Yu, you need not worry. I am here for her. Not telling you is for your own good. Would I harm you? Naturally, I would not." Once Shui Mingzhu spoke these words, Shui Yulan felt it unnecessary to say more. It was indeed a valid point. She now had her own family and must prioritize her little household. The close cooperation between Qian Yunxiao and Shui Mingzhu alleviated much of Shui Yulan's doubts and confusion. With a hint of embarrassment on her face, she turned her gaze towards Qian Yunxiao and said, "Mom, I'll go check on Lan Yu. Yunxiao, could you please take care of our mother for a moment?" Qian Yunxiao nodded in response and picked up the little dancing girl hanging around his neck, saying, "No problem. Leave it to me. You take Xiao Wu and Wu Huang with you." He felt that having Xiao Wu, the little light bulb, stay here would be a hindrance. "I understand," Shui Yulan replied without objection, taking Xiao Wu into her arms. Holding one little one in each hand, she prepared to leave to see her cousin. "Daddy, I want to go with you." Xiao Wu struggled in Shui Yulan's embrace, pouting and gazing longingly at Qian Yunxiao, clearly unwilling to part from him. Unfortunately, Shui Yulan, adhering to Qian Yunxiao's words, firmly took her away despite Xiao Wu's protests. "Xiao Wu, your mother entrusted you to me, so you must behave. There are many children at the academy. You will enjoy playing with them." As they departed, it was evident that Qian Yunxiao had entrusted the care of the child to Shui Yulan, not himself, for she was far more reliable than he. With her daughter and the little Wu Huang gone, only Shui Mingzhu and Qian Yunxiao remained in the vicinity. For some reason, Shui Mingzhu felt a chill run down her spine, and her body shuddered involuntarily. Despite her fear, she harbored a flicker of anticipation for what might transpire next. Qian Yunxiao, however, broke the silence first, saying, "Dear mother-in-law, there's an old saying that goes, is it not a joy to have friends come from afar? Since they have all left, why don't you show me around Tianshui Academy?" Upon hearing this, Shui Mingzhu's face twitched uncontrollably, thinking Qian Yunxiao truly had no shame. After all, how many times had he visited Tianshui Academy? He was already quite familiar with the place. Did he truly need her to guide him? Moreover, was he genuinely interested in a tour? Shui Mingzhu could hardly bear to expose his intentions. "All right, I will show you around." Gritting her teeth and feeling somewhat irked, Shui Mingzhu found it hard to refuse, as she had indeed received favors from Qian Yunxiao, making it quite reasonable to accommodate this modest request. As one of the 5 major elemental academies of the Tiando Empire, Tianshui Academy exclusively admitted female students, so the campus was filled solely with women, students and teachers alike. It was summer now, a season synonymous with shorts and skirts, hence the sight of countless fair legs was prevalent. Shui Mingzhu thought to herself, "This rascal only desires a legitimate reason to gaze at legs." And indeed, Qian Yunxiao seemed quite captivated by the view. "Can't you control your eyes? Are you not afraid that Lan Lan will catch you staring?" Noticing his wandering gaze, Shui Mingzhu felt inexplicably displeased and snapped at him. All right, I want to look around. I'll only gaze upon you, dear mother-in-law," he replied with a subtle smile, his eyes scrutinizing Shui Mingzhu's graceful figure. Upon hearing this, Shui Mingzhu's cheeks flushed. Like a bashful girl, she glanced around to ensure no other students or teachers overheard before letting out a sigh of relief. Her tone now carried a noticeable edge of anger, and she turned her head away, retorting, "You're incorrigible. Good people seldom live long. Calamities endure through a millennium. May I inquire, dear mother-in-law, do you consider me a good person or a bad one?" Qian Yunxiao cheekily responded. Before long, their tour of Tianshui Academy came to an end. Taking a deep breath, Shui Mingzhu felt fortunate that nothing untoward had occurred during their outing. "Your Highness, have we finished our tour? Would you like me to escort you back to your hotel?" she tentatively asked. In response, Qian Yunxiao paused, adopting a serious demeanor as he replied, "Hotel? I've grown weary of it." Without A Yin, the Ice Crystal Palace held no allure for him. What? This unexpected reply caught Shui Mingzhu off guard, and she instinctively questioned him, perplexed. "Dear mother-in-law, isn't there a room in Udine's office? Staying at a hotel is such a waste of money. Shouldn't we practice frugality? Instead, why not let Lan Lan and me stay there? What do you think?" Shui Mingzhu struggled to muster a smile. Her teeth clenched as she exclaimed, "You must be joking. Your Highness, what is your status? Staying at a hotel doesn't cost much. The Spirit Hall is quite wealthy. It hardly lacks for funds. If you truly need assistance, I'm more than willing to help." It was a jest. The thought of Qian Yunxiao staying there at night left her restless. Shui Mingzhu vividly remembered the events that transpired in the office, sometimes even dreaming of them at night. Since that day, she had refrained from wearing white stockings, opting instead for black ones, fearing she might attract the attention of that rascal Qian Yunxiao. Unfortunately, Shui Mingzhu was unaware that this very choice played right into his hands. Little did she expect that Qian Yunxiao would take this opportunity to tease her. Truly, it echoed the saying, "A tree without bark will undoubtedly die. A person without shame is invincible." Chapter 70. Breakfast and soy milk. Fortunately, Qian Yunxiao ultimately did not stay in the dean's office, much to Shui Mingzhu's relief. Indeed, her suspicions were confirmed. Wearing black stockings did not ignite Qian Yunxiao's beastly instincts. Henceforth, she resolved to wear them every day. The azure sky stretched endlessly, devoid of clouds, and as time passed, it gradually dimmed. The moon hung high, adorned with twinkling stars, creating a breathtaking scene. Qian Yunxiao perched atop the Ice Crystal Palace, gazing down at the entire Tianshui city and the vast, ink-black continent. With a raised brow and a focused gaze, he seemed to sense something and, standing before the large floor-to-ceiling window, abruptly vanished in an instant. In the next moment, a figure brushed past him, failing to catch Qian Yunxiao and instead crashing directly into the large floor-to-ceiling window. "What are you trying to do?" Qian Yunxiao inquired with a mocking smile, pinning the would-be assailant firmly against the expansive glass. "What can I do? It hurts." "I was wrong. Let me go," came the unmistakable voice of Shui Yulan. her expression one of grievance and displeasure, leaving her little desire to appreciate the beautiful scenery. She pleaded repeatedly, desperately hoping Qian Yunxiao would release her. Standing before the towering window, an inexplicable sense of foreboding washed over her, a feeling so intense it surged to the top of her mind. Was it due to her fear of heights? After all, they were more than 60 meters above ground, which seemed quite reasonable. Yet, Shui Yulan understood that this ominous premonition was not merely a product of her acrophobia. Is this how you speak to me now? Your courage has certainly grown, Qian Yunxiao retorted, his satisfaction with Shui Yulan's apologetic tone evident, even though he found her manner of apology unsatisfactory. My lord, I was wrong, Shui Yulan, who was more responsive to gentleness than harshness, immediately adopted a pitiful tone to apologize once more. Too late. You shall be punished. The following morning, as dawn broke, Qian Yunxiao abruptly awoke, suddenly concerned. Where are my children? Where are Qian Wuhuang and Xiao Wu? Shui Yulan had returned alone the previous night, and they had played all evening. Now, the children had yet to return. Where are Wuhuang and Xiao Wu? He tentatively asked. They are with Mom, came the groggy reply from Shui Yulan, who nearly jolted awake upon hearing his familiar voice. The memories of the previous night lingered vividly in her mind, akin to a nightmare. After finishing her response, she tightly wrapped herself in the blanket and returned to slumber, seeking to recuperate. I shall check on the children, Qian Yunxiao decided, now wide awake and unable to return to sleep. Better to see how his two lively treasures had fared the previous night. At the Tianshui Academy, in the office courtyard, Shui Mingzhu, her black stockings evident, sat comfortably in a fur chair, thoroughly engrossed in play with the two children. Good morning, mother-in-law, Qian Yunxiao announced, entering uninvited, carrying some breakfast in hand. What brings you here? Shui Mingzhu stammered, momentarily taken aback. The simplicity of his greeting sent a shiver down her spine. She could not fathom why she felt an inexplicable fear upon encountering him. However, emboldened by her black stockings, she adopted a composed and aloof demeanor, staring intently at Qian Yunxiao. Upon noticing her long, slender legs adorned in black, Qian Yunxiao momentarily paused, yet he quickly averted his gaze. Indeed, it was just a fleeting glance. Ahem. Shui Mingzhu, noticing his unwavering gaze focused on her legs, felt her cheeks flush and promptly coughed to remind him to be mindful of the situation. Isn't he supposed to prefer white? Why is he staring at me in black? She pondered, perplexed. Dad, did you come bring me breakfast? Xiao Wu, spotting the soy milk and fried dough sticks in Qian Yunxiao's hands, eagerly scrambled out of Shui Mingzhu's embrace and hurried to him. Indeed, I came specifically to deliver breakfast to you. Are you hungry? Xiao Wu, he replied, stooping to place a warm, carrot-filled bun in her hands. Starving, she exclaimed as she accepted the bun, nodding vigorously. Before Qian Yunxiao could utter another word, Xiao Wu's voice chimed again. Dad, has Mama Lanlan eaten breakfast? She has. Rest assured, our little Wu is truly considerate, he reassured her, thinking back to how Shui Yulan had already eaten well the night before. Mother-in-law, would you like some? Qian Yunxiao respectfully offered, casting a glance at Shui Mingzhu's alluring legs, which were indeed captivating. No, thank you, she replied, her expression stoic. Suddenly recalling something, Shui Mingzhu remarked. By the way, Qian Yunxiao, let me tell you something. In a couple of days, Lanlan's cousin, is going to give birth, and Lanlan will be by her side, so she might not have time to accompany you. Upon hearing this, Qian Yunxiao was taken aback. So soon? Since I have no pressing matters, I might as well accompany Lanlan. After all, she is my cousin by relation as well. You? I think not, Shui Mingzhu replied, a subtle smirk appearing on her lips, her expression laden with disdain. This woman needed to be put in her place. As the second prince of the Wuhuan Palace, it was the first time Qian Yunxiao had encountered such contempt from a woman, and he inwardly resolved to assert himself. With narrowed eyes, he discreetly used a secret sound transmission technique to communicate with Shui Mingzhu. Your stockings appear to be of excellent quality. What are you trying to do? Shui Mingzhu was suddenly unsettled upon receiving his transmission. Did she have been too audacious? Would you like me to assist you in examining the quality of those stockings? Qian Yunxiao inquired with a grin. His words evoked memories in Shui Mingzhu, causing her to swallow hard, a visible look of alarm creeping onto her face. What to do? How to respond? Should she simply continue to enjoy her breakfast of soy milk? Chapter 71. Shui Yolan's cousin Xiao Wu was indeed present. But what could a mere child comprehend? Nothing at all. Why should she concern herself with this? Just as Shui Mingzhu was on the brink of panic, Qian Yunxiao stepped forward. At that pivotal moment, the office door suddenly knocked, followed by a familiar voice calling out, "Mom, are you in there?" That simple phrase rejuvenated Shui Mingzhu, and she quickly responded, fearing that if she delayed, her precious daughter would soon arrive. Yes. Without hesitation, she rushed to open the door, bringing her saving grace, Shui Yulan, inside. What a pity. Upon hearing these words, Qian Yunxiao sighed, simultaneously conveying his disappointment to Shui Mingzhu through a mental transmission. Henceforth, the black silk would no longer be worn. With his brows tightly knitted, the feeling of having narrowly escaped death was truly indescribable. At this moment, Shui Mingzhu held only one thought in her heart. Limping and supported by Shui Mingzhu, Shui Yulan laboriously stepped into the office courtyard. Witnessing this scene, Xiao Wu's face revealed a look of concern, and she could not help but inquire, "Mother, are you injured?" Upon hearing this, Shui Yulan recalled the tumultuous events of the previous night and offered an awkward smile, finding an excuse to say, "I accidentally twisted my foot when I went out today. It's nothing serious, don't worry, Xiao Wu." Receiving this response, Xiao Wu nodded thoughtfully. Being still young and innocent, she did not ponder further, merely continuing to munch on the carrot-filled buns in her hands. Shui Yolan's gaze towards Qian Yunxiao was filled with resentment. "Why am I injured? You should ask your father about that." Under Shui Yolan's glare, Qian Yunxiao, with pursed lips, awkwardly turned his head away. To be frank, he had been careless last night, exerting too much force. Would a sole king-level expert truly sustain such an injury? Such a flimsy excuse might deceive a child, but not an adult. Shui Mingzhu, however, maintained her silence, adopting an expression of ignorance. Yet, she was well aware of the events leading up to this moment, and chose to remain silent, thinking to herself that Qian Yunxiao was indeed a beast of passion. The reason for Shui Mingzhu's silence was simple. She did not wish to mislead her child or put her daughter in a difficult position. Suddenly, a knock on the door echoed once again, followed by a melodious and crisp voice, "Director, it's me, Shui Xiener." Upon hearing this familiar name and voice, Shui Mingzhu, seated upright in her chair, adjusted her appearance and responded, "Come in." The sound of the door creaking open reached everyone's ears, and the next moment, a woman clad in a form-fitting dress, her figure graceful and curvaceous, with exquisite features and delicate makeup, entered Qian Yunxiao's view. She appeared both pure and alluring. Shui Xiener, 21 years old, level 39 soul master, full of charm. Not as she seems. Upon quickly absorbing this information, Qian Yunxiao's eyes brightened with delight. A quasi 4-star? Previously, he had not failed to scour the Tianshui Academy, but most were merely 1 or 2 stars, and even among the 3-star individuals, there were only 5 or 6. It could truly be said to be quite rare. To his astonishment, apart from Shui Yulan, this small Tianshui Academy actually had another quasi 4-star. After a long search, he had found what he sought effortlessly. Qian Yunxiao could not help but think to himself, the grand family must not be delayed. For such a momentous matter, he was willing to lead the charge. Undeterred by the prospect of facing perilous challenges, he would gladly sacrifice himself. "Good morning, Director." "Good morning, Headmistress." Upon seeing Shui Mingzhu and Shui Yulan, Shui Xiener respectfully greeted them, for these two were her superiors. When she laid eyes on Qian Yunxiao, she was momentarily stunned. Having just been transferred from the Shui family to work at Tianshui Academy, she had yet to meet Qian Yunxiao and did not recognize him. For a moment, the timid and introverted Shui Xiener was at a loss for how to address him. "Xiener, this is the second prince of the Spear Hall." Noticing the situation, Shui Mingzhu hastily interjected, fearing that Shui Xiener might attract Qian Yunxiao's attention. After all, this rogue did not even regard her with respect. How could he possibly overlook a woman with only a distant blood relation to Shui Yulan? If she caught his eye, it would not bode well. The Spear Hall. Second prince? Upon hearing Qian Yunxiao's identity, Shui Xiener's eyes filled with astonishment and shock. Regaining her composure, she quickly spoke, "Xiener has met the second prince." "No harm done." Qian Yunxiao responded warmly, exhibiting none of the arrogance one might expect from the second prince of the Spear Hall. "Xiener, is there something you need?" In order to prevent Shui Xiener from falling into a quagmire, Shui Mingzhu promptly inquired about her purpose for visiting. hoping to expedite her departure from this tumultuous place. In response to Shui Mingzhu's inquiry, Shui Xian'er quickly replied, not daring to delay, Director, according to today's schedule, you need to visit the Shui family shortly. Shui Xian'er served as Shui Mingzhu's personal secretary, managing her daily affairs and itinerary. Upon hearing this, Shui Mingzhu nodded without hesitation and promptly replied, in that case, we should not delay. Let us depart at once. Shui Mingzhu had no desire to linger in this place. She did not wish to be consumed by Qian Yunxiao. After all, he was her daughter's man. After Shui Xian'er and Shui Mingzhu left, Qian Yunxiao turned to Shui Yulan and asked, what shall we do now? To this question, Shui Yulan candidly replied, come with me to see Yia. She should be giving birth in a couple of days. It is said that she might have twins, so I need to be by her side to take care of and accompany her. Twins? Upon hearing this term, Qian Yunxiao felt a sense of peculiarity. Why did it seem like twins were so easily encountered? He had a pair of twin daughters, and now there was another pair here. It was truly fascinating. All right, just let me know when the time comes. There's nothing pressing for me at the moment, so staying here for a couple of days is not an issue. Qian Yunxiao agreed to Shui Yulan's suggestion. Chapter 72. Blossoms from the Shui family? The next day, Shui Yulan brought her family of 4 to a quaint villa on the second floor of the faculty dormitory at Tianshui Academy. Observing this charming villa, Qian Yunxiao was quite taken by its uniqueness. Upon entering, he was greeted by the sight of a woman sitting in the courtyard, basking in the sun. Her skin was as white as snow, delicate and flawless, dressed in a blue palace-style long gown with half-up hair, appearing to be around 20 years old. Additionally, her blue knee-high stockings were quite eye-catching. Paired with her blue gown, they complemented her beauty perfectly. Shui Lanyu, understanding, loyal, and unyielding, fated to a tragic end. Business queen, possessing strong control. The 22nd beauty of Douluo after quickly absorbing this information. Qian Yunxiao could not help but exclaim in his heart, the Shui family truly lives up to its reputation as a family of remarkable women. Mothers, daughters, and sisters are all exquisite, with little disparity among them, resembling a realm of femininity. As the head of the Tianshui Academy, Shui Yulan could be described as an elegant woman, while the lady before her exuded a regal aura, reminiscent of queen. Her presence was naturally commanding, akin to that of Bibi Dong, the pope of the Wuhuan Temple, and Poseidon, the high priest of Sea God Island, though perhaps slightly less imposing. Yeah, how have you been feeling these past few days? Upon seeing a familiar face, Shui Yulan was reminded of the close bond shared by the two sisters in their youth, and she approached Shui Lanyu with genuine concern. I feel quite well. The physician invited by the clan elder mentioned that it is highly likely to be twins. If the timing is accurate, the children will probably be born the day after tomorrow, replied Shui Lanyu with a smile, having already moved past her earlier sorrow. Her husband had been killed by a soul beast. After speaking, her gaze shifted to Qian Yunxiao, who stood behind Shui Yulan. At that moment, Shui Lanyu's beautiful eyes momentarily glazed over, lost in thought. Noticing her sister's interest in Qian Yunxiao, Shui Yulan introduced him. This is my husband, Qian Yunxiao. A title Douluo. She refrained from mentioning his status as the second prince of the Wuhuan Temple, as he preferred not to be introduced that way. Shui Lanyu respectfully acknowledged Qian Yunxiao, saying, it is an honor to meet you, Your Highness. As she spoke, she attempted to rise from her seat, her large belly evident, to show her utmost respect and reverence for him. Seeing this, Qian Yunxiao quickly reached out to gently dissuade her, saying, Madam, please do not exert yourself. There is no need for such formalities, especially in your condition. Observing the scene, Shui Yulan hurried to assist her sister, insisting that she sit down to avoid any risk to her pregnancy. We are family. There is no need for such formalities. You must prioritize your health and well-being. All these customs and rituals can be set aside. Qian Yunxiao nodded slightly in agreement, affirming, indeed, your health is of utmost importance. Witnessing the strong bond between the two sisters, Qian Yunxiao couldn't help but think that if he were to foster an even deeper connection between them, Shui Yulan would likely not object. I have long heard of your highness's esteemed reputation as a title Douluo, and it is truly a privilege to meet you today. I have admired you for quite some time. This encounter feels like a blessing, Shui Lanyu complimented, her words flowing effortlessly and hitting the mark with grace. Qian Yunxiao couldn't help but reflect on Shui Lanyu's impressive eloquence. She was likely the most emotionally intelligent member of the Shui family. In response to her praise, Qian Yunxiao humbly replied, "Thank you for your kind words. I have also heard of Miss Lan Yu's remarkable talents." "Oh, is that so?" Shui Lan Yu's eyebrows arched in intrigue. "May I ask, what is your impression of me, Your Highness?" Contemplating her attributes and the evaluation Shui Yulan had provided prior to their arrival, Qian Yunxiao carefully formulated his response. "I have heard that you are a business prodigy, and it is your efforts that have led the Shui family to prosper." "Your Highness is too kind," Shui Lan Yu replied, maintaining her composure, though her heart felt a pang of loneliness that few could comprehend. At that moment, her gaze shifted to Xiao Wu and Qian Wu Huang, and upon seeing the two children, a flicker of astonishment crossed her features. Lian, what is the situation here? Are these two children yours? How have they grown so much? Did you and His Highness get together only 2 years ago? Surely before that." Before Shui Lan Yu could finish, Shui Yulan leaned in to softly explain. After a moment, Shui Lan Yu's cheeks flushed. Unable to contain herself, she murmured a few words that even the title Douluo Qian Yunxiao caught wind of. Shui Lan Yu, blushing, hesitantly asked, "3? Can he handle that?" Shui Yulan replied with a hint of exasperation. "He cannot." Those 3 words left Shui Lan Yu with a less than favorable impression of Qian Yunxiao. How could he manage 3 women and still seek more? What a rogue. However, Shui Yulan's next statement left Shui Lan Yu utterly stunned. "He certainly cannot handle it. Last night nearly took my life, and I am still sore today, struggling to walk." Upon hearing this, Shui Lan Yu gasped, her eyes widening in disbelief. Meanwhile, Qian Yunxiao chuckled inwardly, thinking, 3? That is merely my starting point. "Hello, Auntie," Xiao Wu greeted politely, having learned that the woman before her was her mother's cousin. Beside her, Qian Wu Huang, cradled in Qian Yunxiao's arms, mimicked her, saying, "Hello, Annie." "Auntie, just like my mom, are you also having twins?" The little girl's innocent inquiry sparked curiosity. Twins? Is Qian Yunxiao truly that formidable? 3 women. 1 child named A Yin, and now another with twins? Does he not have 5 descendants? Shui Lan Yu mused, feeling somewhat daunted. After all, the current leader of the Housework sect, Tang Zhen, had only 4 descendants. Regaining her composure, Shui Lan Yu addressed Xiao Wu. "Yes, just like your mother. They will be twins." "Wow, Annie's amazing," Xiao Wu exclaimed without hesitation, eager to impress her adoptive father, Qian Yunxiao, believing that doing so would help her future aspirations. With this response, Shui Lan Yu's eyes brightened, a sudden inspiration striking her. "Little girl, would you like to have 2 more siblings?" Her words left not only Xiao Wu perplexed, but also Qian Yunxiao and Shui Yulan bewildered by the unexpected proposition. Caught off guard, Shui Yulan thought, "I considered you a dear sister, yet you genuinely wish to become one? While it is not entirely out of the question, this is all rather sudden." Sensing the shift in atmosphere, Shui Lan Yu quickly clarified, "The father of my 2 children passed away before they were born. I hope they can experience the love of a complete family, with both a father and mother and the care of siblings. That is why I asked. Please do not be alarmed." With that, Shui Lan Yu's gaze returned to Qian Yunxiao. After all, the choices at hand rested solely upon Qian Yunxiao, and inquiring about Xiao Wu was, in essence, an inquiry directed at him. Despite her tender years, Xiao Wu grasped the underlying significance. The woman before them sought to acknowledge her 2 children, wishing to recognize Qian Yunxiao as their adoptive father. Without much contemplation, Xiao Wu's heart arrived at a resolute answer, a firm refusal. Her father, Qian Yunxiao, could only be her adoptive father, and hers alone. However, she was acutely aware of her lack of authority in this matter, and thus remained silent, silently praying that Qian Yunxiao would reject Shui Lan Yu's request regarding her children. At this moment, Shui Yulan, having regained her composure, discreetly communicated with Qian Yunxiao, saying, "Master, might you grant me a favor?" Familiar with Shui Yulan's intentions, Qian Yunxiao feigned ignorance and played along, asking, "What do you wish to do?" Shui Yulan boldly divulged her request. "Master, would you consider acquiescing to Lan Yu's plea?" Qian Yunxiao was tempted to demand a rationale, but ultimately refrained, responding with concern, "Certainly, but let us first ensure the children are born." Given the nature of his relationship with Shui Yulan, it was evident that Qian Yunxiao could not refuse. If Shui Yulan was untroubled by the prospect, he would be even less inclined to object to the addition of 2 new family members. This development was, in fact, favorable for Qian Yunxiao. Thus, without delving into Shui Yulan's motives, he readily acquiesced, undoubtedly moving Shui Yulan deeply. Observing this exchange, Shui Mingzhu sighed inwardly. She had intended to prevent certain events from unfolding, yet she never expected to be powerless against them. With Shui Yulan voicing her request so directly, it was too late for Shui Mingzhu to intervene. Nevertheless, though Lan Yue was not her biological child, she felt a profound kinship. The child had already endured enough misfortune, and she decided against obstructing her path. Ultimately, Shui Mingzhu came to a realization. Qian Yunxiao was not the steadfastly loyal man she had once believed him to be, yet he was undeniably kind to his kin. It was due to Qian Yunxiao that Shui Mingzhu reached the Soul Douluo realm, with the potential to ascend to the level of title Douluo in the future. Allowing the already born Shui Lan Yue to interact with Qian Yunxiao could prove beneficial. Besides, her daughter appeared to be quite indifferent to the situation. "Thank you, Your Excellency," Qian Yunxiao readily agreed, which, although slightly irked Xiao Wu, genuinely delighted Shui Lan Yue. Her two children would not only have a dependable figure, but also a nurturing environment for healthy growth. Without a doubt, they would flourish into remarkable individuals. Following this interaction, Qian Yunxiao took the initiative to make arrangements, stating, "Very well, let us not disturb Lan Yue's rest any further. These next few days are crucial. We must allow her to prepare properly." With Qian Yunxiao present, there was no doubt that Shui Lan Yue would give birth to her children without issue. However, it was important to maintain appearances. Continuing to linger with the woman served little purpose. Qian Yunxiao's reasoning was indeed sound. Xiao Wu and Qian Huang were ushered out by Qian Yunxiao, while Shui Mingzhu opted to leave, allowing Shui Yulan to remain by Shui Lan Yue's side. Truth be told, Qian Yunxiao found himself grappling with a rather audacious thought. Might Shui Lan Yue's twins be two daughters? And could these daughters possibly be Shui Bing'er and Shui Yue, the two sisters? Frankly, Qian Yunxiao felt he was losing his mind. While Shui Bing'er and Shui Yue were indeed sisters, they did not share the same mother. Such musings were mere flights of fancy for Qian Yunxiao, who did not dwell on them. He noticed Xiao Wu's expression of displeasure and recognized that this possessive little girl was feeling jealous at the prospect of gaining two more adoptive siblings. He scooped Xiao Wu into his arms, soothing her with gentle words, "Little bunny, do not be upset. Your father loves you most dearly." Indeed, how could one resist the charm of such an adorable bunny? After much effort, Qian Yunxiao succeeded in comforting the little one, whose vulnerability stemmed from her connection to Qingwu. With a simple rearrangement of her hair, any lingering jealousy on Xiao Wu's part dissipated. Elated, she pecked Qian Yunxiao on the cheek before following his suggestion to play with her younger brother, Qian Wu Huang, and the other children from Tianshui Academy's kindergarten class. On this day, Qian Yunxiao felt a tinge of discomfort. Why? Because Shui Yulan had not returned. After years apart, the sisters had a wealth of intimate conversations to catch up on, and Shui Yulan, wishing to rest, chose to remain away from home. Both Xiao Wu and Qian Yunxiao, being diligent and obedient, retired early for the night. However, sleep eluded Qian Yunxiao, prompting him to rise and head to Shui Mingzhu's quarters. He intended to engage in a heartfelt conversation with her that evening. Upon returning to Tianshui City, Qian Yunxiao discovered that Shui Mingzhu had not slept soundly either. A sudden knock at her door set her on edge, making her feel both vigilant and anxious. Chapter 74. The rice bowl is truly delicious. Is there a second serving? The moment the door swung open, an overwhelming wave of blue-silver grass met Shui Mingzhu, leaving her to wonder if she were dreaming. By the time she regained her senses, she found herself ensnared, unable to escape. As a title Douluo, Qian Yunxiao's intentions were beyond her ability to evade. "What are you doing?" Shui Mingzhu felt a surge of panic, sensing that she was trapped in an unavoidable predicament. In truth, she had long been prepared for such a scenario. After years of widowhood, how could one maintain complete emotional detachment, especially when faced with Qian Yunxiao's provocations? Remaining aloof became an insurmountable challenge. "I have matters to discuss with you." Qian Yunxiao paid little heed to her trepidation. After granting Shui Mingzhu ample time to prepare, he discerned that she showed no signs of dissent, prompting him to press forward. He had been contemplating a certain enticing opportunity for quite some time and was determined not to let it slip away. As Qian Yunxiao had suspected, Shui Mingzhu, the once resolute widow, found it increasingly difficult to withstand the subtle allure of Qian Yunxiao's advances. Her resistance felt painfully self-deceptive. The following day, at noon, Shui Xian'er's voice rang out from outside the door, knocking repeatedly and calling out several times, yet receiving no response. Growing anxious, she wondered if something had happened to her director. It was well known that Shui Mingzhu had once been a person of promptness and decisiveness, instilling in her a disciplined routine rather than the other way around. Today marks the first time Shui Xian'er has encountered such a situation. This compelled her to speak again. Her brows furrowed. Dean? Dean? Are you inside? After a brief interval, she received no response. Sensing something amiss, just as she was about to force her way in, Shui Mingzhu's voice emerged, tinged with an unmistakable frailty. Xian'er, please come in. Pushing the door open, Shui Xian'er cautiously entered. Upon her initial glance at Shui Mingzhu, she noted the disarray of her hair, evidently just having been arranged. With due care, Shui Xian'er tentatively inquired, Dean, are you quite all right? Shui Mingzhu's appearance suggested that she had weathered a fierce battle. In response to the query, Shui Mingzhu shook her head, mustering a semblance of a normal smile as she replied, Do not worry, I am fine. I merely practiced a bit too vigorously yesterday, and having recently ascended to the rank of Soul Douluo, I am somewhat unaccustomed. I took the opportunity last night to consolidate my strength, and I was quite exhausted, hence my deep slumber. There is no cause for concern. Having received this assurance, Shui Xian'er refrained from further inquiries, reflecting on her dean's remarkable resilience. Just as she was about to report the day's itinerary, Shui Mingzhu interjected, stating, Xian'er, for the time being, let us set aside recent matters. I require some time to solidify my soul Douluo cultivation, and I must also attend to my niece's affairs for a few days. Therefore, I am entrusting all these responsibilities to you. I have faith in your capabilities. Shui Xian'er was taken aback by this revelation. Was she truly expected to manage the affairs of the Tian Shui Academy? Was that advisable? Furthermore, during her practice yesterday, she had inadvertently damaged the large bed in the guest room and would need to trouble Xian'er to procure a replacement, along with renovations for her bathroom. What? Shui Xian'er was bewildered. How could one's training cause such destruction? What sort of cultivation could necessitate bathroom renovations? What was her dean practicing? If given the chance, Shui Xian'er too wished to experience this so-called cultivation. With a hint of confusion, she nodded and responded, Understood, Dean. She chose not to press further, feeling an oddity in the air, and resolved to investigate the matter at a more opportune time. Very well, you may proceed, Shui Mingzhu said. Despite her outward confidence, she was in truth a paper tiger, her inner turmoil palpable. Once Shui Xian'er departed, Qian Yunxiao climbed through the window. You certainly spoke convincingly. I nearly believed you. Women are indeed born deceivers. Qian Yunxiao teased, inciting Shui Mingzhu's ire. How dare you say that? You are the real scoundrel. She retorted, feeling quite wronged. Qian Yunxiao's tone suggested she was the instigator of wrongdoing, which was intolerable to Shui Mingzhu. All of this was due to Qian Yunxiao's antics. She had no part in it. Indeed, a non-stick pan. Just need to get involved, Qian Yunxiao quipped, opting to refrain from further commentary. Focus on stabilizing your realm. Refrain from following me to the ice-fire Yin Eye, and the resources I leave behind will suffice to elevate you to the rank of title Douluo. Last night, Qian Yunxiao had proposed that Shui Mingzhu accompany him to the ice-fire Yin Eye. However, she declined, leading to a confrontation. The prospect of enhanced cultivation speed at the ice-fire Yin Eye tempted Shui Mingzhu, yet considering her relationships with Shui Yulan and Qian Yunxiao, she ultimately refused. Qian Yunxiao respected her decision, leaving behind ample resources for her to ascend to title Douluo. Watching Qian Yunxiao depart, Shui Mingzhu's expression was notably complex. With a sigh, she pressed her fingers to her forehead, gently massaging away tension. Meanwhile, in Shui Lanyue's modest abode, the two former close friends had engaged in heartfelt conversation throughout the night, deepening their bond. Linking arms with Shui Yulan, Shui Lanyue nestled into her embrace and softly expressed, Lan, I truly appreciate your help. Without you, my future would have been quite bleak. Indeed, without Shui Yulan, Shui Lanyue would have been at a loss regarding the care of her two children. Now, with Shui Yulan offering to take the children under her wing, it was a relief for Shui Lanyue. Rest assured, we are family. Mutual assistance is only natural. Shui Yulan reassured her. Shui Lanyue nodded, vowing to remember this kindness and contemplating how to repay it in the future. 2 days later, Shui Lanyue successfully gave birth to twin daughters, identical in appearance. Their talents included initial talent appearance, the 8th beauty of Douluo continent, martial soul, Ice Phoenix, and initial talent appearance, the 17th beauty of Douluo continent, martial soul, dolphin. Chapter 75. Shui Binger and Shui Yuer have arrived. Upon witnessing their martial souls, Qian Yunxiao was utterly astonished. Could these truly be the two girls? Their martial souls appeared entirely identical. How peculiar! Despite being twins, how could their martial souls differ? Shui Binger and Shui Yuer's father was a man of little presence. Hence the children would not inherit his surname. Initially, Shui Lanyue suggested adopting Qian Yunxiao's surname, but he declined. However, he was tasked with naming the children, which he did fittingly, dubbing them Binger and Yuer. Shui Lanyue then requested Qian Yunxiao to accompany her to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School in Tiando City for business, while also hoping to visit the Ice Fire Yin Yang. It was essential for her to manage the nursing period for her children before entrusting them to her sister's care, allowing her to focus entirely on generating income. After some consideration, Qian Yunxiao decided to allow Shui Yulan to spend more time with her mother. Thus, he planned to take Shui Lanyue there first and quickly return for Shui Yulan. Shui Yulan agreed to this arrangement. The Ice Emperor raced forward with remarkable speed. Alongside the Ice Emperor, Shui Mingzhu's personal secretary, Shui Xianer, was also brought along by Qian Yunxiao, as it was evident that Shui Lanyue would struggle to care for 2 children alone. Having Shui Xianer, a capable woman, was the ideal solution. Both Shui Yulan and Shui Mingzhu accepted this plan. Once the arrangements were made, Qian Yunxiao approached the sunbathing Ice Emperor and stated, "We are heading to Tiando City now." The Ice Emperor opened her eyes, glanced at Qian Yunxiao, and replied, "Will I be returning?" She had already heard of Qian Yunxiao's intention to leave Shui Yulan and Xiao Wu here for a while. After several trips back and forth, the Ice Emperor was decidedly displeased. "You are my cherished treasure. Once you leave, you shall not return to the Tianshui city." Qian Yunxiao appeared remarkably magnanimous. To tame a pet, one must wield both the stick and the sweet dates. This notion was somewhat acceptable to the Ice Emperor. "Your Majesty, is this truly your sole beast mount of 100,000 years? How formidable!" Shui Lanyue had heard whispers of Qian Yunxiao's mount, and today she finally witnessed it firsthand, deepening her admiration for him. Qian Yunxiao had no intention of boasting before Shui Lanyue about the Ice Emperor being a sole beast of 300,000 years. After all, given Shui Lanyue's experience, 100,000-year soul beast was already the pinnacle. Saying more would be futile. While Qian Yunxiao remained indifferent, the Ice Emperor could not afford to be so. "Human woman, you know nothing. I shall soon become the ultimate soul beast king of 400,000 years. A mere 100,000-year soul beast is unworthy even to carry my shoes." This proclamation left both Shui Lanyue and Shui Xianer utterly stunned. They had never fathomed the existence of such an extraordinary soul beast. Was this mere bluster? Enough of this. Let us prepare to depart. At this moment, Qian Yunxiao spoke. Reluctantly, the Ice Emperor ceased her pretense and began to pull the carriage. She thought to herself, "I can adapt. I shall not lower myself to the level of Qian Yunxiao." Having followed him for so long, the Ice Emperor had long learned the wisdom of submission when necessary. Being obstinate would yield no favorable outcome. This insight was imparted to her by Shui Yulan, and both Qinggu and A Yin had also advised her on similar matters. Although the Ice Emperor did not grasp the full significance of this wisdom, she presumed it to be true. "Your Majesty, you are truly incredible. With a mere word, you have subdued this formidable soul beast." This revelation was too much for Shui Xianer to bear. Few women could withstand such a display. "I possess many remarkable qualities. When time permits, I shall allow you to experience them." In jest, Qian Yunxiao teased Shui Xianer. "Is that true, Your Majesty? I am ready at any moment." Shui Xianer responded eagerly, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Qian Yunxiao, maintaining a serious demeanor, assured her, "Of course, I shall seek you out when time allows." After their brief exchange, the reluctant Ice Emperor pulled the group of 5, 3 adults and 2 infants, toward the direction of the Heaven Do City. For our first meeting, allow me to present these gifts to you both. Along the way, Qian Yunxiao pondered for a moment and decided to set an example by gifting the two women some precious items. As he spoke, Qian Yunxiao retrieved the last of his millennium-grade snow lotus from his storage soul guide and offered it to Shui Langyue and Shui Xian'er. Feeling the energy contained within the gift, Shui Xian'er, who was just a step away from reaching the 4th-level Soul Master realm, widened her eyes in disbelief. Is this truly a greeting gift from you, Your Majesty? Knowing full well that this treasure would not only enable her to successfully break through to become a Soul Master, but could also swiftly elevate her to the coveted realms of Soul King and even Soul Emperor, she exclaimed in astonishment. What I say holds no falsehood, Qian Yunxiao replied with a smile. We are all family. What I give shall eventually return to me in another form. Thank you immensely for your generosity, Your Majesty. Shui Xian'er nodded gratefully as she accepted the gift. Not at all. We are all kin. Such trifles are inconsequential. Qian Yunxiao waved dismissively as he presented another set of ice attribute treasures to Shui Langyue, who expressed her gratitude profusely. Qian Yunxiao reiterated the familial bond to assure her there was no need for gratitude. Naturally, Shui Langyue refrained from further comments, for her two daughters had already become a part of Qian Yunxiao's life. Thus, calling themselves family was perfectly natural. Half a month later, Qian Yunxiao and his companions arrived at the Heavendo city. By this time, night had fallen, and it was clear that they could not visit the Seven Treasures glazed tile school any longer. Hence, they had to find a place to stay for the night. The thunder roared, yet the rain fell lightly, an invisible barrier of soul power, shielding them from the downpour. They sought out the most luxurious hotel in Heavendo City. The reason for not returning to the Ice and Fire Yin was primarily due to a lack of available rooms. They booked 3 guest rooms, with Qian Yunxiao assigned to a spacious suite. In the dead of night, as the thunder grew more intense, a series of loud knocks reverberated through the door. Inside, Qian Yunxiao, not yet resting, instinctively summoned his soul power to open the door remotely. Lord of the Hall, I am afraid of thunder. The next moment, Shui Xian'er's pitiful visage appeared before him. Upon witnessing her expression, Qian Yunxiao could not help but feel a pang of compassion. Chapter 76. Yi Lingling's plea the following morning. Disheartening news arrived. Shui Xian'er, originally tasked with caring for Shui Langyue, had accidentally twisted her ankle severely and could not get out of bed. Regrettably, she would be unable to care for Shui Langyue and might even require Shui Lanyue's assistance instead. However, this did not impede Shui Langyue from pursuing her plans. As someone who had lived in the Heavendo Imperial City for quite some time, Qian Yunxiao naturally took the initiative to lead the way. Walking side by side with Shui Langyue through the streets of Heavendo City, they strolled leisurely while observing the various vendors. This was a place where the business-savvy Shui Langyue sought to learn, particularly focusing on hotels, clothing stores, and food and beverage establishments, the mainstay of the Shui family's business. The bustling streets were filled with people and vehicles. However, as they progressed, Qian Yunxiao and Shui Langyue encountered an obstruction. A group of individuals had gathered at a nearby intersection, seemingly engrossed in some spectacle. In the capital of the Heavendo Empire, one would expect the streets to be orderly. Such a scene suggested an unexpected occurrence. Driven by an innate curiosity to witness the unfolding drama, Qian Yunxiao stepped forward, with Shui Langyue following suit. Upon entering the crowd and learning the details of the situation, Qian Yunxiao's eyes widened in astonishment as he uttered 4 words. Mute Sister? Name, Yi Lingling. Nickname, Mute Sister. Talent, Initial Talent, Appearance, 15th Beauty of Douluo Continent, Martial Spirit, 9 Heart Sido. Before him sat a frail, delicate figure, her head buried in her knees, exuding both shyness and diminutiveness. Beside her stood a conspicuous wooden sign, flanked by 2 formidable Soul Emperor-level guardians. The information inscribed on the wooden plaque was clear and straightforward. 9 Heart Begonia, a rare, dual martial soul, had reached the age of 5 and would awaken its martial spirit in a month. The matriarch, Yi Qingmei, was in dire straits, and thus, a call for assistance was made to any capable elder willing to help the Yi family resolve the issue of their dual martial soul. In return, the Yi family would surely honor them as a distinguished guest. Among the onlookers, a few knowledgeable soul masters discerned the significance of the plaque's message. One of them, A soul master named Wang Fugue could not restrain himself and remarked, "Ah, how can there be a perfect solution in this world? The nine-heart begonia is formidable, yet it can only manifest two at a time. One must perish for another to arise. Such is the way of fate." Another soul master, Lu Defa, echoed his sentiment, saying, "Indeed, if the nine-heart begonia were free from this duality curse or limitation, even the so-called strongest support-type martial soul, the seven treasures glazed tile, would pale in comparison. After all, the esteemed Ning Zhongzhu once proclaimed that the nine-heart begonia is a miracle among martial souls. His words alone establish its superiority over the seven treasures glazed tile." The clamor of voices, debates, arguments, and discussions filled the air. Yet throughout it all, a young girl named Yi Lingling, who had buried her face in her knees, remained unmoved, evidently having not received the answer she sought. The nine-heart begonia was the most powerful healing martial soul. Should she be able to secure Yi Lingling, her family would undoubtedly flourish once more. As the head of the family, it was a responsibility he could not neglect. With his gaze fixed intently on Yi Lingling, Qian Yunxiao pondered deeply. After weighing the pros and cons, he resolutely accessed the family's marketplace. After a brief search, he acquired what he desired, a heavenly mechanism goo insect for 500 fortune coins, which could obscure the heavenly secrets and resolve the Yi family's dual martial soul dilemma. "Little girl, I can assist you," he proclaimed, releasing a pulse of soul power that dispersed the surrounding crowd. His voice, like thunder in the spring rain, silenced the bustling crowd. Upon hearing his words and sensing the depth of his soul power, the two soul emperors flanking Yi Lingling furrowed their brows, their expressions shifting to one of solemnity and gravity, as though facing a formidable adversary. One stepped forward and respectfully inquired, "My lord, can you assure us of this? Life and death are at stake. This is no trifling matter." Qian Yunxiao, disinclined to engage in lengthy discourse, replied directly, "I have no inclination to jest." As his words fell, radiant soul rings began to swirl beneath his feet. 9 in total, precisely 9, yellow, purple, black, and red. The appearance of these 9 soul rings rendered the scene utterly silent, particularly the 2 crimson rings that signified 10,000 years of power, which left many breathless in awe and trepidation. Had Qian Yunxiao not intentionally restrained some of his aura, countless onlookers would likely have buckled under the overwhelming pressure. "Your Majesty! Your Majesty! Your Majesty!" came the chorus of voices as the crowd bowed in reverence. Even Yi Lingling, who had kept her head down and remained aloof from worldly affairs, hurriedly stood up to join in, exclaiming, "I pay my respects, Your Majesty." The status of a title Douluo among soul masters was eternally exalted. "Do not rise," Qian Yunxiao said indifferently, his gaze settling on Yi Lingling, his previously vacant eyes now shimmering with a hint of brilliance. "Do you now believe in my capabilities? I beseech Your Majesty's forgiveness and magnanimity. Please save my grandmother from the Yi family," Yi Lingling implored. Qian Yunxiao's prowess ignited hope within her, resulting in a remarkable shift in her demeanor towards him. The Yi family was a prominent force in Heavendoe City. Perhaps they could forge connections to help the Shui family establish a foothold there. If the Lord truly could resolve the martial soul issue for the Yi family, the Shui family's advancement in Heavendoe City would be a certainty. Nearby, Shui Lanyue, observing the unfolding scene, quickly grasped the advantages and disadvantages, a smile of delight gracing her features. As a commercial prodigy of the Shui family, her thoughts were also inclined towards profit. "Your Majesty, I may delay my visit to the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School due to this urgent matter of life and death, and must first assist the Yi family," Qian Yunxiao stated earnestly to Yi Lingling, while not forgetting Shui Lanyue behind him. Shui Lanyue smiled, her lips curving into a subtle arc. "Your Majesty's actions are truly benevolent. I wholeheartedly support your decision." Unbeknownst to her, this act deepened her admiration for Qian Yunxiao. He was remarkably considerate of others' feelings, which made her envious of her sister. "Shui Yulan, Your Majesty, please." The 2 soul emperors from the Yi family bowed deeply, acknowledging the reverence due to a title Douluo. "Very well." With Shui Lanyue by his side, Qian Yunxiao followed the lead of Yi Lingling to the Yi family residence. The Yi family, due to the 9-heart begonia martial soul, held significant influence and connections within the soul master community. many powerful soul masters, whom the nine-heart begonia had saved from the brink of death, held deep respect and reverence for the Yi family, treating them with the utmost courtesy. Thus, the Yi family was renowned as one of the most prominent clans in Heavendo City. Their estate was situated along a main thoroughfare, and unlike the typically bustling residences of other noble families, the Yi estate exuded a serene tranquility. Upon entering, one of the Soul Emperors went to inform the current family head, Yi Zimei, while the other, alongside Yi Lingling, escorted Qian Yunxiao and Shui Lanwei to the reception hall to await their arrival. Once seated in the reception hall, Yi Lingling tentatively inquired, "Esteemed Your Majesty, may I ask how you intend to save my grandmother?" In response to her question, Qian Yunxiao wasted no time. "Extend your hand." Yi Lingling complied, extending her palm towards him. "Little girl, observe closely," he instructed, slowly opening his right hand, revealing nothing within. Gazing at Qian Yunxiao's empty palm, the innocent Yi Lingling tilted her head, puzzled and curious. "What is this? Shall we take another look?" Qian Yunxiao responded. In the next moment, a flicker of light appeared in Qian Yunxiao's hand, and suddenly, a bug roughly the size of a thumb materialized in the palm of his hand. Simultaneously, he presented this creature before Yi Lingling. "Ah, a bug." Upon seeing the tiny creature, Yi Lingling instinctively exclaimed, and as realization dawned upon her, her brow furrowed and her pupils constricted. Almost in a panic, she nearly took flight, scrambling to hide behind a large chair. Peeking out timidly from behind it, she regarded Qian Yunxiao, who had used the bug to frighten her, with trepidation. This revealed her profound fear of insects. In response, Qian Yunxiao remarked, "You are afraid of this? It will be the treasure that saves your grandmother." "Say my grandmother? How can such a tiny bug accomplish that?" "Your Highness, please do not deceive me," Yi Lingling stammered, gazing skeptically at the diminutive insect. She could hardly believe that such a thing could rescue her grandmother and aid her family. The Yi clan, in resolving the issue of dual soul spirits, Qian Yunxiao continued, "This bug is called the Tianjigu insect, a rare and precious entity that can obscure fate and conceal all things. Your Yi family has only been able to manifest 2 nine-heart begonia soul spirits for generations. But with this, it is not just 3 that you can have. Even 4 or 5 nine-heart begonias will be within your grasp." Yi Lingling beat Herlip, still skeptical. "Is that truly the case? I haven't had much education and have not yet attended the Soul Master Academy." "Lord, you cannot deceive me." As their conversation unfolded, hurried footsteps approached, and a delicately featured woman entered. "Mother, you have arrived." Upon seeing her, Yi Lingling quickly moved forward to greet her. "I have arrived." After acknowledging her daughter, Yi Zimei's gaze shifted to Qian Yunxiao and Shui Lanwei. After a brief glance, Yi Zimei respectfully addressed them. "I am Yi Zimei of the Yi family. It is an honor to meet you, Lord." This left Shui Lanwei perplexed. When did she become the Lord's wife? However, she quickly reasoned that, considering her 2 beloved daughters had both become Qian Yunxiao's adopted daughters, it was not entirely inaccurate to refer to her as such. Thus, she chose to remain silent. Qian Yunxiao merely nodded slightly in acknowledgement, stating, "I do not engage in trifling matters. Take this, and it will resolve your family's hereditary issues." With that, he casually tossed the Tianjigu insect to Yi Zimei. As a mature woman and the leader of the expansive Yi family, she was not intimidated by a mere insect. Holding the Tianjigu insect in her hand, she examined it closely. A sense of intuition told her that this bug was extraordinary, though she could not articulate why. The Tianjigu insect, capable of concealing the heavens and obscuring all things, was indeed a miraculous entity. Should your grandmother consume it, the current 9-heart begonia soul spirit would cease to exist, allowing you to continue utilizing this soul spirit without any alteration to your soul power or skills. In essence, your 9-heart begonia soul spirit would be hidden in name only, unbeknownst to even the heavens. Your daughter, Yi Lingling, would then be free to awaken her soul spirit, and her grandmother, Yi Qingmei, would be liberated from that demonic curse. Traditionally, when a new generation of the 9-heart begonia clan awakened their soul spirits, the elder generation had to sacrifice themselves to ensure the survival of the younger. Had it not been for Qian Yunxiao, Yi Lingling's grandmother, the previous wielder of the 9-heart begonia soul spirit would have chosen to end her life when Yi Lingling was only 5 or 6 years old to avoid hindering her future. Yi Lingling certainly did not wish for her grandmother to perish because of her, so she sought out capable individuals in the Heaven Do Imperial City to alleviate the curse. Fortunately, she encountered Qian Yunxiao, head of the Yi family. You may certainly give a try. Observing that Yi Zimei had accepted the Tianji Gu insect, Qian Yunxiao no longer indulged in idle chatter. He spoke earnestly, without a hint of jest. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Zimei resolved to take action. Taking a deep breath and narrowing her eyes, she tossed the insect into her mouth without chewing, swallowing a whole. Channel your soul power to communicate with the insect, Qian Yunxiao advised. Meanwhile, in an old mansion within the Yi estate, an elderly woman nearing 80 suddenly exhibited a spark of unusual light in her otherwise vacant eyes. Shock coursed through her as she transformed into a streak of light, shooting towards the reception hall. The identity of this woman was unmistakable. She was Yi Lingling's grandmother, Yi Qingmei. Zimei. The elderly woman's face was a mask of fear and urgency as she thundered. If anyone is to die, it should be this old woman. You must not sacrifice yourself. Upon reaching the reception hall, her expression shifted to one of astonishment as she stood there, bewildered. Zimei, I distinctly sense your 9-heart begonia had vanished. Why are you still alive? Coming to her senses, the elderly woman's face lit up with joy. Zimei, what has transpired? In response, Yi Zimei recounted the entire sequence of events to Yi Qingmei. After some time, comprehending that the Yi family could now manifest 3 9-heart begonia soul spirits, Yi Qingmei's exhilaration was beyond words. She repeatedly expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Your Highness. Thank you for saving my Yi family. Simultaneously, she reiterated Yi Lingling's earlier promise that from this day forth, the Yi family would be a subordinate family to the second prince, pledging their loyalty and readiness to follow him into any peril. Lingling, concluding her words, Yi Qingmei turned her gaze toward her cherished granddaughter, offering a gentle reminder. Realizing the moment, Yi Lingling hurried to Qian Yunxiao's side and reverently declared, in this life and the next, Yi Lingling vows to serve you as a devoted attendant. With a slight nod, Qian Yunxiao responded, if that is the case, then from now on, you shall remain by my side to learn and cultivate. Thank you, Your Highness, for your recognition. Receiving this reply, Yi Lingling's face brightened with joy, her voice brimming with excitement. After all, the opportunity to learn and cultivate alongside a powerhouse of title Douluo rank was a privilege that many would kneel and plead for, a chance that eluded countless souls. Though young, Yi Lingling understood this value well. As time passed like an arrow, the years flew by in the blink of an eye. With the assistance of the Jiuxin Haitang family, the Shui family not only established a firm foothold in the Tiando Imperial City, but also, under the astute guidance of Shui Lanwei, expanded their business throughout the major cities of the Tiando territory. In the sunset forest, within a quaint courtyard, Qian Yunxiao reclined in a gently rocking chair, his eyes closed in a semblance of slumber. However, as twilight descended, instead of seeking the comforts of a warm bed, he lay there, undoubtedly awaiting an important matter that demanded his attention. A soft breeze caressed his face, and suddenly, Qian Yunxiao's eyes sprang open. Taking a deep breath, he exhaled heavily, murmuring to himself, 10,000 wealth tokens at last gathered. Spirit Hall, prepare for my arrival. Without preamble, he communicated directly with the Douluo Fuku system. Seek the divine essence of the Lord God. In the next instant, a series of messages flashed before his eyes. Ice and snow divine essence, metallic divine essence, beaming divine essence, fire divine essence, earthly divine essence. After quickly scanning the options, Qian Yunxiao's heart settled on a choice, the beaming divine essence. Why, you may ask? As the saying goes, in beaming, there's a fish named Kuan. And what can Kuan transform into? It becomes the Peng. Kuan signifies one thing. Peng signifies another. Surely, the meaning is clear now? Congratulations, host. You have successfully purchased the beaming divine essence. You now possess the power of a Lord God and have acquired the following. Beaming domain, immunity to all physical attacks. A 100 increase in personal strength, immunity to all domain skills and soul bone skills of enemies, while foes within this domain will experience a 100 reduction in battle power. Beaming divine bones set grants the user formidable power akin to that of the Kumpa. Supreme artifact, beaming judgment staff, can be used to judge any deity. regardless of rank or status. The power of the Kunpeng is indeed extraordinary. My strength has once again surged to new heights. Rising from the immovable rocking chair, Qian Yunxiao felt a divine essence coursing through him, his countenance radiant with satisfaction. Master, are you not resting? Just as he was reveling in his newfound strength, a melodious voice chimed in. It was his devoted maid, Yi Lingling. Though merely a maid, Qian Yunxiao regarded her as family. Noticing the late hour and her continued wakefulness, he could not help but chide. Lingling, why are you still awake? Understanding his concern was born of care rather than reproach. Yi Lingling's heart warmed as she replied. Thank you for your concern, Master. Since you have yet to retire, how could I possibly rest? Then let us both retire early, he suggested, wishing to return to his own comforts. Would you like me to warm your bed, Master? At this, Qian Yunxiao recalled a winter when, due to the breakthrough of the ice and snow emperors, the sunset forest fell into an extreme cold. That night, as he prepared for sleep, he discovered Yi Lingling had already nestled in his blankets, warming his bed, while she herself trembled from the chill, perilously close to freezing. Had it not been for Lu Erlong, who absorbed the Fire Dragon King's soul bone, she might have perished. Shaking his head, he approached Yi Lingling and affectionately patted her head before departing. Do you think I am displeased with you? A hint of disappointment flickered in Yi Lingling's eyes. Typically reserved, she spoke more freely in Qian Yunxiao's presence, believing it would capture his attention. Surely, he did not require her to warm his bed. Was the warmth of A Yin not sufficient? Or perhaps the comfort of Shui Yulan was lacking? Or was the embrace of Qing Wu inadequate? Having acquired the power of the Kunpeng, Qian Yunxiao needed to adapt and ensure his three wives adjusted as well. Otherwise, future endeavors might prove challenging. Chapter 77. The 12-Winged Life Angel. The awakening of the baby daughter's martial soul today. Two significant events transpired. Firstly, A Yin accidentally twisted her ankle, resulting in injury to her tendons and bones, rendering her unable to move for some time. Fortunately, with Lu Erlong's presence, her daily life was not a cause for concern. A Yin glared at Qian Yunxiao with resentment, wishing she could consume him whole, while they usually engaged in intellectual discussions. Yesterday, after merely one exchange, Yin grew weary and retired to sleep. Qian Yunxiao realized he would not be able to converse with A Yin in the coming days. Additionally, due to her injury, Shui Yulan and Qing Wu were deliberately avoiding encounters with him. Why does your sprained ankle concern me? He pondered helplessly. As for the second event, it was the 6th birthday of his first child, Qian Yunxiao, the moment when she was due to awaken her martial soul. As a mother, A Yin could not miss this occasion. Although she arrived in a wheelchair, her expression thick with resentment. Shui Yulan and Qing Wu, witnessing this scene, instinctively distanced themselves from Qian Yunxiao. Sighing, he felt a pang of sympathy for A Yin, who silently vowed to temper his inquiries in future discussions. Shifting his attention to the porcelain doll, Qian Yunxiao, he gently asked, My dear, are you ready? Always prepared, she replied with a determined nod. With this affirmation, Qian Yunxiao wasted no time and initiated the first step of the martial soul awakening ceremony. He gestured towards 6 black stones on the ground, stating, in that case, let us begin. Please step into this hexagonal formation. Obediently, Qian Yunxiao followed his instructions. In a matter of moments, a dazzling light of emerald green and brilliant gold erupted from her, the intensity of the glow prompting A Yin and the others to shield their eyes. Simultaneously, a mark materialized on Qian Yunxiao's forehead, exuding an aura of life. Regarding life, A Yin possesses remarkable sensitivity, given that her blue-silver emperor martial spirit is intricately linked to the essence of life. Just before the manifestation of Qian Yunxiao's martial spirit, she sensed an unprecedented surge of formidable life force, her eyes widening in astonishment as joy and excitement illuminated her face. After all, this child, the offspring of her and Qian Yunxiao, would surely possess exceptional cultivation talent, much to A Yin's delight. In that moment, the unforgettable exchange of knowledge from the previous night slipped from her mind. In the next instant, a towering figure with 12 wings materialized behind Qian Yunxiao. Unlike the typical golden angels, this one radiated a resplendent green hue. A 12-winged life angel, the energy emanating from it surpassed that of a 6-winged angel by several tiers, and its abilities were astonishingly double that of a 6-winged angel. Truly remarkable. It seemed to transcend the realm of divine martial spirits, venturing into the territory of super divine martial spirits. As she inhaled the essence of Qian Yunxiao's martial spirit, Qian Yunxiao's countenance shifted to one of shock and disbelief. With this entity, Qian Yunxiao's martial spirit had already surpassed that of Qian Yunxiao, daughter of Qian Sunji. As for other aspects, Qian Yunxiao had no concerns. Under Tang Yuehua's guidance, Qian Yunxiao had become proficient in the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, and was equally adept in the use of various weapons. Surpassing Qian Yunxiao was a foregone conclusion. Once the martial spirit awakened, the expression of satisfaction on Qian Yunxiao's face became increasingly evident, which in turn brought a smile to Qian Yunxiao's lips, understanding that her father was pleased with her. The next step was to test her soul power. Qian Yunxiao, smiling, presented a blue orb to Qian Yunxiao and instructed, "Place your right hand upon it." With a decisive motion, Qian Yunxiao placed her right hand on the orb, exuding confidence in her innate soul power. In the following moment, a dazzling brilliance erupted once more, and at that instant, Qian Yunxiao's voice boomed like thunder amidst spring rain, capturing everyone's attention. Innate soul power at level 30. What? Upon hearing this, A Yin, doubting her own ears, sprang from her wheelchair, only to regret it immediately due to the overwhelming pain that followed. The sensation was not merely a strain. It felt as though her heart was being torn apart. Noticing her distress, Qian Yunxiao hurried to check on A Yin, but she interjected vehemently. "Isn't this all due to your beastly actions? Do not comfort me." Unfazed, Qian Yunxiao clung to A Yin, responding, "Very well, I shan't comfort you. Shall we go to the blue-silver forest for some healing? The abundance of blue-silver grass there will aid your recovery. What do you say?" The mention of the blue-silver forest caused A Yin's cheeks to flush as a flood of memories associated with Qian Yunxiao in that place surged to her mind. Pouting adorably, she retorted, "Who want to go there for treatment? There are numerous methods for healing, such as medication or injections." But was Qian Yunxiao's approach truly a legitimate treatment? Naturally not. "Oh, is that so? If you refuse treatment, you must focus on recuperating. Otherwise, it will be injections for you." After pacifying the irate A Yin, Qian Yunxiao approached Qian Yunxiao, squatting down to gently caress her delicate cheeks, and then tentatively asked, "How about going somewhere with Daddy in a few days?" "Sounds good." Without hesitation, Qian Yunxiao nodded in agreement. "Tomorrow, will the two ladies accompany me? I wonder if they are available?" Turning his gaze to Shui Yulan and Qing Wu, Qian Yunxiao inquired, exchanging glances of mutual understanding. Shui Yulan and Qing Wu responded in unison, "No problem." Nodding slightly in reply, Qian Yunxiao's attention shifted back to A Yin, compellingly stating, "Focus on recovering. You shall not accompany us, or else I will administer injections. Be careful then." At the mention of injections, A Yin felt a twinge of fear, aware of Qian Yunxiao's destination, and could not help but offer a warning. After all, what kind of place was the Spirit Hall? It was the location with the highest number of titled Douluo across the continent. Qian Yunxiao's intention to venture there with Qing Wu and Shui Yulan was akin to walking into a den of tigers and dragons, plunging into an abyss. "I never undertake endeavors without assurance. Do not forget that." To speak candidly, Qian Yunxiao had hoped to engage A Yin in another evening of enlightening discourse, but her injury rendered her unable, which was indeed regrettable. Chapter 78. The Spirit Hall Appointment. The arrogant Qian Sunji amidst the clouds. A colossal figure traversed back and forth, its presence weighing heavily upon those below. This figure belonged to one of Qian Yunxiao's pets, a 100,000-year soul beast, the Stardo ruler, the sky blue bull python. "Daddy, where we headed?" In the embrace of Shui Yulan, Qian Yunxiao reveled in the wild winds, unable to contain her curiosity as she queried the figure atop the bull's head. In response, Qian Yunxiao replied, "To the Spirit Hall to find your grandfather." "The Spirit Hall? My grandfather?" Qian Yunxiao had never encountered her so-called grandfather in her life, leading her to ponder what her grandfather's name was, what he looked like, and whether he was as handsome as her father. Meanwhile, within the Spirit Hall's papal chamber, a sense of foreboding hung in the air. Seated alone upon the throne, Qian Sunji's mood was particularly foul today. Upon awakening, he had been greeted not by the cheerful calls of magpies, but by the cawing of crows. And even while drinking water, he had encountered discomfort. As a titled Douluo, he felt as though his heart was constricted, leaving him in a state of unease. All these factors coalesced into an ominous feeling that surged within him, causing agitation. Observing the several titled Douluo below him, Qian Yunxiao's tension eased slightly. Yet he could not help but vent his frustration, muttering, perhaps it is due to the ninth spirit ring not being of the 100,000-year caliber. That detestable brother of mine. I could almost devour your flesh and drink your blood. Does he not understand that blood is thicker than water? Had he only provided me with a 100,000-year soul beast as a spirit ring, I might have considered allowing him back into the Qian family, back to the angel clan. Yet, why can he not comprehend this? Beneath, a figure materialized out of thin air, elegantly gesturing with a delicate hand, and spoke in a voice that was neither distinctly masculine nor feminine, creating a rather awkward atmosphere. Your Holiness, we have uncovered the identity of a man who has been frequently associating with Her Holiness the Saintess. His name is Yu Xiaojiang, a direct descendant of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family. A direct descendant of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family? What is his talent like? Upon hearing this, Qian Yunxiao furrowed his brows and instinctively inquired. Although he hailed from such a prestigious lineage, this individual possessed only a mere half-level innate soul power. Additionally, due to a malignant mutation of his martial soul, he became known as a worthless martial soul, a pig, destined to never surpass the 30th level, and has since been expelled from the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family. As he responded to Qian Yunxiao's question, Zhu Tiluoyuan's tone dripped with disdain, clearly looking down upon this individual from the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family. A worthless martial soul, unable to advance beyond the soul master level, innate soul power at half level. Upon hearing this series of revelations, Qian Yunxiao's expression darkened. As the saying goes, one who associates with the vermilion will turn red, while one who associates with the ink will turn black. How could the esteemed saintess of the spirit hall be in the company of such a miscreant? With murderous intent rising, he prepared to command Douluo to eliminate this man discreetly, but then he reconsidered. He could not allow his grand image in Bibi Dong's eyes to be tarnished. Therefore, Qian Yunxiao decided to take a softer approach first. If that did not yield results, he would resort to more forceful measures against Yu Xiaojiang. Yu Egwan, go persuade this man to distance himself from Dong. If he proves obstinate, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Qian Yunxiao spoke coldly, his calm demeanor concealing a turbulent undercurrent of murderous energy. Yu Egwan accepted the command, still maintaining his delicate gesture, when suddenly a voice pierced the air. Qian Yunxiao has come today to pay respects to His Holiness Qian Yunxiao, Elder of Judgment Qian Douluo. The voice contained an aura of terrifying power that sent shivers down the spines of all present in the hall. He has arrived? Hearing that familiar name, Qian Yunxiao's eyes widened in shock, revealing his alarm. The punch from that fateful encounter in the setting sun forest had left a lasting psychological scar on him, leading him to lie in bed for over half a year, expending countless rare resources to recover. The grudge from that time is now ripe for retribution. Clenching his teeth, the thought that the spirit hall was his territory ignited a fierce resolve within Qian Yunxiao, dissipating any trace of fear he had harbored. With a thunderous crash, the resplendent doors fell open, and the imposing figure of Qian Yunxiao swaggered in, proudly escorting his cherished daughter, Qian Yunxiao, into the familiar yet foreign hall. His gaze was as unyielding as rock, and he initiated the conversation, surveying the titled Douluo present. Qian Yunxiao has come to visit. I trust you're all well. Seizing the opportunity, Qian Yunxiao wasted no time in challenging Qian Yunxiao. Qian, you, ungrateful wretch, dare to break away from the angel clan, and you have the audacity to establish your own faction? It seems you truly seek to court death, disregarding the esteemed angel clan. Who are you? Who do you think you are to judge me? Qian Yunxiao retorted without hesitation, cutting to the chase. I have come to fulfill the promise made in the setting sun forest. Qian Yunxiao, do you dare to accept? Accept? Naturally, I shall. But I wish to play a different game. Rising from his throne, a subtle smirk played on Qian Yunxiao's lips, reminiscent of a cunning dragon king. As he replied without a moment's thought, his face radiating the arrogance characteristic of a dragon king. What game? Speak plainly, with the might of a demigod. Qian Yunxiao was unafraid of Qian Yunxiao. Furthermore, with his beloved daughter possessing innate soul power at the 30th level, he felt emboldened. If I lose, I shall forfeit my cultivation and be expelled from the Qian family. As if he had already tasted victory, Qian Sunji's eyes glinted with madness. Very well. Without hesitation, Qian Yunxiao responded. My daughter has been favored by the angel god since birth. In the future, she is likely to be the first to ascend to godhood in 20,000 years. What can you Qian Sunji possibly offer in comparison? Qian Sunji scoffed confidently. Oh, is that so? Raising an eyebrow, Qian Yunxiao's gaze shifted to Qian Yunxiao. Yunxiao, show your uncle your martial soul and reveal your soul ring configuration. As soon as Qian Yunxiao's words fell, a voice erupted like thunder in spring rain, causing all present to change their expressions dramatically. Subsequently, a golden light descended from above, and a sacred power gradually permeated every corner of the hall. The identity of a newcomer was unmistakable. It was Elder of Judgment Qian Douluo, his hair white yet youthful. Standing resolutely in the center of the hall, between the two factions, he fixed his gaze upon Qian Yunxiao, declaring, ungrateful wretch. You truly have the audacity to show your face here. Ignore this old man. Yunxiao, take the stage and showcase your abilities, Qian Yunxiao said dismissively, urging his daughter, who stood frozen in place. He understood that this elder was a devout follower of the angel god. Once Qian Yunxiao demonstrated her astonishing talent and unparalleled martial soul, the elder would surely undergo a dramatic shift in attitude, perhaps even transforming entirely. All right, father. Nodding earnestly, Qian Yunxiao took a deep breath and began to channel her soul power. Just as Qian Douluo was about to speak again, ready to lecture Qian Yunxiao, he suddenly appeared to witness something extraordinary. The words he intended to utter became lodged in his throat, leaving him speechless. His eyes widened, revealing an expression of disbelief. As 3 soul rings rose beneath Qian Yunxiao's feet, all present, including the titled Douluo, Peak Douluo, and even the super Douluo Jin Yi and the unparalleled Douluo Qian Douluo, were left utterly dumbfounded, standing motionless in shock. 3 soul rings? This signifies a soul master. The silence in the hall was eerie, with even the 2 Douluo, Qian Jun and Jiang Mo, able to hear the pounding of their own hearts. Even the well-informed Qian Douluo trembled visibly at this astonishing sight. He swallowed hard and tentatively inquired, Yin Yunxiao, is this my granddaughter? Your granddaughter, Qian Yunxiao, possesses innate soul power that is rather modest, perhaps only at the 30th level, Yin Yunxiao replied with a sense of indifference, unable to afford the luxury of kindness towards the old man at this moment, lest he mistakenly believe that he was intimidated. Upon receiving this response, Qian Douluo's eyes sparkled with excitement, so much so that he involuntarily shivered with joy. The significance of an innate soul power reaching level 30 is unprecedented in the annals of soul masters. To think such a remarkable being is a descendant of the angel lineage, a member of the Qian family. Qian Douluo couldn't help but marvel internally. The glory of the angels has once again blessed my family. I, Qian Douluo, express my deepest gratitude to the angelic deity. In this life and beyond, I pledge my eternal allegiance to the angelic deity, forever to serve at their side. If Qian Yunxiao were to hear such words, he would undoubtedly retort, I am the creator of my own lineage. What concern is it of the angelic deity? Qian Douluo hastily posed another question. What about her martial soul? As the most devout follower and loyal servant of the angelic deity, he was elated to discover that such an extraordinarily gifted child was his descendant. If her martial soul bore any connection to the angels, Qian Douluo would not merely be pleased or excited. He would be utterly ecstatic. The martial soul was not particularly formidable. The 12-winged life angel could be considered a benign mutation, only a few tiers above the ordinary 6-winged angel martial soul. Qian Yunxiao responded nonchalantly, treating it as a matter of little consequence. 12-winged life angel martial soul. Upon hearing this, the spirit hall's Duke of Chrysanthemum, Yue Guan, was rendered speechless. It is known that the 6-winged angel martial soul ranks among the elite of all martial souls, with an innate soul power that can reach level 20. However, the 12-winged angel martial soul must undoubtedly surpass the 6-winged angel in power, as evidenced by Qian Yunxiao's innate soul power reaching level 30. If it is indeed superior to the so-called divine 6-winged angel, might the possessor of the 12-winged life angel martial soul be destined for divinity? The mood of the demon slayer, Douluo, one of the 7 offerings of the spirit hall, was beyond articulation. Overwhelmed with astonishment, he exclaimed, "Goodness, this time. The second prince is truly on the rise. Once the young master matures, it will be a case of one attaining enlightenment and their entire household ascending." The identity of the young master was unmistakably Qian Yunxiao. With this declaration, the once volatile conversations within the hall erupted into a cacophony. The position of Pope in the Spirit Hall was surely on the verge of a transition. With such a prodigious daughter, the second prince was destined to ascend as the new Pope of the Spirit Hall, a development that seemed all but inevitable. Observing the exuberance of the grand offering, one might think he had just entered into matrimony, given his overwhelming delight. For the elders and offerings of the Spirit Hall, the occupant of the Pope's position mattered little, provided their interests were sufficiently catered to. After all, did the likes of the Duke of Chrysanthemum and the Duke of Ghost join the Spirit Hall for anything other than the power, wealth, and status it afforded them? Otherwise, why even bother coming to the Spirit Hall? In stark contrast to Qian Yunxiao's future appeared as though it were destined for the heavens, while Qian found himself mired in the depths. The elders and offerings of the Spirit Hall, in fact, greatly preferred Qian Yunxiao ascend to the position of the new pope, understanding well the adage that when one achieves greatness, their entire entourage benefits. Years ago, when Qian triumphed over Qian Yunxiao, it was due to the latter's acceptance of a disciple with a twin martial soul. After a prolonged silence, Douluo looked at Qian Yunxiao with a face full of endearment and said, "My precious granddaughter, why have you returned so late? Your grandfather has searched high and low for you. A true gentleman knows when to yield, and in this regard, the grand offering was indeed formidable. One might say that shamelessness renders one invincible." Reflecting on how Douluo had previously insulted Qian Yunxiao, her wife, and the unborn Qian Yunxiao, it was a stark contrast to the current display of affection. The sixth offering, the Titan Douluo, couldn't help but murmur to himself, "Have I truly been outdone by my descendants?" Observing the ethereal angelic figure behind Qian Yunxiao, with 6 pairs of wings and an overwhelming aura of life energy, even Qian could feel the suppression of his own 6-winged angel lineage. Despite his disbelief, he recognized the truth of the situation. "Qian, you have lost, haven't you?" A subtle smile graced Qian Yunxiao's lips as she gazed at the bewildered Qian. "Lost?" he mumbled to himself, his eyes filled with a fleeting glimmer of confusion. In that moment, a spark of realization flashed through his mind. Moments later, he spoke again, his expression contorted with manic fury. "I will not lose. The only one who will lose is you. Back then, because of my disciple Bibi Dong, you ultimately fell to me. Now, because of her, you will again be defeated, and I will ruthlessly shatter your entire cultivation." With the support of the 2 women behind him, Qian Yunxiao felt emboldened and replied without hesitation, "Then come at me. I have vowed to personally dismantle the source of your pride, relegating you to the status of a complete failure." In a short while, a girl clad in a pink palace gown, her long hair cascading down to her waist and possessing beauty akin to that of a celestial being, entered the Pope's hall with graceful strides. Bibi Dong had encountered the Pope and the various elders and offerings before. With humility and courtesy, she surveyed the assembly, her every movement exuding elegance. However, a hint of surprise flickered across her face. Why were all the elders and offerings present? Bibi Dong felt a twinge of confusion mingled with curiosity. The 4 esteemed elders, Chrysanthemum, Ghost, Demon Bear, and Ghost Leopard, were familiar figures often stationed within the Spirit Hall. Yet, the 7 offerings, elusive like mythical dragons, were seldom seen. Today, however, such a formidable gathering was assembled. What could have transpired? "Donger, you have finally arrived." Upon recognizing the familiar visage, a smile illuminated Qian face as he greeted her before shifting his gaze to Qian Yunxiao. "Teacher," with a slight nod, Bibi Dong responded in kind. Just as she was about to inquire about the reason for her summons, Qian preemptively spoke, addressing Qian Yunxiao. "This is my disciple, Bibi Dong. As you have previously witnessed, not only does she possess innate full soul power, but she is also a rare dual martial soul wielder. Both of these martial souls are of the highest caliber, belonging to the royal lineage of the spider martial souls. Qian Yunxiao, what do you have to compare against me?" Seeing this, Bibi Dong surmised the intention behind her teacher Qian call. A shadow of discontent flickered in her eyes, clearly indicating her disdain for being compared to others, even if the one making the comparison was her esteemed teacher. In response to Qian Xuanji's provocation, Qian Yunxiao shook his head in resignation. It's one thing to compare daughters, as we are family. However, I did not expect you to compare your disciple with me. Frankly speaking, I, Qian Yunxiao, do not favor such comparisons. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong cast a thoughtful glance at Qian Yunxiao, whom she had not paid much attention to before. It was then that she realized this unfamiliar man was none other than the second prince Qian Yunxiao, who had departed from the spirit hall years ago. Your Highness, you have returned? She exclaimed, her eyes widening with surprise and astonishment. Seizing the moment, Qian Xuanji swiftly interjected, seemingly sensing that Qian Yunxiao was not particularly adept in the disciple department. Not favoring comparisons? I believe you are simply incapable. Incapable? Qian Yunxiao smirked disdainfully. Shall we have your disciple test my capabilities? With unwavering confidence, Qian Yunxiao continued, Xiao Ming, let our esteemed Pope see your talents. As soon as he finished speaking, a boy of about 15 entered from outside the hall. The lad approached the assembly of powerful figures with composure and, upon reaching them, bowed respectfully. I am Qin Ming, the chief disciple of my teacher. I greet you all, your excellencies. Eager to get straight to the point, Qin Ming succinctly introduced himself. I possess the martial soul of the fiery Kang Wolf, am 15 years old, and have attained full innate soul power, ranking as a level 45 assault-type soul master. The exclamation from the second elder, Golden Crocodile, was immediate. A soul master at 15? Impressive. This commendation from a level 98 super Douluo underscored Qin Ming's extraordinary prowess, prompting nods of approval from the other elders. Indeed, in the original narrative, Dai Mubai achieved level 44 at 17, making Qin Ming's accomplishments all the more remarkable. However, upon witnessing the elders' reactions, Qian Xuanji's expression shifted, and after a moment, he disdainfully remarked, And so what? My disciple, Bibi Dong, wields a dual martial soul. While Qin Ming is commendable, he pales in comparison to my disciple. Oh, is that so? Qian Yunxiao snapped his fingers, a hint of sarcasm in his tone. If you wish to avoid embarrassing your teacher, then do not hold back. Understood, teacher. Qin Ming, always obedient to Qian Yunxiao, decided to abandon any pretense. After all, his plan to play the underdog had reached its conclusion. I shall reveal my true capabilities. At that moment, his fourth soul ring, a deep black of a 10,000-year level, emerged, leaving the audience of titled Douluos in stunned silence. Without comparison, there is no pain, exclaimed Yulong, a soul master on the brink of breaking into the titled Douluo realm. Typically, a soul master's fifth soul ring is at the 1,000-year level. Yet this young man had achieved the 10,000-year level at merely 15. Stunned, Qian Xuanji never anticipated that Qian Yunxiao had been withholding such a formidable disciple. His teeth clenched in frustration. He retorted, so what if his fourth soul ring is at the 10,000-year level? My disciple Bibi Dong, once she matures, could easily reach the 10,000-year level even with her first soul ring. With this declaration, the others understood that Qian Xuanji was adamant about securing a victory in this contest. Qian Yunxiao, unimpressed by Qian Xuanji's obstinacy, replied, Very well, consider this round yours. What shall we compete in next? Having previously asserted his intent to shatter Qian Xuanji's pride, Qian Yunxiao was prepared to concede this round, knowing the true essence of victory lay undisputed. What shall we compete in next? Qian Xuanji, having just tasted victory, found himself at a loss for words. The smile that had adorned his face gradually faded. The disparity in strength between him and Qian Yunxiao was as vast as the heavens and the earth. There was no comparison to be made. Casting a glance at the two women behind Qian Yunxiao, Qian Xuanji swiftly concocted a plan. Shall we compare our wives? Do you dare? Enough. We are family. What is there to compare? Qian Douluo interjected, unable to watch the situation escalate further. Chapter 81. Qian Xuanji's Despair, the terrifying Blue-Silver Emperor. A child born under the favor of the angel god, with a martial soul exhibiting a beneficial mutation, possessing innate soul power of 30. Qian Douluo cherished these two granddaughters, already considering them as successors in his heart. In the future, one of them may ascend to the esteemed position of Grand Priest within the Spirit Hall, while the other could become an Elder of Judgment. Regardless of the circumstances, The paramount concern is that both can grow up safely and soundly. They carry the blood of the Qian family and the lineage of angels. This fact is immutable. Qian Douluo merely hopes for their growth and is content with that. As for the future, who cares? With 2 granddaughters, at least one is destined to become a deity. As for the other, achieving divinity through the power of faith will suffice. Upon witnessing the escalating conflict between the fathers of these cherished daughters, Qian Douluo realized the situation was spiraling out of control. He attempted to use the remnants of his authority to dissuade both parties. Qian Yunxiao and Qian Xuanji had lost their century-old soul rings and soul bones and had been bedridden for over half a year before recovering. These humiliations remained etched in Qian Xuanji's heart, a lifelong scar. Realizing there was no turning back, Qian Xuanji became resolute. He could not relinquish this opportunity to undermine Qian Yunxiao. Thus, he declared, "Today it is either his death or my survival. If you wish to play, then I shall accompany you to the end." Unyielding, Qian Yunxiao responded, "Swear, take this old man, your grandfather, away." To prevent Qian Douluo from causing further disruption, he insisted Qian Yunxiao escort him out. Faced with his son's defiance, Qian Douluo felt an overwhelming sense of disappointment, rendered speechless. "You too." After a moment, before Qian Yunxiao could act, Qian Douluo took her hand and led her away from this contentious place. Before departing, he added with a fierce tone, "If that is the case, then I shall go with you. You will remain here to witness who the new pope of the Spirit Hall will be. Understand?" His words resonated with an undeniable authority, prompting the elders and priests to respond in unison. "Understood. Elder Zhu, please summon Mu Yan." "As you command, your holiness." Yu Guan replied, promptly leaving the hall. With the troublesome Qian Douluo no longer present, Qian Xuanji felt a surge of confidence. He smiled and turned to Qian Yunxiao, saying, "Please invite the mother of your daughter, the soul beast." He emphasized the term soul beast with discontent and disdain, particularly the word the, which underscored his contempt. "Mind your tone, or I shall tear your mouth apart. No, perhaps it's better to end your life directly. After all, you brush your teeth with filth, which disgusts me. A Yin is unwell. It would be best for Yulan and Qingwu to compete instead." Frowning, Qian Yunxiao candidly replied, "After all, she cannot even leave her wheelchair." This was not merely a matter of comfort. It severely impacted daily life. Upon hearing this, Qian Xuanji was not offended by the insult. Instead, he felt a sense of triumph. Internally, he rejoiced, for the 10,000-year-old beast could not possibly compare to Mu Yan. Otherwise, Qian Yunxiao would have brought her to compete. What nonsense! Yet, this was advantageous for him. Thinking this, Qian Xuanji declared, "Qian Yunxiao, if you cannot defeat my Mu Yan, you may as well admit defeat. If you concede, I shall swiftly strip you of your cultivation without allowing you to feel any pain. What do you think? Consider it." Though he outwardly spoke thus, Qian Xuanji harbored darker intentions. "Rest assured, I shall make your suffering unbearable." In response, Qian Yunxiao chose not to prolong the exchange. He had no choice but to summon his wife. Shifting his gaze to Qingwu behind him, he said, "Please, my lady, go fetch A Yin." "Understood, master." Qingwu nodded and left the hall, swiftly making her way toward the sunset forest atop the head of the heavenly blue bull python. After a while, a graceful woman clad in black, with a curvaceous form and exquisite features, entered the grand hall. Behind her trailed a tail that swayed with abandon. Indeed, the women of the Zhu family possessed a striking presence that commanded respect. "You have arrived?" Qian Xuanji glanced at her indifferently before commanding, "Should you lose, you know the consequences." "Absolutely," Zhu Mu Yan affirmed, her earlier pride dissipating, leaving only a profound humility and an unwavering resolve. Witnessing this, Qian Yunxiao felt a pang of regret. Such beauty had fallen into the hands of this scoundrel. Their relationship was evidently strained. After a considerable time, A Yin, seated in her wheelchair, entered the Pope's hall. Unlike before, she felt no fear in the presence of these titled Douluos, bolstered by Qian Yunxiao's unwavering support. "A soul saint? I can't believe this cursed soul beast shares the same realm as that fool Mu Yan." Upon seeing A Yin for the first time, Qian Xuanji sensed trouble. However, upon noticing her remaining seated, unable to rise, he felt a surge of relief. The advantage still lay with him. "Let us not delay. Let the contest begin." Excitement gleamed in his eyes as Qian Xuanji broke the silence. "She seems unable to move. Might this be somewhat unfair? In pursuit of victory, Qian Yunxiao had procured 2 pieces of 10,000-year soul bones for Zhu Muyin to absorb. Consequently, she, who had only been a soul emperor, ascended to the soul saint realm in a matter of days. Seeing A Yin in her wheelchair, Muyin could not help but comment, "She seems quite saintly." Qian Yunxiao mused silently. Life is unpredictable. What fairness can there be? In battle, true foes will not wait for you to be at your peak before challenging you. They will seize the opportunity when you are vulnerable. Let us commence. A Yin spoke coldly, fully committed to this battle that concerned her beloved's honor and future. Even after enduring mistreatment the previous night, she would spare no effort. After a prolonged conflict, A Yin, with a chilling gaze, stared at Zhu Muyin, now bound by the endless blue-silver emperor, and coldly declared, "You have lost." As soon as the words were uttered, in a swift and startling manner, under the gaze of all present, Qian Yunxiao decisively took action. The overwhelming power of the Lord God sent shivers down the spines of the titled Douluos, leaving them drenched in cold sweat and trembling with fear. In that moment, he incapacitated Qian Yunxiao, who was caught off guard. Chapter 82. Has Qian Yunxiao become the Pope of the Spirit Hall? When the crowd finally regained their senses, they could not help but cast sympathetic and pitying glances at the disheveled and defeated Qian Yunxiao. "Take him away," Qian Yunxiao disdainfully remarked to Zhu Muyin. "As you command, Your Holiness," Zhu Muyin replied, having freed herself from the bonds of the blue-silver emperor. She trembled as she spoke, even addressing Qian Yunxiao with the formal title of Your Holiness, a stark change from her previous reference of Second Prince. After uttering these words, Zhu Muyin led the pitiful figure of Qian Yunxiao, resembling a beaten dog, away from this place of turmoil, a place that no longer belonged to them. "You performed well today, my lady. You shall be rewarded when we return this evening," Qian Yunxiao said with a smile, casting a knowing glance at A Yin. "You rascal," A Yin retorted, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. Observing the outcome, the second elder, Golden Crocodile, swiftly bowed and proclaimed, "I extend my congratulations to the second prince on attaining the title of new pope. I have no interest in being a pope. Let that be." Qian Yunxiao waved his hand, rejecting Golden Crocodile Douluo's offer. He understood that should he ascend to that position, he would be inundated with countless documents awaiting his approval, with numerous affairs requiring his attention. Consequently, he would scarcely have time to engage in scholarly discourse with his wives, leading him to prefer death over such a fate. Thus, he resolutely declined Golden Crocodile's proposition. This response left Golden Crocodile momentarily stunned. He pondered who would assume the Pope's mantle, if not Qian Yunxiao. Would it fall to the elders and worshippers? That was inconceivable. The Spirit Hall belonged to the Qian family. Aside from them, no one else could occupy the position of Pope. Swallowing hard, Golden Crocodile steeled himself to speak again, kneeling on one knee as he implored, "I beseech you, Second Prince, ascend the throne and lead our hall to glory." With the second elder kneeling, the remaining elders and worshippers followed suit, echoing, "We implore you, Second Prince, ascend the throne and lead our hall to glory." "I have stated my refusal. It stands firm," Qian Yunxiao replied, realizing he had rendered the pope position vacant. He knew he must appoint a new pope to comply with tradition, lest he face the ire of the ancient Qian Douluo. After a moment's contemplation, he turned his gaze to Bibi Dong. In the original narrative, Bibi Dong was known as the iron-blooded pope, also referred to as the serpent of the abyss, possessing cunning, depth, and a full arsenal of strategies. Although she had not progressed as depicted in the original tale, she stood as the best candidate for the pope's position in the present, being Qian Yunxiao's disciple and thus a half-member of the Qian family. "One day apart feels like 3 autumns. After years of absence, I never imagined you had blossomed so beautifully. As the saying goes, what the father bequeaths is inherited by the son, and once a teacher, always a father. With Qian Yunxiao's fall from grace, from this day forth, you, Bibi Dong, shall be the Pope of the Spirit Hall." Upon hearing these words, Bibi Dong was left utterly bewildered. "What? I come to the Pope's Hall, and not only is my master Qian Yunxiao stripped of his powers, but I am also thrust from being a mere saintess to the new Pope? What is happening? No, this cannot be. I am unworthy." Bibi Dong's heart was filled with trepidation, prompting her immediate and unhesitant refusal. Observing Qian Yunxiao's intention to have Bibi Dong succeed, Golden Crocodile Douluo refrained from voicing objections or doubts. If Qian Yunxiao truly made a decision, then he was bound to obey without question. The other elders and worshippers understood this dynamic and remained silent, patiently awaiting the outcome. Receiving this response, Qian Yunxiao resumed his entreaty, stating, "A nation cannot be without a ruler for a day, nor can an army be without a commander. As the saintess of the Spirit Hall, if you do not occupy this position, who will? Moreover, the saintess is naturally the first heir to the Pope's throne. Are you concerned that you cannot manage the Spirit Hall? Fear not. I will assist you." No, Your Highness, you misunderstand," Bibi Dong hastily countered, her demeanor betraying her lack of the composure befitting a future pope. As Bibi Dong's words faded, a disembodied voice, neither male nor female, echoed in Qian Yunxiao's mind, unmistakably belonging to the chrysanthemum Douluo, Yuguan. Upon receiving the shocking news contained within the transmission, Qian Yunxiao's gaze darkened, his expression cooling with a chilling intensity. Taking a deep breath to suppress his rising fury, he fixed his unwavering gaze upon Bibi Dong and declared, "Since you do not wish to become the Pope of the Spirit Hall, I shall not compel you. Give me one day. If I, Qian Yunxiao, cannot persuade you to willingly accept the position of Pope, then I shall take it myself. What say you?" This proclamation was directed not only at Bibi Dong, but also at the assembled elders and worshippers. He was not soliciting their opinions. He was issuing a command. Understood. Bibi Dong, recognizing her inability to counter Qian Yunxiao this time, bit her lip and nodded, lowering her head in response. "It has been many years. Your transformation is significant." Second Prince. A trace of melancholy crossed Bibi Dong's face, as though she harbored some disappointment. "Yours shall be followed." The other elders and worshippers echoed in unison. After some time, on a street in Spirit City, Bibi Dong, cautiously trailing behind Qian Yunxiao, inquired with curiosity, "Second Prince, where are you taking me?" To this question, Qian Yunxiao offered no reply. After a while, they arrived at a secluded corner of a less-traveled street, where Qian Yunxiao abruptly halted and turned to question, "You Xiaojiang, you are the primary reason for your reluctance to become the Pope, are you not?" At these words, Bibi Dong's pupils constricted, and her expression shifted dramatically. Trembling, she stammered, "Second Prince, how did you know? Are you attempting to use Xiaojiang to coerce me into becoming the Pope?" Upon hearing this remark, without a moment's hesitation, Qian Yunxiao shook his head. He seemed to have calmed down, his tone gradually becoming more amiable, and he appeared somewhat more approachable, no longer exuding the intimidating aura he had moments before. Qian Yunxiao began to respond. "Do you not know what kind of person I am? Since your arrival at the Spirit Hall, how have I treated you? Could it be that you, little Dong, have forgotten?" Upon seeing Qian Yunxiao in this familiar demeanor and hearing the endearing title Little Dong, Bibi Dong, still in her youthful years, seemed to recall something. A subtle smile graced her lips, and a pure, innocent expression illuminated her face. She promptly replied, No, since I can remember. His Highness the Second Prince has always treated me exceptionally well. The memory of Little Dong is forever etched in my heart." Although Qian Yunxiao did not discover the twin martial soul prodigy Bibi Dong before Qian Xuanji, this did not imply a poor relationship between them. On the contrary, their bond was remarkably strong.